Xia Ming, a recent university graduate, inadvertently acquires a remarkable system. Xia Ming becomes extraordinary. In terms of medical expertise, well, I may lack in that area, but by the next day, even the most skilled doctors cannot rival him. In terms of martial prowess, fine, I may not be your match today, but by tomorrow, even the grandmasters shall bow before him. In basketball, absolutely. I am the embodiment of the world's greatest basketball stars. Why would I fear you? As for wives, even better. Am accompanied by the beautiful CEO Lin and a young lady as lovely as a rose, each more enchanting than the last. How could you possibly compare? While you toil to acquire skills and pretend to be impressive, I am different. I possess an all-encompassing system. What skills do I lack? As long as I desire it, not even celestial beings can hinder me. In Xia Ming's words, with the system in my grasp, the world is mine. I am Xia Ming, and I speak for myself. In Jiangzhou City, a young man stands in a relatively quiet neighborhood. As dusk descends, the streets grow sparse with people. Yet, within this young man's eyes, fear and panic abound, especially after the recent incident that left him feeling as though he had encountered a ghost. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting host. Host essence matched the all-encompassing system successfully bound to the host. Xia Ming glances at the two unconscious thugs sprawled on the ground beside him, a wave of terror washing over him. Just moments ago, while returning home from an interview, he witnessed an elderly man on a tricycle being bullied by the two thugs. Anger surged within him. Although he had fought before, he had never stooped to tormenting the weak. This elderly man, merely scraping by collecting scrap, could scarcely earn a few coins in a month. The thugs had demanded 500 yuan, a sum that could sustain the old man for half a month. Driven by his compassionate heart, Xia Ming decisively taught the two bullies a lesson. Though he suffered a bruise on his back from a brick, he managed to send the thugs crashing to the ground. Yet, what frightened him most was not this confrontation. It was the elderly man who claimed to be an old Chinese medicine practitioner. As he examined Xia Ming's back, the sensation of warmth enveloped him, providing a comforting relief. He closed his eyes, allowing this feeling to wash over him for about 10 minutes. When he finally opened his eyes, he was startled to find that the old man had vanished. Did the old man leave on his own? Xia Ming fled the scene in a panic. Xia Ming's residence was a modest one-bedroom apartment he had rented for 1,000 yuan. Though not large, it was decent enough for Jiangzhou City, thanks in part to the landlord's generosity. Without it, this apartment would typically cost around 1,300. It was summer, and upon arriving home, Xia Ming was drenched in sweat. He took a refreshing cold shower, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Settling onto his simple sofa, he surveyed his sparsely furnished home. Just a sofa and a television, remnants of the previous tenant's belongings. Being a cleanliness enthusiast, Xia Ming kept his abode immaculate, creating a refreshing atmosphere even in the summer heat. How strange. Did I really hear someone speaking in my mind? What on earth is happening? Could it be a supernatural event? Xia Ming murmured to the ceiling as he reclined on the sofa. The earlier incident had nearly terrified him. The old man, who had been examining his back, had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a mysterious voice in his mind. He had heard ghost stories before, and with the darkness closing in, it was possible he had indeed encountered something otherworldly. Wait a minute, Xia Ming suddenly recalled. The old man had smiled and introduced himself as an old Chinese doctor, offering to examine the bruise on his back. In his pain, Xia Ming had not hesitated. He remembered seeing the old man produce a stone-like object and press it against him. A wave of warmth had surged through his body, leaving him in a daze. After about 10 minutes, he had opened his eyes to find the old man gone. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the world's most advanced technology, the all-encompassing system. Should you have any questions, this system will endeavor to assist you. Do you have any inquiries? Buzz. Xia Ming leapt from the sofa, startled, and shouted, "Who are you? Who is speaking to me?" His eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of the voice, but the silence intensified his fear. Could it be that I have truly encountered a supernatural event? Host, I'm the all-encompassing system, now residing within your being. Our fates are intertwined, your triumphs and losses are shared. Simply focus your thoughts, and I shall comprehend your desires. Xia Ming's body stiffened, his face paling with fear. He was merely an ordinary person. Even his robust stature could not withstand such an eerie occurrence. Timidly, he inquired, Who are you? Why have you entered my body? What do you want?" His legs trembled uncontrollably, his complexion pale, lips quivering, and despite just showering, he was once again drenched in sweat, beads trickling down his forehead. The voice echoed in his mind once more, explaining, I'm the all-encompassing system designed to cultivate you into an exceptional young individual. As for my origin, I am a product of advanced technology from many years hence. Soon, Xia Ming realized the system bore no malice, which relieved him considerably. However, doubts lingered. Was this truly a system, akin to those encountered by protagonists in novels? You are correct in your assumption. This system has indeed merged with you. He had always believed such tales to be mere fiction, yet here he was, astonishingly fortunate to find himself in such a predicament. He had graduated recently, struggling to find a suitable job due to his high standards and lack of skills, leaving him directionless for 2 months. To his astonishment, he had inexplicably obtained a system, leaving Xia Ming in disbelief. While he pondered this revelation, the system's voice resonated again. As you have recently acquired this system, it operates on principles of fairness. Therefore, you are entitled to a new user gift package as a reward. Would you like to accept it? Upon hearing this, Xia Ming quickly conveyed his intent. I accept. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill book and a vial of body enhancement liquid. Would you like to learn? Chapter 2. The enigmatic system. What exactly is a skill book? And what about this body enhancement liquid? The skill book serves as a conduit for the host to acquire various skills, enabling them to obtain particularly unique abilities. As for the body enhancement liquid, it enhances the host's physical attributes. At that moment, Xia Ming began to comprehend. These items held a specific significance. Having read a couple of novels centered around systems, he was somewhat familiar with these concepts. Learn, with Xia Ming's utterance, he felt a book materialize in his hands. However, as soon as the book appeared, it vanished from his sight. Subsequently, he realized his mind was flooded with an abundance of knowledge pertaining to the English language. Although he had attended university, his proficiency was limited to a mere level 4, which was commonplace in contemporary society. Yet, as a myriad of English knowledge surged into his consciousness, he was astonished to find himself deeply acquainted with even the most obscure vocabulary. Unable to contain his excitement, Xia Ming rushed to his computer and accessed an international website. Upon reading the text displayed on the screen, he was astounded. It was true. He could genuinely comprehend the words before him. Xia Ming could hardly fathom that he, who had only scraped through level 4 English, was now able to understand the content of foreign websites, which had previously seemed incomprehensible. He attempted to calm his racing heart. His mental resilience was commendable, and by this point, he had fully accepted the situation. He couldn't resist asking, System, could you enlighten me on your functionalities? Certainly, the system's mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Akin to a machine. This system is referred to as the Omni system, and its implications are self-evident. Within the Omni system, the host can acquire numerous skills, all aimed at molding the host into the ultimate versatile individual. It can be said that this system is omnipotent and all-encompassing. Xia Ming found himself growing drowsy as he listened, thinking to himself, this system boasts too much. At this rate, by the time it concludes its introduction, dawn will have arrived. Nevertheless, amidst the system's exposition, he discerned several crucial details, such as honor points, which function similarly to currency, allowing purchases within the system's marketplace. The system elaborated. Honor points enable the host to participate in lotteries, with each attempt costing 100 honor points. The host may also exchange these points for desired items, subject to one condition. Only items previously won in the lottery will appear in the system's marketplace. In other words, items that have never been obtained cannot be exchanged. Xia Ming grasped the system's mechanics. It was evident that resources within this system were not freely accessible. Accumulating a substantial amount of honor points was essential to acquire what he desired. Oh, and I must inform you that this system will not remain with the host indefinitely. If the host fails to meet the criteria of a versatile individual, this system will depart, and the host will face a dire consequence. The system warned. Are you joking? Xia Ming protested. This system never jokes, came the unwavering response. Xia Ming felt disheartened. He had envisioned a tranquil existence, relying on the system to live a leisurely life. It seemed his aspirations were merely fanciful dreams. Is there any chance you could leave my body? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Certainly, the system is prepared to initiate the termination process immediately. Wait. No. Let's discuss this. Xia Ming quickly interjected. I don't want you to leave. Frustration welled within him. He had initially thought the system would be a delightful companion, only to discover its stark reality. Aware that the system was not benevolent, he felt helpless. System, how many honor points do I currently possess? He asked. None whatsoever. What? Xia Ming expressed his dismay. Can't you spare me even a little? Look at others who receive systems. They always gain multiple benefits. Here I am, with just 2. Could you not show a shred of kindness? This system is not so well acquainted with you, it replied coldly. Xia Ming realized that relying on the system for favors was futile, leaving him feeling quite dejected. Suddenly, as he sank into the sofa, he winced. Recalling the bruise on his back. It dawned on him that he still possessed a bottle of body enhancement liquid. System, what functions does this body enhancement liquid possess? He asked eagerly. It enhances the host's physique, eliminates impurities from the body, and heals any injury sustained, the system explained. Excitement surged through Xia Ming. He couldn't believe his luck. Just moments ago, he was fretting over the bruise, and now a solution had presented itself. He examined the body enhancement liquid, housed in a clear white bottle, containing a fluid that resembled plain water. Hesitantly, he opened the bottle, bringing it closer to his nose. He frowned, perplexed by its lack of scent. Is this really effective? He questioned, skepticism creeping in. Yet, unable to resist, he swallowed the liquid. Almost immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Ouch! Xia Ming gasped, realizing the liquid seemed ineffective. System, what's going on? This doesn't appear to work. Are you selling me a subpar product? This system guarantees quality. However, the body enhancement liquid is not meant for consumption, it clarified. What? Not for drinking. How is it used, then? Xia Ming asked. Stunned. It is intended for bathing. You must be joking. Why didn't you mention that sooner? You didn't ask. The system replied matter-of-factly. I didn't inquire, but surely you could have mentioned it. This feels deceitful. Indeed, the system intended to impart a small lesson, ensuring Xia Ming understood its existence was genuine. Should there be no adverse effects from ingestion? He asked, suddenly anxious. As he spoke, a warm sensation enveloped his lower abdomen, leaving him parched and flushed. Spring brother. The name flashed in Xia Ming's mind, prompting an outburst of frustration. You've got to be kidding me. You made me consume spring brother. Regret washed over him. He wished he had sought clarification before consuming the liquid. The next morning, Xia Ming slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a torrent of curses. You wretched thing. He was aghast at his reflection, his eyes resembling those of a raccoon. While showering, he sensed something was amiss. Rushing to feel his back, he was astonished to discover the pain had vanished. Indeed, it was gone. He hurried to the mirror, turning to examine his back. The bruise, it's gone. After sustaining the injury, a dark mark had marred his back, but after a night's rest, it had completely disappeared, indicating the body enhancement liquid had indeed worked. I'll test it further, he resolved, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, and he felt a newfound strength coursing within. This is not a dream, it is reality. Chapter 3, Old Classmates. After taking a shower, Xia Ming pondered for a moment and murmured to himself, I haven't worked for several months now, and I barely have 2,000 yuan left. If I can't find a job this month, I might truly have to live on air. What should I do? To be honest, Xia Ming's character was somewhat lazy. Aside from lacking experience and having high expectations, he was also unwilling to do menial or laborious tasks. Perhaps I should attend the job fair today and try my luck. With this thought, Xia Ming grabbed his resume and headed out. It was Tuesday, and due to the summer heat, the relentless sun quickly rose to the sky, causing many to feel discontent. Fortunately, there was a bus stop right in front of his home. He spent 2 yuan to board the bus, which was quite cool, evidently air-conditioned. Xia Ming arrived at the Jiangzhou talent market, bustling with people. This job fair was the largest in Jiangzhou recently, with many individuals hurriedly seeking the positions they desired and submitting their resumes. Upon entering the venue, Xia Ming was immediately hit by a wave of heat that made him uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped inside and strolled around, discovering that most of the available positions were in sales. Xia Ming was reluctant to pursue such roles, to put it plainly, due to his laziness. Sales positions offered commissions, meaning the harder one worked, the more one earned. For someone as indolent as Xia Ming, the prospects appeared bleak. Alas, still no suitable job. With a frown, Xia Ming admitted to himself that he wasn't even sure what kind of job he was looking for. Deep down, he wished for a light office-based position, but it was clear that none could be found here. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I've got it, Xia Ming thought to himself. How clever am I? He quickly found a piece of cardboard and, after some contemplation, wrote, I am utterly unskilled and simply seeking an office job. If anyone is willing to hire me, please come quickly. Fair prices, no deception. Upon completing the sentence, Xia Ming found himself impressed by his own words. Thinking, when did I become so talented? He hung the sign around his neck and found a spot to sit on the ground, allowing his thoughts to wander. His proclamation attracted considerable attention, and soon a crowd began to gather. Pointing and whispering, look at this guy. Is he for real? Yes, seeking an office job while being utterly unqualified. Which company would want him? I bet he's just a recent graduate. Indeed, it was quite possible. Office jobs were hard to come by, and many were in the same boat, wishing for opportunities but finding none. Xia Ming was overly conspicuous, drawing even more attention, but he didn't mind, as long as he garnered interest. It was likely that several companies had noticed him. At that moment, a girl entered the talent market, dressed in a fitted blazer and a black skirt that barely grazed her knees. paired with black stockings. Her figure was strikingly alluring, particularly her long legs, rivaling even the most glamorous foreign models. She brushed her hair back, and her delicate features captured everyone's attention, making her the focal point of the job fair. Accompanying her was a well-dressed man whose polished shoes shone like mirrors. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Lin, why is our company here recruiting? This fair is too crowded and hot. Why don't you head back? And I'll take care of finding candidates." The stunning girl, Lin Wanging, furrowed her brows and replied, "As an employee of Xia Group, how can you not endure such minor discomforts? How will you manage at Xia Group in the future? Our company is a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, ranking among the top 10, with a valuation in the billions. Surely, we shouldn't be here to recruit." The man, Wang Tao, was indeed an employee of Xia Group, while Lin Wanging was its manager, known for her exceptional capabilities and prominence in Jiangzhou. Her presence at such a fair was surprising, as these venues often attracted outstanding talent. "All right then," Wang Tao conceded. Acknowledging her authority, just then, a commotion arose in the crowd, causing Lin Wanging to frown. It seemed people were gathering around something. She strode forward in her high heels, her beautiful eyes scanning the area, and landed on Xia Ming, seated on the ground. Upon noticing the sign around his neck, Lin Wanging appeared contemplative. Wang Tao, upon recognizing Xia Ming, involuntarily exclaimed, "Xia Ming." Lin Wanging, sensing Wang Tao's reaction, inquired, "Do you know him?" "Of course, how could I not?" Wang Tao replied, his voice tinged with disdain. Having been Xia Ming's classmate for 4 years in college, he was well acquainted with him. Their history was complicated. Xia Ming had been a prominent figure in school, while Wang Tao had also sought his place in the social hierarchy. Their rivalry intensified when they both pursued the same girl, with Xia Ming consistently overshadowing Wang Tao, even winning over the girl they both admired. Wang Tao had always resented Xia Ming for this. Curiosity piqued, Lin Wanging urged, "Do tell." Wang Tao, realizing the potential repercussions, thought, could Wanging have feelings for this guy? However, he continued, "This guy was my classmate. During our university years, he often got into fights and seemed more like a delinquent. His academic performance was abysmal. I couldn't find any redeeming qualities in him." As Wang Tao spoke, he disparaged Xia Ming, painting him as a failure. Lin Wanging glanced between Wang Tao and Xia Ming, feeling an inexplicable attraction to Xia Ming, prompting her to approach him. The crowd instinctively hushed, captivated by Lin Wanging's beauty. "Which university did you graduate from?" she asked. Xia Ming, momentarily distracted, returned to reality upon hearing her melodious voice. His first thought was gorgeous, as she embodied the ideal of beauty, captivating countless admirers with her fair skin, bright eyes, and exquisite features. "Jiangzhou University," Xia Ming replied instinctively. "Are you looking for an office job?" Lin Wanging's gaze flickered to his sign, her tone casual yet probing. "Yes, it's written right there," Xia Ming responded. "What skills do you possess?" She inquired further. "Does eating count?" he quipped. Laughter erupted around him, and Xia Ming felt somewhat bewildered. Why can't eating be a skill? He thought. Lin Wanging frowned and repeated, "Aside from eating, what else can you do?" Realizing the interest she had in him, Xia Ming attempted to present himself earnestly, eager to impress her. "I can do plenty. Besides eating, I can play, I can farm, I can walk." And he rambled on, eliciting laughter with every word. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, I can speak English too." Hearing so much from Xia Ming, Lin Wanging felt a bit dizzy, but fortunately, she maintained her composure. Being a president who emerged from a large corporation, she patiently listened until Xia Ming delivered his final statement, which illuminated her mind as if she had discovered a new world. "Do you speak English? What level are you?" Beside them, Wang Tao sensed something amiss and hurried to Lin Wanging's side. Unable to restrain himself, "Wanging, this guy is only at the 4-level English proficiency. I registered for the exam with him back in the day, and it took him 2 whole years to pass. He is a total academic underachiever." As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, Xia Ming finally noticed him and greeted with exaggerated warmth. It's class leader Wang Tao. It's been months since graduation. How have you been? Would you like me to treat you to a meal, so we can catch up?" This remark left Wang Tao puzzled, thinking, what scheme is this guy concocting? Chapter 4. System Mission. Despite Xia Ming's amiable demeanor, Wang Tao grew increasingly wary. "No thanks. I'm busy," he replied impatiently, waving his hand. At that moment, Lin Wanging shot a glare at Wang Tao, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. Realizing he had forgotten that Lin Wanging had been inquiring about Xia Ming. "Are you really at the 4-level English proficiency?" Lin Wanging asked, seeking confirmation. If Xia Ming truly was at that level, she would leave and disregard him, as their company was in need of a translator, particularly for English, and merely having a level 8 proficiency was insufficient. One must also be fluent and familiar with technical terms, a rare find indeed. "Yes, I am indeed at the 4-level English proficiency," Xia Ming replied, wearing an innocuous smile. See, I told you. Wang Tao interjected. He has never been a diligent student and is particularly lazy. We should head over there. Wang Tao was keen to remind Lin Wanging of their past grievances from university. And seeing Xia Ming in such a predicament, he was eager to show that while Xia Ming may have been impressive back then, in society, he was nothing. Thus, he spoke ill of Xia Ming in front of Lin Wanging, hoping to tarnish Xia Ming's reputation in her eyes. However, Lin Wanging was perceptive and quickly discerned the underlying tension between Wang Tao and Xia Ming. Yet upon hearing Xia Ming's claim, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps you do not meet our company's requirements, Lin Wanging gently declined. Wang Tao's expression brightened immediately, glaring at Xia Ming with a slight upward tilt of his chin, as if to provoke him. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming felt a rush of urgency. Just then, a beeping sound echoed in his mind. Host task. The host has entered the company of the beautiful woman before him. The system rewards the host with 100 honor points. Should the host fail, he will be deemed unqualified, resulting in a fate worse than death. We hope the host will strive to succeed. What is this? A system mission? The sudden task bewildered Xia Ming, prompting him to exclaim, why is the task coming so abruptly? What if I fail? Am I really facing such dire consequences? Indeed, came the reply, causing Xia Ming to panic. He had only wished to be an employee, idling in an office. The thought of facing annihilation was certainly unappealing to him. As Lin Wanging turned to leave, Xia Ming quickly called out, wait, I almost forgot to tell you. I may be at the 4-level proficiency, but my actual English skills far exceed the 8-level. I can converse effortlessly with foreigners and am well acquainted with numerous technical terms. As he mentioned technical terms, Lin Wanging, who had begun to walk away, abruptly halted, her exquisite face adorned with an indescribable beauty, filled with curiosity. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Xia Ming eagerly explained. Don't be deceived by him, Lin. This guy is a master of lies. I know his English level very well. Wang Tao interjected hastily. Xia Ming, now angered, retorted, Wang Tao, what do you mean? Am I a person of low character? How do you know my English level? Are you a parasite inside me? I say I'm at the 8 level, and you insist I'm at the 4-level. Is there such a person? For a moment, Xia Ming was genuinely furious, glaring at Wang Tao. Lin, you must believe me, Wang Tao urged desperately. But upon witnessing Lin Wanging's displeased expression, he quickly devised a plan. How about this? Let us put him to the test, since he claims to be at the 8 level and knows many technical terms. Why not have him translate this article? Lin Wanging, harboring doubts about Xia Ming's claims, recognized that achieving an 8-level proficiency was no small feat, and mastering technical terms required an extensive vocabulary, a testament to one's memory. Seeing Lin Wanging silent, Wang Tao hastily added, let me test him. With that, he pulled out his phone and began searching online. In this age, smartphones were akin to computers, highly advanced and incredibly convenient. After a brief search, he found a rather obscure article about machinery filled with specialized terminology, the kind that an average person would struggle to comprehend. Even professionals would require considerable time. Wang Tao chuckled inwardly, thinking, you wish to enter Xia Group? You should first take a good look at yourself. Observing Wang Tao's smirk, Xia Ming sensed his ill intentions but remained unfazed, confident in his capabilities. Xia Ming, here is an article. Since you claim to be at the 8 level and well-versed in technical terms, this should pose no challenge for you. Please translate it, Wang Tao ordered, his demeanor condescending, convinced that Xia Ming had no chance of joining Xia Group. Xia Ming merely glanced at Wang Tao, dismissing his phone, and scoffed. Do you expect me to do whatever you say? Wouldn't that be beneath my dignity? Wang Tao's face turned a shade of fury, barely restraining himself, especially with Lin Wanging present, that he managed to contain his anger and turned to Lin Wanging. How about this? If you can translate this article, I will hire you on the spot. With a monthly salary of 10,000. Lin Wanging took Wang Tao's phone, examined the article within, and inquired. All right, Lin, just remember, you made this offer. I expect you to honor it, Xia Ming replied, his eyes sparkling at the prospect of a 10,000 salary. A coveted opportunity, as many graduates only earned around 2,000 a month. Securing such a position would indeed be a rare stroke of luck. Lin Wanging felt a twinge of irritation. Would she renege on her word? After all, she was the president of Xia Group. Her word was her bond. Wang Tao, keenly observant, noticed Lin Wanging's stiff expression and seized the moment, pointing at Xia Ming with indignation. Xia Ming, do you even realize who Lin is? She is the chairwoman of Xia Group. Do you think everyone is as fickle as you? Upon uttering this, Wang Tao was nearly elated, reveling in the opportunity to showcase his superiority before Lin Wanging. Hoping she might regard him with newfound esteem, that he had long admired Lin Wanging, a beauty whose allure was undeniable, and he certainly wished to present his best self to her, though she had consistently ignored him. Very well, I shall translate it now. Xia Ming took the phone, glanced at it, and at that moment, Wang Tao smirked, thinking, let us see how you handle this. You can barely write a word on a daily basis. Yet you dare to pretend now. Today, I shall witness how you translate this article. If you fail, don't blame me for being merciless. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Ming remarked, "This is an article concerning machinery, focusing on mechanical design, which involves the enhancement of existing products through innovative designs to cater to human needs within the realm of applied technology and science. It encompasses various engineering disciplines, primarily studying product dimensions. As Xia Ming began translating, Wang Tao stood there, utterly astonished, eventually breaking into a sweat and gazing at Xia Ming in disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly translate such a complex article? This was a piece he had encountered online, laden with numerous technical terminologies, many of which were exceedingly obscure and widely used. It was inconceivable that Xia Ming could render it into another language. Even seasoned experts would struggle to translate with such fluency. Wang Tao was convinced that Xia Ming must have previously seen this article somewhere. He could not accept that Xia Ming was capable of such a feat, especially given his lackluster English skills prior to graduation. How could he possibly have acquired such a vast vocabulary in just a few days post-graduation? It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging, standing nearby, looked at Xia Ming with genuine surprise. Their company indeed required a highly specialized individual, particularly in the realm of English, yet such talents were exceedingly rare to find. She had searched for days without success, and while she had come across some professionals, they did not meet their stringent requirements. However, Xia Ming had ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Wanging. Indeed, he was the one. He would henceforth be an employee of Xia Group. Chapter 5. Wang Tao's Malice Manager Lin. This is impossible. He cannot possibly know so many technical terms. He is merely at the level of CET. How could he be familiar with so many specialized terms? As Wang Tao overheard the consideration of Xia Ming joining Xia Group, he immediately felt displeased. He worked tirelessly at Xia Group for a meager salary of 6,000 a month, a figure only inflated due to a family connection within the company. If Xia Ming were to join and earn 10,000 a month, Wang Tao's perceived superiority would vanish entirely. Wang Tao was a man who valued appearances greatly. Should Xia Ming secure a position at Xia Group, he would lose all sense of accomplishment before him. Even if Xia Ming had excelled in school, what did that matter in the real world? If Xia Ming were to earn a higher salary, Wang Tao's sense of superiority would be utterly obliterated. He could not bear the thought of being overshadowed again. Enough, Lin Wanging said, her expression slightly agitated as she cast a fierce glance at Wang Tao. Sensing her formidable presence, Wang Tao hastily fell silent. Lin Wanging, as the chairperson of Xia Group, naturally exuded an aura of authority. From now on, you will be an employee of Xia Group, and you shall work closely alongside me. Wang Tao's jealousy flared. To be in close proximity to Lin Wanging, a figure of such stature, was a tremendous honor, an opportunity that would greatly benefit his future endeavors. Yet Lin Wanging so casually allowed Xia Ming this privilege, which incited Wang Tao's envy further. Manager Lin, should we not test him further? Perhaps he is merely pretending. Maybe he has seen this article online and was fortunate enough to translate it correctly this time, Wang Tao suggested, unwilling to relent. Xia Ming shot an indignant glance at Wang Tao, reflecting, after all these years, Wang Tao remained the same, unable to tolerate anyone outshining him. You have already hindered my entry into Xia Group once. Must you continue to slander me before Manager Lin at this juncture? Xia Ming said with composure. What do you mean by luck? Is there such a thing as sheer coincidence? Xia Ming retorted. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Take a look at yourself. You aspire for something beyond your reach, an utter delusion. Wang Tao spat angrily. I shall not stoop to your level. Xia Ming replied, mindful of maintaining a commendable image before Lin Wanging. It was unwise to engage in disputes in front of a lady, as it would diminish his standing in her eyes. Predictably, Lin Wanging frowned at the exchange. Noticing her displeasure, Xia Ming smirked internally and proposed, Wang Tao, do not accuse me of lacking respect. If you can find another article and I fail to translate it correctly, I shall abide by your terms. However, if I succeed, you must stand on your hands for half an hour. Do you accept? Wang Tao's eyes lit up with excitement at the challenge. You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me later. Fine. If you lose, you will strip down and stand on your hands for half an hour here, Wang Tao declared. Lin Wanging's expression darkened at the wager, realizing that regardless of the outcome, it would tarnish Xia Group's reputation, inciting her ire. Well done, young man. While you gamble, we shall cheer for you from the sidelines, someone shouted enthusiastically. We believe in you. You shall surely prevail. It seemed Wang Tao was merely relying on his affiliation with Xia Group. But what merit did that confer? Why should he make things difficult for others? The murmurs grew louder, as the onlookers had overheard Wang Tao's antagonism towards Xia Ming. Why should one be favored to join Xia Group while others were subjected to unnecessary trials? Lin Wanging's countenance grew icy as she directed an irritated gaze towards Wang Tao, recognizing that his actions were tarnishing Xia Group's image. which significantly diminished her regard for him. With gritted teeth, Wang Tao searched online for another article, one pertaining to hydraulic engineering, filled with intricate content and specialized terminology that would typically require extensive research to comprehend. Even native speakers might struggle to translate it accurately. This is the one. If you can translate it, I will concede, Wang Tao asserted. Xia Ming, displaying impatience, replied, "Do I need your approval?" Wang Tao's face flushed with anger, yet he insisted, "You may proceed with the translation." Xia Ming glanced at the text before effortlessly conveying its meaning, flowing with such fluency that it appeared as though he had authored it himself, leaving Wang Tao in a state of shock. "I have completed the translation. Take a look and see if it meets your standards." Wang Tao's emotions oscillated between disbelief and humiliation. He had not anticipated Xia Ming's apparent proficiency in English. It felt as though he had received a resounding slap to the face. This was inconceivable. In that instant, Wang Tao's worldview crumbled. How could the Xia Ming who had once struggled to pass the CET for now possess such remarkable English skills? While Wang Tao was still reeling, Lin Wanging shot him a fierce glare, her fondness for him having plummeted to an all-time low. Wang Tao had indeed lost everything in this encounter. "You shall commence work at the company tomorrow," Lin Wanging stated. Thank you. Xia Ming exclaimed, elated. Freshly graduated, he had little experience, making it difficult for companies to consider him, especially with his high expectations of securing an office position. Yet, he had stumbled upon this remarkable opportunity at Xinghua Group, a renowned company in Jiangzhou. With a gleeful smile, Xia Ming removed the identification badge hanging around his neck and walked past Wang Tao, whose nostrils flared with anger. Clenching his fists, he felt that all his calculations had ultimately failed him. Once Xia Ming departed, Lin Wanging followed suit, intrigued by how a fresh graduate could possess such a profound command of English. Having graduated from Jiangzhou University herself, she was well aware of the institution's reputation. Curiosity piqued, she left the talent market, silently relieved that her visit had not been in vain. Upon returning home, Xia Ming suddenly recalled, "Darn it, I forgot to make Wang Tao stand on his hands." He had wagered with Wang Tao, and now, he regretted missing the opportunity. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the air. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning 100 honor points. You now have the opportunity to exchange these points for a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to proceed with the lottery?" Chapter 6, The First Lottery Draw. Lottery. Xia Ming was momentarily bewildered and quickly inquired, "Wait, what does this lottery entail?" "The lottery allows you to use 100 honor points for a single draw. Regardless of when you choose to draw, it will always cost 100 honor points, and during the process, you may receive something unexpected." The system categorizes the lottery process into 4 distinct types, each serving a unique purpose. The first category is skills, where you can acquire desired abilities such as culinary arts, medicine, martial arts, etc. The second category is attributes, which enhances your permanent attribute values and provides some experience points. The third category consists of consumables, offering one-time use items. The fourth category is special, which can bestow unique items upon you. "What must I do to draw the lottery now?" Xia Ming could not help but ask. The host merely needs to immerse their consciousness within the system, and the knowledge will reveal itself. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xia Ming silently thought, "Enter the system." When Xia Ming's consciousness returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar space before a large spinning wheel, which was divided into 4 sections: skills, attributes, consumables, and special. However, Xia Ming noticed a character attribute in the upper left corner and curiously asked, "System, what is this character attribute?" "It represents your attributes. You will know once you open it." The system replied in a mechanical tone. Xia Ming used his thoughts to access his attributes, and a series of dialog boxes appeared before him, displaying the following information: host name, Xia Ming; host gender, male; host age, 24; host position, a waste among the all-rounders. Note: the host is currently the weakest all-rounder, bringing shame to the all-rounder community. If he does not strive harder, he will remain a waste in the future. Host physical condition, good; host life skills, English level 8; host honor points, 100. Each lottery draw requires 100 honor points, and the host can also use honor points to purchase skills and regular items from the shop. However, items not yet drawn will not be displayed in the shop. System evaluation: the host possesses no skills and is the waste of wastes. It is time for the host to strive harder. Upon reading his introduction, Xia Ming contemplated, "It seems I am still just an ordinary citizen who knows nothing. Can I start the lottery now?" Xia Ming asked. "Yes." Hearing the system's affirmative response, Xia Ming felt a surge of joy and silently prayed, "Oh, heavenly deities, heed my call and bless me with a wonderful treasure. What I need most right now is a substantial amount of money." After this haphazard prayer, Xia Ming pressed the button on the lottery wheel. With a snap, the lottery began. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after a few seconds, it gradually slowed down, finally coming to a halt on the smallest section labeled skills. The lottery concluded. A golden treasure chest appeared, shimmering briefly in Xia Ming's mind before opening, revealing a technical book that floated into view. Xia Ming was astonished as he realized it was a medical skill. Instantly, the name of the skill book flashed in his mind, Grandmaster Medicine. Xia Ming understood that skills are graded, ranging from novice to grandmaster. To his surprise, he had drawn a grandmaster-level medical skill, leaving him bewildered. Aren't these supposed to be tiered? How did I suddenly draw a grandmaster's medical skill? This unexpected outcome was due to the fact that, as this was the host's first lottery, the system rewarded him with a grandmaster-level draw opportunity. Regardless of what the host obtained, it would elevate to the grandmaster level, serving as a reward. Such an opportunity would not be available again. What? Xia Ming felt a pang of disappointment. To have such a fortunate opportunity only to draw something seemingly trivial left him disheartened. Why does Lady Luck not favor me? Xia Ming wished to draw again but realized he had no honor points left. Making another draw impossible, feeling somewhat gloomy, he commanded, learn medicine. Suddenly, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded Xia Ming's mind. As if he had absorbed the pinnacle of medical expertise. He discovered that he could treat any disease in the world. A revelation that left him astonished. This medical skill was astonishingly powerful, making him feel as though even Hua Tua would pale in comparison. However, Xia Ming was truly exhausted after spending so much time at the job market. Upon returning home, he lay down for a long sleep, unaware of how long he had slumbered. When he finally awoke, it was already the next morning, and he realized he had slept for a full 18 hours. Leaving him incredulous. When did I become this lazy? He mumbled drowsily. I woke up naturally, and now it's 8 o'clock. As he opened his eyes, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Xia Ming hastily got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom, completing his morning routine in just 5 minutes. He then grabbed the bag he had bought for $100 and left his home. Arriving at the Xinhua group, he noticed it was already around 9:30. Xia Ming's heart sank. How could this happen? I felt like I had gone to bed early enough. How did I wake up so late? Am I getting old? No, old people don't sleep this long. Why is it that I can sleep so much? Perplexed, he stood before the impressive Xinhua group building and felt a sense of awe. Looking up at the towering skyscraper, he shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder this is a $100 billion company. Only a conglomerate like Xinhua Group could possess an entire building in such a prime location. After taking a moment to admire the structure, Xia Ming entered the building and took the elevator to the 13th floor. The entire floor was dedicated to the marketing department, indicating its significance as one of the core departments of Xinhua Group. Indeed, the marketing department enjoyed the best treatment within the company, as the vast majority of the group's revenue came from this sector, representing a significant portion of Xinhua Group's assets. As a recent graduate, Xia Ming felt fortunate to have secured a job in such a coveted position, where only the elite were employed. Upon entering the marketing department, Xia Ming was greeted by the sight of bustling activity. However, he also sensed an undercurrent of tension and urgency among his colleagues, as if something significant had occurred. Look who it is, our Xia Ming, Wang Tao sneered, having noticed Xia Ming's arrival. After being humiliated by Xia Ming the previous day, he harbored resentment. Why should this little rogue have better fortune than him? Thus, Wang Tao came to Xinhua Group with the intention of undermining Xia Ming, hoping to show him that he was a force to be reckoned with in the company. However, Wang Tao was increasingly frustrated. He had waited at the elevator entrance since 8 o'clock, expecting to see Xia Ming, but had not caught sight of him until now, at 9:30. The delay infuriated him. How could anyone dare to be late at such a prestigious company? Yet here was Xia Ming, not only late but making him wait for 2 whole hours. When Wang Tao finally saw Xia Ming, he spoke with a sharp tone. What is the matter? Is this how you conduct yourself at work? Look at the time. You might as well come back tomorrow. Wang Tao's loud voice drew attention, and many turned to observe the scene, whispering among themselves as they witnessed Wang Tao reprimanding Xia Ming. Look, who is that? How can he be scolded by Wang Tao? It is said that General Lin personally recruited a newcomer. I truly wonder how this individual managed to evade General Lin's discerning eye. Allegedly, he graduated from Jiangzhou University, a prestigious institution, yet he appears to possess no sense of time. The clock is nearing 10. If he delays any longer, he will miss the end of the workday. Working alongside such a person is utterly embarrassing. You mentioned he graduated from Jiangzhou University, and it is rumored that our esteemed General Lin also hails from the same institution. Do you think there might be a connection between them? It seems improbable. What merits could he possibly possess to be worthy of our General Lin? She is one of the 3 beauties of Jiangzhou, and only genuine talents could capture her attention. What does he have to offer? Could it be that this fellow is a relative of General Lin? Nonsense. There is no way General Lin would have such a useless relative. That is simply inconceivable. Xia Ming, with his remarkable hearing, caught every word of their discussion. Their remarks made him frown slightly. Clearly, his standing within the company is precarious. Yet, he was perplexed. He had not offended anyone. So why was he being regarded in such a manner? At that moment, he glanced at Wang Tao, and upon seeing a glimmer of delight in Wang Tao's eyes, it dawned on him that this was all orchestrated by that brat. Chapter 7. Lin Wanging's trouble. Why should it matter to you whether I come or not? You are not my superior. Why should I heed your words? Xia Ming retorted with some disdain. What? You think you can justify being late? If everyone in the company behaved like you, we might as well close our doors, Wang Tao admonished, unable to contain his indignation. The operation of the company is not for you to decide. Xia Ming muttered under his breath. Though his voice was barely audible, it reached Wang Tao's ears, nearly causing him to faint from rage. He felt a fire of fury igniting within him. What a disgraceful troublemaker. Wang Tao was at a loss for words, while Xia Ming strode past him, clearing a path as he made his way to Lin Wanging's office. Situated at the back, it was the most prominent one. At that moment, Xia Ming dismissed Wang Tao entirely, viewing him as nothing more than a clown. He soon arrived at Lin Wanging's office, but just then, a piercing scream shattered the air. Initially, Xia Ming thought he had misheard. Pausing in confusion, however, upon hearing a second scream accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a surge of anger welled up within him. How could such an incident occur in broad daylight? It was intolerable. Inside the office, Lin Wanging appeared disheveled, her hair cascading down, and one of her delicate feet, clad in a black high heel, seemed injured. Yet, she glared furiously at an older man who was fixated on her. His eyes brimming with raw possessiveness. Lin Wanging, if you agree to be my mistress, I will sign this contract with you, and your Shenyuan group can avoid this crisis. Your company will not face the threat of a severed financial chain. The old man proclaimed. Lin Wanging's anger made her chest rise and fall, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Suddenly, the office door was flung open, and upon seeing Xia Ming, her body jolted. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of safety in his presence. The older man was briefly startled, but quickly regained his composure, his face darkening as he barked. Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Do you not realize I am in negotiation with your General Lin? Truth be told, the aura emanating from the older man was somewhat intimidating, but Xia Ming paid him no heed. How could such a stunning young woman as General Lin be subjected to the likes of this old man, who could easily be her father? It was unacceptable for him to threaten her. Xia Ming, who could not abide the sight of a woman being bullied, especially one as beautiful as General Lin, advanced toward the older man until he stood directly in front of him, causing the man to step back in fear. The proximity unnerved the older man. Xia Ming was youthful and robust, while he himself was aged. Though internally shaken, he maintained a stern facade. Warning, who are you? I warn you, hitting someone is against the law. Xia Ming met the man's threat with unwavering resolve. He harbored no fondness for such bullies, especially those who preyed on women. It seemed this old fool was likely married, perhaps even with children older than Xia Ming. Why was he engaging in such disgraceful conduct? Under normal circumstances, Xia Ming might have refrained from such an outburst. But witnessing Lin Wanging's distress ignited his fury. He locked eyes with the older man, who, upon realizing Xia Ming's unflinching demeanor, became increasingly enraged. However, when the man met Xia Ming's gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Xia Ming's eyes resembled unfathomable depths, cold and terrifying, as if they could tear him apart. Just a single glance sent a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. How dare you bully my wife? Today you will learn why flowers bloom red, Xia Ming declared, his anger palpable. Upon uttering these words, Lin Wanging's face flushed crimson. For years, she had navigated the challenges of running a vast enterprise, enduring countless grievances. She had often fantasized about a gallant prince swooping in to rescue her from her trials. Yet, throughout all these years, she had never encountered such a situation. Now, seeing Xia Ming, her unexpected knight in shining armor, her heart raced inexplicably. Xia Ming glared at the old man, contemplating that such a malevolent individual deserved to be dealt with severely. Yet, he remained composed, knowing he could not truly kill him, although administering a sound beating was certainly within reason. With a swift motion, Xia Ming delivered a resounding slap to the old man's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. It had been years since anyone had dared to strike him, and now he was left enraged. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? You'll regret this. Seeing Xia Ming's violent outburst startled even Lin Wanging. She could hardly believe her eyes. The man before her was Guo Haifei, the president of the Northern Group, a company that rivaled their Shenyuan group. To think he would be struck here was beyond belief. You think you can threaten me? Xia Ming scoffed, then extended his hand again to deliver several more slaps to Guo Haifei's face. You said I was finished. Do you think you can kill me? At your age, you should know better than to bully a young girl. This slap is for my wife. With each strike, Xia Ming articulated his intentions. This one is for me. Another slap followed. This one is for the two of us. And yet another. These slaps are for all the women who have suffered. Before long, Guo Haifei's face resembled that of a swollen pig. At last, Lin Wanging could no longer bear to watch. She hurriedly grasped Xia Ming's arm, exclaiming, Xia Ming, stop. If you continue, you might kill him. It is not worth sacrificing yourself for such scum. Xia Ming delivered one final, forceful slap to Guo Haifei's face, saying, my wife is right. It is indeed not worth it to jeopardize oneself for such a person. I will let him go today. When Xia Ming uttered the term wife, Lin Wanging seemed to overlook it entirely, yet Guo Haifei heard every word. Xia Ming had called her that several times, and she had not objected, igniting a fire of rage within him. You will all pay for this. Guo Haifei seethed, his words faltering under the weight of his humiliation. What? You dare to threaten me? Just wait until I deal with you. Xia Ming delivered a swift kick to Guo Haifei, sending him tumbling out of the office. At that moment, two individuals rushed in from outside, their eyes widening in shock upon seeing their boss in such a disheveled state. Guo, what has happened to you? Let's get you to the hospital. Guo Haifei was genuinely frightened. Xia Ming's violence was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Fearing for his life, he allowed the two to hastily escort him away. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging's office, being situated further inside and well insulated, remained oblivious to the commotion. Once Guo Haifei had departed, Xia Ming turned anxiously to Lin Wanging. My dear, are you all right? That old man didn't he harm you, did he? Are you injured? As he surveyed Lin Wanging's slightly disheveled attire, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Strangely, upon gazing at her exquisite visage, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He realized, with a jolt, that he was indeed falling in love, something he hadn't felt in years. To his astonishment, the object of his affections was none other than his direct superior, Lin Wanging. Feeling Xia Ming's concern stirred something within Lin Wanging, a flicker of emotion she could not quite comprehend. Yet, when she heard him refer to her as my dear, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding erratically. How infuriating. I am not your dear, she retorted, casting him a disapproving glance that, unbeknownst to her, appeared flirtatious in Xia Ming's eyes, nearly melting his heart. In that moment, Xia Ming's perception of Lin Wanging shifted. He understood, from that instant onward, that he had truly developed feelings for her. From their initial interview to this day, he had genuinely fallen for her. Chapter 8. The emergence of medical skills. Wait, how have I become like this? My gaze resembles that of those shameless women, Lin Wanging pondered, momentarily taken aback, typically serious and commanding as the esteemed Lin. She found herself inexplicably drawn to Xia Ming, her demeanor shifting to something more seductive, leaving her utterly perplexed. Her cheeks burned as if feverish, and Xia Ming's heartbeat quickened at the sight of her blushing face. He hadn't anticipated that the bashful Lin Wanging could be so enticing, her very presence exuding a mature allure. Both were 24 years old, yet neither had experienced the thrill of romance until now. Following a tumultuous past, Xia Ming felt a renewed sense of purpose. What is your name? Xia Ming suddenly inquired, adopting a serious tone. Lin Wanging, taken aback by his abrupt shift, felt a strange sense of security in his seriousness. I am Lin Wanging, she replied shyly. I have made my decision, Ms. Lin, Xia Ming declared earnestly. What decision? Lin Wanging questioned. Bemused. I want to be your man, and for you to be my wife, he proclaimed with conviction. Lin Wanging was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated such a bold confession. Her heart raced like a startled doe, and she lowered her gaze, feeling as bashful as a young girl. It won't be that easy to become my man, she retorted playfully. The moment those words escaped her lips, she too was taken aback. How could I say that? When did I become so brazen? Embarrassment washed over her, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Xia Ming, however, was overjoyed. Yes, I will have a wife. This is wonderful, he reveled in his happiness. Hardly able to believe how swiftly he had fallen for Lin Wanging after just 2 encounters. It felt as if fate had orchestrated their meeting. Dear, that old man didn't he harm you, did he? Should I deal with him? Xia Ming asked, his excitement evident. Lin Wanging rolled her eyes at him. This is a society governed by law. Such impulsive actions could lead to trouble, she cautioned. All right, I'll heed your advice, he responded cheerfully. Lin Wanging huffed, pursing her lips. I'm not your wife yet. If you wish to pursue me, you must first satisfy my standards. I only have eyes for truly capable men. To her surprise, Lin Wanging found herself speaking so freely, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Xia Ming chuckled. What constitutes true capability? While I may not boast of many skills, I am confident that no one can surpass me in talent. With my all-encompassing system, who could rival me? Her words seemed to affirm that he was indeed the man she sought. What are you laughing about? Lin Wanging asked, her tone tinged with shyness. I've just noticed something. Xia Ming teased. What is it? She inquired, curiosity piqued. Your earlier statement, he replied. What about it? She queried, puzzled. Once, Xia said her destined hero would come riding on a rainbow, Xia Ming explained. What does that have to do with me? Lin Wanging was growing increasingly confused. It has everything to do with you. In my heart, you are Xia, and I am your destined hero, he declared. How absurd. Upon realizing his intentions, Lin Wanging couldn't suppress a smile, feeling a delightful thrill at his playful banter. Suddenly, Lin Wanging stumbled, a sharp pain coursing through her, and she cried out as she lost her balance, her eyes widening at the sight of shattered glass on the floor. Panic surged through her. Am I about to be disfigured? She closed her eyes in despair, imagining the worst outcomes. Xia Ming, reacting instinctively, lunged forward just in time to catch her. Oof, he exclaimed as she landed atop him. Dear, if you don't get up, you're going to crush me. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Lin Wanging opened her eyes, realizing she was safe in Xia Ming's embrace. Xia Ming, are you all right? She asked in a flurry of concern. He forced a smile, replying, if you don't get off soon, I might not be. If the circumstances were different, Xia Ming might have willingly remained in that position. However, the shards of glass embedded in his back were causing him excruciating pain, piercing into his flesh and rendering him nearly incapacitated. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancements from the strengthening liquid, his body was more resilient than the average person. Although the glass shards had embedded themselves in his back, the damage was not severe. It was merely painful. Yes, I'll get up now. Lin Wanging, realizing her inappropriate position atop Xia Ming, attempted to rise. However, a sudden pain in her foot caused her to collapse back onto him, eliciting a sharp breath from Xia Ming as he gasped in discomfort. The fiery pain in his back intensified, prompting him to inhale sharply. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Wanging panicked momentarily. Xia Ming supported her, trying to lift himself first. At that moment, the glass shards had penetrated deeply into his flesh, and despite the enhancements, he could not withstand such torment indefinitely. It's all right. Just stay still. Xia Ming reassured her, noticing that her ankle had become swollen and red. He then carefully lifted Lin Wanging into his arms, causing her to gasp in surprise, feeling somewhat flustered. Don't move. Your ankle is injured. Any sudden movements will only exacerbate the injury. His serious tone calmed her considerably. As he carried her, Lin Wanging found herself entranced by the gravity in his expression, her heart inexplicably racing. Xia Ming gently placed her on the sofa and examined her ankle. At that moment, Lin Wanging, having regained her composure, noticed Xia Ming's attention on her delicate foot and instinctively wanted to retract it. But before she could, Xia Ming's voice halted her. Don't move. Upon hearing him, she froze, captivated by his intense gaze that made her heart flutter, momentarily forgetting her pain. As Xia Ming removed her elegant high heel, revealing her exquisite foot, Lin Wanging, lacking stockings that day, felt her natural beauty far surpass those adorned in hosiery. Xia Ming gazed at her dainty foot, struck by its perfection, and Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed crimson under his scrutiny. She thought to herself, how can he stare at me like that? This was Lin Wanging's first experience of having her foot handled so intimately by a male, and Xia Ming, sensing the awkwardness, coughed to dispel the tension. Let me massage your ankle. It may hurt at first, but soon it will feel much better. Okay. Lin Wanging shyly nodded, turning her head away to avoid meeting his gaze. When Xia Ming's large hands made contact with her ankle, she involuntarily shivered. Xia Ming noticed her reaction but remained focused on his task. Suddenly, a sharp pain made Lin Wanging nearly shed tears, but soon she felt warmth emanating from his hands, providing an indescribable comfort. His agile fingers pressed gently, alleviating her discomfort with each touch. After about 10 minutes, Xia Ming finally relaxed, noting that her swelling had subsided. All right, avoid strenuous activity for the next few days, and you'll be fine. Lin Wanging glanced at her ankle in disbelief, moving it slightly and realizing the pain had vanished. Xia Ming, did you really heal my foot? Are you skilled in medicine? Let me tell you, your husband is capable of anything. Healing is but a trivial matter, Xia Ming boasted, relishing the admiration of the girl he fancied. Lin Wanging shot him a skeptical glance, replying, I don't believe you. Why is it that the truth is so often hard to believe? Xia Ming lamented, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Because you are not an easy person to believe. Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed again, realizing she had blushed more today than ever before. Perhaps she truly had developed feelings for him. This startling realization left her questioning the nature of her emotions, especially after Xia Ming's dramatic entrance earlier. Just then, Wang Tao's voice broke the moment. Rushing into the room, Lin Wanging immediately regained her composure, taking her seat as Xia Ming observed her with a faint smile before settling into a nearby chair. Upon entering the office, Wang Tao's eyes widened in shock at the sight of a large hole in the door. Clearly kicked in. Has there been a burglary? But even thieves wouldn't destroy property this way, he pondered, his expression turning serious. Or did Xia Ming resort to violence? The thought sent a thrill through him. If Xia Ming had harmed Lin Wanging, it could be his chance to shine. Without hesitation, Wang Tao rushed in, striking a defensive pose and shouting, How dare you, Xia Ming, in broad daylight. However, his bravado faltered as he noticed the incredulous expressions on Lin Wanging and Xia Ming's faces. Is this a scene from a drama? Xia Ming mused, taken aback by Wang Tao's comical stance. Wang Tao, what are you doing? Lin Wanging's voice cut through the tension, her expression icy. Wang Tao, are you all right? He stammered, sensing her displeasure. Oh, I look like someone who is unwell? she retorted, her piercing gaze making him shudder. Did you not think to knock before entering? Your behavior is utterly unprofessional. Wang Tao stammered. I thought I saw him or .gu leave in anger and assumed something was wrong. But it's 10 o'clock, and Xia Ming has tea even arrived yet, he continued, raising his voice. Such disregard for company protocol is unacceptable, and we should eliminate such a scoundrel immediately. As he criticized Xia Ming, Lin Wanging's expression darkened. If Xia Ming had arrived late, she would have preferred it that way. Otherwise, she would have been at the mercy of Gu Haifei's bullying. Moreover, she had developed a fondness for Xia Ming, making Wang Tao southwards perilously close to crossing a line. Before Wang Tao could finish, Lin Wanging's calm voice interjected, Are you done? Her interruption left him unsettled, and he stuttered, Why yes, I'm done. Upon finishing, you are to leave immediately and submit a written self-reflection in the afternoon. Suddenly, Lin Wanging erupted in anger. Seeing her in such a furious state took even Xia Ming by surprise. Just moments ago, she had embodied the demeanor of a delicate young lady, but now she transformed into a dignified and commanding CEO, leaving Xia Ming bewildered. Could it be that girls are such capricious creatures? The stark contrast in her demeanor was astonishing. For a moment, Xia Ming was left speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, who was being reprimanded, lowered his head, too intimidated to utter a word. After Lin Wanging instructed him to leave the office, he reluctantly exited, mumbling, How could this happen? Why did the CEO scold me so fiercely? It was clearly Xia Ming who was nearly 2 hours late. Isn't Lin always the one who despises tardiness? Wang Tao was baffled by the turn of events. He had intended to speak ill of Xia Ming to Lin Wanging, hoping she would dismiss him. But instead, his petty report had backfired, leading him to face the CEO's ire. Not only was he reprimanded, but he was also required to write a self-reflection. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Little did Wang Tao know the circumstances that transpired that day. Otherwise, he would have certainly refrained from his actions. Once Wang Tao departed, Lin Wanging's expression softened considerably. Xia Ming, displaying a feigned fearful demeanor, remarked, Wife, your angry look is quite frightening. If you don't obey me in the future, I shall treat you the same way, Lin Wanging replied, casting Xia Ming a playful glance, her lips pouting adorably, reminiscent of a typical young girl. Understood. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall never go west. If you tell me to go west, I shall never go east, Xia Ming pledged earnestly, witnessing Xia Ming's comical antics. Lin Wanging couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter blooming like a radiant lily, captivating Xia Ming in awe. Wife, you ought to smile more often. Your smile is truly enchanting. No way, Lin Wanging responded, pouting her lips. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Wanging. I heard you arrived at the office at 9:30 today, correct? Her large, captivating eyes locked onto Xia Ming, who instinctively averted his gaze. Feeling a sense of guilt, Xia Ming reflected. It's all my fault for sleeping in until 8 and getting stuck in traffic. I ended up being late. Yes, perhaps, he replied, his eyes darting away. Very well, Lin Wanging declared, her tone shifting, a hint of mischief gleaming in her beautiful eyes. You must write a self-reflection of no less than 10,000 words today. Should you fall short, you will face my wrath. Furthermore, due to your 2-hour tardiness, company policy dictates a penalty of 500 per hour. Given your insincere apology, I will deduct 1,000 from your salary today. Wife, please, I am fine with the self-reflection, but do not cut my salary, Xia Ming implored upon hearing of the deduction. He was currently without a penny to his name and feared becoming destitute. With a monthly salary of 10,000, what is a deduction of 1,000 to you? What do you need all that money for? Lin Wanging inquired suddenly. Alarmed, Xia Ming replied, To eat, of course. My appetite has increased recently, and I cannot satisfy my hunger. You know, I just graduated and have been job hunting for 2 months, and I have absolutely no money left. If you withhold my salary, you may never see your husband again. Xia Ming painted a dismal picture of his circumstances, and indeed, Lin Wanging began to feel a pang of sympathy for him. She remembered her own struggles upon graduation, having nothing to her name and relying solely on herself, enduring hardships without a single soul to confide in. How about I don't deduct your salary? Lin Wanging proposed, her voice laced with uncertainty. Wife, you truly care for your husband, Xia Ming replied joyfully. However, seeing his exuberance, Lin Wanging suddenly adopted a serious expression. It must be deducted, and I shall take 2,000. Why? Xia Ming was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, it was a deduction of 1,000, and now it had escalated to 2,000. That was a fifth of his salary. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging thought to herself, they say men with money become corrupt and indulge in debauchery. I shall not make it easy for you. Do you think I am a fool? You cannot possibly consume 10,000 worth of meals monthly. Are you a glutton? Seeing the tragic expression on Xia Ming's face brought an inexplicable delight to Lin Wanging. as though her playful torment of him brought her joy. Very well, you may leave now. Xia Ming exited the office, looking dejected. After he left, Lin Wanging could no longer contain her laughter, though her delicate visage flushed like a sunset. When did I become like this? I am the CEO, after all. Reflecting on this, Lin Wanging felt a tinge of embarrassment. Of course, Xia Ming was oblivious to her internal struggle. Leaving the office in a state of discontent. He never imagined he would be subjected to a 2,000 deduction. He barely had that amount to his name. Feeling disheartened, Xia Ming arrived at his workplace, where Wang Tao was casting him a disapproving glare. Xia Ming chose to ignore it that moment. A supervisor named Chen Shui approached him. You must be Xia Ming, whom the CEO hired? Yes, and you are? Xia Ming assessed the woman before him. She was voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, particularly in her casual attire, a black skirt that accentuated her fair legs, paired with a white blouse. There was a mature allure about her that captivated Xia Ming, yet he maintained a demeanor of indifference. It wasn't that he lacked interest. Rather, he was determined to remain faithful to his newly acquainted wife. After all, the consequences of infidelity were dire, and he wished to avoid a fate akin to those depicted in dramas, ending up in a police station. I am Chen Shui, the sales department supervisor. I came to inform you that your office will be over there. She gestured towards a nearby desk, which was modestly equipped with a computer and some files. Fortunately, it was unoccupied, meaning Xia Ming would work there from now on. Thank you, Xia Ming nodded, expressing his gratitude that if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me or seek assistance from others, Chen Shui offered. Understood, Xia Ming replied, pondering what difficulties he might face, aside from financial ones. Once Chen Shui departed, Xia Ming settled into his designated seat, reveling in the realization that he could indeed occupy an office. This sensation was exhilarating. He had thought that upon graduating, he might spend his life laboring in the countryside alongside his parents. Never imagining he would have the privilege of an office job. If his parents knew, they would undoubtedly be thrilled. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings, he noted the bustling activity of his colleagues. Likely motivated by the promise of generous commissions, however, he noticed a neighboring desk adorned with cartoon characters, likely belonging to a girl who was either absent or on leave. Shaking his head, Xia Ming felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Having spent some time there without any tasks to undertake, he reluctantly powered on the computer. Upon seeing the interface, he felt a surge of excitement. It wasn't that he had never used a computer before. He had taken classes in school, but the computers there lacked internet access, making them rather uninteresting. Now, however, this computer was his office tool, giving him a sense of ownership. He powered it on. And although he wasn't particularly tech-savvy, he managed to navigate the startup process. Once the desktop appeared, he discovered a range of frequently used office applications, which momentarily disappointed him. Fortunately, he noticed a QQ login software and a QQ gaming application, which piqued his interest. Xia Ming, feeling a surge of excitement, opened the QQ application and logged into his account, one he had used for countless years, albeit infrequently. Upon logging in, he noticed his QQ avatar flashing incessantly. Curiously, he clicked on the avatar, only to find a friend request waiting for him. This puzzled him greatly. Who could it be? Upon glancing at the username I am truly a superstar, Xia Ming couldn't help but respond with a hint of irritation. I am truly a superstar. Well, I am indeed a millionaire. Ironically, his own username was I am truly a millionaire as well. However, the avatar was blank, suggesting the person was likely unavailable. Shaking off his thoughts, Xia Ming opened a QQ game, engaging in a round of Happy Landlord, which captivated him for the entire morning. His joyous tokens remained steadfast at around 2,000, neither increasing nor decreasing, yet he found delight in the game. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. System task. Assist Lin Wanging in resolving a crisis at her company. Reward, 100 honor points. Xia Ming gasped in surprise. Fortunately, it was time to clock out, or else others might have thought him mad. However, he was perplexed. It appeared that his wife's company was facing a crisis. Yet he was completely unaware of any such predicament. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he realized that since the system had assigned him a task, his wife must indeed be in trouble. Lin Wanging was his beloved wife. And though he harbored affections for other women, his loyalty to her was unquestionable. The idea that someone would dare to bully her was utterly intolerable, while he might tolerate others mistreating him. He could not allow anyone to mistreat his wife. Perhaps this steadfastness was foolish, but to Xia Ming, a wife was meant to be cherished, especially one as beautiful as Lin Wanging. Neglecting to love her would surely invite misfortune. By now, it was midday, and surely his wife must be hungry. With this thought in mind, Xia Ming made his way to Lin Wanging's office. Upon arrival, he found her furrowed in concentration, absorbed in her documents. Completely oblivious to his presence, suddenly, Xia Ming spoke up. Wife, shall we go out for lunch? Startled by the unexpected voice, Lin Wanging looked up to see Xia Ming and replied, "You go ahead. I still have work to finish." However, Xia Ming was undeterred by her response. He grasped her hand and gently pulled her towards the exit, insisting, "Wife, a person is made of iron, and a meal is made of steel. Skipping one meal can leave one famished. Regardless of how much work there is, one must find a balance between labor and rest. Look at you. In just a short while, you've already lost weight, and it pains my heart to see." His words warmed Lin Wanging's heart. She relished the feeling of being cared for, and the shadows of her earlier worries dissipated. With a sweet smile, she replied, "You're right. We must eat. Do take care. My dear. I bet you've been burning the midnight oil these past years. Haven to you. Let me tell you, staying up late hastens a woman's aging process and can even diminish her beauty." Xia Ming remarked thoughtfully, "How did you know I've been staying up late?" Lin Wanging asked, taken aback. She had been fretting over her company's issues and had struggled to sleep at night. "How could your husband not know? I am, after all, a skilled physician," Xia Ming declared proudly. Lin Wanging rolled her eyes playfully and retorted, "If you're a physician, then I must be Hua Tua reincarnated." "I truly am a skilled physician," Xia Ming replied, somewhat dejected. "All right, I will take your word for it," Lin Wanging said with a smile. Seeing her expression, Xia Ming understood that she remained skeptical. In her view, if he were indeed a skilled physician, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. They left the office together, and as they walked out, the other employees said nothing, as Xia Ming was Lin Wanging's hired English translator. Always on call for her needs, they assumed she had some business that required his assistance, completely unaware that she would be dining with a man. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xia Ming asked, "Wife, what would you like to eat?" "I'm not sure," Lin Wanging replied, pondering her options. Having dined at many places, she found it difficult to decide. "How about I take you somewhere delicious?" Xia Ming suggested. His excitement palpable. Do you know a good place? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Indeed. I know a fantastic spot where I used to eat frequently. Shall I take you there?" Xia Ming exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of revisiting a cherished dining experience. "Sounds great. Lead the way," Lin Wanging replied enthusiastically. "Let us go." Xia Ming responded, hailing a taxi. He hesitated briefly, considering the 2-kilometer distance to their destination and the sweltering heat, realizing he could not let his wife take the bus or walk, as it would surely tire her out. Thus, he decided to splurge on the taxi fare, even though he felt a pang of regret at spending 7 yuan from his dwindling 2,000 yuan salary. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, a bustling intersection near Jiangzhou University. Lin Wanging expressed her surprise. "Why have you brought me to Jiangzhou University? Is the food really nearby?" "Of course," Xia Ming affirmed. Stopping in front of a noodle shop. As they entered, Lin Wanging felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Her first meal out with a boyfriend was at a noodle shop, a rather peculiar choice. Xia Ming, brimming with enthusiasm, called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, extra beef, please." "Coming right up," the owner replied promptly. Xia Ming swiftly pulled out a chair for Lin Wanging, urging her to sit. As they settled at the table, the couple drew the attention of many passers-by, captivated by Lin Wanging's beauty. Xia Ming felt a surge of protectiveness. She was his wife, and he believed she should only be admired by him. Though he recognized her beauty was a natural attraction, he still felt a twinge of jealousy. Soon, steaming bowls of beef noodles were placed before them, the tantalizing aroma making their mouths water. "Wife, dig in," Xia Ming encouraged, eagerly grabbing his chopsticks. As he savored his meal, he reminisced, "You know, during my university days, I loved coming here for beef noodles. Not only are they affordable, but the owner is incredibly kind. And the portions are generous." Lin Wanging, enticed by the delightful scent, found herself enjoying her first taste of such delicious noodles. Having dined around Jiangzhou University before, she had never encountered this particular establishment, leading her to wonder if it was a recent opening. "How is it, my dear? I told you this place was fantastic," Xia Ming inquired, watching her delight. "It's indeed quite good," Lin Wanging replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Suddenly, Xia Ming felt an urgent need to excuse himself. "Wife, I need to step out for a moment. You continue eating. I'll be right back." "Okay," Lin Wanging nodded. He hurried towards the restroom, glancing around until he spotted the men's sign, which reassured him as he entered. The restroom was rather small, accommodating only a few individuals at a time. Inside, he encountered a well-dressed man in his 40s, exuding an air of success at that moment. The man was washing his hands. However, as Xia Ming entered the restroom, his attention was immediately drawn to the middle-aged gentleman. Surprised, Xia Ming regarded the man with a gradually serious expression. He contemplated whether he should share his concerns, yet hesitated, aware that his words might provoke disdain. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable urge to speak up, for for the matter at hand held significant implications for the man's well-being if he remained silent. It would weigh heavily on his conscience, and he feared the potential consequences of inaction. Xia Ming, hailing from a rural background, held a strong belief in fate. He approached the man, gently tapping him on the shoulder, and said, "Hello, my friend." The middle-aged man turned, looking at Xia Ming with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. "What do you want?" he asked, wary of the stranger's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Ming mustered the courage to utter, "My friend, you are unwell." The man's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "You are the one who is unwell. Your whole family is." He was taken aback, having come to enjoy a bowl of beef noodles, only to be confronted by this unexpected accusation. Xia Ming, feeling disheartened, insisted, "I speak the truth. You really should see a doctor. If you wait until tomorrow, it may be too late. A minor ailment can escalate into something serious." The middle-aged man dismissed him with a wave. "You're lucky I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'd be in for a beating. At your age, you should learn something worthwhile instead of resorting to deception." With that, he hurriedly left. Observing his retreating figure, Xia Ming muttered to himself in frustration, "Why is it that honesty is often met with disbelief? Good luck to you." This incident did not dampen Xia Ming's spirits. After freshening up, he exited the restroom only to be greeted by a cacophony outside. Piquing his curiosity as he stepped out, a surge of anger welled up within him at the sight before him. "What's going on here?" Lin Wanging exclaimed, visibly irritated, as she faced a group of unruly thugs. The ruffians leered at her, one of them crudely suggesting, "What is a pretty girl like you doing alone, eating beef noodles? Come with us. We'll take you to the Golden Lion Hotel for a real meal." The Golden Lion Hotel was a renowned establishment in Jiangzhou, frequented by the affluent, making it a coveted destination for many. However, Lin Wanging, the CEO of Xia Group, was well acquainted with such places and had no interest in their offer. Alarmed by their demeanor, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. "Where is Xia Ming?" she thought, recalling the sense of security he provided. "Beautiful lady, you must be bored alone. Why not let us keep you company?" The leader of the thugs, with a lewd grin, reached towards her chin. Terrified, Lin Wanging instinctively stepped back. But there was nowhere to go, as a chair obstructed her path. Just then, a large hand seized the thug's wrist, causing him to seethe with rage. Before he could curse, Xia Ming delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound echoing through the space. Lin Wanging's face lit up with joy upon seeing Xia Ming, and she quickly stepped back to stand behind him. "Stay behind me. I'll handle this." Xia Ming glared at the thug, his eyes blazing with fury. The audacity of these men to harass his wife was utterly intolerable. "How dare you touch her? Brothers, teach this scoundrel a lesson." The thug, incensed, pointed at Xia Ming, ready to retaliate. Seeing the thug's reaction only fueled Xia Ming's anger further. "You dare to bully my wife? Today, I will make you regret it, thanks to the enhancements from a body-strengthening serum." Xia Ming had gained significant physical prowess, making him a formidable opponent. With practiced skill, Xia Ming swiftly retaliated, delivering another powerful slap to the thug's face, disorienting him as one of the thug's companions attempted to strike from behind. Xia Ming deftly sidestepped the attack and countered with a kick, sending the assailant crashing into a nearby table, spilling noodles everywhere. The chaos intensified as more thugs joined the fray, but Xia Ming, with his extensive experience, dispatched them with ease. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded, advancing on the leader, who was now trembling with fear. "That I have connections. You'll regret this," the thug stammered. Xia Ming's anger boiled over. "You dare to harass a respectable woman in broad daylight." He delivered two more resounding slaps, asserting, "At your age, you should choose a better path than this. Let me teach you a lesson. Please, I won't do it again." The thug pleaded, his face swollen and bruised, his voice barely intelligible. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging stood in awe, impressed not only by Xia Ming's medical skills but also by his remarkable prowess in combat. She found herself increasingly captivated by him, realizing he was not merely a capable doctor but also a protector. After a brief struggle, Xia Ming, exhausted yet resolute, commanded, "Now, get out of here." Yes, I'm going," the thug replied hastily, scrambling away. Amidst a flurry of panic, the young man with yellow hair hastily fled the scene. Upon witnessing the few ruffians retreating before him, Xia Ming rushed towards Lin Wanging, his tone gentle as he inquired, "Darling, are you all right?" His words were laced with profound guilt and affection, which Lin Wanging could perceive as genuine remorse emanating from his heart. In that moment, a warmth enveloped her, a stark contrast to the years spent navigating through deceit and treachery in the cutthroat world of business. She had never allowed herself a moment's respite, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, the presence of Xia Ming instilled an inexplicable sense of ease. Whenever she was with him, an effortless tranquility washed over her. A sensation she found utterly intoxicating, relishing the feeling of being cherished. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanging, somewhat anxious, extended her delicate and fair hand, gently exploring Xia Ming's form, her concern palpable. "But I'm fine. Truly," Xia Ming reassured her, feeling a tinge of nervousness under her attentive gaze. "Rest assured, with me around, those ruffians shall never harm you. I shall be your guardian from now on." "Xia Ming, how are you so formidable?" Lin Wanging couldn't help but chuckle at his anxious demeanor, causing Xia Ming to momentarily lose himself in admiration of her smile. With a playful reproach, she glanced at him and asked, "When those ruffians confronted me, I was utterly terrified that I couldn't help but think of you. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have been harassed by them. Of course, your husband is quite the fighter," Xia Ming declared with a hint of pride. Witnessing his smug expression elicited another laugh from Lin Wanging, leaving him momentarily dumbstruck. Yet, seeing the effect he had on her brought a sense of satisfaction. "I've decided. Tomorrow, when we discuss business, I want you to accompany me." Xia Ming faltered, momentarily confused. "What business are you referring to?" "Today, after you dealt with Gu Haifei, our sales channels have encountered significant issues. We must seek new avenues for sales," Lin Wanging explained. "I'm sorry," Xia Ming interjected suddenly. "Why are you apologizing?" Lin Wanging asked, puzzled by his unexpected contrition. "If it weren't for me, our company wouldn't be facing such considerable challenges," he lamented, plagued by guilt for his impulsive actions that had inadvertently brought trouble to her company, casting a shadow over his spirits. "On the contrary, I owe you my gratitude. Before you arrived, that man was getting too familiar with me. You needn't feel guilty," Lin Wanging comforted, her heart aching at his self-reproach. "You should have taught him a more severe lesson." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, he was aiding Lin Wanging, and without him, he wouldn't have gained such a beautiful wife. "Oh dear, my noodle shop." Just as Xia Ming had chased off the ruffians, the shopkeeper emerged. Upon seeing the state of his establishment, despair washed over him. This place was his labor of love, now reduced to ruins. "Did you do this, with the rest of the patrons gone?" The shopkeeper's ire was directed solely at Xia Ming and Lin Wanging. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Ming approached the shopkeeper with an apologetic demeanor. "I sincerely apologize. The young man with yellow hair caused a ruckus, resulting in this mess. Please, tell me how much it will cost to make amends." Understanding the shopkeeper's position, Xia Ming acknowledged his responsibility and prepared to compensate for the damage. "Let me calculate," the shopkeeper replied. Still agitated, "You've damaged my furniture, and considering what my customers ordered, it totals over 1,000. I want to negotiate. Just give me 1,000, and we can forget this incident. Otherwise, I'll have to involve the police." That's exorbitant," Xia Ming exclaimed in surprise. Seeing him in a pinch brought a smile to Lin Wanging's face. Yet Xia Ming's expression darkened. With only 2,000 yuan left, he realized that this expense could leave him with no money. And after taking the body enhancement liquid, his appetite had surged. 1,000 yuan might not suffice for a month's worth of food. "Expensive? Let me inform you, the damage exceeds a mere 1,000. "Asking for 1,000 is already a favor," the shopkeeper retorted angrily. "Fine, I'll pay, but your tables are old. Each one can't be worth more than a few dozen, and I only damaged 2 or 3. Considering your beef noodles are 6 yuan a bowl, that's about 20 bowls. So, I'll offer 300.300. Do you think I'm easily deceived? No, you must pay at least 800. 800 is too steep. Call the police if you wish," Xia Ming replied firmly. 500, no less, the shopkeeper countered, realizing he had overstepped. 400, take it or leave it. Xia Ming replied nonchalantly, "In a way, I want to accept that." "If you offer 400, I want to make a single cent," the shopkeeper protested. "Then call the police. They'll likely only allow for compensation based on the value of the old items. And I might not even owe you 400, Xia Ming declared with a fierce resolve. "Fine, you win. 400 it is," the shopkeeper relented, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging watched the exchange with keen interest. She hadn't expected Xia Ming to be such a skilled negotiator. Managing to reduce the price from 1,000 to 400, it struck her as remarkable that he could navigate such a situation with confidence. Had it been her, she would have resigned herself to being taken advantage of, but Xia Ming had managed to save 600 yuan, leaving her with an unexpected admiration for him. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Lin Wanging felt her cheeks flush, akin to a ripe apple. How could this be? Why am I having such thoughts? I've only known him for a few days. It's utterly embarrassing. Chapter 14. Business discussion throughout the afternoon. Xia Ming engaged in a lackluster game of Landlord Online, finding the hours rather tedious. As for Wang Tao, it seemed he had a task to attend to. thus avoiding any confrontation with him. The curious aspect was that his joy beans consistently hovered around 2,000, neither winning nor losing. Nevertheless, being his first experience with a computer, Xia Ming found the game immensely enjoyable until the break of dawn the following day. Xia Ming arrived early at Xinhua Group. The office opened at 8, yet he arrived at 9, only to be spotted by Wang Tao. Xia Ming, what on earth is going on? Last time you arrived at 9. Lin General said it was your first day, so it was somewhat excusable. But what is your excuse this time? Do you treat this company as your personal playground, coming and going as you please? Wang Tao scolded, increasingly disdainful of Xia Ming, questioning how he had the audacity to work at Xinhua Group. That I don't know. I just overslept, Xia Ming replied, feeling somewhat defeated, knowing he was in the wrong and refraining from any rebuttal. You overslept, yet you never forget to eat. This time, I will expose you in front of Lin General and ensure you're kicked out of the company. We cannot allow pests like you to linger here. With that, Wang Tao dragged Xia Ming towards Lin Wanging's office, where she sat at her desk, donning black anti-fatigue glasses as she reviewed documents. Her eyes bore the traces of a sleepless night, no doubt influenced by the events of the previous day. Curiously, her thoughts had been consumed by Xia Ming, a stark departure from her usual demeanor towards men. She found herself experiencing the thrill of infatuation, a feeling reserved for dramatic tales but now manifesting in her reality. Yet, she relished the sensation of being cared for, which was precisely why she had decided to invite Xia Ming to accompany her for the business discussion. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Lin Wanging from her reverie. She softly said, "Come in." With a click, the door swung open, and Wang Tao stormed into the office, visibly furious, dragging Xia Ming along with him. "President Lin," Wang Tao exclaimed, "Xia Ming was late again today. That he just arrived at the company. That shouldn't we give him a penalty? Such a troublemaker should be eliminated from the company." Lin Wanging glanced up at Xia Ming, who wore an expression of helplessness. Shrugging his shoulders in dismay, a smile crept into Lin Wanging's heart. She had not expected this man to possess such a lazy side. However, as the president, she maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "I understand that as long as he does not repeat this, it will suffice." Wang Tao, who had prepared his arguments for the dismissal, was taken aback when he heard Lin Wanging's response. "President Lin, are we not supposed to fire him? Why has it turned into a mere reprimand? This does not align with our company regulations," he retorted angrily. "I am President Lin, the CEO of this company. That I have the final say. You may leave now," Lin Wanging said, her tone growing impatient. Wang Tao's father held a high position in the Xinhua Group, and Wang Tao himself harbored feelings for her. However, his insistence on firing Xia Ming pushed Lin Wanging to her limits, and her expression darkened. "President Lin," Wang Tao hurriedly began. "Leave," Lin Wanging commanded sharply. "Yes, yes." Wang Tao quickly waved his hands and exited, leaving Lin Wanging alone with Xia Ming. She shot him a reproachful glance and said, "Can't you arrive a bit earlier?" Xia Ming, eager to defend himself, replied, "Wife, I wish I could, but I sleep until 9 every day, and I can't wake up before that." It was not that Xia Ming did not want to get up. Rather, he was too carefree, often sleeping until he naturally awakened. That if not for work, he might sleep until noon. "All right, from now on, you may sleep as late as you like, as long as you come to the office each day," Lin Wanging said, a strange impulse guiding her words. As soon as she finished speaking, regret washed over her. How could she have suddenly felt compassion for him? She usually detested tardiness. Was this some kind of sanctioned delay? Lin Wanging felt a swirl of confusion. She realized that in Xia Ming's presence, her intellect seemed to vanish. "Really, wife, you are too kind. Truly the most caring wife," Xia Ming exclaimed, elated by her response, not expecting her to acquiesce to such an unreasonable request. "Now, come with me. That we need to discuss a business matter," Lin Wanging said, her mood lifted by Xia Ming's joy. "Yes, wife," Xia Ming nodded enthusiastically. As noon approached, Lin Wanging took Xia Ming to a renowned restaurant in Jiangzhou, the Golden Lion. Known for its top-tier status, Lin Wanging drove an Audi Q7, worth nearly $1 million. Xia Ming was thrilled as he realized the extent of his wife's wealth. Upon arriving at the Golden Lion, Lin Wanging parked the car and led Xia Ming to the private room she had reserved. However, they waited for an entire hour without anyone arriving. Xia Ming, puzzled, asked, "Wife, are you sure we agreed to meet today?" Lin Wanging furrowed her brow, her fair face tinged with annoyance. She understood that this was a deliberate delay on the part of the other party, which did not sit well with her. Yet, for the sake of the company's sales channels, she had to endure. Yes, they must have had an unexpected issue, she finally concluded. Xia Ming's expression soured. Waiting for an hour without even a phone call to notify them was infuriating. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful young woman. Chapter 15. Xia Ming's fury. The girl, dressed in a tailored suit and a professional skirt, with black stockings hugging her slender legs, exuded a mature elegance. Lin Wanging frowned upon seeing her. I apologize, President Lin. I am Secretary Yang Shui to President Chen. Due to unforeseen circumstances, he will be late. I am truly sorry. If you are amenable, I could discuss matters on his behalf. Lin Wanging felt her anger rising. As a president of a major corporation, Xinya Group was among the elite in Jiangzhou, and now she found herself negotiating with a secretary? Anyone in her position would feel slighted. However, given that Wanging Group was also a top-tier conglomerate with numerous production lines and sales channels, she felt compelled to stay. Xia Ming, equally incensed, coldly interjected, "Where is your President Chen?" "Unfortunately, he is occupied and will be late. However, President Chen has instructed that we can begin discussions in his absence. If the terms are agreeable, he can finalize them upon his arrival," Yang Shui replied indifferently. Casting a disdainful glance at Xia Ming, fury rose in Xia Ming at her condescending attitude. Lin Wanging, despite her irritation, maintained her composure. "We wish to discuss a collaboration regarding sales channels. What do you think?" "Secretary Yang?" Yang Shui paused before responding. "I'm sorry, but our sales channels are currently saturated with partnerships. Collaborating with your company may affect our mutual interests. President Lin, your Xinya Group specializes in cosmetics, correct?" Recently, President Chen has been negotiating with President Guo from the Beifang Group. Lin Wanging's complexion paled as she recognized the implications. Her anger flared. Clearly, this was the doing of Guo Haifei, who had previously pursued her and had retaliated after she rebuffed him, leading to Xia Ming confronting him. President Chen's decision to send his secretary was clearly a tactic to avoid collaboration with Xinya Group. Lin Wanging felt a wave of indignation and frustration. Yet she knew that such tactics were common in business. Though hurt, she steeled herself to remain calm. Just then, a large hand rested on her shoulder, accompanied by a steady voice. "Wife, don't worry. I am here to help you resolve this." Xia Ming was genuinely furious now. His protective nature ignited as he placed his reassuring hand on Lin Wanging's shoulder. She felt an unprecedented sense of security radiating from him. The warmth of his touch was comforting, and she found herself thinking how wonderful this feeling was. Suddenly, an idea surged within her. She looked at Xia Ming, who wore a calm yet confident expression, further reassuring her. "Yes." Lin Wanging nodded in agreement. Yang Shui, taken aback, blinked in disbelief. Did she hear correctly? This man claimed Lin Wanging was his wife? She found it hard to believe, given that Lin Wanging was one of the most sought-after women in Jiangzhou, with countless suitors, including the president of the Beifang Group. "Go, fetch your President Chen. I'll give you 3 minutes. If he isn't here in that time, you will face the consequences," Xia Ming declared, a sudden aura of authority enveloping him. Lin Wanging widened her eyes at the intensity radiating from Xia Ming, who now appeared transformed, exuding an air of superiority akin to a privileged heir. Under such pressure, Yang Shui trembled slightly, glancing at Xia Ming with hesitation. If Lin Wanging were to marry, one would expect her to choose the son of a wealthy magnate, and perhaps even someone formidable enough that even their Wanging Group would think twice before crossing paths with them. Could Xia Ming be the son of some influential figure? In a moment of misunderstanding, Yang Shui was taken aback. It was not entirely her fault, for Lin Wanging's identity was indeed extraordinary at such a young age. She managed a vast corporation with remarkable efficiency, showcasing her exceptional capabilities. The matter of Lin Wanging's marriage was unknown to everyone. Thus, the person in front of her was likely just Lin Wanging's boyfriend. A girl as outstanding as Lin Wanging could only be paired with a man of superior lineage and qualities. Consequently, Yang Shui hesitated, contemplating making a phone call to apply for something. Xia Ming gestured dismissively, and Yang Shui stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging gazed at Xia Ming in astonishment, exclaiming, "Xia Ming, you seemed like a different person just now. How did you manage that?" "Haha, my dear wife. Your husband is capable of anything. Rest assured, I will resolve the issue with the sales channels today. Just watch," he replied confidently. "Be cautious. Chen Tianxiang, the CEO of Wanging Group, is no ordinary person and is quite difficult to deal with." Lin Wanging cautioned, observing Xia Ming's self-assured demeanor. "My love, do you not trust your husband? You must believe in your man, for he is the best." Xia Ming reassured her. Such vanity. Lin Wanging rolled her eyes at him. Yet, to Xia Ming, that glance felt akin to a flirtatious wink, sending a thrill through him. "You are beautiful, my dear." In an instant, Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. leaving her feeling so bashful that she wished to find a crevice to hide in. After a couple of minutes, the door swung open again, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled. Behind him trailed the young secretary. Young exquisite was evident to any discerning eye that this middle-aged gentleman was none other than Chen Tianxiang. The CEO of Wanging Group. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for being late due to traffic, Chen Tianxiang said with a forced smile. You are Mr. Chen? Lin Wanging remained silent, but Xia Ming spoke directly, upon hearing his voice. Chen Tianxiang furrowed his brow and turned to the source of the sound. His expression shifted from surprise to astonishment. It's you. How could it be you? Even Xia Ming was taken aback. The middle-aged man was the very person he had encountered in the restroom. While dining on beef noodles, Tio discovered that he was the CEO of Wanging Group was unexpected, and it was even more incredible to learn that Chen Tianxiang enjoyed beef noodles as well. However, Xia Ming's expression darkened, realizing that this man had dared to disrespect his wife. If he did not teach him a lesson today, he would not understand the reason behind the beauty of flowers. Please leave, Chen Tianxiang urged Yang Shui, visibly agitated upon seeing Xia Ming, as if he had encountered a deity. Understood. Yang Shui hesitated before exiting the room. As soon as she left, Chen Tianxiang's demeanor towards Xia Ming shifted to one of reverence. Master, you must save me. If you do not help me, I am truly doomed. The sudden turn of events left Lin Wanging stunned. She looked incredulously at Chen Tianxiang, who seemed to regard Xia Ming with a profound respect. How could this be possible? Logically, Chen Tianxiang should have scolded Xia Ming, yet this unexpected reversal was perplexing. Chen Tianxiang was a renowned figure, the CEO of Wanging Group, a dominant presence in Jianzhou, with numerous production lines under his command. To see a CEO bowing to a mere employee was nothing short of astonishing. Xia Ming was merely a recent graduate who had just begun working, yet here was a successful CEO, humbling himself before him. The man Xia Ming had encountered in the noodle shop was indeed Chen Tianxiang, who had been angered by Xia Ming's earlier remark about his condition. Chen Tianxiang, a married man, had experienced a sudden impotence following a night of passion with his wife, prompting him to seek medical advice, which revealed a troubling diagnosis. I know you well. Are we acquainted? Xia Ming asked coldly, seemingly dismissive of Chen Tianxiang. He had recognized Chen Tianxiang's ailment and anticipated its recurrence. And now, witnessing Chen Tianxiang's subservient attitude, he understood that the man was indeed afflicted. Master, you discern my condition with a glance. I believe you can cure me. Please, state your demands, and I shall fulfill them. Chen Tianxiang pleaded, filled with a glimmer of hope. Xia Ming glanced at Lin Wanging, who remained silent but looked at him with eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Tianxiang, perceptive as he was, understood Xia Ming's intentions and quickly assured. Master, rest assured, the production lines of Qingya Group are my responsibility. I will sever ties with Gua Haifei immediately. Satisfied with this response, Xia Ming nodded. Chen Tianxiang, relieved by Xia Ming's approval, cautiously inquired, and my ailment? Your condition is neither severe nor trivial. With a treatment of a week or two, you should recover. I am currently working at Qingya Group, so feel free to visit me there, Xia Ming replied. Chen Tianxiang, ecstatic at the prospect of recovery, expressed his gratitude profusely. Xia Ming's medical skills were renowned, and he could remedy even the most challenging ailments. However, Xia Ming was unwilling to make it easy for Chen Tianxiang. Given the man's earlier disrespect towards his wife, is that true? Chen Tianxiang asked, excitement evident in his voice. Why would it not be? Xia Ming replied nonchalantly, Master, thank you. I am immensely grateful, Chen Tianxiang said. His relief palpable. With the system's notification chiming in his mind, Xia Ming felt a surge of anticipation, yet he declined the opportunity for a reward, as Chen Tianxiang was still present. What is your name? Master, Chen Tianxiang inquired. I am Xia Ming. He responded casually. Master Xia, allow me to treat you to dinner today. Please, order whatever you desire, Chen Tianxiang offered, brimming with gratitude. Please, do not refer to me as Master Xia. It feels rather odd. You may call me Xia Ming or just Ming, Xia Ming replied, feeling uncomfortable with the title. Very well, from now on, I shall call you Xia Ming, Chen Tianxiang agreed. Regarding the title of Master, he certainly did not dare to accept it, though he could somewhat tolerate being called Xia Ming. Is it truly permissible to select anything here? Xia Ming suddenly inquired. Indeed, Master, feel free to choose, and Mr. Lin, do not hesitate either. Chen Tianxiang replied with enthusiasm. It wasn't that he lacked warmth. Rather, he felt compelled to be cautious, especially with someone like Xia Ming, who could discern his illness at a glance. Such a person was undoubtedly not simple, and Chen Tianxiang possessed a keen ability to read others, a skill that had propelled him to his current position. Am I really allowed to order? Xia Ming asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Order away, It's no trouble at all. For someone like Chun Tianxiang, dining here was merely a trifle. Xia Ming wasted no time, calling for the waiter shortly after. A service attendant with an ordinary appearance entered, smiling as she asked, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I would like to order some dishes. Please take note," Xia Ming stated. "Certainly, please proceed," the waitress replied. Xia Ming was struck by the exemplary service, characterized by the attendant's unwavering smile and her calm manner of speech, which left no room for complaint. "I'll have this, and also this." Remembering how Chun Tianxiang had just mistreated his wife, Xia Ming felt a surge of indignation that he glanced at the menu and pointed at a dish of smashed cucumbers, only to be dismayed to find it priced at 100 yuan. "Is this dish made from golden cucumbers?" he thought to himself. Furthermore, he ordered a plate of Australian crayfish, which nearly caused him to faint upon discovering its price of 1888 yuan. However, since it was not his money, he ordered whatever seemed extravagant. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging observed in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. "How embarrassing," she thought. "This guy is behaving like a country bumpkin in front of outsiders. How am I supposed to face anyone after this?" Her face flushed like a ripe apple. She wished to flee the scene, feeling utterly humiliated as if she were a mere spectator to this farce. After placing nearly all his orders, Xia Ming took a breath and asked, "Mr. Chen, do you wish to order anything?" Chen Tianxiang maintained a placid expression, his smile unwavering. To him, the total cost was insignificant. No, that's all. Also, waitress, please bring another bottle of 1982 Lafite, he instructed. "Certainly, sir," the waitress acknowledged before departing. At that moment, Lin Wanging discreetly kicked Xia Ming under the table. Puzzled, he looked at her and asked, "Wife, is there something on my face?" "I don't know. Nothing at all," she quickly replied, her heart brimming with frustration. "This bad guy fails to understand my hints. He should be more reserved." Lin Wanging was nearly driven to madness by Xia Ming's behavior. It must be said that the efficiency of the grand restaurant was remarkable. Soon all the dishes were served. Xia Ming nodded in approval, remarking, "Delicious. I've never had such a splendid meal before. Thank you, Mr. Chen." Without regard for the onlookers, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, his manner quite unrefined. Having skipped breakfast and waited a long time, he was ravenous. His eating was a whirlwind, causing Lin Wanging to feel a mix of embarrassment and disbelief as the dishes diminished at an alarming rate. "Hey, why aren't you two eating?" he asked, noticing Lin Wanging and Chen Tianxiang staring at him, mouths agape. Chen Tianxiang swallowed hard. He had seen people with hearty appetites before, but never anyone like this. The table was halfway cleared in the blink of an eye, and Xia Ming seemed to crave more. "Go ahead, eat first," Chen Tianxiang urged, hastily pouring a glass of the 1982 red wine for Xia Ming, then another for Lin Wanging. Xia Ming took the glass, saying, "Thank you." He downed the wine in one gulp, only to grimace and exclaim, "What kind of wine is this? It's dreadful. It tastes like horse urine, far inferior to our village's erguotu, which is only 10 yuan a bottle." Chen Tianxiang choked on his wine, while Lin Wanging quickly distanced herself from Xia Ming, her face filled with embarrassment. "This is too humiliating," she lamented. She desperately wished to leave, unable to endure her current predicament. Chen Tianxiang, too, felt disgruntled. After all, this was 1982 Lafite, and he couldn't fathom the comparison to a 10 yuan liquor. After feasting to satisfaction, Xia Ming prepared to leave. As he exited, he noticed a change in Yang Shui's gaze toward him, for she had observed a newfound respect in Chun Tianxiang's demeanor. Astonishingly, this meal had been hosted by Chun, who was treating Xia Ming with utmost courtesy. Who exactly was Xia Ming? "You should come to my company tomorrow, and please bring the contract along," Xia Ming casually suggested. "Of course, I'll personally deliver it," Chen Tianxiang replied, visibly excited. "All right, we must take our leave now." Yang Shui stood by, utterly dumbfounded, grappling with disbelief. How could this be? This man had somehow earned Chen Tianxiang's respect, a stark contrast to the previous dynamic where Chen had insisted she prevent Lin Wanging from acquiring sales rights after sharing a meal with her. Chen's behavior had transformed entirely. Was this some sort of film? Once Xia Ming departed, Chen Tianxiang turned to his secretary, saying, "Secretary Yang, please show more respect to Xia Ming from now on." "Understood," Yang Shui replied, her mind racing with astonishment. She suspected Xia Ming must be the son of an influential figure, as there was no other reason for Chen Tianxiang to treat him with such deference. Meanwhile, Xia Ming and Lin Wanging were leaving the Golden Lion. Lin Wanging regarded Xia Ming with a peculiar expression. He touched his face in confusion, asking, "Wife, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Xia Ming, who are you really? How could you possibly know Mr. Chen? And why does he treat you with such courtesy?" Lin Wanging questioned gravely. Xia Ming's behavior today had been utterly incredible. Was this something a mere recent graduate could achieve? Mr. Chen was a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. Such respect could only be afforded to someone of special standing. "Why, I am simply your husband," Xia Ming replied, blinking innocently. How annoying. Lin Wanging chose not to press further. She understood he had his secrets, and if he wished to share them, he would do so in time. She found Xia Ming rather endearing, even if he exasperated her. Honey, now that the business is settled, should we head back to the office? It seems the workday is nearing its end, Xia Ming suggested, noting the time was around 3 o'clock. This meal had taken longer than expected, largely due to Chen Tianxiang's delay. To be honest, Xia Ming felt no desire to return to the office. It was dreadfully boring there. Well, Lin Wanging contemplated, her large eyes sparkling. All right, since you completed a significant deal today, I'll allow you to leave early. You re the best, my dear. Xia Ming suddenly embraced Lin Wanging, prompting her to exclaim, Xia Ming, what are you doing? Quickly put me down. My dear wife, what are you afraid of? We are an old married couple. He replied, showing no intention of releasing her. Xia Ming truly relished the moment, his heart racing with excitement. Had they not been in public, he might have succumbed to his baser instincts. Let me down. There are so many people around. Lin Wanging's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple. She longed to escape the attention of onlookers, many of whom cast envious glances at their interaction, pitying a flower set amidst mock. Seeing her irritation, Xia Ming quickly loosened his grip. Lin Wanging checked her attire, relieved, and admonished, Xia Ming, no more hugging in public. After uttering those words, her fair neck turned a deeper shade of red. Xia Ming, upon hearing this, excitedly responded, Wife, does this mean I can embrace you when no one is around? That won't do either. She retorted. My dear wife. Xia Ming gazed at her pitifully, but Lin Wanging remained unmoved. Truth be told, his earlier embrace had sent her heart racing, a sensation that lingered long after. If you dare hug me again, you won't see me anymore, she threatened. Very well, Xia Ming replied, somewhat dispirited, pondering whether he would have to embrace another woman instead. However, he shook his head. For his wife, he would remain steadfastly loyal. Wife, may I escort you home? The world is filled with unsavory characters, he suggested. Unsavory characters? What do you mean? Lin Wanging queried, intrigued. Those unscrupulous men. If they were to whisk you away, I would be beside myself with worry, he declared, feigning concern. All right, today I shall grant you the opportunity to escort me, she conceded, realizing his intention was merely to discover her residence. However, since she harbored a fondness for Xia Ming, she was unperturbed by his curiosity. Before long, Lin Wanging guided her car to an opulent villa complex, renowned in Jiangzhou for its lavish residences. In this area, wealth alone might not suffice to secure a villa. Only the affluent and well-connected could reside here. Upon arriving at the seaside villa community, Xia Ming was taken aback by its grandeur. How spacious, how pristine, how exquisite, he exclaimed, prompting Lin Wanging to blush fiercely. Her cheeks resembling a sunset, she glared at Xia Ming, whose comment had been misconstrued. In other contexts, such words could easily be misinterpreted. Wife, do you live here? This place is more magnificent than our rural courtyard, he remarked enviously. Of course, not everyone can afford a villa in the seaside enclave. Those who do are either wealthy or influential, she replied with a hint of pride. You're truly remarkable, my dear, Xia Ming praised. And her heart swelled with joy, akin to savoring honey. Soon, they arrived at Villa number 6, where Lin Wanging parked the car and announced, We've arrived. This is my home. Simply stunning, Xia Ming said as he stepped out. His eyes filled with envy. How wonderful it would be to own such a villa, a status symbol he could boast about in his rural community. In the countryside, neighbors often compared their wealth and accomplishments. Marrying Lin Wanging would surely evoke admiration from the villagers, for none had ever seen a girl as beautiful as her. When you have money, you too can purchase a villa like this, Lin Wanging assured him. Indeed, when I am wealthy, I shall acquire a grand villa and hire a host of servants to attend to you daily, Xia Ming replied, nodding. Attend to me? Lin Wanging raised an eyebrow. Naturally, you shall be the mistress of the villa, while I, the master, will work outside, and you can manage the household or enjoy a game of mahjong, Xia Ming stated earnestly. How dreadful. Who said I would marry you? Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed once more, realizing that since meeting Xia Ming, her blushes had become all too frequent. You are my wife. Who else would you marry? Xia Ming queried, perplexed. Even if I were to marry a pig, I would not wed you, she declared defiantly. Xia Ming, alarmed, responded, I thought you would marry a pig. Then you would bear piglets. No, that cannot happen. You must marry me. If you wed a pig, I shall slaughter it and sell the meat. You. Lin Wanging stammered, exasperated by his foolishness. She marched towards the villa in her high heels, opening the door, while Xia Ming attempted to follow. Just as he was about to enter, a shadow darted past, startling him. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Xia Ming startled and pleading. Wife, I haven't even entered yet. I've arrived home. You can return now, she replied shortly. Soon, Xia Ming heard her voice from within, filled with irritation, prompting a wry smile. He had reached her doorstep, yet she had denied him even a cup of tea. Disheartened, he resisted the urge to knock again and walked away from the villa complex, immersing his thoughts in the system. Having assisted Lin Wanging in overcoming her company's crisis, he now possessed 100 honor points, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. The system was rather stingy, offering only 100 points for each task. Just enough for a single draw. After 2 attempts, he received nothing of value, save for the initial enhancement serum that had noticeably strengthened his physique. Frustrated, Xia Ming summoned the prize wheel, staring intently at its 4 sections: skills, attributes, consumables, and specials. Should the host draw? The mechanical voice inquired. Hesitating, he focused on the skills section and declared, draw. As he directed his thoughts towards the button, the wheel began to spin. Xia Ming watched anxiously as the pointer glided past skills. Then attributes, with no intention of stopping. As it approached consumables, the pointer slowed, teetering on the brink of halting, igniting Xia Ming's urgency. Keep going, don't stop. Come on, you infernal system. Just as it appeared ready to settle, the wheel inexplicably began to move again. Xia Ming fixated on the specials sector, knowing it contained many coveted items, his excitement mounting with curiosity. Yet, in the midst of his daydreaming, the pointer unexpectedly landed on skills, inciting a near eruption of frustration. You old rascal, I wanted you to move, not to bypass it, Xia Ming fumed. The system remained unperturbed as the synthesized voice announced. Ding, the host has acquired Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. Would the host like to learn? Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's anger flared anew. What a useless reward. Tai Chi is merely practiced by grandmas and grandpas for exercise, and you want me to train alongside them? Are you intentionally mocking me? Fuming, he concluded. Fine. I will learn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned Tai Chi. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding Tai Chi flooded Xia Ming's mind, as if he had been practicing it all his life. With insights directly from Zhang Sanfeng himself, reflecting deep understanding of the art, though he had learned Tai Chi, Xia Ming felt no joy within, for this form of martial art was not what he truly desired. Chapter 20. Encounter with the young girl. After leaving Lin Wanging's home, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The sky remained bright, yet the sun was steadily descending. Xia Ming's stomach had begun to rumble incessantly, prompting him to pat his belly. Ever since consuming the body enhancement liquid, his appetite had become astonishingly large. Xia Ming boarded a bus and soon found himself on a bustling snack street, teeming with people. The authentic flavors and reasonable prices made it a favored dining spot, even among office workers. As he strolled along the street, surrounded by an array of delectable foods, he could not suppress his salivating anticipation. Despite having eaten considerably at noon, he felt as though all that sustenance had been digested long ago. What should he eat? He pondered quietly. At that moment, a sudden commotion caught his attention. A young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, rushed towards him, clad in a short school uniform skirt and white socks that hugged her slender legs. She wore a pair of white athletic shoes. Her eyes reflected a hint of panic. And upon noticing her, Xia Ming furrowed his brow. The girl was undeniably beautiful, and if she matured well, she would certainly blossom into a rare gem of a beauty. What to do? What to do? Shenyuan fretted internally. Had she not merely kicked that annoying boy with the yellow hair? Why was he pursuing her so relentlessly? Being a girl, she feared she could not outrun those larger boys. Her dark eyes darting nervously. Stop right there. Don't run. A harsh voice caused Shenyuan to feel increasingly flustered. Just then, she spotted Xia Ming not far away. Though not particularly tall, his physique had become remarkably strong after the enhancement liquid. A spark of hope ignited within her as she quickly dashed towards him, linking her arms around his. Xia Ming, lost in thought about what to eat, was startled when he felt someone grasp his arm. Turning to see a young girl, he was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Why are you holding on to me? He asked, attempting to free himself from her grip. After all, he was a married man. If Lin Wanging happened to see him like this, he would be in deep trouble, despite her unlikely presence here. Hubby, you have to help me. Look, those bad guys are after me. You must avenge me. Shenyuan gazed at him with her big, watery eyes, filled with an innocence that momentarily bewildered Xia Ming. He marveled at how bold students had become. This little girl, so young, was already calling him hubby. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm not married yet. How could I be your husband? He protested. Hubby, you are my husband. How could I be mistaken? Please help me. Those bad guys are closing in. Shenyuan clung tightly to Xia Ming's arm, peering fearfully at the pursuing figure with the yellow hair. The yellow-haired boy soon caught up, swaggering as he threatened, Little girl, run if you dare. Today, I'll show you what it means to be cornered. Fuming from the earlier kick he had received from her, the yellow-haired boy was furious. He and his companions had been humiliated and would not let this opportunity slip away. Listen, I'll tell you this. My husband is right here, if you dare. Come and catch me. Shenyuan declared defiantly, holding onto Xia Ming's arm tightly. causing his expression to shift slightly. As he looked at the yellow-haired boy, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Upon further reflection, he realized this was the same boy who had encountered him at the beef noodle shop. What a coincidence to meet him here again. You are this girl's husband. The yellow-haired boy's demeanor changed upon recognizing Xia Ming. He recalled Xia Ming's fierce prowess during their last encounter, which had left a lasting impression of fear. Is it you? The yellow-haired boy asked, his gaze wary. How are you all here? Xia Ming inquired. Perplexed. You'd best not meddle. Hand the girl over, and we one team make things difficult for you. The yellow-haired boy warned coldly. Hand her over. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time. Xia Ming replied, his ire rising. He understood the yellow-haired boy's intentions. After all, it was this boy's lust for his wife that had caused the previous altercation. Xia Ming's anger was palpable. The boy had not changed at all. The yellow-haired boy's bravado diminished slightly upon hearing Xia Ming's words. I have my brother, Dao Ge, backing me. If you push too far, don't blame me for being impolite, he retorted, realizing he had encountered someone formidable. I cannot allow you to mistreat such a girl. If I stood by idly, I would not be a man, Xia Ming declared resolutely, positioning himself protectively in front of Shenyuan. Seeing Xia Ming's determination, Shenyuan's eyes lit up with joy. Hubby, I knew you would protect me. Quickly, defeat these bad guys. Xia Ming waved her aside gently. Stay back, I'll handle this. The yellow-haired boy and his companions took a step back. Sensing Xia Ming's formidable presence, you just wait. I'll call Dao Ge. He ordered one of his friends, who hurried off, leaving the atmosphere tense. Xia Ming remained unfazed, knowing that confronting the yellow-haired boy's ally was the only way to ensure such incidents would cease. Within moments, a man bearing a scar on his face approached. This scarred man arrived. The yellow-haired boy immediately shifted his demeanor, bowing submissively. Dao Ge, this is the guy who hurt my brothers and ruined our plans. Xia Ming scrutinized the scarred man, noting his closely cropped hair and the air of menace surrounding him. Despite Xia Ming's imposing physique, the scarred man regarded him with disdain, as if judging him solely by his youthful appearance. And who might you be? The scarred man demanded. Xia Ming inquired. The brothers on the street. Out of respect for me, call me Brother Dao. Once, you injured one of my brothers, yet I refrained from causing you trouble. Today, however, you have come to me of your own accord. Speak. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Dao's sharp gaze swept over Xia Ming. In the face of Dao's penetrating stare, Xia Ming felt no fear and casually asked, how do you wish to resolve it? Quite simply. You have harmed 3 of my brothers. I ask for no more than 20,000 from each. If you pay, this matter will be forgotten. Dao replied nonchalantly. To him, a mere show of intimidation would send this boy scurrying in terror. Having encountered many similar students before, he was confident in his ability to instill fear. However, with his power firmly established in Jianzhou, he had not engaged in such dealings for quite some time. Initially, he had expected a formidable opponent for the one who injured the young man, but now it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Xia Ming posed no threat at all. As the leader, it was his duty to act when one of his subordinates was assaulted. Otherwise, it would leave a lingering stain on his reputation. What do you want me to compensate each of your brothers 20,000? Xia Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Mentioning money made Xia Ming uneasy. He possessed a mere 1,000 yuan, which was barely enough for his growing appetite. To demand 60,000 was absurd. Even selling his kidneys wouldn't suffice. Indeed, as long as you are willing to pay, this will be settled. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking consideration. Dao's eyes glinted with malice. I have no money. Xia Ming stated bluntly. No money. Dao scrutinized Xia Ming, his tone calm yet menacing. Very well, if you lack funds, then you shall forfeit an arm as compensation for my brothers. Since he had taken the initiative, he intended to extract something from Xia Ming. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. I have no desire to lose an arm. It is mine, and no one shall take it from me. Xia Ming shook his head defiantly. You have no other choice. Dao threatened. Why not? Xia Ming asked, puzzled. Because you lack alternatives, Dao replied coldly. Xia Ming was vexed. Who was this man to make such demands? His arrogance ignited anger within Xia Ming. Whether or not I have choices is not for you to decide. If you refuse to act, then I shall, Dao retorted, his irritation mounting. In his world, no one dared to defy him, and Xia Ming's audacity angered him further. Go, teach him a lesson, Dao commanded a nearby henchman. Brother, he is quite skilled. We aren't his match, the henchman stammered, recalling Xia Ming's prowess. Useless, Dao shot a glare at the man before advancing towards Xia Ming. As Dao charged, Xia Ming prepared himself. Dao unleashed a powerful kick. Honed from years of fighting. A lesser opponent would surely be incapacitated. In a swift motion, Xia Ming sidestepped, blocking with both arms. Dao's foot met only air, causing him to lose balance and lurch forward. A seasoned fighter, Dao quickly adjusted himself, striving for stability. But then, something unexpected occurred. Xia Ming's hands, having moved with remarkable speed, swept toward Dao, sending him careening through the air. Thud. Dao cried out as he fell, landing in a heap. Xia Ming assumed a Tai Chi stance, a gesture familiar to practitioners of the art. His previous move had been an instinctive reaction, yet he was astonished by its effectiveness. Impressive, Xia Ming mused, astonished that his rudimentary Tai Chi training could yield such results. How formidable would a master of Tai Chi be? Would he ascend to the ranks of martial arts masters? How dare you? Dao's fury intensified. He had never been bested so easily. This was no longer a matter between Xia Ming and his underlings, but a personal affront to himself. Determined to restore his honor, Dao lunged at Xia Ming once more. Xia Ming, however, deftly deflected the blow, sending Dao flying again. Rather than wait for Dao to recover, Xia Ming closed the distance and struck him hard across the face. How dare you bully the weak? Xia Ming admonished as he delivered several more resounding slaps, leaving Dao's face bruised and swollen. Seeing Dao being pummeled, the henchman and his companions rushed to intervene. Yet, in a flurry of punches and kicks, Xia Ming swiftly incapacitated them, leaving them moaning on the ground. After subduing the trio, Xia Ming approached Dao, stepping heavily on his hand. Please, let me go. I swear I'll never do it again. Dao pleaded, truly frightened as he realized the vast difference in their abilities. Do not bully the weak again. Xia Ming warned. I want tea, I promise. Dao replied, genuinely terrified of Xia Ming's prowess. Today I shall spare you. But should I witness you harassing the vulnerable again, I will not be so lenient. Yes, I want tea. Dare. Dao agreed hastily. Now go, Xia Ming commanded, lifting his foot. Dao scrambled to his feet, fleeing with his companions. At that moment, Shenyuan looked on in astonishment. Uncle, you're quite formidable, she exclaimed, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration. Just managing, Xia Ming replied, pleased that his Tai Chi training had proven useful sooner than expected. Uncle, what is your name? Shenyuan asked excitedly. My name is Xia Ming. By the way, why were those 3 ruffians pursuing you? They wanted me to go with them, but I refused, so they wouldn't let me go. She explained, her eyes glistening with mischief. Really? Xia Ming questioned, skeptical, as Shenyuan appeared quite young, likely still in middle school. Absolutely. Just look at me. I'm naturally beautiful. Who wouldn't be drawn to me? Those ruffians certainly were. If I hadn't been clever, I might have fallen victim to their bullying, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. Xia Ming felt a pang of concern. All right, the bad guys are gone now. Please don't cry, he urged, feeling flustered at the sight of her tears. Shenyuan nodded, and then, linking her arm with his, she did so through the fabric of his shirt, sending a shiver down his spine. What are you doing? Xia Ming asked, quickly pulling away. Uncle, would you be my boyfriend? She asked, her expression pitiful. No, I have a girlfriend. Xia Ming protested, eager to remain loyal to Lin Wanging, whom he adored. How about breaking up with her? I could be your girlfriend, Shenyuan proposed. Shenyuan gazed at Xia Ming with her sparkling eyes, shaking his arm insistently with her delicate hands. Xia Ming shook his head vigorously, saying, no way, absolutely not. Where do you live? Let me take you home. Seeing Xia Ming's firm refusal, Shenyuan felt a bit disheartened. I can go home by myself. My house is very close, she replied. That's fine. Xia Ming felt particularly exhausted that day and had no desire to escort Shenyuan home. Having saved her once was already sufficient. Uncle, what is your phone number? Can you give it to me? Shenyuan's eyes sparkled with a new idea. She thought to herself, once I have your number, I'll pester you every day. After all, I am the school's belle, and although I'm still growing, I'm a genuine beauty. I refuse to believe you won't be moved. Shenyuan was truly smitten with Xia Ming, especially after witnessing his impressive display of strength against those 4 ruffians, which made her eyes gleam with admiration. Upon returning home, Xia Ming took a refreshing shower, feeling considerably better, then lay down on his bed and accessed the system. After a brief pause, he opened his personal attributes. Host name, Xia Ming. Host gender, male. Host age, 24. Host position, a useless all-rounder. Note, the host is currently the worst among all-rounders. Truly a disgrace to the all-rounder community. If the host does not strive harder, he will forever be regarded as a waste. Host physical condition, average. Host life skills, English level 8. Medicine, grandmaster. Tai Chi, beginner. Host glory points, 0. The host requires 100 glory points for each lottery draw, and can use glory points to purchase skills and regular items in the shop. However, items not drawn will not appear in the shop. System evaluation, the host has acquired a bit of knowledge, yet remains the most useless among the useless. The host should work hard. It seems there is a change, Xia Ming thought upon reading the system evaluation. This system was truly intriguing, containing everything imaginable. He had fully adapted to its presence. System, from which era do you originate? Why are you so formidable? The mechanical voice of the system replied, host permission insufficient, access denied. What qualifies as having permission? Xia Ming could not help but inquire. Based on the host's performance, and what constitutes good performance? Their exchange continued for a solid hour. with Xia Ming asking a series of trivial questions that bore no substance. What must I do to be considered an all-rounder? Xia Ming pressed on. An all-rounder is one who excels in all fields to a godlike extent. For instance, your medical skills may seem to peak at grandmaster, but there exists a title beyond that, known as divine physician. When each skill reaches the pinnacle of this world, one will be deemed god-level. So complicated. Xia Ming felt a wave of frustration. He currently possessed only 3 skills, level 8 English, medicine, and a beginner's knowledge of Tai Chi, leaving him far from the status of an all-rounder. How long must I wait to become an all-rounder? He lamented, feeling quite discontented. Xia Ming exited the system and unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to awaken the next day at 9 o'clock. Suddenly, his phone on the bedside table lit up, displaying Lin Wanging's number. The ringtone jolted him from his dreams. Hello. Xia Ming reluctantly opened his eyes, squinting slightly as he yawned and answered the call, feeling rather annoyed. Xia Ming, have you arrived at the office yet? Upon hearing her melodious voice, he instantly perked up, glancing at his phone which indicated wife as the caller. Wife, I haven't gotten up yet. What's wrong? Xia Ming hastily replied, adhering to his personal principle that wife is paramount. He was concerned that something might be wrong. You're still in bed. It has been several days. Hurry to the company. President Qin has been waiting here for quite a while. President Qin? Who is that? Xia Ming queried, puzzled, as he did not recall any President Qin. Xiang, the president of Wanging Group. Have you forgotten? You agreed to treat him today, Lin Wanging responded, exasperated by his forgetfulness. That's what it was. Xia Ming finally remembered his intention to treat Xiang. Wife, please tell Xiang to buy a set of silver needles from a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Make sure they're silver, not copper. He must not make a mistake. All right, when will you arrive at the company? Lin Wanging inquired. Half an hour. I'll be there shortly. Okay, I'll wait for you in the office. See you soon, my dear. Xia Ming replied before ending the call. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and tidied himself up, admiring his reflection in the mirror as he murmured, I look quite handsome today. I must give my wife a surprise. Feeling pleased, Xia Ming made his way to the company, which was not far from his home. Half an hour was ample time. Upon entering the company's entrance, he was spotted by Wang Tao. Since Xia Ming had joined Shenyuan Group, Wang Tao had repeatedly sought to create trouble for him, which left Xia Ming feeling quite irritated. Why are you here again? You're like a persistent fly, Xia Ming remarked casually. Stamming, who are you insulting? Who is a persistent fly? Wang Tao retorted angrily, incensed by Xia Ming's words. Look at the time. It's almost 10, and you're late again. Though you have any idea how much impact your tardiness has on the company? Wang Tao scolded, pointing a finger at Xia Ming. Xia Ming scratched his nose and, with genuine curiosity, asked, what impact? What loss? I don't see any. To be honest, he had been playing cards for leisure lately, finding his work rather monotonous. His only task was translating documents, and with his proficiency in English, he found it quite effortless, justifying his salary of 10,000. Yet, this ease led to a sense of boredom. President Qin, welcome back. Just then, Wang Tao noticed Xiang entering and quickly ran over, attempting to ingratiate himself. Hello, Xiang replied with a slight nod, indifferent to Wang Tao's flattery, being a well-known figure in Jiazhou, while Wang Tao was merely a lowly employee of Qingyao Group. At that moment, Xiang turned to see Xia Ming, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Coincidentally, Wang Tao, following Xiang's gaze, quickly interjected, President Qin, this is an employee from our company. I was just reprimanding him for his constant tardiness. I was considering firing him. As soon as those words left Wang Tao's lips, Xiang's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Wang Tao, noticing this, speculated. Could it be that my comment about Xia Ming's lateness has made President Qin dislike him? Feeling a surge of excitement, Wang Tao quickly reassured Xiang, rest assured, such troublemakers will be eliminated from the company. We cannot allow individuals like him to remain. This is the first time we've encountered someone like this. But you can trust us. The majority of our staff are quite exceptional. However, far from improving Xiang's mood, Wang Tao's words only darkened his expression further. The thought of Xia Ming being fired ignited a furious response within him. What will happen to my treatment if you dismiss Xia Ming? The scoundrel seems to warrant a discussion with Lin Wanging. Little does he know that with a single utterance, Wang Tao has incited the ire of Xiang, who has harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. In his pursuit of Xia Ming, Wang Tao had scoured the city for half a day. Given his influence, locating an individual in Jiangzhou should have been a trivial task. Yet, he found himself unsuccessful. Particularly troubling was the moment Xia Ming had discerned his ailment. It became evident to Wang Tao that Xia Ming was undoubtedly a master in his field. Over the years, Wang Tao had relied on his instincts and had accurately assessed numerous individuals, all of whom were exceptionally talented. He was convinced that he could not be mistaken. Fortunately, he encountered Xia Ming once more. However, this scoundrel, Wang Tao, had the audacity to declare Xia Ming's dismissal in his presence. Xia Ming was the only one capable of alleviating his affliction, and if Wang Tao were to terminate him, what would become of his health? Wang Tao's bullying of Xia Ming was, in essence, a slight against Qin Tianxiang, who was oblivious to the fact that he had already etched Wang Tao's name into his memory. As Qin Tianxiang's expression grew increasingly grim, Wang Tao muttered to himself, "Is my performance not up to par? Must I expel Xia Ming immediately?" Wang Tao hesitated, realizing he was merely a junior employee at Xinghua Group and lacked the authority to dismiss Xia Ming. Ultimately, only a supervisor could execute such a decision. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze grew resolute. This was an opportunity to curry favor with General Manager Chun, who was a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. Aligning himself with someone of Qin's stature would undoubtedly benefit his future prospects. With this realization, Wang Tao made up his mind, inhaled deeply, and approached Xia Ming, stating, "Xia Ming, effective immediately, you are dismissed." The abruptness of Wang Tao's declaration caught the attention of several onlookers, who turned to observe the unfolding drama. However, due to Wang Tao's father's senior position within Xinghua Group, none dared to voice their objections. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Xia Ming furrowed his brow and retorted, "Have you taken leave of your senses? On what grounds do you expel me?" Xia Ming found Wang Tao's audacity infuriating. After all, he had no authority to dismiss him. "Xia Ming, let me ask you this. Since starting work, how many days have you been late? You've shown no sense of collective pride, tarnishing the company's reputation. You think you can simply arrive late and infuriate General Manager Chun without consequence? Do you even know who he is?" Enough. Just as Wang Tao prepared to continue, Qin Tianxiang's face darkened, culminating in a furious roar. The intensity of his anger silenced Wang Tao, who turned pale as he faced Qin Tianxiang, who was now approaching him with a stormy expression. "Master Xia, you've arrived. Have you had a meal? Shall we go eat first?" Qin Tianxiang's demeanor shifted to one of ingratiation as he addressed Xia Ming, fearing to offend him. His fortune was now intricately tied to Xia Ming's well-being. If Xia Ming thrived, so would he, and if Xia Ming faltered, he would inevitably face misfortune. In that moment, Wang Tao was left dumbfounded, as were the other employees. What was happening? Wasn't General Manager Qin dissatisfied with Xia Ming? How had the situation turned into one of flattery toward him? "Let us treat your ailment now." Xia Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, let us proceed," Qin Tianxiang replied, still wearing a fawning expression. Wang Tao could scarcely believe his eyes. Qin Tianxiang was indeed flattering Xia Ming. The revelation left him feeling deflated, as if all the air had been sucked out of him. "It's over," he thought. "I've surely offended Qin Tianxiang. This is disastrous. If he speaks a word against me in Jiangzhou, even my father's high position in Xinghua Group won't save me." In a moment of regret, Wang Tao realized that his reprimand of Xia Ming had unwittingly crossed paths with Qin Tianxiang's interests. General Manager Qin. Wang Tao rushed to Qin Tianxiang's side, but before he could speak, Qin Tianxiang's piercing gaze met him. "I ask you to leave immediately. I will discuss today's events with General Manager Lin. An employee like you, lacking in decorum, is beyond my comprehension." Qin Tianxiang's words nearly caused Wang Tao to choke. Just moments ago, he had been disparaging Xia Ming, and now he found himself at the receiving end of disdain. As Qin Tianxiang departed with Xia Ming, Wang Tao broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly defeated. "It's over. It's truly over. Offending Qin Tianxiang is tantamount to signing my own death warrant." The realization struck him hard. He had hoped to win favor with Qin Tianxiang, only to discover that Xia Ming appeared to be well acquainted with him, even receiving his respect. Who was Xia Ming? A recent graduate from humble beginnings, how could he command such regard from Qin Tianxiang? As they entered Lin Wanging's office, she had been waiting expectantly. Upon seeing Xia Ming, a flicker of joy, scarcely perceptible, danced in her eyes. "Xia Ming, you've arrived," she greeted him warmly. "My dear, I've come," Xia Ming replied cheerfully, waving his hand. "Dear?" The term caught Qin Tianxiang off guard. Had he just heard Xia Ming refer to Lin Wanging in such an intimate manner? He recalled that Lin Wanging had never been married and had no known partner. This revelation left him astounded. Perhaps only someone of Xia Ming's caliber would be worthy of such a brilliant young woman. Lin Wanging's reputation was well established throughout Jiangzhou. Being one of its 3 renowned beauties, the number of suitors vying for her attention was staggering, and her prowess as a businesswoman was equally impressive. Having built a billion-dollar company through sheer determination, even Qin Tianxiang admired her accomplishments. While he sought to endear himself to Lin Wanging, he understood the futility of trying to win her affection given his marital status. Yet he still desired to make a favorable impression. Despite previous attempts to court her favor, he had never succeeded. Standing quietly, Qin Tianxiang recognized the importance of discretion. "Dear, may I occupy your office for a moment?" "I'll treat General Manager Qin's ailment and then let him depart," Xia Ming requested. "Are you going to treat him now?" Lin Wanging inquired, her faith in Xia Ming's abilities somewhat wavering. Though she was aware of his medical skills, she doubted their sophistication, assuming he only possessed basic techniques. Nevertheless, Xia Ming's confidence and Qin Tianxiang's evident trust in him prompted her to withhold any objections. Let us proceed and allow him to recover quickly, Xia Ming stated. Qin Tianxiang, however, felt somewhat bemused. Despite being the chairman of Wanging Group, he was accustomed to people vying for his attention. Yet here was Xia Ming, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Please carry on with the treatment. I'll step out for a moment, Lin Wanging said, recognizing that the treatment for Qin Tianxiang might involve sensitive matters that could be uncomfortable for him. After she exited, Xia Ming turned to Qin Tianxiang. General Manager, do you have the silver needles? Yes, yes, Qin Tianxiang replied eagerly, producing the silver needles he had procured with great effort. Xia Ming examined them carefully and nodded in satisfaction. These needles are of commendable quality. Hearing Xia Ming's approval, Qin Tianxiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's good to hear, he said, grateful that he had invested so much in acquiring them. Master, what is our treatment plan? Qin Tianxiang could not help but inquire. Ever since he experienced a decline in his condition, he had been extremely anxious, eager to find a remedy, as it directly pertained to his happiness in life. If left untreated, it could potentially affect his entire family. It's simple. Just lie down on the sofa, and the treatment can commence, Xia Ming instructed. All right, I'll do it right away. Subsequently, Qin Tianxiang reclined on the sofa. His eyes fixed intently on Xia Ming. At that moment, his heart raced with tension. He was uncertain whether his ailment could truly be cured. Yet, given that Xia Ming could discern his condition at a glance, he must be a master of medical arts. Xia Ming glanced at the silver needles in his hand and reassured Qin Tianxiang. Bear with it for a moment. If it becomes unbearable, feel free to speak. Understood. Qin Tianxiang nodded, his gaze unwavering on the silver needle. His body involuntarily tensed, as he had never undergone acupuncture before, resulting in an indescribable fear of the process. Sensing his apprehension, Xia Ming gently urged, do not be nervous. Relax. You won't feel a thing. With Xia Ming's comforting words, Qin Tianxiang managed to loosen up somewhat. Suddenly, he felt a flash before his eyes, and the silver needle in Xia Ming's hand seemed to vanish. When he looked again, he was startled to find a needle embedded in his body, standing there quietly without him feeling a thing. He hadn't even noticed when Xia Ming had inserted it. Xia Ming assessed the acupoints on Qin Tianxiang's body, accurately identifying the necessary spots. In a matter of moments, several silver needles adorned his lower body. A wave of indescribable relief washed over Qin Tianxiang, prompting a soft moan of pleasure. However, Xia Ming's expression shifted slightly, and Qin Tianxiang's previously tranquil demeanor abruptly contorted in agony. Sweat poured from his forehead, and a wave of pain surged through him, compelling him to consider rising. Do not get up. If you do, all our efforts will be in vain, Xia Ming cautioned. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxiang quickly lay back down, but his hands clenched tightly together, his knuckles turning white from the strain. As a master of medicine, Xia Ming wielded considerable skill, and Qin Tianxiang's discomfort was, of course, a consequence of Xia Ming's methods. After all, this was the same scoundrel who had agreed to let Gua Haifei bully his wife. He needed to learn a lesson. Should Qin Tianxiang discover the extent of his suffering due to this situation, one could only imagine his reaction. Chapter 26. Yang Yusen. Xia Ming plunged the needles into Qin Tianxiang with no mercy. Each thrust deliberate and forceful. He held a grudge against Qin Tianxiang, especially concerning this matter that involved his wife, and thus he would not go easy on him. Qin Tianxiang gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, rendered immobile by Xia Ming's insistence. After approximately half an hour, feeling utterly depleted, Xia Ming finally announced, not bad. You are quite the man. I will now remove the needles. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Qin Tianxiang felt a wave of relief akin to rain after a drought. Finally, it's over. It was unbearable. The past half hour had felt like an eternity, and he had wished for nothing more than to escape the torment he had never before experienced. When Xia Ming removed the needles, a sense of ease enveloped him, particularly in his lower body, which had begun to regain sensation. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Why do you keep calling me Master? Just call me Xia Ming, or brother. Do not refer to me as Master, Xia Ming replied, somewhat irritated. Yes, understood. Qin Tianxiang dared not offend Xia Ming by calling him brother. Fearing that could jeopardize his treatment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief coursing through him and longed to express his gratitude. Yet Xia Ming's next statement chilled him to the bone. For the next 6 months, it is best to abstain. Even after I have treated you, you must continue to abstain, or else. Should the old injury resurface, not even a deity could save you. Xia Ming's words fell upon Qin Tianxiang like a bucket of icy water, chilling him to the core. A 6-month abstinence was more painful than death itself. He wore a woeful expression, murmuring, I understand. Xia Ming chuckled inwardly, pleased with himself. You bullied my wife alongside Gua Haifei. So I shall impose this 6-month abstinence upon you. Let this serve as your lesson. With his medical prowess, Xia Ming could have easily cured Qin Tianxiang in one go, yet he refrained from doing so, as Qin Tianxiang's previous actions had been intolerable after the acupuncture session. Xia Ming concluded, "All right, today's treatment is complete, but you will need to return for 6 more sessions over the next 6 days." Qin Tianxiang's face fell at the mention of 6 more sessions. Recalling the agony of this one, if I had to endure that pain 6 more times, I might as well die. Noticing Qin Tianxiang's dismay, Xia Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, grinning as he said, "I am doing this for your own good. Without these 6 sessions, your condition cannot improve. If your ailment persists, then you will remain unfulfilled." "Yes, yes," Qin Tianxiang nodded, looking utterly miserable. "You may leave now," Xia Ming stated. Qin Tianxiang quickly added, Xia Ming, do you have time? How about I treat you to lunch?" He felt immense gratitude towards Xia Ming, especially after witnessing his medical skills, and wished to forge a friendship. If they could become close, it would be easier to seek help in the future. "Not today. I need to be with my wife. Perhaps another day." Xia Ming waved his hand dismissively. "All right, another day then. I won't disturb you two any longer." Qin Tianxiang hurriedly left the office. After his departure, Lin Wanging entered, glancing at Xia Ming and asking, "Xia Ming, did you really cure him?" Lin Wanging was astonished, unable to comprehend Xia Ming's remarkable abilities in medicine. "Of course. Do you not know who your husband is?" Xia Ming stretched and continued, "Dear, it's already noon. Should we not go eat together? I am quite hungry." Xia Ming rubbed his stomach, which was grumbling audibly. Lin Wanging shot him an exasperated glance, her expression radiating charm, causing Xia Ming to momentarily freeze in admiration. "So beautiful. Stop that. If you keep this up, I might just ignore you," Lin Wanging said, her cheeks flushing. Uncertain why she blushed in response to Xia Ming's teasing. After all, she had never been one to show interest in men. She found herself increasingly affected by him. My cousin is returning today, so I need to head back, Lin Wanging explained, anxious not to upset Xia Ming. "Oh, your cousin is back." Xia Ming nodded. "Then that's fine. Family comes first. I can manage a meal on my own." Although Lin Wanging felt hesitant, wanting to accompany Xia Ming for lunch, she knew she had to prioritize her cousin's return. Struggling with the thought of letting Xia Ming dine alone, she suggested, "How about I join you for dinner instead?" "Great. It's settled then," Xia Ming replied excitedly. Afterward, Xia Ming left Lin Wanging's office in high spirits, humming a tune as he approached his desk. At that moment, a striking young woman caught his eye, clad in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. With long, flowing black hair framing her delicate features, Xia Ming found himself momentarily captivated. "Hello there," he greeted as he took his seat. He was somewhat acquainted with this girl, Yang Yusin, who had been absent for a few days due to leave. Now that she was back, Xia Ming recognized her instantly. "Are you the Xia Ming everyone talks about?" Yang Yusin asked, momentarily taken aback by his greeting. His refined features, though not conventionally handsome, possessed a charm that grew more appealing with time. "You know me?" Xia Ming inquired, surprised. "Well, I do now." Yang Yusin's innocent little face broke into a joyful smile as she said, "My name is Yang Yusin. I took a couple of days off recently and haven't been at work. But upon my return today, I heard my colleagues speak highly of you. You're quite impressive." Yang Yusin's final words left Xia Ming somewhat puzzled. However, he brushed it off and cheerfully responded, "I'm thrilled to have such a delightful classmate like you. I never expected you to be so beautiful." Yang Yusin was also taken aback by Xia Ming's playful teasing, yet she felt a surge of excitement within her. After all, who among young women wouldn't appreciate a compliment about their beauty? "Xia Ming, did you also graduate from Jiangzhou University?" Yang Yusin suddenly inquired. "Yes, did you graduate from there as well?" Xia Ming asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Indeed," Yang Yusin exclaimed joyfully. "So, we are classmates. Why haven't I heard of you before? Which department were you in?" Xia Ming questioned, puzzled. After all, Yang Yusin was quite attractive, a little beauty in her own right. It seemed unusual that someone so lovely would not be known to him. "I was in the English department," Yang Yusin replied. "Ah, I see." Xia Ming nodded. In this day and age, the English department was known for its beauty. Many young men longed to enroll there, not for the education, but in search of a beautiful partner. Xia Ming recalled that he had once been quite mad in his pursuit of a girl from that department, which now seemed rather amusing in hindsight. "What about you? Which department were you in?" Yang Yusin asked. Upon learning that Xia Ming was also from Jiangzhou University, Yang Yusin felt an extra sense of closeness. Perhaps it was the fact that they shared the same alma mater. "I'm from the architecture department," Xia Ming replied. The architecture department, Yang Yusin expressed surprise. Typically, the architecture department was dominated by men, with very few women. It was a realm often considered the domain of tough guys, perfectly complementing the English department. "That's wonderful. I had a good friend who was in the architecture department. I never expected you to be from there as well. What a coincidence." Yang Yusin said, her excitement palpable. Really? Xia Ming felt somewhat speechless, but was nonetheless pleased to unexpectedly encounter a fellow classmate in this setting. Oh, you have any plans for lunch today? Yang Yusin asked suddenly. Nothing in particular. Isn't lunch just for eating? Xia Ming replied, looking at Yang Yusin with a hint of confusion as he noticed her hesitance, signaling that she had something on her mind. However, he chose not to pry. He generally avoided complications, and considering that Yang Yusin was a girl, he feared that getting too close might lead to misunderstandings with his girlfriend, Lin Wanging, whom he cherished above all. How about I treat you to lunch? Yang Yusin suggested unexpectedly. Isn't that inappropriate? Xia Ming hesitated, feeling it was a bit odd for someone he had just met to treat him to a meal. Besides, it seemed improper for a girl to pay when dining out. Yet his finances were rather limited, and he feared that if this continued, he would soon be broke. Xia Ming, I need your help with something. Would you be able to assist me? Yang Yusin's large, earnest eyes gazed at him, which left Xia Ming feeling somewhat distressed. He had only just met her, and he didn't want to entangle himself too deeply, given the differences between men and women. Yet, here she was, asking for his help right off the bat. He found himself caught in a dilemma. Should he refuse or accept? Ding. Accepting Yang Yusin's request and aiding her in resolving her difficulty will reward the host with 300 honor points. Just as Xia Ming was about to decline Yang Yusin, he suddenly heard the system's voice, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could this lead to misunderstandings with my girlfriend? He thought with a bitter smile. It was rare for the system to issue a task, and the honor points offered were usually quite meager. To his surprise, resolving Yang Yusin's issue would grant him 300 points. I can help you. But I need to consult my girlfriend first, Xia Ming said. Your girlfriend? Oh, you're married? Yang Yusin exclaimed, surprised. Xia Ming appeared to be in his mid-20s. It seemed rather early for marriage. In rural areas, it was common for individuals around that age to be wed, and the local gossip was often harsh regarding those who remained single. What do you need help with? Xia Ming asked, a hint of frustration in his tone. Well, there's this guy named Chen Kai who has been bothering me every day at noon. He's quite annoying, and despite my clear rejection, he continues to pursue me. I was hoping you could help me by simply having lunch with me. That should make him give up, Yang Yusin explained. Is it truly just lunch? Xia Ming asked. Yes, that's all it takes. I just want him to give up, Yang Yusin assured him eagerly. All right, I agree to help, Xia Ming conceded, motivated by the prospect of earning those 300 honor points. Honor points were hard to come by, and his skills were limited compared to the all-rounders, so he needed to accumulate them quickly. Really? Yang Yusin's eyes sparkled with joy. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Xia Ming replied, somewhat exasperated. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Xia Ming. Yang Yusin felt a rush of excitement. While she was not particularly attracted to him, she recognized that asking for his help so abruptly might be inappropriate. However, they shared a bond as fellow students, which fostered a sense of familiarity. In the real world, after university, everyone seemed to go their separate ways, making it quite rare to encounter a classmate. There's no need for thanks. Xia Ming smiled. Shall we go now? I'll treat you to hot pot, Yang Yusin suggested cheerfully. Thank you, Xia Ming replied as they exited the office building of Qingya Group. However, waiting at the entrance was a sharply dressed man in a suit. Holding a bouquet of roses, his hair was meticulously styled and slicked back, glistening under the light. Yang Yusin and Xia Ming emerged from the building. She spotted Chen Kai, who had been waiting patiently. Her expression changed, and upon noticing her, Chen Kai approached with a broad smile, flowers in hand. Yusin, are you off work? You haven't had lunch yet, right? Let me treat you, Chen Kai said with an air of sophistication, a smile illuminating his face. I'm sorry, but someone has already invited me to lunch. I truly apologize, but please don't pursue me any further. It's just not possible between us, Yang Yusin replied, her demeanor turning serious. Someone invited you to lunch? You mean him? Chen Kai's gaze shifted to Xia Ming, who was dressed in clothes that likely cost less than 300 yuan, clearly indicating his modest financial status. Chen Kai regarded Xia Ming with disdain, saying, this country bumpkin is the one treating you. What could he possibly offer you? I suggest I take you to Jinshi instead. I've heard they have some excellent signature dishes. What do you think? Chen Kai dismissed Xia Ming entirely, viewing him as a mere impoverished loser. He was confident that by undermining Xia Ming's confidence, he could assert his own superiority. As Chen Kai finished speaking, he regarded Xia Ming with a mocking expression, while Xia Ming's face twisted at the mention of Jinshi. He had just dined there, courtesy of Chen Tianxiang, and found the prices absurd. 100 yuan for a plate of cucumber salad was ludicrous. Chen Kai, I've already told you someone is treating me to lunch. Please stop bothering me, and besides, I have no interest in you, Yang Yusin said coldly, her expression firm. Her recent absence from work was partly due to Chen Kai's relentless pursuit, which had become increasingly bothersome, and no matter how she tried to distance herself, he clung to her like a persistent adhesive. Chen Kai's expression darkened at her words, his eyes blazing with anger. How dare you? It's a privilege for me to even consider you. One day, you'll find yourself beneath me. Though he thought this, he merely maintained a facade of elegance, smiling as he said, well, since someone is treating you. Can I join as well? Xia Ming was utterly taken aback. No way. He thought a tree without bark is doomed to perish. A person without shame is invincible. This is a classic case. He never even mentioned treating me to a meal. Yet this fellow shamelessly insists on tagging along. Is this some kind of joke? If he truly intends to accompany me, does that mean I will be the one footing the bill? After all, it was Yang Yusin who said she would treat me. The situation escalated unfavorably. Xia Ming felt increasingly reluctant. Naturally, he did not want Chen Kai to join him for dinner, being a staunch traditionalist. He would feel somewhat embarrassed if Yang Yusin ended up paying. Ultimately, it would still be him covering the expenses. However, he estimated that he wouldn't be spending much because Yang Yusin, as a girl, wouldn't eat much. But with Chen Kai in the mix, it would be a different story. Chen Kai, being a man, would certainly eat as much as 2 women. Xia Ming was not a fool. He would not allow Chen Kai to dine at his expense without contribution. Sorry, brother, but I don't have enough money to treat extra people, so you should go eat on your own, Xia Ming quickly stated. This declaration nearly sent Chen Kai into a fit of rage. As countless individuals had sought to curry favor with him in the past, he had only wanted to give Xia Ming a chance to enjoy a meal, yet Xia Ming flatly refused. Chen Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Yang Yusin, meanwhile, could not help but giggle at the unfolding drama. It's all right, I'll cover it, Chen Kai managed to choke out, suppressing his inner fury. But how could that be? I already said I would treat Yang Yusin, so naturally, I must pay. Xia Ming shook his head. This was a matter of principle, and he would not yield. Seeing that Xia Ming was resolute, Chen Kai's anger boiled over. Do you know who I am? Xia Ming tilted his head, muttering, why does that phrase sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. I'll tell you. My name is Chen Kai. In the entire Jiangzhou city, no one dares to disrespect me. Today, I'm treating Yang Yusin to dinner, so you best stay out of it. Are you out of your mind? Xia Ming was now livid. Why was this person so clingy, like a sugar-coated pill? He clearly had no sense of propriety. Try saying that again. Upon hearing Xia Ming's retort, Chen Kai was infuriated. Who did Xia Ming think he was? A prominent figure in Jiangzhou. He could not tolerate being insulted like this. You're insane. Your entire family is insane. Xia Ming retorted, you asked for me to insult you. People these days are truly strange. Willingly inviting insults upon themselves, seeking death, Chen Kai thought, utterly flabbergasted by Xia Ming's audacity. The latter spoke with cutting precision, causing Chen Kai's chest to heave with suppressed rage. In a fit of anger, Chen Kai swung a punch at Xia Ming. Xia Ming furrowed his brow and, with a deft maneuver, redirected Chen Kai's force. Chen Kai felt as if he had struck a marshmallow, and as Xia Ming leaned away, Chen Kai, having overexerted himself, careened off to the side. Ouch! Chen Kai stumbled and collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his front teeth, looking utterly pitiful. Hey, why are you lying on the ground? Is it comfortable down there? Xia Ming observed, feigning surprise as if the scenario were bizarre. Chen Kai, incensed by this comment, sprang to his feet and swung a powerful slap at Xia Ming, quick and precise. If it connected, Xia Ming's face would surely bear the brunt. Seeing this, Xia Ming shouted, you're asking for it. If that's how it is, then don't blame me for being rude. As Chen Kai lunged at Xia Ming, the latter retaliated with a swift slap. Having practiced Tai Chi and fortified his body with a special solution, Xia Ming's strike was formidable. The moment Xia Ming's palm connected with Chen Kai's face, time seemed to freeze. Chen Kai stood stunned, his face swelling grotesquely at an alarming rate. You dare hit me? Chen Kai gaped at Xia Ming in disbelief. Which of your eyes saw me hit you? Xia Ming replied nonchalantly. Chen Kai nearly spat blood, realizing Xia Ming had indeed struck him, that he was now feigning innocence. As he touched his face, he discovered the swelling, which left him breathless. You actually hit me. You're finished. You refinished. Chen Kai was furious. In all his life, he had never been struck. Xia Ming's slap had humiliated him beyond measure. Xia Ming, noticing Chen Kai's rage, simply brushed off his hands as if removing dirt. This infuriated Chen Kai even more. Just wait. Chen Kai barked, pulling out his phone to call someone. Hello, Captain Wang. This is Chen Kai. I was assaulted in front of the Qingya Group building. Who would dare to provoke you? A coarse voice replied, filled with anger. I don't know his name. Just hurry over. All right, Chen Kai, wait there. I'm on my way. On the other end, a hefty man, weighing around 180 pounds and clad in police uniform, was the head of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Jiangzhou Police Department. Given that Chen Kai often helped him, he was not about to let this incident slide. Meanwhile, Chen Kai glared icily at Xia Ming, vowing, you're finished. I'm going to charge you with intentional injury. Intentional injury? Xia Ming dismissed it, stating, you brought this upon yourself. From now on, Don't trouble young Yusin again. If you do, I want to hold back. Xia Ming was fiercely determined to resolve the issue for young Yusin, motivated by the prospect of earning 300 honor points. Those points could afford him 3 draws, possibly yielding something valuable. Otherwise, he had no reason to exert himself for someone he hardly knew. Yu Chen Kai hesitated, fearing Xia Ming would strike him again. Moments later, sirens echoed down the street as a police car approached, and a hefty officer rushed toward Chen Kai, wiping the sweat from his brow, clearly eager to please. Chen Kai, who was the fool who dared to cross you? Having received many favors from Chen Kai. The officer, known as Wang, was keen to maintain that relationship. Upon seeing the bloodied handprint on Chen Kai's face, he erupted in fury. Who did this? Do you know hitting someone is against the law? Seeing Wang's reaction, Chen Kai beamed with joy. Captain Wang, it was this guy. He struck me without reason. You must stand up for me. It was him. Wang's gaze hardened as he turned towards Xia Ming. Recognizing Xia Ming, the officer's expression turned icy, confirming Xia Ming's worst fears. Wang and Chen Kai were in cahoots. Wang approached Xia Ming cautiously, handcuffs at the ready. Young Yusin, witnessing this, was furious. What do you think you're doing? You can't take Xia Ming. Chen Kai struck first. Xia Ming was merely defending himself. Defending himself? Is that how you justify beating someone to such a degree? Wang advanced on Xia Ming, who was increasingly annoyed by Chen Kai's underhanded tactics. Anyone who tries to arrest me will regret it, Xia Ming declared, his temper flaring. Chen Kai's actions were utterly despicable, falsely accusing him after being the instigator. You can't take him. Young Yusin stood protectively in front of Xia Ming, glaring at Chen Kai. As this drama unfolded at the entrance of the Qingya group, onlookers began to take notice. Isn't that Young Yusin? What is she doing with the police? Look behind her. Isn't that the new translator? Xia Ming, what transgression did the two commit that even the police were summoned? Indeed, what could they have done to warrant such a response? Many were abuzz with speculation. Observing Xia Ming, Chen Kai sneered coldly, saying, You all wait. I will press charges against you for intentional injury. Prepare to rot in jail. He addressed Captain Wang. I trust you will handle this impartially. Arrest him, Wang said, fearful that Xia Ming might suddenly lash out. However, the outburst he anticipated did not occur. Instead, Xia Ming remained remarkably calm, stating, I will go with you. No need for that useless object. He then stepped forward towards the police car. At that moment, Young Yusin nervously tugged at Xia Ming's clothing, saying, Xia Ming, this is all my fault. If anyone should go to the police station, it should be me. Xia Ming felt warmth in his heart and thought to himself, I never imagined Young Yusin had such a good heart. If Chen Kai truly harmed her, it would indeed be a pity. Seeing Xia Ming's unperturbed demeanor, Young Yusin assumed he was merely stunned. She bit her lip and reassured him, Don't worry, I will make sure nothing happens to you. Chapter 30. Interrogation. Young Yusin was filled with guilt. If it weren't for her, Xia Ming would not have found himself in this predicament. Young Yusin, you should go home now. I will be out shortly. Xia Ming comforted her. In truth, he wished to leave as well, but he did not know anyone who could help, leaving him somewhat troubled. Young Yusin understood that this matter could not be resolved immediately and would require the assistance of a lawyer. With tears brimming in her large eyes, she nodded. Hurry and leave. Stop dawdling, Wang urged Xia Ming with a shove. Xia Ming's gaze suddenly turned icy as he looked at Wang, his eyes cold like a beast's, emanating a bloodthirsty aura that startled Wang into shivering. Wang pondered, after all, I am the captain of the Jiangzhou Police Department. How could I be intimidated by a mere student? His expression darkened, but he still attempted to sound authoritative, saying, Do you dare threaten a police officer? Do you believe I won't ensure you spend a long time behind bars? Xia Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He refrained from physical retaliation. Engaging in a confrontation with the police, even if justified, would only lead to complications. After all, the police are state officials, and as long as one remains passive, discussions can continue, but violence would lead to dire consequences. As the commotion unfolded outside the Qingya group's entrance, Lin Wanging descended from her office. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, her brows furrowed in disapproval. What is happening here, Manager Lin? Our Xia Ming has been taken by the police. Yes, Manager Lin, it seems this incident involves Young Yusin. You should ask her for details. What? Lin Wanging's face paled upon hearing that Xia Ming had been taken by the police. She quickly inquired, Young Yusin, is it true that Xia Ming was taken? Young Yusin's face turned ashen, but upon seeing Lin Wanging, she felt reassured and hurriedly explained, Manager Lin, it's true. Chen Kai wanted to invite me to dinner, and Xia Ming stepped in to defend me. Then Chen Kai attempted to strike Xia Ming, who only retaliated in self-defense. Subsequently, Chen Kai called the police, and Captain Wang took Xia Ming away. Lin Wanging's expression turned icy as she absorbed this information. The news of Xia Ming's arrest saddened her deeply. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a faint affection for Xia Ming. Even when he referred to her as wife, she found no aversion, a sentiment she would not have entertained with anyone else. I understand. You all return for now. I will handle this matter, she declared after a moment's contemplation and promptly made a phone call. Hello, Secretary Li. Please arrange for the best lawyer and bring him to the police station. Understood, Manager Lin. Anxiously, Lin Wanging rushed her car towards the police station. Meanwhile, Xia Ming had already arrived at the precinct and was taken into a dimly lit interrogation room. Captain Wang, wielding a stun baton, loomed over him, declaring, "Boy, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll face severe consequences. Now, tell me, why did you strike Chun?" Xia Ming replied, bewildered. "What do you mean, strike? That was self-defense. Chen Kai initiated the attack." "Am I to be punished for defending myself?" Xia Ming refused to let Wang twist the narrative. Self-defense? Have you ever seen someone defend themselves to such an extent? Wang warned. "You'd best tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind." With that, Wang locked the door. Every police station has its dark corners, and this room was devoid of surveillance cameras. Therefore, even if Xia Ming were to be assaulted, there would be no evidence. Xia Ming's gaze hardened as he coldly addressed Wang. "Is this how you conduct yourself as a police officer? Not only do you fail to uphold justice for the people, but you also attempt to coerce a confession. Is there no law left?" "Law?" Wang chuckled derisively, his lewd grin inciting a desire to strike him. "Let me make it clear. Here, I am the law. If you confess today, there will be no repercussions. If not, I will ensure you suffer. A glimmer of malice flashed in Wang's eyes as he scoffed. Xia Ming was filled with rage. These individuals were utterly lawless. The very people the citizens support turn against them, abusing the trust placed in them. "I was merely defending myself. Chen Kai initiated the altercation. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Xiao Zhang, teach him a lesson." Wang signaled to a nearby officer. Xiao Zhang, grinning mockingly, assured Xia Ming, "Don't worry, I won't leave any marks on you. Just enough to make you feel pain for a while." With that, he brandished the stun baton, its crackling sound sending a jolt of anxiety through Xia Ming, who stared coldly at Xiao Zhang. At that moment, Lin Wanging arrived at the police station, accompanied by a stunning young woman named Li Feifei, who had just returned from a business trip. Alongside them was a silver-eyed attorney, a man of considerable age, exuding an air of integrity. He was the lawyer Lin Wanging had engaged for Xia Ming. "Manager Lin, what is the situation? Xia Ming has been in custody for a while now. I'm unsure of his current status. Has the lawyer arrived?" Lin Wanging inquired. "Yes, he is here," Li Feifei quickly replied. "This is lawyer Li Han, the most renowned attorney in this area. Let him handle the matter." Li Han smiled warmly. "Hello, I am Li Han. You must be Manager Lin. Could you brief me on the situation?" Anyone witnessing this exchange would be struck by Li Han's dedication as an attorney. Lin Wanging promptly recounted Yang Yusin's account of events. It was self-defense. If that is the case, it should be manageable. Li Han concluded. Chapter 31. Uncle and Nephew? Let us proceed inside for further discussion. Under Li Han's guidance, they entered the police station. Is Captain Wang available? Li Han inquired loudly. A staff member glanced at Li Han and replied dismissively. "Who are you? What business do you have with Captain Wang?" "I am an attorney, and I request to see Captain Wang," Li Han stated calmly. "Our captain is busy interrogating a suspect. He doesn't have time for your chatter." The staff member retorted, abruptly silencing himself afterward. Li Han's expression darkened, infuriated by this lack of respect. While others may not grasp the underlying issues, Li Han understood that the so-called interrogation likely involved illicit methods. Just then, Chen Kai sauntered into view, glancing at Li Han with disdain. "You were Chen Kai?" Lin Wanging interjected, surprised. Upon seeing Lin Wanging, Chen Kai's eyes lit up, momentarily taken aback by her exquisite beauty, far surpassing Yang Yusin. "If I could have some fun with her, that would be delightful," he thought, licking his lips, his gaze filled with unbridled desire. Lin Wanging, incensed by his leering, managed to suppress her anger and retorted coldly. "You were the one who struck first, weren't you? What does it mean to say I was the first to strike? Could it be that there's been a misunderstanding? If I were indeed the aggressor, then surely there would be some evidence left on the other party, wouldn't there? Just look at me. My entire face is swollen from the blows that I tell you. Xia Ming has committed the crime of intentional harm." Chen Kai said sternly, "Of course, if you would consider being friends with me, then Xia Ming would be my friend too. It's not uncommon for friends to engage in playful scuffles. As he spoke, Chen Kai's gaze lingered provocatively on Lin Wanging's chest, igniting her anger and turning her face pale. Lin Wanging retorted, "You are shameless." "Shameless? Is that so? You even know to call me shameless?" Chen Kai laughed heartily. Li Han, with an icy demeanor, interjected, "So your name is Chen Kai? Threatening others in public, I must inform you, carries legal repercussions." "Legal repercussions?" Chen Kai erupted in laughter. "Where did you hear me say anything? Is anyone here listening? This is merely your one-sided assumption." Li Han's face darkened with fury. "You are utterly lawless." "Lawless? Let me make it clear. I am the law. I am above it all. No one can save that scoundrel today." If he dares to strike me, he will rot in prison. Chen Kai's fierce gaze bore down on Li Han, inciting her exasperation. As a lawyer, her role was to argue and reason, but encountering someone like Chen Kai, who disregarded logic, left her powerless. Just then, Lin Wanging's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and answered, "Hello, is that you, General Manager Lin? I was wondering if you have time this afternoon. I would like to invite you and Xia Ming to dinner." Came Chen Tianxiang's voice. Originally, he had planned to treat Xia Ming to lunch, but due to Xia Ming's prior commitments, he postponed it to the next day. However, Xia Ming had an acupuncture session scheduled for tomorrow, which was excruciatingly painful. If possible, he would prefer to avoid a repeat of that torment. Thus, he decided to host dinner tonight to ensure Xia Ming would be less severe with the needles tomorrow. To please Xia Ming, Chen Tianxiang was quite accommodating, as he was a wealthy mogul in Jiangzhou, typically the one others sought favors from, never the other way around. Moreover, forming a connection with someone as skilled as Xia Ming was a significant advantage. "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid I won't have time tonight. Xia Ming is still at the police station," Lin Wanging replied dejectedly. She too wished to extricate Xia Ming but was infuriated by the audacity of those involved. Thus, she contemplated calling the police chief. Having spent many years here, she had dealt with the chief before, but he was not someone easy to negotiate with, which is why she usually avoided such interactions. "What?" Chen Tianxiang's voice erupted with panic upon hearing that Xia Ming was in custody. He had 6 more acupuncture sessions to endure. If Xia Ming didn't come out, what would happen to his condition? "General Manager Lin, what on earth happened? How could Xia Ming end up in the police station?" With a sigh, Lin Wanging recounted the ordeal of Xia Ming being framed. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiang immediately said, "Please wait. I will head to the police station right away." He hastily ended the call and dialed the police chief. "Hello, is this Chief Wang? This is Chen Tianxiang. I have a friend who was brought in by Captain Wang. Could you possibly make an exception? What crime has he committed?" "It's a case of self-defense. He was attacked, and in defending himself, he accidentally injured the other party. It's hardly a severe injury. I hope you can exercise some leniency." "All right, I'll head to the police station now. Thank you, Chief Wang." Chen Tianxiang hung up and rushed to the police station. Upon arrival, he found Lin Wanging waiting impatiently. "General Manager Lin, where is Xia Ming?" he asked. "I heard he is still in the interrogation room." "What do we do?" "Still in the interrogation room." Chen Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly. "Let's go find him." He strode purposefully toward the interrogation room, when suddenly a figure darted out from ahead and collided with him, causing him to stagger while the other person nearly fell. Who was the blind fool? Before he could finish, he froze upon recognizing the individual. Uncle, what are you doing here?" "Xiao Kai." Chen Tianxiang was equally astonished to find his nephew Chen Kai here, who had been working at the Wanging Group and had risen to the position of deputy manager under Chen Tianxiang's guidance. "What are you doing here?" "Uncle, you must help me. I was just assaulted. Look at my face, it's all swollen," Chen Kai exclaimed, visibly enraged. Who attacked you?" Chen Tianxiang asked, perplexed at that moment. Chen Kai noticed Lin Wanging beside Chen Tianxiang and angrily pointed at her. "It was an employee from her company. They struck me mercilessly, almost knocking out my teeth." "An employee from your company?" Chen Tianxiang paused, then turned to Lin Wanging, who was glaring at Chen Kai with fury. It was he who called Captain Wang, which led to Xia Ming being arrested. "What?" Upon realizing that Xia Ming was apprehended due to Chen Kai's actions, Chen Tianxiang's anger ignited. "General Manager Lin claims you assaulted Xia Ming. Is that true?" Chen Tianxiang widened his eyes, flames of rage flickering within. Chen Kai, though fearless, felt a twinge of apprehension at his uncle's fiery gaze. Reluctantly, he nodded. He dared not lie, as there were many witnesses to the incident. "You've gone too far, abusing my name to act recklessly. You infuriate me." Chen Tianxiang was beside himself with rage. His happiness hinged on Xia Ming, and if anything happened to him, his life would be irrevocably shattered. Yet, it turned out his own nephew had antagonized Xia Ming. He was seething with a desire to reprimand Chen Kai thoroughly. "Quickly, where have they taken him?" He was taken to the interrogation room. Chen Kai stammered. "Just wait. I will deal with you later." Chen Tianxiang hastily made his way to the interrogation room, knocking on the door. Inside, a clicking sound echoed as the door swung open, revealing Wang and a subordinate. Both visibly shaken and fearful. How terrifying, how terrifying. Upon seeing Chen Kai, Wang immediately exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, what brings you here?" "And you, Mr. Chen." Wang trembled at the sight of Chen Tianxiang, who then boomed, "Wang, how are you conducting business? Who authorized you to detain my friend's acquaintance?" A balding man with a commanding presence entered, exuding authority. His voice resonated. Wang quaked in his boots. "Chief Wang, why are you here? Why wouldn't I come? If I hadn't, this station would be in utter chaos because of you." "Chief, I haven't done anything." Wang hurriedly protested. Is there a person named Xia Ming who has been detained?" Chief Wang demanded. Wang nearly fainted at the realization. Thinking to himself, Could it be that Xia Ming is somehow related to Chief Wang? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Regret washed over him as he realized that Chief Wang had personally come to retrieve Xia Ming. Clearly, there was a connection. In that moment of panic, Wang cast a desperate glance at Chen Kai for help. Yes, he was working on Chen Kai's behalf. Chen Kai couldn't ignore him. However, upon catching Wang's pleading gaze, Chen Kai turned away, leaving Wang's heart sinking. He understood that he was likely doomed. Yes, a Xia Ming was indeed brought in. He is accused of intentional harm. Where is he? Where is the person? Wang Jianlin exclaimed furiously. Right here in this interrogation room. Hurry up and release him. He waved his hand in command. Yes, yes, I will let him go at once. With that, the portly Wang hurried into the interrogation chamber. At that moment, Xia Ming sat motionless in a chair. Upon seeing Wang return, Xia Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Do you still intend to resort to torture?" Just moments ago, Wang had attempted to use a stun baton on him. But Xia Ming, with his exceptional skills, had swiftly kicked the baton, causing it to shock Wang instead. Wang let out a pained scream, nearly losing consciousness. He had not anticipated that Xia Ming would possess such prowess. And now he was eager to find another way to extract a confession from him. As he stepped outside, he encountered Qin Tianxiang and Director Wang. Fortunately, he had not inflicted any real harm on Xia Ming. Otherwise, he would have been utterly doomed. Comrade Xia Ming, I apologize. I truly apologize. We apprehended the wrong person. I am sincerely sorry. Wang hastily exclaimed. Xiao Zhang, what are you waiting for? Quickly remove Comrade Xia's handcuffs. Ah, Brother Wang. But what about young Master Qin? Xiao Zhang hesitated to ask. Forget young Master Qin. Just hurry and unlock them. Wang barked. Yes, yes. Xiao Zhang quickly removed the handcuffs from Xia Ming, leaving Xia Ming puzzled. What is happening? Just a moment ago, it seemed like you were intent on coercing a confession, and now everything has changed so swiftly. Please, come with me outside, Wang urged, unable to contain himself. Why should I go with you? Xia Ming replied, perplexed. Brother, you are my dear brother. You must leave this place. If you stay here any longer, it will truly become troublesome. You know Director Wang. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on you. Upon hearing Xia Ming's name mentioned, Director Wang immediately inferred that Xia Ming had an undeniable connection with him. Otherwise, why would Wang have personally come here? Regret flooded Wang's mind. Had he known this earlier, he would never have dared to act against Xia Ming, even if offered 10 lives. Chapter 33. Is everything all right? Xia Ming, too, felt speechless. He had no acquaintance with Director Wang. He had been contemplating how to leave the police station, but now the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Filled with curiosity, Xia Ming exited the interrogation room and spotted Lin Wanging. His eyes brightened. You are here too, Xia Ming. Are you all right? Lin Wanging asked anxiously, fearing that Xia Ming had suffered any injustices. Observing her concern, Xia Ming couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was evident her affection for him. I am fine. How could anything happen to me? This time, we owe it all to Mr. Qin. Without his intervention, you wouldn't have been released so easily, Lin Wanging remarked. Xia Ming glanced at Qin Tianxiang, who cautiously spoke. Xia Ming, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault for not managing things properly. Otherwise, this ruffian wouldn't have caused such a disaster. With a grave countenance, Qin Tianxiang ordered, Chen Kai, come over here and apologize to Mr. Xia. What? Apologize to Xia Ming? I want tea. Chen Kai refused, still nursing his bruises. Seeing Chen Kai's defiance, Qin Tianxiang was furious and nearly choked on his anger. What are you standing there for? Don't you realize the gravity of your mistake? Hurry up and apologize. Qin Tianxiang was enraged. Xia Ming was a remarkable individual. His medical skills were extraordinary. Offending him would be akin to signing one's own death warrant. They had reached a level where they feared for their lives. Uncle. What do you mean You should consider resigning as assistant manager and work your way up from the bottom. Qin Tianxiang was incensed. Chen Kai's repeated insubordination was intolerable. Under different circumstances, it might have been acceptable. But Xia Ming was not someone to be trifled with. Uncle. Chen Kai finally panicked. His position as assistant manager had afforded him certain privileges, and now, with Qin Tianxiang threatening to strip him of that, he feared losing his status and charm. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. He rushed to Xia Ming, offering a sincere apology. Upon witnessing Chen Kai's genuine contrition, Qin Tianxiang sighed with relief. Xia Ming, this was all that wretched boy's fault. I hope you won't hold it against him. Qin Tianxiang lowered his stance, leaving Wang Jianlin astonished. He and Qin Tianxiang shared a good rapport, primarily due to Qin's investments, which were beneficial for Wang's political career. Each year, Qin Tianxiang's contributions brought considerable accolades, thus establishing their friendship. Wang was taken aback to see Qin Tianxiang humbling himself before this young man. Who was Xia Ming to command such respect? All right, It's fine. I'll be leaving now. Xia Ming was eager to depart. Moments ago, he had received a notification in his mind indicating the completion of a system task. He had assisted Yang Yusin in overcoming her ordeal and earned 300 honor points. Now, he was eager to see what rewards awaited him, and thus, he bore no ill will toward Qin Kai. Seeing that Xia Ming harbored no resentment, Qin Tianxiang felt relieved and shot a warning glare at Qin Kai. Let me give you a ride. Xia Ming. No need. My wife and I can manage on our own. Xia Ming waved his hand and turned his gaze gently towards Lin Wanging, who nodded in agreement. I'll drive you, she offered. Subsequently, Xia Ming followed Lin Wanging as they exited the police station. Qin Tianxiang turned to Wang Ji and Lin. Thank you for your assistance this time. Though Xia Ming did not acknowledge Wang, Qin Tianxiang felt compelled to extend his gratitude. Who was that person earlier? Wang inquired, a hint of displeasure in his tone. After all, he had just helped Xia Ming, yet the latter had not even offered a word of thanks, which irked Wang. Perceiving Wang's tone, Qin Tianxiang explained, Director Wang, he is a master of medicine, exceptionally skilled. Wang Ji and Lin dismissed this with a wave. Just a doctor, is he? Realizing Wang's indifference towards Xia Ming, Qin Tianxiang opted not to press the matter further. Director Wang, have you eaten yet? Let me treat you to a meal. How about that? Very well. I was just thinking of discussing some matters with you. Thus, the two headed towards a nearby hotel, while Xia Ming and Lin Wanging exited the police station. Xia Ming, how did you manage to offend Qin Kai? Lin Wanging inquired. Xia Ming chuckled ruefully and explained how he had stood up for Yang Yusin. However, as he spoke, Lin Wanging's expression turned icy. So you acted as a shield for Yang Yusin? Her golden eyes flickered with discontent as she regarded Xia Ming. I didn't intend to. They were bullying me, and I couldn't just stand by. In truth, Xia Ming had little desire to intervene, as the situation held no benefits for him. His relationship with Yang Yusin was not yet close enough for such involvement. Had it not been for the 300 honor points, he would have certainly refrained. Xia Ming, you were quite something, Lin Wanging replied, her face pale with anger. She shot him a fierce glare before marching toward her Audi, opening the door and starting the engine. Wait, I haven't gotten in yet, Xia Ming called out. Vroom. Before he could finish, Lin Wanging sped off, leaving Xia Ming startled. Meanwhile, she muttered angrily, You, Xia Ming, with your appetite for everything, are truly infuriating. I must teach you a lesson. Chapter 34. Task completed. Unbeknownst to Xia Ming, Lin Wanging was a fierce, jealous type, and this incident had sparked her envy. Summer was feeling quite dejected. Xia Ming was in a foul mood. As the distance from the police station to the Qinya building was a solid half-hour journey. If he were to walk, it would take him nearly 2 hours to reach his destination. With a heavy sigh, he hailed a taxi, but instead of returning to the office, he headed straight home. Once at home, Xia Ming settled onto his small bed, staring up at the ceiling as he reflected on the events of the past few days. Since acquiring the system, he had unexpectedly met a beautiful wife. It felt surreal, and to think that his wife was among the 3 beauties of Jiazhou was beyond his wildest dreams. The abruptness of it all left him astonished. Suddenly, he heard the system's voice. Mission accomplished, awarding the host with 300 honor points. Would you like to draw a lottery? Xia Ming's expression brightened at the sound of the system. Yes, draw. His consciousness was transported to a grand spinning wheel, where he observed 4 sectors: skill, attribute, consumable, and special. Focusing intently, he selected the draw, and the pointer began to whirl rapidly. He fixated on the skill sector, knowing that the most prized items lay within the special and skill categories. To his dismay, the pointer eventually landed on the attribute section, revealing a surge of memories in his mind. He realized it was experience points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired experience points within the attribute category, capable of elevating one of your skills by a level. Would you like to use them? Experience points? Xia Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, as they held little value for him. After a moment's thought, he decided to apply the points to his Tai Chi, which was still in its infancy. It would be beneficial to enhance it. Continue drawing, he urged, his gaze fixed on the spinning wheel, his heart racing with anticipation. It must be skill or special. His eyes darted between the skill and special sectors, his heart pounding with hope. Finally, the pointer halted at the special sector. Overjoyed, Xia Ming nearly leaped in excitement. What did I get? Congratulations, host. You have received a Qianquan ring. Xia Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. What is a Qianquan ring? It is a storage ring, capable of holding approximately 100 cubic meters of items, excluding living beings. Additionally, it serves as an excellent preservation tool. Overwhelmed, Xia Ming felt a rush of exhilaration. That I can't believe I'd have obtained a Qianquan ring. This is akin to the mystical storage rings found in fantasy novels. Such a divine artifact. His excitement was palpable. With this remarkable item, he could relieve the burden of carrying various items for his wife. How can I wear the Qianquan ring? He inquired eagerly. The host must drip blood from their fingertip onto the ring for it to be activated. I have to prick my finger? Xia Ming hesitated momentarily, but the allure of the shenyuan ring spurred him on. That he retrieved a needle from his drawer, gritted his teeth, and pricked his fingertip until a drop of blood fell onto the ring. An astonishing phenomenon occurred. His blood seemed to vanish upon contact with the ring, as if consumed by it. This startled him, but soon he felt an ethereal connection with the shenyuan ring. Upon discovering the vast 100 cubic meters of space within, Xia Ming's joy knew no bounds. He had thought such treasures were mere figments of fiction, yet here he was, the owner of a shenyuan ring. Filled with elation, he recalled having another lottery draw opportunity. Let us continue drawing, he decided, feeling fortunate for having already acquired such a splendid item. The wheel began to spin once more, and despite not expecting anything extraordinary, he remained hopeful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill of Basketball King. Xia Ming's expression soured immediately. What is this Basketball King? Host, this title signifies that you possess the most formidable basketball skills in the world. You are now a bona fide Basketball King. Feeling a surge of confidence, Xia Ming eagerly responded, learn the skill. In an instant, his mind filled with an abundance of basketball knowledge, and he felt like a true champion on the court. Excitedly, he imagined how impressive he would be on the basketball court and how it might attract admiration. However, he quickly shook his head, reminding himself of his devotion to his wife. Chapter 35. President Lin is upset. Gazing at the black shenyuan ring on his finger, Xia Ming noted its seemingly ordinary appearance. Yet, he sensed that he could render it invisible at will. Approaching his desk, he spotted a book and commanded, store. To his surprise, the book remained unmoved. Puzzled, he attempted the command again, realizing that merely stating the command was insufficient. He needed to direct his consciousness to command the ring. After a couple of tries, he finally succeeded in storing the book. Marveling at the ring's capabilities, thrilled, he played with the ring, storing and retrieving the book multiple times before finally stopping. Whispering to himself, this shenyuan ring is truly extraordinary, a divine artifact indeed. With a heart full of excitement, Xia Ming drifted off to sleep, only to awaken the next morning at 9 o'clock, shocked at the length of his slumber. He recalled having gone to bed around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. After refreshing himself, he made his way to the Xia Group's building, feeling a sense of clarity as he thought of his wife. I miss her dearly, he mused, eager to see her once more. Upon entering the office, he spotted Yang Yusin and greeted her cheerfully. However, he was taken aback when she kept winking at him, leading him to inquire. Yang Yusin, why do you keep winking? Is there sand in your eyes? Her urgency only deepened, but Xia Ming remained oblivious to her silent pleas, continuing to suggest remedies for her discomfort. Upon hearing this, Yang Yusin became increasingly anxious, nearly driven to the brink by Xia Ming's obliviousness. Despite her clear hints, he remained uncomprehending. Just then, a chilling voice unexpectedly pierced through the atmosphere behind Xia Ming, startling him. He turned around to find Lin Wanging, who instantly captivated his attention. Today, she donned a striking red ensemble that bared her shoulders, her flowing black hair cascading down to rest elegantly upon her fair skin. Her smooth, bare legs were an epitome of beauty, devoid of any excess flesh, and even without stockings, they were stunning. Adorning her feet were white high heels that accentuated her regal demeanor. This marked the first occasion Xia Ming had witnessed Lin Wanging in attire beyond her professional garb, rendering her even more enchanting. President Lin, he exclaimed promptly. Why are you late again today? Lin Wanging inquired coolly, embodying her authoritative role. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. Sensing that something was amiss, he quizzically asked. President Lin, didn't you say that I could be late from now on? Who told you that you could be late? Employees must maintain a professional demeanor. If you continue to dawdle, what kind of achievements can you expect? Look at you. You've been here for several days, yet what have you accomplished? If you wish to be late again, perhaps you should reconsider your place here, Lin Wanging reprimanded him. Xia Ming found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in her demeanor. Just yesterday, his wife had been perfectly amiable. What had caused this transformation? Was it possible that it was her time of the month? As this thought crossed his mind, he observed her pallid complexion and quickly nodded, assuring her, President Lin, I promise I won't be late again. Given your tardiness today, I'll deduct 1,000 from your salary. I hope this serves as a lesson, she declared before striding away in her heels, leaving Xia Ming with a distressed expression. With a monthly salary barely exceeding 10,000, this deduction was significant, especially since he had only been employed for a few days and had already lost 3,000. At this rate, he would be left with nothing by the month's end. However, despite his frustration, he understood that such behaviors were typical during certain times of the month for women, and thus chose not to confront Lin Wanging about it. Sitting dejectedly at his desk, he noticed Yang Yusin giggling beside him. Why are you laughing? President Lin just deducted another 1,000 from my salary. How am I supposed to get by next month? Another 1,000. Were you previously penalized by President Lin as well? Yang Yusin asked curiously. Of course. He recounted his previous salary deduction, which only elicited more laughter from Yang Yusin. You truly are a unique case. President Lin is such a good person. No one else has been penalized in years. Yet here you are, losing 3,000 in less than a week. That you're impressive, she remarked, giving him an approving thumbs up. Enough of that, Xia Ming said, feeling quite embarrassed, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Chapter 36. Winning over the president. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Yang Yusin said, suddenly finding Xia Ming rather intriguing. Thank you for yesterday. It was unfortunate that we didn't get to eat, and then you ended up at the police station. Reflecting on the previous day, Yang Yusin felt a pang of guilt. Realizing that her predicament had inadvertently dragged Xia Ming into trouble. It's nothing. I couldn't turn a blind eye to injustice, he replied nonchalantly, though in truth, he had no desire to get involved in her troubles. Had it not been for the system's task, he would have walked away, especially since they had only just met. After all, with such a stunning wife like Lin Wanging by his side, he had little interest in less attractive women. You really do have the makings of a hero, Yang Yusin chuckled. You know, the term hero is only bestowed upon those who have perished in their endeavors. If one survives, they cannot be deemed a hero. Xia Ming sighed. I have no desire to be a hero. My life's ambition is to become as wealthy as Yishan. Upon mentioning Yishan, Xia Ming's eyes sparkled, prompting Yang Yusin to interject. What is so great about Yishan? He is only left with money to his name. What is wrong with Yishan? Talents like him are highly coveted in today's society, Xia Ming asserted. Yang Yusin pondered this, acknowledging the harsh realities of their world. Being wealthy like Yishan undoubtedly facilitated a smoother existence. That may be true, but we shouldn't generalize, she added, shaking her head. Xia Ming remained resolute in his aim to emulate Yishan. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, murmuring, even if my wife is unwell today, her temperament shouldn't be so irritable. Could there be something else troubling her? With that thought, he inquired, Yusin, does our company have a cafeteria? Yang Yusin looked at him, surprised. Of course, every company has a cafeteria, and ours serves affordable meals that are quite satisfactory. Why do you ask? Just a small matter, he replied, contemplating the cafeteria's location before departing the office. Yang Yusin, puzzled, wondered what he could possibly need from the cafeteria, especially since lunch was still over an hour away. After navigating his way, Xia Ming finally located the cafeteria, which was neither too large nor too small. The aroma of freshly cooked dishes wafted through the air as he approached a kind elderly woman. Excuse me. I am an employee here. May I take a moment of your time? Upon presenting his employee badge, the woman looked at him curiously. What can I do for you, young man? My girlfriend is feeling unwell today. Would it be possible for me to use your pot to make some ginger sugar water? Xia Ming asked politely. The woman's demeanor softened upon hearing his request, especially when she realized the reason behind it. Of course, no problem at all. You may use the pot, she replied kindly. Xia Ming expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Now, young man, there aren't many boyfriends like you around. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful, the woman said with a smile. Yes, she is indeed very beautiful. I can't bear to see her suffer, so I thought to prepare this for her, he responded. You're truly thoughtful. I'm sure your girlfriend will be delighted, the woman remarked, engaging in light conversation until Xia Ming completed his task. Here, I have a new lunchbox for you to use, she offered, handing him a container. Thank you so much, Xia Ming exclaimed, relieved to have a means to carry the ginger sugar water. With the warm concoction in hand, he made his way back to the office. Upon arriving at Lin Wanging's door, he knocked gently. Hearing her voice invite him as he entered, Lin Wanging didn't even glance up initially. However, when he placed the box before her, her gaze met his, and her emotions became almost indescribable. With a frosty demeanor, she addressed him, Xia Ming, what is it that you want? For reasons unknown, after witnessing Xia Ming shield Yang Yusin the previous day, Lin Wanging was filled with ire, her heart constricted with frustration. She had scarcely slept, her mind plagued with thoughts of him. Now, seeing him again, her anger flared. My dear, I know you're unwell today. I made you some ginger sugar water, especially for you. You must drink it, he implored. Xia Ming quickly opened the lid of the box, revealing the brown sugar water. Since it was summer, the brown sugar water was cooling down slowly. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Lin Wanging was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of emotion. She had not expected Xia Ming to prepare brown sugar water for her. She was well aware of its purpose, especially since she had been feeling unwell due to her menstrual discomfort, which had made her somewhat irritable. The sudden surge of gratitude was concealed within Lin Wanging, who replied, All right, you can leave now. Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanging and hurriedly said, Wife, you must drink it while it's warm. The brown sugar water is quite effective. He could tell that Lin Wanging was merely feeling a bit chilly, yet it tugged at his heartstrings. He added, Wife, please be sure to rest well. If you continue like this, your body will not withstand it. Hearing Xia Ming's gentle concern eased Lin Wanging's mood considerably, though she had been somewhat upset about Xia Ming acting as someone's shield. Seeing him like this made it difficult for her to hold a grudge. Softening her tone, she said, "All right, I understand that I in Chapter 37. Miss Lin," Lin Wanging said, "Xia Ming, there's a contract discussion this afternoon. You need to meet with Wang Tao and Chen Shui. You should find Supervisor Chen Shui shortly." Xia Ming responded happily, "Okay, dear, I promise to complete the task. Then you should leave. I have work to do," Lin Wanging instructed. "I'm leaving now," Xia Ming replied cheerfully as he exited the office. Lin Wanging glanced at the brown sugar water before her. Feeling quite pleased, she took a few sips, the sweetness delightful, and noticed it tasted different from the brown sugar water she had previously consumed, which struck her as peculiar. After finishing the brown sugar water, she felt significantly better, almost moaning in relief. She thought, "I didn't expect this guy to be so caring. Therefore, I shall not hold the shield business against him." With this thought, Lin Wanging resumed her work. Her spirits uplifted, invigorated and filled with energy. After leaving Lin Wanging's office, Xia Ming headed towards Chen Shui's office. He knocked on the door, and upon hearing "Please enter," he stepped inside and said, "Supervisor Chen, you called for me." "Yes, put aside your current tasks with Wang Tao and come with me to discuss a contract," Chen Shui stated without looking up. "Understood," Xia Ming replied. "You may go find Wang Tao now," she added, dismissing him, which puzzled Xia Ming. He wondered why Chen Shui always seemed so cold towards him, as he felt he hadn't done anything to warrant her demeanor. He shook his head and went to find Wang Tao, casually saying, "Wang Tao, Supervisor Chen said we should go with her to discuss a business deal. Are you coming?" "What?" Wang Tao frowned, reluctant to join. "Are you sure Supervisor Chen asked you to come along?" "Yes, why?" Xia Ming asked, confused. Wang Tao hesitated. "Xia Ming, you've only been here for 2 days and aren't familiar with the company's operations. Besides, you're just a translator. I don't think you need to be involved in the deal." Wang Tao knew that the Shenyuan group's contracts were generally favorable, and closing one could yield substantial commissions, making many eager to work in sales there. However, bringing Xia Ming along would mean sharing the profits, which Wang Tao was unwilling to do. "Why can't I participate? Supervisor Chen specifically told me to. If you disagree, you can speak to her yourself." "Honestly, I don't want to go either," Xia Ming replied. Genuinely uninterested in the deal but compelled by his wife's request, Wang Tao's refusal only fueled Xia Ming's irritation. Forget it, Xia Ming thought. Wang Tao knew well what kind of woman Chen Shui was. She was an icy goddess who seemed to harbor a disdain for men, almost like a pure lily. Shortly after, Chen Shui emerged from her office and said, "All right, you two, come with me." Exchanging glances, Xia Ming and Wang Tao followed her to Jiang Group, one of the prominent conglomerates in Jiangzhou. Upon realizing they were heading to Jiang Group, Wang Tao was nearly struck with panic. He was aware of their notorious history of underworld ties, which had since been washed clean. Yet their influence remained formidable. He hadn't anticipated such a location for a business discussion. Remember to be cautious upon entry. The person responsible for offline business is Li Si. Try to keep your words to a minimum. He is not someone to be trifled with, Chen Shui urged before they entered. "I've already memorized it," Xia Ming replied with a smile. As they stepped into Jiang Group, which rivaled Shenyuan Group in size, Chen Shui led them directly to Li Si's office. She knocked on the door, and a girl's voice responded from within. When she heard the words "Please enter," Chen Shui opened the door, revealing a strikingly beautiful young woman. Dressed in a stylish short skirt and elegant sandals, her cascading waves of hair framed her shoulders alluringly, exuding an intoxicating charm, especially with her fiery red lips that beckoned to kiss. Her figure was flawless, embodying the essence of a goddess. "How beautiful!" Wang Tao exclaimed as he swallowed hard, his eyes nearly popping out. Having seen Lin Wanging, he thought her lovely, but this woman before him rivaled her beauty, representing a vibrant allure compared to Lin Wanging's icy demeanor. Two extremes indeed. "Whom do you seek?" the woman asked coolly, glancing at Chen Shui. "Hello, is General Manager Li Si available?" Chen Shui asked, momentarily taken aback by the woman's familiarity. "You're looking at the new general manager here. I'm now in charge. If you have business to discuss, you can speak with me," the stunning woman replied. "You?" Chen Shui stammered in surprise. Li Si was no ordinary person, and the fact that this young woman could replace him raised questions. "May I ask your name?" "My surname is Jiang, Jiang Lai. In Chapter 38. Both Chen Shui and Wang Tao gasped in astonishment, realizing the identity of Jiang Lai, a woman known as one of the three great beauties alongside Lin Wanging. It dawned on them that Jiang Lai was indeed the daughter of the powerful Jiang Feng, a figure of considerable significance, for marrying her would mean inheriting Jiang Group, a conglomerate far superior to Shenyuan Group in many respects. "Miss Jiang, it's an honor to meet you," Chen Shui said, quickly regaining her composure. You must be Supervisor Qin Shui from Qingya Group, Jiang Lai remarked with a smile. Jiang Lai did not extend her hand for a handshake with Qin Shui. Instead, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Shui and casually remarked, "Indeed, we are here on behalf of the Qingya Group to finalize a contract with your esteemed company. Might I inquire if Miss Jiang could facilitate the signing of this contract?" Qin Shui, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on. Having already reached an agreement with the Jiang Group, they were merely awaiting the contract's signature. Qin Shui's presence today was solely to ensure the completion of this matter. However, to her surprise, the manager had been replaced midway through the process, and it was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family. Qin Shui felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the peculiarities that might accompany this young lady's thoughts. Thus she was eager to finalize the contract. What contract? Jiang Lai inquired calmly, her arms crossed. It is as follows. Our Qingya Group had previously negotiated a business deal with your general manager Li, and we are now only lacking the contract signature. I kindly ask Miss Jiang to take a look at it. Qin Shui produced the contract, yet upon receiving it, Jiang Lai did not even glance at it, instead tossing it aside onto the desk, which caused Qin Shui's brows to furrow slightly. "Please, do elucidate," Jiang Lai prompted. "Our company is currently in need of sales channels, and your group possesses a considerable number of them. Thus, we at Qingya Group wish to collaborate with your esteemed company, which could yield a mutually beneficial outcome. What are your thoughts, Miss Jiang?" After listening, Jiang Lai regarded Qin Shui with keen interest before responding. "To my knowledge, our company has never lacked for products. The Jiang Group controls the largest sales channels in Jiangzhou, and many seek our partnership. Why, then, should we choose to collaborate with you? Furthermore, I am aware that Qingya Group's cosmetics are presently facing a crisis. Am I not correct?" Jiang Lai's words caused Qin Shui's expression to shift dramatically, and even Xia Ming, upon hearing this, realized the gravity of Qingya Group's predicament. Qin Shui's gaze grew heavy with concern. She had not anticipated Jiang Lai's sudden change of heart. The Jiang Group indeed held a dominant position in the sales channel landscape, which explained their stronghold in Jiangzhou, given the current circumstances. It appeared that Jiang Lai was not inclined to collaborate with Qingya Group. Should this contract fall through, it would spell significant trouble for Qingya Group. Manager Qin, is securing this contract imperative? Xia Ming whispered from the side. Of course, our Qingya Group is facing a sales crisis. If we cannot secure the sales channel, it will be a considerable setback for the entire company. Wang Tao interjected, unable to restrain himself. I see. Xia Ming mused, furrowing his brow. The crisis faced by Qingya Group means my wife must confront these vexing issues daily. Such burdens will surely age her rapidly, and an unhappy wife leads to an unhappy me. If she is unhappy, I shall not be pleased either. Having reached this conclusion, Xia Ming turned to Jiang Lai, coldly stating, "So, you are the manager of the Jiang Group? Is this the extent of your credibility? To renege on a prior agreement, it seems your Jiang Group is rather lacking." The moment these words escaped his lips, both Qin Shui and Wang Tao's expressions transformed in shock, while Wang Tao's complexion drained of color. This young lady was the esteemed daughter of the Jiang Group, and more alarmingly, the Jiang family's influence was well known. Those who had previously crossed the Jiang Group had vanished without a trace, which spoke volumes about the consequences of such actions. Since then, no one dared to provoke the Jiang Group, let alone Xia Ming, who brazenly confronted Jiang Lai in front of so many witnesses. Was he courting disaster? You possess quite the audacity, Jiang Lai retorted as she maneuvered around the desk to take her seat in the office chair, her tone suddenly haughty. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Are you aware of the repercussions of challenging the Jiang Group? Why should I care? Do you think you could intimidate me? Xia Ming replied dismissively. Meanwhile, Qin Shui and Wang Tao gasped audibly, regarding Xia Ming as if he were a fool. How could he possibly challenge the daughter of the Jiang Group? Jiang Feng, the head of the Jiang family, was a figure none in Jiangzhou dared to provoke. Not even the mayor would overlook him. Wang Tao, realizing the gravity of Xia Ming's insolence towards Jiang Lai, felt compelled to distance himself. "Miss Jiang, I am not acquainted with this individual. I assure you, I am not affiliated with him. I hope you will not hold this against me." Chapter 39, The Young Lady's Interest. "Oh, you do not know this man. Then why are you in his company?" Jiang Lai initially appeared taken aback, her gaze shifting to Wang Tao. Qin Shui, upon hearing Wang Tao's words, felt her heart sink, her face contorting in anger. How could Wang Tao abandon her at such a critical moment? It was infuriating. Qin Shui's expression darkened as she glared at Wang Tao, wishing she could flay him alive, while simultaneously thinking, indeed, no man is to be trusted. Wang Tao faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. However, after a brief pause, he quickly added, "Miss Jiang, I know Qin Shui. She is our supervisor. I am here on business with her, but I have no connection to this man whatsoever." Wang Tao's eagerness to distance himself was driven by fear that Jiang Lai might direct her ire at him due to Xia Ming's provocations. Xia Ming, however, remained unfazed. He had no allegiance to Wang Tao, who had previously been a source of trouble for him, so the latter's attempts at self-preservation did not surprise him. How amusing, Jiang Lai sneered coldly. It seems the employees of your Qingya group exhibit such behavior. Clearly, Lin Wanging's management skills are rather limited. Her comment rendered Qin Shui's face a stormy shade of anger upon hearing Jiang Lai disparage his wife. Xia Ming's displeasure surged, and he retorted with a hint of venom, regardless of any limitations. I believe we surpassed your Jiang group by a significant margin. At the very least, we possess credibility, which your Jiang group seems to lack. As these words echoed in the office, the atmosphere turned frigid. Jiang Lai's gaze bore down on Xia Ming as they exchanged glances. Xia Ming met her stare head-on, while Chen Shui and Wang Tao could hardly bear the tension. The formidable aura surrounding Jiang Lai was palpable, a testament to her upbringing as the Jiang family's pampered daughter. Never had she encountered such defiance, stimulating her curiosity about this bold young man. Did he not realize the gravity of his words? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Jiang Lai as she playfully regarded Xia Ming, stating, "What if the Jiang group chooses to disregard credibility today? What could you possibly do to us?" This statement left Chen Shui and Wang Tao speechless, while Xia Ming found himself at a loss for a response. Indeed, if the Jiang group was unwilling to conduct business with Qingya group, there was little he could do. The absence of a signed contract provided ample room for retraction. Xia Ming's mind raced with worry. If the situation did not resolve favorably, his wife would inevitably bear the burdens of stress. And witnessing her toil weighed heavily upon him. I now present you with an opportunity. If you agree to one condition of mine, I will grant you the collaboration with Qingya group. This proclamation left Chen Shui and the others utterly astounded. Gazing incredulously at Jiang Lai, no one could fathom the thoughts swirling in the mind of this wealthy young lady. Just moments ago, she had been coldly resistant to the idea of collaborating with Qingya group. Yet in the blink of an eye, she was willing to concede, provided Xia Ming acquiesced to her demand. Truly, the capriciousness of the affluent was astonishing. Xia Ming, caught off guard, inquired with confusion, "What condition must I agree to?" "Quite simply, be my boyfriend." The shock rendered Chen Shui and Wang Tao nearly off balance, staring at Jiang Lai and Xia Ming in disbelief. Wang Tao's expression twisted with envy, becoming Jiang Lai's boyfriend. Who was she? The renowned heiress of Jiangzhou, pursued by suitors lining the streets, a veritable dream for countless admirers. Yet, here was a country bumpkin being propositioned by such a woman. It was akin to stumbling upon a treasure trove. In that moment, Wang Tao was consumed by a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. How could he be so fortunate to embrace a beauty and also inherit the vast Jiang group? Such a stroke of luck is almost unimaginable. However, Xia Ming shrugged, responding with irritation, "Who wants to be your boyfriend? I'm already married, and I have no interest in you." Thud, thud, thud. Wang Tao fell to the ground, while Chen Shui looked at Xia Ming in astonishment. Her eyes wide with disbelief, Wang Tao nearly cried out in despair. What was happening? Jiang Lai, the heiress of the Jiang group, was pursuing a simpleton from the countryside, and that simpleton actually claimed that he was married. Was he joking? Furthermore, Wang Tao was all too aware of Xia Ming's situation. Ever since that incident in college, Xia Ming had not had a girlfriend. Could anyone believe he was married just 2 months after graduation? Wang Tao's resentment towards Xia Ming intensified, fueled by envy and jealousy. Why did good fortune always seem to favor Xia Ming? If he had a wife, he would have cast her aside without hesitation to pursue Jiang Lai. Indeed, the worth of goods is assessed against one another, and comparing people can be infuriating. Even Jiang Lai found it hard to believe. After so many years, it was her first time asking a man to be her boyfriend. Yet she was rejected. Countless suitors had courted her, hoping for a chance to win her affection, but this rogue had the audacity to dismiss her. Who was his wife? Was she more beautiful than herself? Suddenly, Jiang Lai found herself increasingly intrigued by Xia Ming. Was he foolish or simply oblivious? She had never encountered someone so amusing. "Are you sure you want to be my boyfriend? If you refuse, you want to be able to sign this contract or complete this task." Jiang Lai gazed at Xia Ming with a playful smile. Xia Ming quickly shook his head, asserting, "I'm here to work, not to sell my body. I will never betray my wife, so you should abandon any improper thoughts." Jiang Lai was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter. It was her first encounter with such an entertaining man. Chapter 40. The clash of two women. Wang Tao was nearly driven mad by Xia Ming's actions, his eyes reddening with fury, wishing to replace Xia Ming. If that is the case, "I am afraid you'll have to leave," Jiang Lai coldly declared, issuing an eviction order. Chen Shui, still holding on to hope, hesitantly spoke, "Miss Jiang." Before she could finish, Jiang Lai interrupted, "Please leave," realizing the situation was hopeless. Chen Shui sighed. She had thought today's meeting would secure the contract, yet it had turned into a disaster. "Let us go," she said, and the trio exited the office. Once outside, Wang Tao could no longer contain his anger. exclaiming, Xia Ming, do you have any idea that it's all because of you that our opportunity has been squandered? Do you know how much the company has lost because of you? Xia Ming glanced at Wang Tao and replied nonchalantly, then you should have been her boyfriend. I have no desire to be with her. She is not my type. Wang Tao nearly spat blood upon hearing this. While Chen Shui stared at him in shock, her mouth agape, Jiang Lai ugly. In all of Jiang City, she was one of the most beautiful women, and Xia Ming had the audacity to call her ugly. What would happen if Jiang Lai heard that? Wang Tao couldn't help but say, if she had any interest in me, I would have pursued her long ago. No need for you to mention it. Wang Tao spoke the truth. His father was a senior executive at Xingyao Group, but compared to Jiang Lai, their status was like that of an emperor to a subject. Neither he nor his father could ever catch Jiang Lai's eye. At that moment, Chen Shui sighed. All right, Wang Tao, let us not say more. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me. If only I had secured the contract with Jiang Group sooner. Manager Chun, this isn't your fault. It is all Xia Ming's doing. If it weren't for him speaking out of turn and defending Miss Jiang, we would have signed the contract long ago. Wang Tao interjected. Enough. Let us put this matter aside and think of other solutions. Let us head back to the company. Chen Shui gestured dismissively, her eyes clouded with unspoken sorrow, while Wang Tao shot Xia Ming a fierce glare, and Xia Ming defiantly glared back. Soon, the three returned to the company. Just as Lin Wanging and her secretary Li Feifei arrived, Wang Tao hurriedly approached Lin Wanging, exclaiming, President Lin, you must take charge. Today's debacle was caused by Xia Ming's decisions, leading to the collapse of our collaboration with Jiang Group. Please, dismiss someone like him. Lin Wanging was displeased by Wang Tao's words. What did he mean by someone like him? She thought he was more like a rat himself. If it weren't for his father, she would have kept him at Xingyao Group, and he hadn't produced any results to speak of lately. Of course, Lin Wanging wouldn't voice these thoughts. She glanced at Wang Tao, her lips slightly parting, and calmly asked, what happened? Wang Tao recounted the events, and after hearing his account, Lin Wanging fixed Xia Ming with a penetrating gaze before turning her attention back to Wang Tao. Her brow furrowing. So, the collaboration with Jiang Group has fallen through. Sort of. Chen Shui replied hastily, is there no room for negotiation? Lin Wanging's expression tightened, her heart racing. If they couldn't secure a partnership with Jiang Group, Xingyao Group would have to seek other sales channels. Although they had the line with Qin Tinxiang, it was sufficient. She couldn't place the company's future solely on that connection. The thought left Lin Wanging in a state of turmoil. She had been pleased when Xia Ming brewed her a bowl of brown sugar water, but now her spirits plummeted. President Lin, I'm sorry. It is all my fault, Xia Ming said, noticing his wife's displeased expression, feeling a pang of guilt. This isn't your fault. Lin Wanging shook her head. It seems Jiang Lai no longer wishes to collaborate with us. Today's incident was merely an excuse. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with uncertainty, a striking red Ferrari appeared before them, capturing everyone's attention. The car gleamed brilliantly as it parked in front of Xingyao Group's entrance. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a slender leg clad in red heels, exuding an air of sensuality. A stunning woman in a vibrant red dress emerged, her alluring curves igniting the imagination. Her cascading waves of hair fell gracefully over her shoulders as she tucked a stray lock behind her ear, her sunglasses obscuring her identity. However, upon seeing her, Xia Ming instantly recognized her. Lin Wanging? The woman removed her sunglasses, shaking her hair to feel more at ease. Jiang Lai. Upon encountering a beauty who rivaled her own, Lin Wanging's expression turned. I see why. It is often said that beautiful women are born rivals. And indeed it proved true. Although there was no animosity between Lin Wanging and Jiang Lai, she harbored no fondness for her. Xia Ming, we meet again, Jiang Lai said, her captivating gaze directed at him, sending a jolt through Xia Ming, who couldn't help but glance at Lin Wanging, fearing her anger. Yet, Lin Wanging was already upset. Jiang Lai's alluring gaze was far from subtle. She deliberately made sure Lin Wanging noticed, which only fueled Lin Wanging's anger. How could you, Xia Ming? In such a short time, you've already flirted with another stunning beauty. You truly infuriate me. Lin Wanging thought, her feelings in turmoil. She had begun to warm to Xia Ming after he prepared her brown sugar water. But now he seemed to have charmed yet another beautiful woman, one who was his equal in stature. If it had been Yang Yusen, she would have been confident, as she knew Yang Yusen was not as beautiful as her. However, facing Jiang Lai, her confidence wavered, for Jiang Lai's reputation was equally formidable, both in beauty and background. Chapter 41. Undermining relationships. What brings you here? Xia Ming asked, unable to hide his surprise. However, Xia Ming was unaware that his words were interpreted by Lin Wanging as implying that she frequently visited. In an instant, Lin Wanging was filled with indignation. She shot Xia Ming a fierce glare and casually remarked, Manager Jiang, what brings you to our company? I hope you have some advice. Advice? I wouldn't presume. Jiang Lai replied with a smile, but isn't your company collaborating with our Jiang Group? I had agreed to that. At that moment, both Qin Shui and Wang Tao turned to Jiang Lai, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, Jiang Lai had firmly rejected them. How had she suddenly changed her mind? They exchanged glances with Xia Ming, who, scratching his nose, also found the situation puzzling. Hadn't Jiang Lai just turned him down? What could have prompted this sudden shift? The thought sent a chill down his spine. You've agreed. Even Lin, the president, was at a loss. What scheme was Jiang Lai concocting? Did she harbor some ulterior motive towards Qingya Group? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Wanging's mind, yet she could not pinpoint Jiang Lai's intentions at this juncture. Jiang Lai interjected, President Lin, please don't misunderstand that my decision to collaborate with you today is not due to your face or theirs. It's because of him, she said, pointing her delicate finger at Xia Ming. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. While Lin Wanging seethed with fury, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she regarded Xia Ming before retracting her gaze. Thinking, Xia Ming, you truly are something. In such a short span, you've managed to charm someone, and she willingly presents you with such a gift. Although Lin Wanging was furious, she understood the urgency of collaborating with the Jiang Group. Otherwise, the company's goods would accumulate, which would be detrimental. Nonetheless, her countenance turned icy, and her delicate hands clenched into fists, so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Xia Ming couldn't help but worry that his wife might suddenly confront Jiang Lai. The thought of a confrontation was alarming. After a moment, Lin Wanging glanced at Jiang Lai, shot Xia Ming a fierce look, and then gritted her teeth, saying, Fine, Xia Ming will be responsible for this matter moving forward. President Lin, Wang Tao interjected, unwilling to accept that such a lucrative opportunity would go to Xia Ming. This was a golden opportunity, and if it fell into Xia Ming's hands, he would reap immense rewards. Wang Tao anxiously added, Xia Ming is new to the company and unfamiliar with our operations. Perhaps we should assign someone more experienced to liaise with the Jiang Group. Wang Tao's intentions were noble, but reality often proves harsh. Jiang Lai regarded Wang Tao with a teasing glint in her eyes, her gaze sparkling with mischief as she smiled. So, you wish to connect with our Jiang Group? Then, are you certain? Her words carried an implicit threat. Should Wang Tao fail to grasp the situation, Jiang Lai would not hesitate to teach him a stern lesson. Wang Tao's heart raced as he cursed himself for being blinded by greed. Jiang Lai was the daughter of a powerful figure, and attempting to play games in her presence was tantamount to courting disaster. He quickly waved his hands, saying, No. Xia Ming is quite suitable. Let him handle it. With no objections from the others, Jiang Lai declared, Then Xia Ming will be our liaison. Her captivating eyes blinked at Xia Ming, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I disagree. Abruptly, Xia Ming interjected just as the matter was about to be settled. What? Wang Tao was on the verge of exploding, and even Lin Wanging's secretary, Li Feifei, stared at Xia Ming in disbelief, thinking, is he out of his mind? Conversely, Lin Wanging felt a sense of relief. She listened as Xia Ming continued. I truly lack the qualifications. I am merely a translator here. I cannot handle such responsibilities. You should seek someone else. Without a second thought, he rejected the offer, thinking it absurd to be in constant proximity to someone like Jiang Lai. Unless he were a eunuch, he might find himself committing a serious transgression. Lin Wanging's expression softened somewhat as she said, This matter concerns the company's interests. It is not up to you to decide. You will liaise with the Jiang Group. Xia Ming was left dumbfounded. How had his wife agreed? Just moments ago, he had seen hostility in her eyes directed at Jiang Lai. How could she suddenly acquiesce? Even Xia Ming was baffled. Truth be told, Jiang Lai was indeed beautiful, but if given a choice, he would choose Lin Wanging without hesitation. He simply adored Lin Wanging and wished for her to remain his wife. Disregarding all else, seeing Xia Ming's reluctance, Jiang Lai felt a pang of frustration. In her life, she had been accustomed to admiration and indulgence, yet never had anyone outright rejected her. Countless suitors had fallen at her feet over the years. But this man before her not only spurned her, but also seemed to wish to avoid her presence. This intrigued Jiang Lai immensely. Who was he, that he remained so devoted to his wife? Was his wife even more beautiful than herself? A sly glint flickered in Jiang Lai's eyes as she turned to Lin Wanging, saying, President Lin, may I propose something? What is it? Your company is indeed filled with talent, and I suggest allowing Xia Ming to join our Jiang Group. Rest assured, I will offer him double the compensation. What? Lin Wanging was taken aback, and her fury intensified. She was increasingly convinced that Xia Ming was having an affair with Jiang Lai. This scoundrel was brazenly engaging in illicit relations behind her back. It was utterly outrageous. In that moment, Lin Wanging unknowingly placed herself in the role of Xia Ming's wife. In truth, there was nothing between them. Lin Wanging had no reason to be angry. Yet, for reasons she could not comprehend, upon seeing Jiang Lai, her temper flared. Absolutely not. Xia Ming replied hastily. I appreciate your kind offer, Miss Jiang, but I currently have no intention of changing jobs. President Lin has treated me well, and I do not wish to be that ungrateful person, so I must decline your generous offer. As he spoke, Xia Ming glanced at Lin Wanging, relieved to see her expression had softened. He felt a surge of anger. Jiang Lai was clearly taking advantage of the situation, openly challenging his wife. All right, if there is nothing else, I must ask you to leave. We have work to do. Xia Ming stated firmly. Jiang Lai was taken aback by his audacity. In all of Jiangzhou, no one had ever dared speak to her this way, yet here was Xia Ming, boldly dismissing her. Wang Tao instinctively moved away from Xia Ming, fearing the repercussions, while Jiang Lai smiled and replied, "Very well, since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." With that, Jiang Lai tossed her waves of hair, donned her sunglasses, and entered her CARTS. She started the engine and opened the door. She made a playful gesture towards Xia Ming, a small kiss that did not go unnoticed by anyone present. In that instant, Wang Tao felt a rush of indignation, while Lin Wanging coldly remarked, "Xia Ming, due to the trouble you've caused, your commission is forfeited." What? Xia Ming was stunned. "Please, don't do this. Earning a living isn't easy. How can you just take away my earnings? What will I eat next month?" Now, Xia Ming was genuinely frustrated. All of this was thanks to that insufferable Jiang Lai. Had it not been for her, his wife would not have penalized him. It was an unfortunate miscalculation. Humph. Lin Wanging seemed to ignore Xia Ming as pleased as she turned and strode into the office building, leaving Xia Ming with a darkened expression. Summer's frustration was palpable as he muttered under his breath, attributing his woes to that enchanting woman. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have faced a salary deduction, which amounted to a significant sum, at least 100,000 in commissions gone just like that. Lin, he called out, hastily pursuing Lin Wanging, for he could sense that she was in a jealous mood. If he didn't clarify things now, he would surely suffer later. He caught up with her at her office, where she frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "Of course, I want to explain," he replied, eager to defend himself. "I swear, nothing happened with that woman. Please believe me." "Not a chance," Lin Wanging retorted, slamming the office door shut behind her, leaving Summer in a state of helplessness. What a predicament. He returned to his desk, his face a picture of despair. Just then, Yang Yusin approached with a teasing smile. "What's wrong? Aren't you feeling great today?" "Great about what?" he asked, puzzled. "About being pursued by a beautiful woman, of course. What do you think of Jiang Lai?" Yang Yusin inquired with evident curiosity. "Don't even mention it," he sighed, his expression darkening. The very thought of that enchanting woman only deepened his gloom. If it weren't for her, his wife wouldn't be misunderstanding him. And now, not only had he lost his commission, but his wife was also ignoring him. "I must tell you, the whole company is buzzing about it. You've managed to catch the eye of Jiang Lai, the sole heir of the Jiang group. If you win her over, you'll hit the jackpot. Transform from a mere chicken to a phoenix." "Please, spare me," Summer replied, exasperated. "I'm not interested in phoenixes. I prefer my current life." "Have you caught a fever? Every man would relish the chance to gain both wealth and beauty. Why would you turn down such an opportunity? You can't possibly be." Yang Yusin gave him a dubious look. "Absolutely not. I'm a real man," Summer asserted defensively. "Whatever you say," Yang Yusin replied, unconvinced. Just then, a notification pinged from his computer, startling him. He rarely received messages on his QQ account, so he was intrigued to see it flashing. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from "I'm really a big star," which read, "Hey." Followed by an angry emoji. "Are you there?" Upon seeing the angry emoji and the message, Summer paused and casually replied, "Are you really a big star?" Just as he sent the message, he intended to log off, but to his surprise, a response came almost immediately. "What else could I be?" Followed by a dismissive emoji. Intrigued, Summer typed back, "So you really are a big star? That's amazing. I've never chatted with a celebrity before. What's your name?" To his astonishment, the reply was a disdainful emoji, followed by, "I can't tell you my name. But I truly am a big star. By the way, your username is I am really a big tycoon." "Are you really a tycoon?" the star asked curiously. "Oh, I seem like one," Summer replied. "Not really. Maybe you're a rich second generation." The star teased. "You're wrong there," he said, intrigued. "If only I were a rich second generation. That's a dream I've always had." Not to change the subject, but my assistant is calling. I have to go, the star concluded, leaving Summer somewhat speechless as the chat ended abruptly. As the evening approached, Summer made a phone call and then headed to Lin Wanging's office. He knocked on the door, and her voice called, "Come in." "Hey, dear, it's evening. How about we go out for dinner?" he suggested awkwardly. Upon recognizing his voice, Lin Wanging's expression turned frosty. "What do you want? Since you've worked all day, how about dinner?" He persisted. "I'm not going." She replied coldly, feeling quite upset about his earlier interaction with that enchanting woman. "Are you really not going?" he asked, surprised. "No, I'm not," she reiterated, her anger flaring. Summer, feeling dejected, turned to leave as he exited. Lin Wanging was momentarily stunned. Summer, you infuriate me, she thought, her cheeks flushed with anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She felt a deep sense of grievance. In her frustration, she tossed a file on her desk, only to have the door swing open again. Who is it? Don't you know how to knock? She snapped, still seething. Dear, it's me, came a familiar voice, cheerful and lighthearted. Lin Wanging paused, her anger momentarily subsiding. What do you want now? She asked icily. Summer, holding a plastic bag, said, look what I brought. When she saw the takeout box inside, she was taken aback. You didn't leave? She asked, surprised that I anticipated you wouldn't want to go out. So I brought dinner for you, he explained. Opening the box to reveal the delicious food inside, the aroma filled the air, and Lin Wanging felt an unexpected warmth spread through her. This moment touched her deeply. Thank you, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Who else would I do this for if not for my wife? Eat up before it gets cold, he encouraged, grinning. She took a bite, and to her astonishment, it tasted delightful, as if it had been sweetened with honey. A smile broke across her face. You look beautiful when you smile, Summer remarked, momentarily entranced by her beauty. After their meal, he suggested, it's getting dark, let me take you home. It's unsafe out there, don't be ridiculous. It's still light out, she replied, rolling her eyes playfully. Having enjoyed their dinner, she brushed aside the earlier unpleasantness, realizing that love often makes one forget their grievances. Fine, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. You can escort me home, she declared, grabbing her bag. Your wish is my command, Summer replied. Bowing theatrically as they left the office, Lin Wanging asked, can you drive? No, I can't, he admitted, hesitating. Only wealthy bosses can afford to drive. I've only ever been a passenger. Lin Wanging found herself in a state of bemusement. Here she was, trying to engage in romantic pursuits, yet surrounded by an eccentric like Xia Ming. Such a peculiar character as he seemed to exist only in this singular instance throughout history. While most might blush at the situation, Xia Ming remained utterly unperturbed, his complexion unchanged. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Wanging retrieved her keys, unlocked the car, and started the engine. Once Xia Ming was comfortably seated, they departed from the company premises. At that moment, Lin Wanging inquired, Xia Ming, what do your parents do? Upon hearing the question, Xia Ming replied, my parents are farmers, they cultivate the land in the countryside. Farmers. Lin Wanging was momentarily taken aback. Clearly not expecting Xia Ming's parents to belong to such humble origins, this revelation struck her as somewhat unbelievable, especially since she had observed several remarkable qualities in Xia Ming. Firstly, his proficiency in English was exceptional, boasting an impressive level 8, with both spoken and written skills that were formidable. Over the past few days, she had gained a clear understanding of his capabilities. Secondly, Xia Ming possessed the ability to heal. And thirdly, he was quite adept at fighting. There was an air of mystery surrounding him that provided her with a sense of security. She had assumed that someone of his caliber would hail from a prominent family. Yet it turned out he came from the countryside. Dear, you don't look down on farmers, do you? Xia Ming asked with a slight smile. Absolutely not. In our country, without farmers, over 90% of the population would likely starve. Since ancient times, people have regarded food as paramount. On the contrary, I not only hold farmers in high esteem, but also deeply respect them, Lin Wanging expressed, her eyes reflecting genuine admiration. Indeed, as she articulated, farmers are truly great. Otherwise, countless individuals would face starvation. Just then, Lin Wanging noticed an elderly man crossing in front of their vehicle, prompting her to exclaim and hurriedly slam on the brakes. Beep. Beep. A cacophony of honking ensued, leaving Lin Wanging in shock. As the car came to a halt, she trembled, a manifestation of her fear evident to Xia Ming. Get out, get out. They both rushed to exit the vehicle. Before them lay an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, sprawled on the ground with an expression of pain etched on his face. Sir, are you all right? Lin Wanging quickly asked. Upon seeing her, the elderly man momentarily froze, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Clearly, Lin Wanging's beauty was striking, to the extent that it was almost overwhelming, captivating both the young and the old alike. What do you mean all right? Do I look fine to you? The elderly man retorted sharply, visibly agitated. You young lady, how on earth do you drive? Didn't you see someone was in front of you? Where have your eyes been? His words were harsh, causing Xia Ming to frown. What seems to be the problem? He inquired. Ouch, the elderly man lamented. My head, it hurts terribly. I've got a huge bump on my head, and my leg, my back, it's all agony. What are you going to do about this? The old man was throwing a tantrum, and Xia Ming observed clearly that Lin Wanging had not struck him. He had simply collapsed to the ground the moment she halted the car. In her panic, Lin Wanging had genuinely believed she had hit someone. As the saying goes, a flustered mind leads to confusion. Had Lin Wanging maintained her composure as CEO, she would have discerned the truth. At that moment, Xia Ming realized that this conniving old man was attempting to extort them, igniting his irritation. Lin Wanging was his recognized partner, and the audacity of this elderly man to target her infuriated him. I recall the car did not make contact with you, Xia Ming asserted. Oh my heavens, friends around. Come quickly and judge for yourselves. These two youngsters claim they didn't hit me, yet here I am. Lying on the ground. If they didn't hit me, why would I be down here? Come, let's have some fairness. The elderly man sat on the ground, raising his voice. His cries attracted a crowd, which caused Lin Wanging to feel increasingly anxious. How can they be so heartless? They knocked an elderly man down and still deny it, one person interjected. Indeed, they have no sense of responsibility. Today's youth don't understand the meaning of responsibility, unlike our generation. Another chimed in, they're truly despicable. That girl is so beautiful, and her car is nice too. Yet they refuse to even cover the old man's medical fees. Don't worry, sir, we will testify for you, ensuring they cannot evade their obligations. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with numerous individuals criticizing Lin Wanging and Xia Ming, asserting that they were heartless despite their outward appearances. This left Lin Wanging in a state of panic. Sir, how about we take you to the hospital? Lin Wanging suggested, showing her kindness. However, the elderly man was ungrateful, replying, You truly want to take me to the hospital? I must inform you. The expenses for examinations and hospitalization can be quite hefty, easily amounting to thousands. Lin Wanging furrowed her brows, urgently responding, Sir, your health is paramount. Should anything serious occur, we cannot bear the consequences. She was concerned, for dealing with the elderly and young children could lead to significant trouble. A mere bump could escalate into a myriad of ailments, and the costs could spiral, leaving them with no recourse but to shoulder the burden of medical expenses. How about this? If you give me a few hundred, we can settle this privately, the elderly man proposed, his eyes glinting. Lin Wanging hesitated, clearly tempted. The hospital would likely be closed at this hour, and avoiding further complications seemed prudent. Just then, a reassuring hand rested on her shoulder. It was Xia Ming, offering her a comforting glance, indicating he would handle the situation. Lin Wanging felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nodding gently, Xia Ming extended his hand to assist the elderly man. At that moment, he suddenly moved his fingers, causing the old man to feel a sudden tingle in his body. Sir, how much do you require to resolve this matter? Would you accept this amount? Xia Ming inquired, raising a finger. The elderly man, seeing this, became agitated and exclaimed, You little rascal, you think 100 will suffice? Do you take me for a beggar? Going to the hospital for an examination will cost me at least 700 or 800. If you offer less than 500 or 600, we might as well head to the hospital. In truth, the elderly man's demands were uncertain. He was merely attempting to extract as much as possible. Each time, he sought 500 or 600, knowing that many would prefer to settle quietly, allowing him to earn a considerable sum monthly, often surpassing that of white-collar workers. Old sir, understand this. It's this amount. Not just 100, Xia Ming retorted. 1,000. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's eyes sparkled with delight. Young man, you truly understand my plight. 1,000 it is. Xia Ming couldn't help but respond. Old sir, even 1,000 does not reflect my status. You wouldn't dare suggest 10,000, would you? The elderly man gasped, astonished. Even Lin Wanging gazed at Xia Ming in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. She felt compelled to warn him, yet Xia Ming shot her a calming glance. Old sir, allow me to clarify. I am a wealthy second-generation heir. 100 to 180,000 is but a trifling amount to me. In fact, I am not referring to 10,000. For me, that is akin to 100. I speak of 1 million. What do you say, old sir? I offer you 1 million. Xia Ming waved his finger before the old man, who gazed intently at it, momentarily becoming cross-eyed. 1 million. 1 million. Good heavens. It truly is 1 million. The old man's body began to tremble. Despite his decent income, it paled in comparison to the staggering sum before him. With 1 million, he could indulge in beautiful women and luxurious hotels. Excitement surged within him. Are you really going to give me 1 million? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. I appear to be a liar. Xia Ming replied with a smile. Gulp. The old man swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling like a starving wolf spotting a delectable meal. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled audibly, flushing his face with embarrassment, akin to a freshly heated iron. Boom. At that moment, the old man let out a loud fart, unleashing a stench that had clearly been suppressed for years. Lin Wanging, blushing furiously, covered her mouth and nose, her expression filled with disdain. Old man, did you overindulge at lunch? That fart certainly packs a punch, Xia Ming teased. The old man's face turned crimson with discomfort. Young man, when will you give me that 1 million? He insisted. Seeing the old man's agitation, Xia Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he pretended to ponder, delaying his response. As Xia Ming's hesitation grew, the old man became increasingly anxious. Why don't you just give me the money now? I'll leave right away. Xia Ming laughed. Old man, I wish to give you the money, but who do you see wandering the streets with $1 million in cash? How about you wait here while I fetch it for you? The old man, feeling unbearable urgency, was not keen on waiting. His stomach felt as if a shark were thrashing about within. Boom. Once more, he let loose a resounding fart, causing bystanders to recoil, wary of the foul odor. What should I do now? The old man's hands instinctively reached for his backside, as he could no longer endure the discomfort. Feigning confusion, Xia Ming inquired, Old man, do you have something urgent to attend to? Why not go handle that while I wait for you here? We can go get the money together upon your return. All right, wait for me. I must find a restroom. I'll be right back. At that moment, the old man could no longer contain himself, releasing another loud fart before hastily rising and heading towards the restroom. Suddenly, all his aches and pains vanished, leaving him seemingly healthy. Even Lin Wanging was momentarily taken aback. Pointing at the old man, Xia Ming, he dear, stop staring. Let us leave quickly, Xia Ming urged, waving his hand. But Lin Wanging stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Did you not see? Who, after being hit by a car, can run away so swiftly? Look at that old man, healthy as an ox. Does he seem ill to you? A chill swept across Lin Wanging's face as realization dawned on her. Even she, with her limited wit, understood that the old man was merely a fraud. The crowd around them, after hearing Xia Ming's explanation, also grasped the truth, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they lowered their gazes, having wrongly judged Xia Ming and Lin Wanging. Once in the car, Xia Ming waved to Lin Wanging. Let us hurry home. Finally coming to her senses, Lin Wanging angrily stomped her foot, opened the car door, and revved the engine, speeding off. Just 5 minutes later, the old man emerged from the restroom, humming a tune, sauntering back toward where Xia Ming had parked. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Xia Ming's car was gone. Where are they? The old man blinked, his beady eyes darting about in search of Xia Ming and Lin Wanging. But they had already vanished. On my million. Realizing what had transpired, he slumped down on the pavement, tears streaming down his face, his expression contorted in despair, akin to one mourning a great loss. My money. How could it just disappear? His face twisted in rage, he cried out. You two young ones are truly despicable. You promised to wait for me, yet you sneaked away. May you be struck by lightning. You have no humanity. At my age, you dare deceive an old man. The old man wailed and flailed about in the street, causing passers-by to avoid him. His antics obstructed traffic, leading some to suspect he was mentally unstable, prompting them to call a psychiatric hospital. Before long, a vehicle arrived, and 2 individuals clad in white coats escorted the old man away, as he continued to protest, I'm not insane. I'm not insane. However, those in white coats held a different opinion. The unfortunate old man, having missed out on $1 million, found himself confined to a mental institution. If Xia Ming and Lin Wanging were to learn of this, they would likely find the situation both amusing and absurd. Truly, it echoed the saying, those who seek to deceive will find themselves deceived. Chapter 46. Xia Ming's anger in Lin Wanging's car. She drove while curiously asking, Xia Ming, did you already know that old man was a scammer? Lin Wanging felt a bit disheartened. In a world filled with people, why did she have to encounter a fraud? It was indeed her bad luck, though thankfully, she had come to no harm. You didn't hit him. He threw himself on the ground and acted as if he were dying. If you had paused to think, you would have realized that, Xia Ming replied. Why didn't you say something sooner? I was so worried. Lin Wanging shot him a glare, frustrated with Xia Ming's timidity in revealing the truth. My dear, I wanted to, but without evidence, it would have been futile. You saw how the crowd rallied behind the old man. If I spoke up then, it could have caused a bigger ruckus, Xia Ming explained. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Lin Wanging couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I forgive you, but how did that old man suddenly go to the... Her face turned crimson, unable to finish her thought. Xia Ming, understanding her shyness, suggested, to the restroom, right? Yes, how coincidental. You didn't have a hand in that, did you? Lin Wanging asked suspiciously, recalling how she had seen Xia Ming touch the old man. Xia Ming nodded without hesitation. Indeed, he had orchestrated the entire affair, his anger boiling over when that old man attempted to scam his wife. Xia Ming, fiercely protective of Lin Wanging, resolved to thwart any threat against her. Thus, when he approached the old man, he discreetly applied a couple of pressure points, utilizing his exceptional medical skills. This gastrointestinal distress, however, did not manifest instantly. Xia Ming used the allure of $1 million to distract the old man, buying time until his affliction took hold. Each step was meticulously planned. Ultimately, the old man was the architect of his own misfortune, crying out in public rather than at home, and his antics led to his misdiagnosis as mentally ill. resulting in his transport to a psychiatric facility. It was a fitting lesson. Those who engage in deceit often find themselves ensnared in their own traps. Xia Ming, how on earth did you accomplish that? Your medical prowess is truly extraordinary. Lin Wanging was both surprised and delighted. This time, thanks to Xia Ming, she truly had no idea what to do without him, despite being the president of a company. She could still feel fear when faced with peculiar situations. Of course, your husband is capable of anything. I am a genius, Xia Ming boasted with a hint of arrogance. Lin Wanging shot him a glance, and the charm in her eyes made Xia Ming's heart race, nearly causing him to nosebleed. Just then, Xia Ming's phone rang. He was still using an old-fashioned model, which he claimed was durable, reliable, and had ample battery life. Most importantly, it could withstand bullets in critical moments. Upon checking the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number, causing him to furrow his brow. He pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, who is this? Is this Xia Ming?" A familiar voice came through, leaving Xia Ming puzzled. The voice was too recognizable, yet he couldn't recall who it belonged to. I'm Xia Ming. May I ask who you are? He replied impatiently, as he was in the midst of a conversation with his wife. It's Tianxiang from Wanging Group, the voice responded. Hearing the name, Xia Ming suddenly understood why the voice sounded so familiar. It was indeed Tianxiang. He realized he had forgotten that Tianxiang was supposed to seek his medical assistance today, which made him smack his forehead in frustration. What can I do for you? Xia Ming asked. Oh, you have a moment? I need you to check on my condition. Tianxiang inquired cautiously, knowing that Xia Ming was the only one capable of treating his ailment. After a previous treatment, he felt considerably better. Where are you? I'll come to you. Xia Ming suggested. I'll have my driver pick you up. Just tell me your location. Tianxiang replied, deciding it wasn't appropriate to have Xia Ming come alone, especially since he hadn't provided a location. I'm at the Bay Villa area. If you're sending a driver, he can come here, Xia Ming stated, considering his current financial situation and the lack of funds for a taxi. Great. I'll arrange for someone to get you. Tianxiang quickly ended the call and began instructing his driver. Lin Wanging inquired, was that President Chen? Yes, I forgot to treat him today, which is why he called. Xia Ming admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. I see. Lin Wanging was speechless. Xia Ming could be both endearing and amusing in his meticulousness and carelessness. Should I drive you? She offered, knowing there were no available vehicles nearby. The thought of him walking for an indefinite time concerned her. No need. My wife. He said he's sending a driver. I'll just wait at your door. Xia Ming reassured her, feeling a wave of gratitude for her concern. He wanted to embrace her and shower her with affection for her thoughtfulness. After arriving at the Bay Villa community, Xia Ming escorted Lin Wanging to Villa number 6, where Tianxiang's driver was already waiting. As Xia Ming approached the entrance, a well-groomed middle-aged man approached him and asked, "Are you Mr. Xia?" "I am Xia Ming." "And you are?" Xia Ming replied, "I am Xiao Zhang, President Chen's driver. He sent me to pick you up." "Do you have time now?" Xiao Zhang asked respectfully, having been instructed by Tianxiang to treat Xia Ming with utmost deference. "All right, let's go," Xia Ming agreed, recognizing Xiao Zhang as the driver sent by Tianxiang. Upon entering the luxurious vehicle, Xia Ming couldn't help but marvel at the lifestyle of the wealthy. After a brief ride, they arrived at Tianxiang's residence, which, while opulent, was slightly less extravagant than the Bay Villas. "Xia, welcome," Tianxiang greeted him with a broad smile. The sight of Tianxiang's eager demeanor left Xiao Zhang in awe, as he had never seen the man show such humility towards anyone. "Not even the city officials. Is this your home?" Xia Ming asked, surveying the lavish surroundings. "Indeed, Master Xia," Tianxiang responded, visibly impressed by Xia Ming's presence. "Let's get started with your treatment. I have to return home later." "Yes, let's proceed inside," Tianxiang urged, opening the door for Xia Ming. Inside, Xia Ming was taken aback to find a middle-aged man he recognized, Wang Jianlin, the city's director. "Director Wang, allow me to introduce you to Xia Ming." "A remarkable physician," Tianxiang said. "Xia Ming, this is Director Wang Jianlin, a person of considerable influence," he added, omitting the details of Xia Ming's previous assistance to him in the past, as he feared it would embarrass Xia Ming. "I recognize you, Director Wang. You were the one who helped me last time," Xia Ming exclaimed. "Indeed, Master Xia, you are truly a prodigy," Wang Jianlin praised, having heard of Xia Ming's skills from Tianxiang, with Tianxiang emphasizing the need for respect towards Xia Ming. Wang Jianlin approached him without any airs, appearing warm and approachable. "You're too kind, Director Wang, that I'm merely a humble employee," Xia Ming replied with pride, knowing that his wife was the company's owner, which made his position feel a bit more prestigious. "Let's focus on the treatment. I haven't eaten all day," Xia Ming said, feeling a bit impatient and hungry. Tianxiang realized his oversight, exclaiming, "You're right. My apologies. Let's eat first before we proceed with the treatment." Xia Ming, however, was not keen on the delay. "I've come all this way. It would be a hassle to go back and forth." Let me treat you first, he insisted. Very well, Xia Ming, please come to my bedroom. Xiang suggested. There's no need. You can lie down on the sofa, Xia Ming replied, eager to avoid wasting more time. Noticing Xia Ming's urgency, Xiang quickly complied and lay down. Xia Ming swiftly began the treatment. And within half an hour, he had completely healed Xiang, although he had considered prolonging the treatment for further benefit. However, the thought of having to endure Xiang's incessant phone calls was unbearable for Xia Ming. If it were not for Xiang, he could have spent some quality time with Lin Wanging in her apartment. It was this scoundrel who disrupted their intimate moments. In his frustration, Xia Ming decided to cure Xiang. Thus freeing himself from the daily annoyance. If Xiang were to learn the truth, he would be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Once Xia Ming removed the needle, he casually remarked, "All right, starting tomorrow, I shall no longer provide you with treatment." What? Xiang gasped in astonishment, quickly sitting up and anxiously inquiring, "Master Xia, why? Have I done something wrong? Please, I implore you to cure me." Fear gripped Xiang at the thought of living the rest of his life unwell. He could hardly bear to imagine a life akin to that of a eunuch. Chapter 48. This task is quite daunting, eh? You are already cured? What more is there to treat? Xia Ming regarded Xiang with confusion, pondering if the man's mind was clouded. Clearly, he has recovered. Why is he still begging for treatment? Has he lost his senses? Xiang, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Didn't you say it would take a week to treat me?" "But you at that time, I mentioned a week, but your recovery has been quite remarkable. Henceforth, acupuncture is unnecessary, but you must exercise moderation to no more than 3 times a month if you encounter any issues thereafter. Do not come to me. I shall certainly be unable to assist you." Xia Ming waved his hand with a hint of impatience. It was not that he was unwilling to help, but he simply did not want to be burdened by Xiang's incessant pestering. His irritation stemmed from the disruption Xiang caused to his date with Lin Wanging. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlin had witnessed the entire treatment process. He had heard Xiang extolling Xia Ming's medical prowess. Yet he had been skeptical at first due to Xia Ming's youth. In his perspective, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner should be older and more seasoned. However, witnessing Xia Ming's extraordinary skills left him astounded. Indeed, Xia Ming was a remarkable master of traditional Chinese medicine, particularly in his mastery of acupuncture, which was nothing short of breathtaking. It felt as if he were witnessing an art form. Xia Ming was truly remarkable. Wang Jinlin was immensely excited but refrained from interrupting Xia Ming, knowing that a physician must not be disturbed during treatment, lest complications arise. Once Xia Ming completed the treatment for Xiang, Wang Jinlin could no longer contain his enthusiasm. He was grateful he had not flaunted his authority in front of Xia Ming, for that would have potentially complicated matters. "Master Xia, may I inquire if you have a moment? I need your assistance." Wang Jinlin suppressed his excitement and spoke. "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Xiang observed Wang Jinlin's fervent demeanor with confusion. Wang Jinlin sighed. "I must confess, my father suffered a stroke, rendering him unable to speak and severely impairing his mobility. Witnessing my father's condition pains me greatly, and I wish to request Master Xia's help in treating him." Even Xiang felt the gravity of Wang Jinlin's words. Achieving the position of director was not solely due to Wang Jinlin's own efforts, it was also a result of his father's influence. Wang Jinlin's father, Wang Haiyang, had been a well-respected official known for his integrity. However, due to illness, he had retired and was now recuperating at home. Despite his retirement, Wang Haiyang had once been a prominent figure in the province, commanding respect and gratitude from many for his public service. Xia Ming, growing increasingly impatient, replied, "While I possess the ability to heal, I cannot treat everyone for free. I simply do not have the luxury of time. At this moment, Xiang interjected, "Xia Ming, Director Wang's father, Wang Haiyang, is a highly regarded official admired by the public for his numerous contributions." As Xiang spoke, he felt a tinge of anxiety. He was not afraid of rejection but feared Xia Ming's wrath, leading him to ignore the request altogether, which would be a regrettable outcome. "Wang Haiyang is your father?" Xia Ming raised an eyebrow in disbelief, staring at Wang Jinlin. "Indeed," Wang Jinlin nodded. "I see." Xia Ming acknowledged. He had heard of Wang Haiyang's deeds over the years. A few years back, his village's road construction had been initiated by Wang Haiyang's insistence. The villagers held Wang Haiyang in high esteem for his efforts. Initially reluctant to offer treatment, Xia Ming reconsidered. Knowing Wang Haiyang was a commendable official dedicated to the welfare of the people, suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed in Xia Ming's mind. "Task activated. Treat Wang Haiyang. Reward: 500 honor points." The abrupt announcement left Xia Ming momentarily stunned. He stood there, gaping in disbelief. "What?" Xia Ming exclaimed, startling both Chun Tianxiang and Wang Jianlin. Master Xia, what is the matter? Wang Jianlin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Nothing. I just received some delightful news, which has put me in high spirits, Xia Ming replied, waving his hands dismissively. Director Wang, I shall examine your father tomorrow. After all, he is a commendable official who has done much for the people. However, I must caution you. I cannot guarantee a cure. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianlin nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. Under Wang Haiyang's guidance, he had become a decent director, dutifully striving to care for his father's health despite the challenges. Regardless of the outcome, he felt satisfied simply knowing that Xia Ming would come to assess his father's condition. Countless specialists had been consulted over the years, yet none had succeeded in treating Wang Haiyang's ailment, which left Wang Jianlin in a state of desperation. Just then, Xia Ming's stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. I'm starving. I must go eat now. I cannot stay with you two any longer. Xia Ming, shall we dine together? I have reserved a private room at the Golden Lion, Chun Tianxiang suggested eagerly. Pleased by the invitation, Xia Ming agreed, his dwindling funds making the offer all the more appealing. All right, let us go together. Chun Tianxiang and Wang Jianlin were elated by Xia Ming's acceptance, recognizing this as an opportunity to strengthen their relationship with him. Chapter 49. Xia Ming faces adversity under Chun Tianxiang's guidance. They swiftly arrived at the Golden Lion Hotel, where their presence drew considerable attention. Wang Jianlin, a figure of authority in Jiangzhou, was met with deference from all around. As soon as he arrived, people began to take notice, and the hotel manager personally came to greet him. Hello, I am the manager here. Do you have a reservation? Manager Wang inquired with a courteous bow and a smile. Yes, we have a reservation for room 515. Wang Jianlin replied, exuding an air of authority. His earlier genial demeanor towards Xia Ming stemmed from his friendship with Chun Tianxiang, but now it was a different matter altogether. Xia Ming observed the transformation in Wang Jianlin with surprise, realizing the extent of his authoritative presence. Very well, I will escort you three upstairs, Manager Wang said, unfazed by Wang Jianlin's demeanor, maintaining a bright smile. Before long, the three of them were seated together, and Chun Tianxiang ordered 2 bottles of Wuliangya, appreciating its superior taste compared to the subpar Lafite. Xia Ming, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Xia. This moment, Wang Jianlin raised his glass and spoke to Xia Ming. Director Wang, feel free to call me whatever you wish, Xia Ming replied, lifting his own glass. To him, the formality of titles mattered little. After all, they were merely appellations. Moreover, given that Wang was the director of the Public Security Bureau, it was an honor to be treated as a brother, a clear elevation in social standing for Xia Ming. Brother Xia, I truly must express my gratitude this time. My father's illness has troubled me for many years, and I have been at a loss for how to proceed. Brother Xia, I shan't say much more. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. With a hearty laugh, Wang Jianlin downed his drink in one go, a considerable quantity indeed, demonstrating his respect for Xia Ming. Xia Ming, understanding the importance of face in rural customs, reciprocated with his own drink, recognizing that to refuse would be to slight the director. Director Wang, I have not seen Governor Wang's condition, so I cannot ascertain if a cure is possible. Your words make me somewhat embarrassed, but I assure you I will exert every effort to heal him, Xia Ming stated, also finishing his drink. Brother Xia, you possess quite the capacity for alcohol, Wang Jianlin remarked with admiration, acknowledging the mutual respect between them. Now that you both have had your fill, may it be my turn to contribute? Chun Tianxiang interjected with a smile, addressing Xia Ming. Brother Xia, this time I owe you a tremendous debt. Without your help, my life would have been in jeopardy. With that, Chun Tianxiang also drained his glass. After consuming a significant amount of alcohol on an empty stomach, Xia Ming felt a fiery sensation within. As Chun Tianxiang prepared to propose another toast, Xia Ming realized he could not decline without losing face among his rural peers. Thus, he too downed the drink. After a while of merriment, Xia Ming felt the effects of the alcohol and excused himself to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, still slightly inebriated, he was momentarily distracted when, ouch! A loud exclamation rang out as he stumbled back, regaining his balance with ease due to his robust physique. The other individual, visibly irate, shouted, Damn it, can't you watch where you're going? Xia Ming's temper flared. Not only had this person collided with him without so much as an apology, but he had the audacity to hurl insults. Try saying that again, Xia Ming coldly retorted. Who do you think you are? Daring to offend me? Do you even know who I am? I could have you taken out in an instant. This brash individual, though dressed sharply, exuded an air of arrogance, likely a wealthy businessman. Xia Ming's anger ignited further. With a swift motion, Xia Ming struck the man hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Xia Ming glared at him, seething at the affront to his family, whom he held in utmost respect. You doubt you're going to regret this. The fallen man stammered. Just then, a few individuals approached, one of whom was Lin Wanging, the deputy director of the Jiangzhou Education Bureau, having received a considerable bribe from the man on the ground. Lin was in high spirits. However, seeing the scene unfold, he was momentarily taken aback. Director Lin, this man assaulted me, the disgraced man exclaimed, his words stumbling out amidst his shock. Lin Wanging's fury ignited. How could someone dare to attack his benefactor? Who are you, and why did you strike him? He demanded, ready to defend his ally. Xia Ming regarded him coolly, perceiving that Lin was merely a sycophant of the system. Director Lin, call the police. I want him arrested and to face justice. The fallen man insisted, now sobering up and feeling the sting of his injuries. Step aside, Xia Ming declared, taking a step forward, startling both Lin and the injured man. Oh, you know what you're doing? Assaulting a public servant is a crime. Lin shouted back, his indignation palpable. Scoundrel, Xia Ming said dismissively, igniting Lin's ire further. With the atmosphere thickening with tension, Lin, feeling his authority threatened, called for reinforcements. Soon, a group arrived, led by the burly Captain Wang. Director Lin, what happened? Wang asked, rushing towards Lin, who pointed accusingly at Xia Ming. This man attacked without provocation. I demand his immediate arrest, Lin insisted, attempting to assert his authority. However, as Captain Wang locked eyes with Xia Ming, he hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Xia Ming was not just anyone. He had the ear of influential figures, including Director Wang. Caught between loyalty and fear of repercussions, Captain Wang faltered, knowing that siding against Xia Ming could lead to dire consequences for him. Perhaps we should discuss this further, he suggested cautiously. What is there to discuss? He assaulted a man. That's a crime. Lin retorted angrily. Well, I suspect he may be connected to a recent series of mysterious disappearances. So I urge you to investigate thoroughly, Lin added, his voice laced with authority. Xia Ming smirked at Lin's audacity. What a grand accusation, suggesting I am linked to missing persons. You think you can just apprehend someone on a whim? The situation had escalated, and the stakes were higher than anyone anticipated. Xia Ming cast a glance at Lin Wanging before him, utterly incensed by the latter's audacity. How could one wield the authority bestowed by the people in such a brazen manner? Though he was a farmer, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for evil, particularly when he witnessed Lin Wanging so readily defending Li Quan without a moment's inquiry. This blatant disregard for justice fueled his anger. Lin Wanging, upon hearing Xia Ming's words, found himself momentarily breathless, his frustration mounting to the point of near explosion. Captain Wang, as a public servant, do you truly intend to shield a criminal? His face darkened. Having never before suffered such humiliation at Xia Ming's hands, the audacity of this Wang fellow to defy his orders ignited a fierce blaze of indignation within him. While Lin Wanging and Xia Ming exchanged heated words, Wang Jianlin suddenly interjected, Tianxiang, your brother Xia has been gone for quite some time. Is there a chance he has encountered some trouble? Chun Tianxiang shared Wang Jianlin's concern. It was indeed peculiar that Xia Ming had not yet returned. Just then, the two men were startled by a cacophony of voices, interspersed with Xia Ming's furious shouts, prompting a frown from Wang Jianlin and a grim shift in Chun Tianxiang's expression. This is bad. Something has indeed happened to Xia Ming. They hurriedly exited the private room, and as they did, they spotted Xia Ming in the distance, surrounded by a cadre of officers led by the rotund Wang. Wang Jianlin's countenance turned icy. Indeed, a serious incident had transpired. Although today was supposed to be Chun Tianxiang's treat, his true intention was to host a meal for Xia Ming, given the latter's critical role in his father's health. Thus, he held Xia Ming in high esteem, particularly after witnessing Xia Ming's remarkable medical prowess, which solidified his belief in Xia Ming's ability to heal his father. Yet, amidst this gathering, chaos had erupted. A considerable embarrassment for Wang Jianlin. If anything happened to Xia Ming now, it would be a blow to his pride that a surge of anger ignited within him. He was eager to uncover the source of this audacity. What on earth is happening here? He bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. The sharp reprimand caused Wang, the captain, to flinch, and upon seeing Wang Jianlin, he trembled visibly. Director Wang, I am merely addressing a dispute here. What dispute? Wang Jianlin approached, his demeanor calm, yet commanding. Lin Wanging seized the moment to interject. Director Wang, it appears that your officers need some discipline. Someone has attempted to assault a public servant, yet Captain Wang remains indifferent, even suggesting I resolve the matter privately. Wang Jianlin cast a cursory glance at Lin Wanging, recognizing him from previous encounters, but feeling no obligation to entertain his indignation. Is this truly the case? He inquired flatly, his gaze directed at the captain, who could sense the simmering fury beneath the surface. Director, the situation is as follows. Wang stammered, hastily recounting the events, which darkened Wang Jianlin's expression. The predicament involving Xia Ming was a matter of significant consequence, one for which he bore responsibility. Should Xia Ming choose to withdraw his medical assistance from his father in a fit of anger, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. Is this truly the case, Director Lin? Wang Jianlin's voice turned icy. Lin Wanging, too haughty for too long, had developed an air of arrogance, his comfortable life fostering a dismissive attitude. Thus, when Wang recounted the events, Lin Wanging readily admitted his culpability. Wang Jianlin's ire reached its peak as he thundered, "What a fine public servant you are! Do you assume the police station is your personal domain? And you? When did a deputy director of the Education Bureau gain the authority to command the police?" Wang Jianlin's tirade left Wang trembling, the gravity of the situation becoming evident. If Wang Jianlin were to protect Xia Ming, the repercussions for Wang could be dire. "Why are you standing idle? Arrest him," Wang Jianlin commanded, pointing at Li Quan on the ground. Lin Wanging's face drained of color. He had expected Wang Jianlin to grant him some leniency, but was sorely mistaken. Wang Jianlin, as the police chief, possessed absolute authority, while Lin Wanging, being merely an Education Bureau official, had no bearing over him. Caught off guard by the turn of events, Lin Wanging stammered, "Director Wang, surely an arrest is unnecessary. How is it that as a public servant, you seek to shield a criminal? What do you intend to achieve?" Wang Jianlin's expression darkened, his reprimand echoing the injustice Xia Ming had faced, fueling his fury. Lin Wanging, nearly choking on his words, realized the tables had turned dramatically. The very words he had spoken to Captain Wang were now thrown back at him. Xia Ming, witnessing the escalating situation, felt the tide of anger receding within him. "Director Wang, perhaps we should consider letting this matter go. After all, it was a misunderstanding. Brother, you have suffered an injustice here, and it is I who must apologize for my shortcomings. However, these two are indeed insufferably arrogant. If we do not take action, they shall think themselves above reproach." Wang Jianlin's resolve to hold Li Quan and Lin Wanging accountable remained steadfast. Lin Wanging's heart raced, and he, along with Wang, was at a loss. "Brother, what is happening here?" The unexpected camaraderie between Wang Jianlin and Xia Ming left them both dumbfounded. To refer to the director as a brother? What is the meaning of this? Typically, even Lin Wanging would need to curry favor with Wang Jianlin, and now he finds the tables turned. How could such a connection exist without prior indication? In this moment of realization, Lin Wanging understood he had encountered a formidable adversary. Although the education and police systems were distinct, many sought Lin Wanging's favor that a mere word from Wang Jianlin could jeopardize his position, especially given the enemies he had made. Trembling, Lin Wanging quickly offered, "Mr. Xiao, I concede. It was my misjudgment, but I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." He bowed deeply, prompting gasps of disbelief from onlookers. Even Li Quan rubbed his eyes in astonishment at the sight of a deputy director apologizing. Lin Wanging recognized the wisdom in his choice and sought to mend relations with Xia Ming. Determined to preserve his own standing, "Director Wang, let us consider this matter resolved," Xia Ming suggested, wishing to avoid further conflict. "Very well, brother, if you do not wish to pursue this, I shall let them be." Wang Jianlin conceded, relieved by Xia Ming's decision. With Wang Jianlin's words of leniency, Lin Wanging expressed his gratitude, hastily offering his business card. "Mr. Xia, should you encounter any issues at school, please do not hesitate to reach out." Xia Ming accepted the card casually and pocketed it without a word. "Now, let's regroup and return immediately," Wang Jianlin said casually, glancing at Lin Wanging. Wang Pengzi hurriedly led his men away, drenched in cold sweat, feeling that he had made one of the wisest decisions of his life today. Chapter 52. The young lady's tricks. Seeing that Xia Ming did not pursue his accountability, Lin Wanging felt a wave of gratitude towards him. After a while, Xia Ming shared a drink with Wang Jianlin. In the midst of the revelry, Wang Jianlin felt a twinge of guilt, yet Xia Ming bore no animosity towards Wang Jianlin, only towards the man named Li Quan. After about an hour of drinking, Xia Ming departed from the Golden Lion. As he was heading home, Chen Qianxiang insisted on sending him back, but Xia Ming refused, claiming he wished to take a stroll instead. The sky had darkened and the full moon hung high, illuminating the mysterious night. Xia Ming felt a bit dazed, surprised at how much had changed in just a few days. Not only had he encountered someone he liked for the second time, but he had also made good friends with Chen Qianxiang and Wang Jianlin. In the past, even achieving one of these feats would have felt like a miracle, making him chuckle in his sleep. As he walked, his phone suddenly rang, the loud sound of an old-fashioned ringtone breaking the silence. "Hello?" he answered. "Xia Ming. It's me," came a melodic voice from the other end, jolting him awake. He could hardly forget this woman, who seemed to have been sent to punish him, especially with her captivating gaze that no man could resist. "Jiang Lai. It's already 9 at night. Why are you calling? Are you feeling unwell?" Xia Ming couldn't help but scoff. Relieved that his wife wasn't nearby, or else he would have faced a bout of jealousy. A soft giggle echoed from the phone, sending a shiver down his spine. Am I interrupting a romantic evening with your girlfriend? Jiang Lai teased. No, I'm just on the street. Xia Ming replied hastily. So you're on the street. Quickly tell me your address, Jiang Lai said, and Xia Ming felt a sinking feeling. He didn't want to get too close to her, as she was far too clingy, and he found himself intimidated in her presence. I'm not on the street. I'm at home. Let's discuss it tomorrow, he insisted. I'm right outside your door. Open up, or I'll come in, she declared. Xia Ming stumbled back, his face flushed. Jiang Lai, what are you doing at my house at this hour? Of course, I'm here to see you, she replied nonchalantly. What could possibly be so urgent at this late hour? Can it wait until tomorrow? He retorted. This is quite urgent. You wouldn't want to see the partnership between Xinya Group and Zhang's group fall apart, would you? I came to discuss work, she said, causing Xia Ming to nearly trip in disbelief. At this hour, you can't be serious. Jiang Lai, have you lost your mind? He exclaimed, utterly baffled. Just give me your address, or I might just stay at your place tonight, she demanded imperiously. Panic set in as Xia Ming realized the potential consequences if Lin Wanging found out. He quickly relented and provided his address. Let me warn you, if you find me, it will be your skill. If you don't bother looking for me. As soon as he hung up, he walked along the roadside. But within 10 minutes, he heard a buzzing approaching. A red Ferrari screeched to a halt beside him, and a girl in a bright red dress stepped out, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Xia Ming, what a coincidence, she exclaimed. Stunned, he blurted, how did you find me? I was nearby. Finding you was easy, Jiang Lai replied with a carefree demeanor. But weren't you at my house? He asked, bewildered. When did I say I was at your house? She laughed playfully, and Xia Ming realized she had deceived him, leaving him feeling frustrated. Jiang Lai, it's late. Can't we discuss work tomorrow? This is a rather compromising situation for a man and a woman alone together, he argued. Why? Are you afraid of me? She teased, wrapping her arm around his. Xia Ming shivered at the contact, quickly withdrawing his arm. Jiang Lai, I've had a drink. Don't tempt me. They say a man under such circumstances is a danger. After pulling away, he couldn't bring himself to look at her directly. Jiang Lai was stunning, and any man would struggle to resist her allure. However, he was cautious. Her connections were formidable, and he didn't want to provoke her. Chapter 53. A visit to the bar. What are you afraid of? Just be my boyfriend, Jiang Lai said, her smile disarming. Please don't tempt me. I have a girlfriend, Xia Ming protested, waving his hands to establish distance. Now that we've met, shouldn't we get to the point? He urged, eager to finish their conversation and return home for a good night's sleep. Jiang Lai leaned closer, her scent intoxicating. So, who did you go drinking with? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. What does that have to do with you? He replied, growing annoyed. Nothing much, just wondering. But if your girlfriend finds out you were alone with me, in this summer heat, sparks might fly. She hinted. What are you implying? If you dare harm my girlfriend, I won't let you get away with it, he warned, anger rising. Jiang Lai laughed softly, her amusement clear. What could I possibly do to your girlfriend? Rest assured, I won't hurt her. She leaned in closer, and he felt the softness of her presence, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jiang Lai's beauty was captivating, and despite his better judgment, he felt drawn to her. The moonlight illuminated her exquisite features, making her look like a goddess from a painting. Her eyes, filled with a glimmer of mischief, seemed to be speaking directly to his soul, leaving him entranced, even as he recognized her intentions. He was nearly swept away by her charm, grateful that his wife was far away, lest she perceive him as straying from fidelity. Coughing to clear his throat, he attempted to regain composure. Xia Ming pretended to cough and then withdrew his arm from Jiang Lai's embrace. Taking a step back to distance himself from her, Miss Jiang, he said, I'm terribly exhausted today. I think I shall head home to rest. If you have no pressing matters, you should return by yourself. I must take my leave. With that, Xia Ming hastily strode ahead. Observing Xia Ming's determined pace, Jiang Lai suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. What an amusing person you are. Accompany me to a bar for a drink. I shall let you off the hook today. Otherwise, I might just go to your company and claim that you were holding me tonight. Xia Ming stumbled upon hearing this, nearly losing his balance. Angrily, he retorted, Miss Jiang, I am but a mere nobody, incomparable to someone of your stature. What exactly do you intend to do? Jiang Lai replied slowly. What? Are you already upset? I'm not asking much of you. I merely want you to join me for a drink. I have no time. Xia Ming snapped, coldly dismissing her. Really no time? Jiang Lai teased. Her gaze fixed on him. No time means no time, he replied. Irritation bubbling within him. What did this girl really want? He had made himself clear, yet she persisted. Very well. I shall go to Xinya Group tomorrow to terminate our contract, citing your company's lack of sincerity. Jiang Lai murmured, as if to herself, but every word reached Xia Ming's ears, sounding almost like a direct challenge to him. Alarmed, Xia Ming quickly countered, wait, I'll go, all right? He felt a sense of dread. He realized he was thoroughly at her mercy, which was quite displeasing to him. Seeing his sullen expression, Jiang Lai giggled. Come now. Don't worry that I assure you. I won't do anything to you. Get in my car. She opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat, with Xia Ming following suit. The car was strikingly luxurious, both inside and out, especially the genuine leather seats, which filled Xia Ming with envy. How he wished to own such a vehicle in his lifetime. Yet, despite his admiration, he did not show Jiang Lai any warmth. Why the long face? Cheer up, Jiang Lai said cheerfully. I'm not happy, Xia Ming muttered. Where are we going to drink? To the bar, of course. That's where the atmosphere is. Jiang Lai replied, smiling. In less than 20 minutes, she parked at a club that was unlike any other, frequented only by the affluent and elite. Please park the car, Jiang Lai instructed as she exited, tossing the keys to the security guard before striding toward the bar in her gleaming silver high heels. Once inside, the heavy metal music assaulted Xia Ming's ears, causing him to shake his head. Too much of it would surely lead to a headache. Let us go drink, Jiang Lai said, leading them to a secluded corner. She ordered several bottles of foreign wine, pouring Xia Ming a glass before filling her own. Cheers, she exclaimed, clinking her glass with his and downing her drink in one go. Xia Ming felt a rush of heat to his face. The alcohol's potency was formidable, perhaps even more so than the strong liquor he was accustomed to. As they continued drinking, it wasn't long before they were both quite inebriated. Jiang Lai swayed, declaring, Did you know? I've never been this happy before. Today is the most exhilarating day I've had in years. Let us keep drinking. Xia Ming, feeling the effects of the alcohol, thought he was seeing double. You've had enough, he said. I'm fine. Jiang Lai giggled. I know you're the one who has said too much. Come on, let us keep going. How about I take you home instead? Despite being tipsy, Xia Ming's sense of responsibility kicked in. It was his duty to ensure Jiang Lai got home safely, especially since she was a girl and he was a man. After all, she was quite beautiful, and who knew what could happen if she were left alone? As he supported Jiang Lai, who was nearly limp from intoxication, Xia Ming focused solely on getting her home safely, yearning for rest himself after a long night of drinking. With the late hour, the streets were sparse. Hey, Miss Jiang, where do you live? He asked, slightly dazed. Home? Do I even have a home? I have no home, Jiang Lai replied, pointing to herself and continuing, I have no home. How can you not have a home? Everyone has a place to call their own. Xia Ming mused, his words spilling out without much thought. I don't. I just don't have a home, Jiang Lai insisted, her lips forming a cute pout that was utterly charming, nearly irresistible to Xia Ming. How beautiful, he thought, momentarily entranced. What are you staring at, silly? Jiang Lai laughed, while Xia Ming remained captivated by her, caught in an internal struggle. After wandering aimlessly for what felt like ages, they finally found a place to stay. When they awoke the next day, it was to a luxurious room, dazzling in its opulence, adorned with glimmering glass decor. In the center stood a grand bed, the entire space decorated in a Western style. At that moment, on the lavish bed lay a man and a woman. The man was deep in slumber, while the woman had one leg draped over him, their posture suggestive. The girl murmured, slowly opening her eyes, only to be met with the sight of Xia Ming. Startled, she glanced down at her attire, relieved to find her clothes still intact. Casting her gaze towards Xia Ming, she smirked. This guy looks quite manly even in his sleep. The girl was none other than Jiang Lai. She shifted her leg off Xia Ming and, clad in a bathrobe, walked into the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing. Meanwhile, Xia Ming stirred awake, his vision clouded. Am I still dreaming? This place feels oddly peculiar, and it's enormous, much larger than a villa, he mumbled to himself, convinced he must still be dreaming. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to sit up abruptly. Wait, this isn't a dream. It's real, he exclaimed, shock washing over him as he took in his surroundings. Just then, Jiang Lai emerged from the bathroom, a vision of beauty in her bathrobe. Her damp hair cascading down her shoulders, droplets of water still clinging to her skin. Xia Ming was momentarily stunned, particularly by her flawless legs, smooth and alluring. Miss Jiang, he stammered, struggling to find his words as the reality of the situation dawned on him. How did you end up here? You brought me here, Jiang Lai replied, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. I brought you. Xia Ming grappled with the remnants of his memory from the previous night. Realizing he had drunk excessively and recalled nothing after that day's summer mingled with unease, Xia Ming found himself captivated by Jiang Lai's presence. He swallowed hard, staring intently at her, and inquired, Miss Jiang, I hope I didn't do anything inappropriate last night. A flicker of mischievous amusement danced in Jiang Lai's eyes as she replied playfully. "Oh, what else do you wish to do?" Xia Ming's mouth fell agape, bewildered by her insinuation. The very suggestion made his heart race with trepidation. Could it be that he had indeed crossed a line? Chapter 55. A meal into denial. Xia Ming's expression turned pensive as he gazed at the slightly damp Jiang Lai. An embodiment of his internal turmoil. The consequences of a drunken night were weighing heavily on him. Noticing his despondency, Jiang Lai couldn't resist teasing him further. "Xia Ming, you did what you were supposed to do last night. Shouldn't you take responsibility?" Xia Ming opened his mouth to respond, yet the words caught in his throat, leaving him at a loss. The gravity of the situation pressed down upon him. As a man, how was he to reconcile such a predicament, especially given his inherent pride? Silence enveloped him. Though he harbored no affection for Jiang Lai, the mere thought of having compromised her dignity gnawed at him. His heart ached for Lin Wanging, whose presence occupied a significant place in his life, that he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest, knowing he had been unfaithful to her, albeit unintentionally. "I'm sorry," he finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Jiang Lai's fury ignited. "How dare you, Xia Ming? You indulge in your pleasures and then deny your actions like a scoundrel." With a sigh, Xia Ming confessed, "I recognize my fault and will take responsibility. I shall offer you an explanation." He lowered his gaze, a shadow of defeat clouding his demeanor. Jiang Lai, sensing the gravity of his distress, realized her jest had gone too far. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. "Relax, you look positively petrified. Let me assure you, nothing happened between us." A wave of relief washed over Xia Ming, as if he had glimpsed a beacon of hope amidst darkness. "Are you serious?" he inquired eagerly. "Despite sharing a bed, we maintained our integrity," Jiang Lai clarified. Xia Ming exhaled deeply. "Thank goodness for that. It means I have no obligation to you and can remain loyal to my wife." He patted his chest, grateful for the reprieve. However, Jiang Lai's eyes narrowed in displeasure. "Xia Ming, you reek of ingratitude. What kind of man turns away from someone who shared a night with him? If the people of Jiangzhou knew about this, they'd be astounded." "What time is it?" Xia Ming suddenly realized he had work to attend to. "Not much, around 10, she replied. Panic surged through him. "Don't know. I'm going to be late." He fretted, recalling the last time his wife had docked his pay for tardiness. He couldn't afford another deduction, especially not with only 7,000 left to his name. What's the big deal about being late?" Jiang Lai scoffed. "My dear Miss Jiang, you speak from a position of privilege. You're the heiress of the Jiang Group, while I'm just a lowly employee at Shenyuan Group. Being late for me comes with financial consequences." He lamented. "Oh, I see," Jiang Lai mused, a plan forming in her mind. "How about this? If you don't come to my company, you can be late as you please, and your salary will remain intact. What do you say?" "Not a chance," Xia Ming retorted, hastily putting on his shoes. He was eager to escape the enchantress, whose charm was almost unbearable. As he left the hotel, Jiang Lai watched him depart with a contemplative smile. "What an intriguing man. I've made my interest clear. Yet he remains unfazed. I must uncover the identity of the woman who holds his heart." Unaware of Jiang Lai's fascination, Xia Ming hailed a taxi, his brow furrowed with worry about how to explain his tardiness at work. Upon arriving at Shenyuan Group, he was met with bustling colleagues. Yang Yusen approached him. "Xia Ming, Lin Zong is looking for you in her office." His heart sank. He knew trouble awaited him. "I knew this would happen." He grimaced. Yang Yusen added, "Seriously, how could you be late again? It's almost 11. I didn't want to be late. I drank too much last night and overslept. I need to see Lin Zong." "We'll discuss it later. You're something else," Yang Yusen remarked, impressed yet exasperated by his consistent tardiness. With resignation, Xia Ming approached Lin Wanging's office, hesitating before knocking softly. "Come in," a clear voice called from inside. As he entered, Lin Wanging's sharp gaze fell upon him, and he felt a wave of dread. She set down her pen, her expression turning stern. "Why are you late again?" Chapter 56. Seeking resolution. Well, Xia Ming stammered, struggling to formulate a coherent response. Lin Wanging, recognizing his discomfort, concluded he must have strayed from fidelity. Her growing anger morphed into a sense of betrayal. How could he neglect such a stunning woman while engaging in indiscretions elsewhere? "What were you really up to?" she probed, her eyes piercing. "You smell strongly of alcohol." Xia Ming recalled his reckless night, realizing he hadn't changed from his previous attire. "Dear, please don't be angry. I was drinking with Qianzong and Director Wang. I lost track of time," he explained, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He refrained from revealing the entirety of his escapade with Jiang Lai, knowing such an admission would only exacerbate his predicament. "Chen Tianxiang, Wang Jianlin." Lin Wanging's curiosity piqued. "Since when did you form a connection with Wang Jianlin?" At this moment, Lin Wanging's gaze towards Xia Ming began to shift, Chen Tianxiang was one of the top executives in Jiangzhou City, and it was only natural that Xia Ming, having treated his illness, would know him. However, who was Wang Jianlin, the chief of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, a figure of considerable authority overseeing all police matters in the city? Such an individual was not easily accessible to ordinary businessmen. Xia Ming was merely a recent university graduate. How could he possibly share a drink with Director Wang? Moreover, he was neither a second-generation official nor a wealthy heir, making their connection seem implausible. Xia Ming then recounted how Wang Jianlin had implored him to save his father, explaining their relationship, while deliberately omitting the matter concerning Zhang Lai. Upon hearing Xia Ming's account, Lin Wanging's mouth fell open in disbelief. Are you saying your medical skills have garnered such admiration from Director Wang that he asked you to treat his father? Lin Wanging could hardly fathom the implications. If Xia Ming truly healed the chief's father, his future would be limitless. Yet, why would such a person settle for a minor position in a company? In a moment, Lin Wanging found Xia Ming to be incredibly mysterious, stirring her curiosity while simultaneously inciting a hint of annoyance at his secrecy. As she cast a melancholic glance his way, Xia Ming breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she was no longer angry. With a grin, he approached her, saying, "Dear, I would like to request a half-day leave to leave. You've just arrived at the company, and you already want to take time off?" Lin Wanging replied, bemused that it's unavoidable. Xia Ming insisted, "Director Wang asked me to see his father today, but I completely forgot about it." "You forgot?" Lin Wanging shot him an exasperated look, half laughing, half crying. What kind of person forgets to attend to the chief's father? If it were any other doctor in Jiangzhou, they would be dreaming of such an opportunity. Yet you seem to take it lightly. A loss for words. Lin Wanging finally said, "All right, go ahead." "Thank you. Dear, I knew you would understand." Xia Ming beamed with joy, but Lin Wanging shot him a playful glare as he prepared to leave. She suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait, is there something else, dear?" Xia Ming turned back, puzzled. "Look at you, smelling foul. Change your clothes before you go." Lin Wanging gracefully rose, her slender figure captivating Xia Ming's attention, nearly causing his eyes to bulge as he gazed at her, taken by her beauty, as she walked over to a small cabinet. Retrieving 2 bags. "Wear this," she instructed. What? Upon seeing the bags, Xia Ming quickly understood. They were new clothes, evidently purchased by Lin Wanging for him. Touched, he embraced her tightly, saying, "Thank you, dear." "Xia Ming, what are you doing?" "Let go," Lin Wanging protested, feeling the warmth of his embrace, her cheeks flushing. Thank you, dear." Xia Ming released her, adding, "You mustn't be late from now on. After treating Director Wang's father, come straight home and no more drinking for you. You reek of alcohol." After straightening his collar, Lin Wanging's actions warmed Xia Ming's heart. He found the scene incredibly comforting. Having such a girlfriend was worth any hardship. However, a shadow crossed his mind momentarily, soon replaced by light. "Go on, don't keep Director Wang waiting," Lin Wanging urged. "Understood." Xia Ming departed her office, while Lin Wanging's gaze turned complex. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed feelings for Xia Ming. Among all the remarkable young men in Jiangzhou, she had never been captivated until now. Despite his seemingly ordinary exterior, he possessed an undeniable allure that enchanted her. Chapter 57. Being looked down upon at this moment. In a family compound, a gathering of individuals was present, including several in white coats alongside others in plain clothes. If notable figures were present, they would recognize that those gathered were prominent individuals from Jiangzhou City. "Director Wang, who is the professor you mentioned?" "It's nearly 11, and he still hasn't arrived," inquired a balding middle-aged man with a prominent belly. This man was Wang Hai, the director of Jiangzhou Central Hospital, a significant figure in the city known for his effective treatments. Hearing of someone who could treat the elder Wang, he had arrived early, only to wait 2 hours without a sight of the doctor, which fueled his anger. Who did this person think they were, making so many wait? For some time, Wang Hai and his colleagues had been responsible for Wang Haiyang's treatment, yet now someone else claimed they could heal him. This was a direct affront to their credibility and competence. Thus, the gathered doctors felt a mix of irritation and disdain toward the newcomer. Indeed, why hasn't he arrived yet? Wang Jianlin echoed his confusion. He had arranged for Xia Ming to treat his father this morning. And with time passing, he began to doubt whether Xia Ming had forgotten. Chen Tianxiang also wore a wry smile, surprised by Xia Ming's tardiness. "Mr. Chen, do you think Master Xia is still sleeping off his hangover?" Wang Jianlin asked, unable to conceal his concern. "That seems possible." Chen Tianxiang replied that I'll give him a call. "Yes, please do." Wang Jianlin and the others grew increasingly impatient. As Chen Tianxiang stepped outside, an elderly gentleman with sharp eyes inquired, "Director Wang, could you tell us who this physician is that can treat the elder Wang?" This elder, named Zhao Guosheng, was well known throughout Jiangzhou as the director of Jiangzhou Central Hospital and was currently responsible for Wang Jianlin's father's health. He had observed that Wang Haiyang had suffered a severe stroke, rendering him unable to speak or eat. After a lengthy treatment with no improvement, Zhao Guoxing was eager to know who this new doctor was that could potentially cure him. "He is here," Chen Tianxiang announced as he returned to the room. "He's here." Wang Jianlin's face brightened. Having witnessed Xia Ming's skills firsthand, he was confident in the young doctor's abilities. "Quickly, bring him up." "No need. He has arrived himself," Chen Tianxiang replied just as a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Wang Jianlin promptly instructed someone to open it, revealing Xia Ming in a suit. "Xia Ming, you're here." Chen Tianxiang greeted him with a smile. "You all are here too." Xia Ming was taken aback, surprised by the number of people present, many donning white coats. "Brother Xia, you finally arrived," Wang Jianlin exclaimed, genuinely pleased. "We've been waiting for you." Wang Jianlin's warm demeanor resonated with Xia Ming, who found him approachable rather than imposing. Scanning the room, he noticed the simple decor lacking ostentation yet exuding an air of elegance, reminiscent of the grandeur associated with ancient noble families. "Brother, where is Elder Wang? I must hurry to see him," Xia Ming inquired anxiously. "No need to rush. Allow me to make an introduction first," Wang Jianlin replied with a smile. Shaking his head, "Xia Ming, this esteemed individual is Zhao Guoxing, the director of the Jiangzhou Central Hospital. Do not underestimate him. He is a highly respected authority in the medical field." Xia Ming offered a slight smile to Zhao Guoxing as a gesture of respect. Wang Jianlin continued his introduction. "This gentleman is Wang Hai, a physician at the Jiangzhou Central Hospital. The others here are doctors from the Jiangzhou Central College, all of whom are experts in their respective fields." "Wang Bureau Chief, are you joking? The medical master you mentioned, could it possibly be him?" Wang Hai glanced at Xia Ming, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "What is the matter? Is there something amiss?" Wang Jianlin asked. Wang Hai replied, "Bureau Chief, letting him treat Elder Wang is absurd. Elder Wang's condition is beyond his capabilities. This young man is hardly old enough to have developed the skills necessary to heal him." It seems rather ludicrous. Upon observing Xia Ming's youth, murmurs began to circulate among those present, including some officials. Indeed, Xia Ming appeared exceedingly young. It was unlikely that someone who had only just emerged from academia could possess significant medical prowess. They exchanged opinions, questioning how a mere youth could possibly have the skills to treat Elder Wang. Wang Hai asserted, "This young man is surely deceiving you, using some trick to mislead you into believing in his abilities." Zhao Guoxing, who had studied medicine for years, understood the intricacies of the field and knew that without extensive experience, mastery was unattainable. "Wang Bureau Chief, you cannot be serious. Do you genuinely believe this boy can heal Elder Wang's ailments?" Zhao Guoxing expressed his discontent. "What a farce. Allowing such a young individual to treat Elder Wang is akin to playing with his life. Furthermore, it insults our capabilities." Chapter 58. Xia Ming's retort. Zhao Guoxing's words echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Xia Ming's youth was indeed a source of skepticism. They perceived him as merely a novice, still entrenched in his studies. Wang Jianlin, having heard Zhao Guoxing's remarks, felt a pang of displeasure. First, Wang Hai questioned his judgment. Now Zhao Guoxing followed suit. Being doubted repeatedly cast a shadow over Wang Jianlin's countenance. "I have relied on you for months. My father shows no signs of improvement. How can I continue to place my trust in you?" Wang Jianlin scoffed, not sparing the doctors any courtesy. They had promised to heal Elder Wang, yet time had passed without a single viable treatment plan, exacerbating his condition. Faced with Wang Jianlin's reproach, Zhao Guoxing and the others lowered their heads in shame. They had failed to cure Wang Haiyang after all this time. At that moment, Xia Ming cast a calm glance at the doctors, unperturbed by their presence. However, their disparagement of his medical skills was unbearable. After all, he had achieved a level of mastery that few could rival in Huaxia. "On what grounds do you claim my skills are inadequate? Your inability to heal Elder Wang only highlights your incompetence. Why must you belittle another's abilities? Is it envy? Fear that someone might outshine you?" Xia Ming spoke candidly, each word striking a nerve, leaving Zhao Guoxing and his colleagues visibly furious. "Who do you think you are? Young man, do you even know who we are?" Wang Hai retorted angrily. "And you are?" Xia Ming replied dismissively. Wang Hai was incensed. As the director of the Jiangzhou Central Hospital, he was a prominent figure in the city. And being disregarded by a mere youth was a bitter pill to swallow. "How dare you?" Wang Hai stammered. "How dare I? You are the one who should be concerned." Xia Ming shot back. "You should temper your arrogance. We are offering you advice for your own good. Do you realize who Elder Wang is? If you proceed and something goes awry, no one can save you," Zhao Guoxing warned gravely, yet still looking down on Xia Ming. Believing he had no hope of healing Elder Wang. "Instead of focusing on healing, you play these games. If you channel that energy into your craft, your skills would surely improve." Xia Ming sighed. deeply disappointed in them. "Brother Wang, please take me to see the patient that I have other matters to attend to," he said, seeking to expedite the process. "Certainly, my friend, follow me," Wang Jianlin replied eagerly, still holding faith in Xia Ming after witnessing his success with Chen Tianxia. Upon entering Wang Haiyang's room, Xia Ming found him reliant on intravenous fluids for nourishment, clearly unable to ingest food, which made Xia Ming frown in concern. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking from mere observation. He discerned the severity of Wang Haiyang's condition. Ignoring the onlookers, Xia Ming approached Wang Haiyang and began to remove the 4 tubes. "What are you doing?" Zhao Guosheng and Wang Hai exclaimed in shock. "Rushing to intervene. I understand you are using these to sustain his life, but excessive reliance on them is detrimental. Removing them will allow me to treat him more effectively," Xia Ming explained nonchalantly. He then examined Wang Haiyang's hand, which was cold and spotted with age, and began to take his pulse. As he did so, he noticed the elder's gaze shift towards him. "Do not be afraid. Elder, relax. I am not like those Western doctors who use needles. My treatment is painless," Xia Ming reassured him, and the elder seemed to respond positively, though he remained physically incapacitated. His mind still clear. As Xia Ming continued to take the pulse, his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Wang Hai, unable to contain himself, interrupted, "Are you done yet? How long has it been?" His interruption caused Wang Jianlin to frown, clearly displeased. This was not the moment for such outbursts. Wang Hai's reputation began to tarnish in Wang Jianlin's eyes. Xia Ming withdrew his hand and placed it gently back at Wang Haiyang's side. Wang Jianlin, anxious, asked, "Brother, how is my father?" Xia Ming paused, contemplating, which only heightened Wang Jianlin's anxiety. Wang Hai could not resist chiming in. "Don't tell us you cannot cure Elder Wang's ailments. You assured us you could." His words darkened the mood in the room. Many faces shifted as the implication of responsibility loomed over Xia Ming. "Who do you think you are? Am I the one treating the patient, or are you? Why do you continuously chatter on? Is it that I have wronged you? Do you resent me?" Xia Ming retorted, his patience wearing thin. Even Chen Tianxiang was taken aback. Xia Ming had always been calm and easygoing, but this moment showcased a side of youthful impetuosity he had never seen before. Chapter 59. Terrifying those present, Wang Hai was momentarily rendered speechless. His face flushed with anger, nearly bursting with rage. It was unbearable, particularly to be berated by a mere youth. "What do you mean by what? You've been treating him for over half a year and still haven't succeeded. That is sheer incompetence on your part. If you claim you cannot cure him, then so be it, but you continue to chatter incessantly. Do you wish for old Master Wang to suffer further? Are you hoping for his demise?" This statement from Xia Ming caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Even Zhao Guosheng and Chen Tianxiang appeared visibly shaken. They had not anticipated Xia Ming's audacity, daring to curse the elder's life. Such behavior was utterly outrageous, especially in front of Wang Jianlin. Wang Jianlin's expression also darkened. Regardless of the circumstances, he was unwilling to hear such words. Yet, he remained silent. Had it been anyone else, Wang Jianlin would have had them arrested by now, but this was Xia Ming, so he refrained from taking action. He wanted to honor Chen Tianxiang and was keen to hear Xia Ming's next words. If Xia Ming could heal old Master Wang, all would be well. If not, he would never see Xia Ming again. "Can you truly treat old Master Wang's ailment? If you can, I will personally apologize to you. If you cannot." At this point, a glint of malice flickered in Wang Hai's eyes. Infuriated by Xia Ming's audacity, he decided to lower his stance and confront him. "You can treat him? Who says you cannot? Perhaps only you, a good-for-nothing, cannot." Xia Ming spoke without reservation that he was increasingly disillusioned with the medical practitioners around him. Individuals who were more concerned with ingratiating themselves to the wealthy than improving their skills. Such people could hardly be expected to advance in their medical knowledge. Xia Ming's disappointment with the current state of hospitals grew, especially as he occasionally witnessed unethical practices aimed at boosting pharmaceutical sales, leading to unnecessary prescriptions for patients. His principle was simple. If one did not provoke him, he would not retaliate. But if provoked, misfortune awaited them. "Can you treat him? Then do it," Wang Hai retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. Xia Ming turned to Wang Jianlin, who appeared agitated. Initially, he too believed Xia Ming incapable of a cure, but Xia Ming's words had taken him by surprise. "Brother Wang, do you have any silver needles or similar items?" Xia Ming inquired. Wang Jianlin shook his head. "No silver needles? Young man, are you suggesting acupuncture?" Zhao Guosheng interjected. "Indeed, how else could his condition improve without acupuncture?" Xia Ming replied casually. You truly have confidence in curing old Master Wang?" Zhao Guosheng pressed. "If I couldn't, why would I ask for silver needles?" Xia Ming quipped. "I possess silver needles. I studied some traditional Chinese medicine in my youth. If you can treat old Master Wang, I'll have someone fetch my set of silver needles for you, Zhao Guoxing offered. After listening, Xia Ming shook his head. Fetching them is too troublesome. Director Wang, you must have plenty of embroidery needles at home? Indeed, but what does that have to do with treating illness? Wang Jianlin questioned. It has everything to do with it. Please bring me those embroidery needles, Xia Ming insisted. Very well, I will send someone to retrieve them. Before long, several embroidery needles were brought in. Xia Ming produced a lighter and sterilized the needles, then gazed at the elderly Wang lying on the bed. What did he intend to do? Surely he wouldn't use embroidery needles instead of silver needles for treatment? This was absurd. Zhao Guoxing could no longer hold back, exclaiming, acupuncture requires precision. It cannot be shallow or deep, and the crafting of silver needles follows strict guidelines. Using embroidery needles for acupuncture could be lethal. Zhao Guoxing had some knowledge, yet Xia Ming countered. For a skilled practitioner, even a toothpick can suffice as a silver needle. Xia Ming was unwilling to continue explaining to these individuals, as he believed they lacked understanding. Zhao Guoxing's skepticism caused Wang Hai to feel anxious. He had never witnessed such an unconventional approach to acupuncture. Summer brother, perhaps you should wait. I can send someone to buy silver needles, Wang Jianlin suggested hesitantly. Rest assured, I guarantee a healthy old master Wang in return, Xia Ming reassured him. Approaching the elder, Xia Ming smiled. Old master, fear not. Although these are embroidery needles, they will not cause you pain. This statement left Zhao Guoxing and the others incredulous. Was he joking? With a swift motion, Xia Ming's hand trembled as he prepared to insert an embroidery needle into Wang Hai's body, raising tension among those present. Although Wang Hai trusted Xia Ming's medical prowess, a sense of unease lingered. Despite their trepidation, the attendees ultimately accepted Xia Ming's acupuncture treatment, relying on their trust in his abilities. Xia Ming's movements flowed like water as he ignited the selected embroidery needles, skillfully inserting them into the strategic acupuncture points on old master Wang's head and chest. In mere moments, dozens of embroidery needles adorned Wang Hai's body, though they were all the same length. Xia Ming's insertion varied in depth without inflicting even the slightest discomfort. The sensation was akin to a mosquito bite, tingling yet harmless. Once the needles were in place, Xia Ming's fingers danced over the needle handles with expert precision. Employing a rare and nearly forgotten massage technique learned through systematic training, his method resembled an art form, captivating the audience, who watched in rapt attention at his mesmerizing hands. Chapter 60. Divine medical skills to those present. Xia Ming's hands were akin to masterpieces, performing with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. In an instant of awe, he removed the embroidery needles, and as he discarded them, old master Wang remained motionless on the bed, leading to a collective moment of disbelief among the onlookers. Wang Jianlin questioned incredulously. It seemed too swift, too easy, especially considering the affliction that had plagued his father for so long. Countless resources had been spent in pursuit of a cure, and many renowned physicians had been consulted, yet all had been powerless against his father's ailment. All done, Xia Ming confirmed with a nod. All cured? Wang Jianlin asked, still skeptical. Essentially, there are no significant issues remaining. However, the elder has consumed excessive glucose recently. While it has temporarily sustained him, it's not beneficial in the long run. I will prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine for him. And during meals, avoid rich foods. He is too weak for such indulgences. Perhaps prepare some light porridge and a bit of chicken soup, Xia Ming suggested casually. Yes, yes, Wang Jianlin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Suddenly, Wang Hai interjected. Young man, you claim to have cured old master Wang, yet he remains unable to speak or move. Are you certain he is healed, or are you deceiving us? This provocation further incensed Xia Ming. I recall that if I succeeded, certain individuals promised to apologize. I hope you remember those words. I will certainly remember my words, Wang Hai replied coldly. But you if you have not cured old master Wang's illness, you deserve the harshest of fates. The room erupted in uproar. Many cast wary glances at Wang Hai. His words were harsh, bordering on cruel. It was as if he were intent on destroying Xia Ming's reputation. Instantly, the other attendees were reluctant to associate with Xia Ming, fearing any repercussions. Wang Hai, what do you mean? You are merely a department head. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Chun Tianxiang exclaimed. Angered by the treatment of his savior, these individuals were utterly absurd. Chun Tianxiang was well aware of Xia Ming's extraordinary medical skills, which far surpassed those of these inept practitioners. Thus, he had always sought to cultivate a relationship with Xia Ming, as doing so felt akin to gaining another lease on life. Chun Tianxiang's defense of Xia Ming delighted him immensely. Xia Ming cast a grateful glance at Chun Tianxiang before his icy gaze fell upon Wang Hai. Angrily, Xia Ming exclaimed, Weren't you eager to see if the old man has awakened? Very well, allow me to show you. With that, Xia Ming pressed gently on the old man's body a couple of times. At that moment, The old man opened his eyes, initially appearing bewildered, but then suddenly sat up, shocking everyone present. To their astonishment, the old man actually got out of bed. Dad, Wang Jianlin exclaimed, witnessing Wang Haiyang's sudden rise with excitement. Young man, you are quite remarkable, truly remarkable. I appreciate your character, the old man remarked. Wang Haiyang, however, disregarded Wang Jianlin and turned to Xia Ming with joy. Old man, how do you feel? Xia Ming inquired with a smile. Quite well, indeed. I feel indescribably good, and my entire body feels much more relaxed. If only I could run a bit. Wang Haiyang replied with a hearty laugh. You can take a few steps now. But don't overexert yourself. You've just recovered from a serious illness, and strenuous activity may not be advisable, Xia Ming cautioned. Ha ha ha, young man, I understand. Wang Haiyang chuckled. By the way, I don't even know your name. Old man. I am Xia Ming, but you may call me De Ming, as my elders usually do, Xia Ming replied with a smile. Very well, from now on, I shall call you De Ming. Wang Haiyang laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the onlookers remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Wang Hai muttered, how is this possible? He has truly recovered. How could this happen? Not only Wang Hai, but even Zhao Guosheng wore a face of disbelief. Although he was quite adept in medicine, the notion of recovering from a stroke was something even they could only manage through prolonged care. What was even more astonishing was that Xia Ming had seemingly cured the old man with just a few embroidery needles. It was utterly incredible that the old man was now able to walk. It was the first time he had witnessed such miraculous medical skill at that moment. Wang Haiyang glared at Wang Hai, giving a cold snort. The old man had heard everything, and he coldly remarked, the ethics in today's central hospital seem to have been discarded somewhere. This statement from the old man carried significant weight. Wang Hai's face turned pale. He realized he was in deep trouble. Who was this man? He was the former provincial governor, with many loyal confidants at his disposal. Although he had retired, his influence remained potent. With a mere word, he could ruin Wang Hai's medical career. Zhao Guosheng, filled with guilt, acknowledged, indeed, Elder Wang is correct. Our medical ethics have been increasingly lacking. I shall take heed. Chen Tianxiang and Wang Jianlin exchanged smiles as they looked at Xia Ming. Especially Wang Jianlin, who was filled with gratitude. Xia Ming then turned to Wang Hai and said, by the way, Director Wang, I recall that some individuals mentioned they would apologize if I cured the old man. Well, shouldn't you uphold your promise? Wang Hai's face immediately turned green. As the director of Jiangzhou Central Hospital, he held a significant position. To apologize to Xia Ming would be a blow to his pride. His expression shifted rapidly. You. Wang Hai pointed an accusing finger at Xia Ming, furious and speechless. Tianxiang, in business, one must honor their commitments, otherwise, one's character may come into question. Wang Jianlin suddenly interjected. Tianxiang, understanding the implication, smiled and responded, Director Wang, do you doubt my integrity? I am a man of my word. When have I ever failed to deliver? Well, that is good to hear, Wang Jianlin replied with a smile. As they continued their banter, it was evident that Wang Jianlin was subtly reminding Wang Hai, who was now acutely aware of the underlying threat. The power wielded by Wang Jianlin, the head of the Public Security Bureau, and his father, the former governor, was beyond Wang Hai's imagination. Consequently, Wang Hai turned to Xia Ming and said, I apologize. I should not have doubted your medical skills. This was entirely my mistake. Wang Hai understood that he had to apologize today. Failing to do so would be akin to offending Wang Jianlin, and by extension, Wang Haiyang, which would be a nightmare for him. Very well, given your sincerity, I shall forgive you, Xia Ming replied, eager to disengage from the group. He preferred solitude and was not fond of the bustling crowd. Old man, please rest well. A couple of days of recuperation will do you good. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. De Ming, why not stay for a meal before you leave? It would be a fine opportunity for Jianlin to treat you tonight, Wang Haiyang said warmly, grateful for Xia Ming's assistance. No, thank you, old man. I truly have matters to attend to. I promise to visit your home for a meal another day. Don't be stingy then, Xia Ming replied with a smile. Very well, when you come next time, I shall ensure you are well entertained, Wang Haiyang said with delight. All right, old man, I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further. As Xia Ming prepared to leave, Chen Xiang said, let me see you off. Xia Ming, that would be great. Xia Ming nodded. He preferred not to spend money on a taxi, which could be quite costly. With Wang Jianlin providing transportation, the two departed. The atmosphere was electric, filled with incredulous murmurs about the miraculous recovery of the old man. Should we check on the old man? Someone suggested. Yes, let's do that for our own peace of mind, Zhao Guosheng suddenly said. Wang Haiyang, however, retorted coldly, do I not know my own body? Why are you all making such a fuss? You've troubled me for half a year. Is it still amusing? Now, everyone, leave. Wang Haiyang's sharp rebuke left the onlookers sweating profusely. and they quickly exited. Zhao Guoxing sighed, acknowledging, indeed, one must not underestimate the capabilities of others. Although Zhao Guoxing sometimes struggled to adapt, he recognized his own errors at that moment. Meanwhile, Xia Ming sat in Chen Tianxiang's car, who remarked with a smile, Xia Ming, your medical skills are truly remarkable. A condition that stumped so many professors was resolved by you in an instant. Truly miraculous, Xia Ming modestly explained. The old man's condition was not too severe if it had been delayed a year or more. I would not have been able to help, Xia Ming elaborated. Wang Haiyang had multiple blockages in his meridians that I used embroidery needles to clear them. While silver needles could work, they are too fine and less effective for this purpose. The embroidery needle is significantly thicker, allowing for quicker relief of the blockages, which is why the old man woke up so rapidly. Regardless, you saved Wang Haiyang. In the future, be sure to cultivate a closer relationship with him. It will serve you well. Chen Tianxiang advised that I have no time for that. Xia Ming replied casually, I have many tasks to attend to and little opportunity to build such connections. Suddenly, Chen Tianxiang accidentally pressed the accelerator, causing the car to lurch forward, startling Xia Ming. Chen Tianxiang quickly slowed down, joking, Xia Ming, you are impressive. I am in awe of you. Chen Tianxiang was genuinely impressed. Wang Haiyang was a former provincial governor, an influential figure. Most would have eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with him, yet Xia Ming nonchalantly claimed he had no time. Soon, Xia Ming arrived at the entrance of the Qingya Group building. Feeling elated, upon reaching his desk, he immersed himself in the system. As he focused, an urgent notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task and earned 500 honor points. You may now engage in 5 lottery draws or redeem experience points. Would you prefer to draw or redeem? 500 honor points. I've struck gold. Xia Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of newfound wealth. This amounts to a total of 500 honor points, allowing for 5 lottery draws. With this thought in mind, Xia Ming could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let's draw. As the system initiated the lottery, Xia Ming pressed the large button with his thoughts, causing the pointer to spin wildly on the wheel. With a series of chimes, a voice announced, congratulations, host. You have received the consumable item facial mask. Will you accept it? The sudden voice nearly made Xia Ming spit out a mouthful of blood. He stared in disbelief. A facial mask? Is it a consumable item? What use does it serve? This facial mask was designed using advanced technology, boasting extraordinary beauty-enhancing properties, with immediate effects upon application. Is it truly that miraculous? Xia Ming pondered, astonished. This mask was nearly 10,000 times superior to those available on Earth. Xia Ming was taken aback. If these masks could be mass-produced, he would surely become wealthy. Chapter 62. This reward is a bit deceptive. It is impossible for the host to mass-produce them. They can only be exchanged for honor points. 10 points for one mask. The cold voice of the system shattered Xia Ming's hopes. Xia Ming felt disheartened. 10 honor points for a single mask means that 100 points would only yield 10. This seemed exorbitantly expensive. Do not be dismayed, host. This product is worth the investment if you persist. After a year of usage, you will achieve everlasting youth. What? It takes a year to attain eternal youth. Xia Ming was flabbergasted. Even with a wife, one cannot squander resources like this. 1 mask per day amounts to 10 honor points, totaling 3,650 points over the course of a year. I've toiled for half a day and only earned 500 points. I'm far from my goal. He mused that he must not let his wife know about the possibility of mass production, or he would be in serious trouble. The lottery continued. As Xia Ming spoke, the pointer on the wheel began to spin again. But the results nearly made him explode with frustration. It seemed his luck had run out, as he drew experience points 3 consecutive times, nearly causing him to spit blood. Fortunately, these experience points could enhance his Tai Chi skills. Thus, Xia Ming elevated his Tai Chi to mastery. Well, I'll save this last 100 honor points. They may come in handy someday. Moreover, my luck today has been dismal. 4 draws resulting in 3 experience points nearly drove me to madness. Claim the facial mask, he decided. As soon as he spoke, the system's electronic voice chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a facial mask. Xia Ming felt as though something had suddenly materialized in his hand. Looking down, he saw the mask wrapped in a sheet of white paper, sealed and devoid of any markings, resembling a counterfeit product. Upon touching it, he found the paper soft and pleasant to the touch, and he could even feel the smoothness of the mask within. Perhaps applying it would indeed be a wise choice. Well, I'll use it another day, he concluded, tossing the mask into his Qinkuan ring, which had a capacity of 100 cubic meters but was completely empty. Now, the solitary mask lay quietly within. Xia Ming sighed. realizing he had exerted considerable effort for merely one mask, and while he had mastered Tai Chi, he felt the lottery was somewhat deceptive. Originally, Xia Ming anticipated a lengthy stay outside, yet he found himself back at the office, which left him feeling quite bored. Sitting in the office is indeed tedious. How I wish I could take a long nap, he mused, before resting his head on the desk and drifting off. Xia Ming was not one to sleep quietly. Soon, he began to snore. Yang Yusen, noticing Xia Ming sleeping at his desk, felt exasperated. What kind of person is this? His heart is truly remarkable. She shook him gently, but Xia Ming remained unresponsive, which left her feeling helpless. This pig shows no sign of waking. Frustrated, she turned away, while Xia Ming continued to enjoy a blissful dream, nearly drooling Taii that moment. Wang Tao happened to pass by, and, upon seeing Xia Ming slumbering soundly, his eyes lit up with a sly thought. Xia Ming, I've caught you red-handed this time. Let us see how you fare now. I must find a way to get you expelled from the company. Wang Tao harbored a deep resentment towards Xia Ming. Initially, he felt a sense of superiority upon joining Xinya Group, but Xia Ming's arrival shattered that illusion, filling him with rage and determination to oust Xia Ming. However, despite his numerous attempts to report Xia Ming, Lin Wanging showed no inclination to dismiss him. Wang Tao had even endured several humiliating experiences due to his failed schemes. Thus, he was resolute in his mission to remove Xia Ming from the company. Seeing Xia Ming snoozing, Wang Tao concocted another scheme. He left quietly, planning to report Xia Ming's behavior. Xia Ming, wake up! Yang Yusen noticed Wang Tao's hurried departure and realized he was likely going to report Xia Ming. You're driving me mad. If you don't wake up, the boss will arrive soon. She was at her wit's end, as Xia Ming slept like a log, snoring loudly. Sure enough, moments later, Wang Tao returned with a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him. As the man approached, everyone in the office recognized him instantly. He was Wang Shirong, the head of the sales department and a high-ranking official at Xinya Group. Many employees regarded him with a sense of awe due to his authoritative presence. Oh no! Its Minister Wang. Yang Yusen panicked upon seeing him and urgently shook Xia Ming, saying, Xia Ming, wake up quickly. I'm not awake yet. Don't disturb me. Xia Ming mumbled, shifting his arm before returning to his slumber. Yang Yusen realized it was futile to continue waking him, as Wang Shirong had already reached Xia Ming's side. Wang Shirong, though not particularly tall, had a refined demeanor, albeit slightly plump, emanating an air of authority. Is this the one sleeping soundly? Wang Shirong glanced at his son, who had informed him about Xia Ming. He was intrigued to learn that Xia Ming had repeatedly caused his son distress. Now that his son wanted him to dismiss Xia Ming, he was eager to catch Xia Ming in the act and ensure he was expelled. After all, Wang Shirong was protective of his only beloved son. Chapter 63. President Lin steps in. Yes, that's him. Just listen to him snoring away. Sure enough, after Wang Tao spoke, Xia Ming audibly snored several times, infuriating Wang Shirong, who slammed his hand on the desk. The loud sound startled everyone in the office, causing many to tremble and turn their gaze towards Wang Shirong. Even Xia Ming was jolted awake, lifting his head in irritation and muttering some English phrases, essentially questioning who was disturbing his sleep. Although he spoke in English, the onlookers were not oblivious. They could comprehend the simple words. Upon seeing Wang Shirong glaring at him with fury, Xia Ming realized he had awakened the ire of a high-ranking official. This man not only dared to disturb him during work hours, but was now being insulted in front of an audience. Wang Shirong's face darkened as he glared at Xia Ming, who, upon recognizing him, thought, could this fellow be Wang Tao's father? Realizing the implications, Xia Ming internally panicked, recalling that Wang Tao's father was the head of the sales department with considerable power. Getting caught sleeping might very well result in a deduction from his salary. The mere mention of salary caused a shift in Xia Ming's demeanor. He now dreaded the possibility of deductions from his pay. The thought of losing wages was unbearable. Not only had his wife withheld his commission, but she had also deducted an additional 3,000 from his salary. With only a week gone in the month and 3 weeks remaining, the prospect of losing 2,000 more left him with a mere 1,000 by month's end. Adding the 2,000 he had left, he questioned what could be accomplished with such a paltry sum. Rent and food loomed large in his thoughts, leading him to a silent despair. At that moment, Xia Ming seemed oblivious to the looming threat of termination. Your name is Xia Ming, isn't it? Did the company hire you merely to doze off? Wang Shirong bellowed, his anger palpable. The company pays you a considerable salary, and yet you choose to sleep on the job. Have you no regard for the company's generosity? From this day forth, you are no longer needed here. Gather your belongings and leave. Wang Shirong was furious. Initially, he intended to assist his son in ousting Xia Ming from Xinya Group, but it appeared that no further effort was necessary. Given Xia Ming's current state, he had every right to dismiss him outright. As the head of the sales department, he possessed the authority to hire and fire. Minister Wang, there is a reason for this, Xia Ming interjected, unable to contain himself. A reason? What possible justification could there be for sleeping on the job? This is an office, not a place for slumber. Regardless of your reasons, sleeping here is unacceptable. Now, you may proceed to the finance office to settle your wages and leave. Wang Shirong seemed disinclined to continue the discussion, waving his hand dismissively, his impatience evident at that moment. Wang Tao revealed a smirk, which Xia Ming noticed. He suspected Wang Tao was behind this latest predicament, remembering how he had offended him during their university days. He could not fathom why Wang Tao held such a grudge, persistently attempting to drive him away from Qingya Group. Anger surged within Xia Ming, yet fear did not accompany it. After all, his wife was the president of Qingya Group. Until she spoke, what right did they have to dismiss him? He boldly inquired of Wang Shirong, Minister Wang, tell me, who holds more authority, you or President Lin? In the sales department, I am the highest authority. Wang Shirong retorted, glaring at Xia Ming. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to summon security? So, your authority is greater than President Lin's. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. His wife was the president of Qingya Group. Wang Shirong, despite his high rank, was merely a minister. The disparity between their positions was evident, and Wang Shirong's assertion left Xia Ming at a loss. Just then, as Xia Ming contemplated whether to call Lin Wanging, footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by a voice that demanded, "What is all this commotion?" The voice drew the attention of everyone present, turning their gaze toward the newcomer. Wang Shirong's previously stern expression morphed into a beaming smile as he approached Lin Wanging. Xia Ming's heart leapt at the sight of her. Lin Wanging's hair was elegantly styled, cascading over her shoulder, adorned with delicate earrings that accentuated her beauty, dressed in a fitted black blouse and high heels. Her flawless skin radiated a porcelain-like glow. In that moment, she resembled a star from the silver screen, captivating everyone in the room, even eliciting a fiery gaze from Wang Tao. President Lin, what brings you down here? Wang Shirong inquired with a smile, cautious in his demeanor. Lin Wanging, the founder of Qingya Group, wielded absolute authority. A single word from her could render Wang Shirong obsolete. I noticed the chaos here and came to investigate. To my surprise, Minister Wang, what is happening? Her gaze fixed on Wang Shirong, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. Wang Shirong, experienced enough to sense her discontent, explained, President Lin, this individual has been sleeping during working hours, snoring loudly, which severely disrupts company order. I am considering his dismissal. What are your thoughts? Wang Shirong, shrewd in his approach, had painted Xia Ming in a negative light, ensuring that any attempt to assist him would be futile. Lin Wanging's attention shifted to Xia Ming, confusion etched on her face. Xia Ming, why are you back again? Her words sent shockwaves through Wang Shirong and the others, while Wang Tao and Wang Shirong's eyes gleamed with a malicious delight. The implications of Lin Wanging's statement were misinterpreted by them. They believed she had been informed of Xia Ming's transgressions and was puzzled as to why he had returned to work, especially in such a slovenly state. I just got back from completing my work. I was so exhausted that I laid down for a moment. And accidentally fell asleep, Xia Ming explained, a hint of grievance in his tone. Seeing his disheveled appearance tugged at Lin Wanging's heartstrings. As the president of Qingya Group, she had a profound self-awareness and was decisively resolute. Initially, she wondered if her feelings for Xia Ming were genuine. But witnessing him with other women stirred discomfort within her, solidifying her realization that she indeed had feelings for him. However, she would never admit it, believing that a man must endure trials before deserving love. Yet, seeing Xia Ming in such a state evoked her sympathy. After a night of drinking with his friends, he had hardly rested, which explained his current predicament. Moreover, with the air conditioning on, she worried about his health. Thus, her compassion overflowed, and she declared, Xia Ming has requested a half-day off today. He is not required to be at work. The room fell silent, astonished by her declaration. Not only did Wang Tao appear shocked, but even Wang Shirong furrowed his brow, questioning, President Lin, if he has taken leave, why is he in the office and sleeping here? Is that appropriate? Lin Wanging replied coolly, what is inappropriate about it? I granted him leave. Yet he chose to come to work. Such dedication is commendable. Why would I dismiss such a devoted employee? I expect an explanation. With a single sentence, Lin Wanging turned the tide in Xia Ming's favor, transforming him from a liability into a model employee, much to his secret admiration for his astute wife. However, Wang Shirong found himself at a loss for words, having not anticipated her steadfast defense of Xia Ming. But President Lin, Xia Ming has frequently been tardy. Surely there is no excuse for that? Wang Tao interjected. Wang Shirong's expression shifted slightly, and he shot a warning glance at his son, who seemed oblivious to the danger of his words, igniting Wang Shirong's frustration. This foolhardiness infuriated him. He knew Lin Wanging was clearly protecting Xia Ming, and his son's recklessness could provoke her wrath. Despite Wang Shirong's position, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his own standing. "Oh, when was he late?" Lin Wanging inquired, her tone even. "Yesterday, the day before, and the day before that. He is perpetually late," Wang Tao exclaimed. His irritation boiling over. He could not comprehend why Lin Wanging consistently defended Xia Ming. What made Xia Ming worthy of such favor? Wang Tao was consumed by jealousy, envious of Xia Ming's proximity to Lin Wanging and his role in her life, wishing to serve her himself, yet lacking the courage to express his feelings. "So, you have no evidence then?" Lin Wanging cast a cold glance at Wang Tao and casually remarked, "Xia Ming, I have some matters to attend to now. Prepare yourself, and come with me." "All right," Xia Ming quickly replied. Subsequently, Lin Wanging, in her high heels, clicked away as she exited the elegant office building of Qingya Group, while Wang Tao seethed with rage, his face contorted with anger. He had hoped that moving out would allow him to expel Xia Ming from Qingya Group, but once again, Lin Wanging had shielded him. Upon entering Wang Shirong's office, Wang Tao erupted. "What is Xia Ming? Why does General Manager Lin favor him so much?" "Silence," Wang Shirong snapped in return, his voice icy. "Did you not see the signals I was sending you? Can you not perceive how fiercely Lin protects that boy? How is it that I, Wang Shirong, have such a son devoid of perception? Dad, I advise you not to provoke Xia Ming for the time being. I in due course, I will make him pay." Wang Shirong's eyes glinted ominously as he uttered this. As Xia Ming left with Lin Wanging, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my dear wife. Who else would help you if I, your wife, do not?" Lin Wanging said impulsively. "What?" Xia Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Wanging, who, realizing her slip of tongue, felt her face flush with embarrassment. How could she have uttered such words? As her cheeks burned, she felt a mix of shame and anger. "Ha!" Xia Ming leaped with joy. Taken aback that Lin Wanging had acknowledged him as her husband, her admission nearly sent him soaring with delight. Hearing Xia Ming's laughter, Lin Wanging retorted, "No laughing. My dear wife, what's wrong with me laughing? I'm simply elated," he replied excitedly. If you continue to laugh, I shall ignore you." Lin Wanging hurriedly made her way to her Audi, opening the door while still feeling the warmth in her cheeks. Wishing to find a place to hide from her earlier embarrassment, "Wife," Xia Ming called out as he quickly joined her in the car, asking curiously, "Where are we headed?" "We are going to pick up my sister." My sister-in-law. Before he could finish, the car zipped away like a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 65. Is she really my sister-in-law? Lin Wanging suddenly started the car, startling Xia Ming, who nearly lost his grip. "Wife, please drive slowly," he exclaimed. Seeing Xia Ming's startled expression brought a moment of joy to Lin Wanging's heart. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a middle school. "Wife, your sister isn't still in school." "Is she?" Xia Ming inquired. "Yes, she is still in school," Lin Wanging confirmed. "Wife, what is your sister's name?" Xia Ming asked unexpectedly. "Her name is Shenyuan. She is a middle school student," Lin Wanging replied. "Shenyuan?" Xia Ming pondered, wondering why Shenyuan bore the surname Chen instead of Lin. Wasn't she supposed to be his wife's sister? Confused, he asked, "Wife, why does your sister have the surname Chen?" Lin Wanging paused briefly, then, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, said calmly, "She is my aunt's child, just recently sent to Jiangzhou for school. I've been watching over her, and she has been living with me. Oh, I see," Xia Ming replied, realizing it was noon, coinciding with school dismissal. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the middle schoolers burdened by their heavy backpacks, which often caused them to slouch. After a 10-minute wait in the throng of students, Xia Ming found himself overwhelmed by the crowd. Even Lin Wanging was glistening with sweat from the heat of summer. Seeing her condition, he felt a twinge of concern. Qingqing's sister. Suddenly, a petite beauty caught his eye, dressed in a black skirt and white blouse. The girl wore small cloth shoes and black knee-high socks. Her hair was styled in two playful braids, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, revealing two tiny canine teeth when she smiled, beneath her cute exterior. However, lay a mischievous spirit known only to those who truly understood her. As the voice rang out, Lin Wanging waved energetically. "Yuhan, I'm here." Before long, Shenyuan bounced over to Lin Wanging. Upon seeing the little girl, Xia Ming was taken aback. "Uncle," Shenyuan exclaimed, surprised to find Xia Ming there as well. She joyfully linked her arm through his, displaying her tiny teeth. "Uncle, what are you doing here? Did you miss me?" Xia Ming's face darkened upon hearing that. Quickly extracting his arm from her grasp, "I just happened to be here," he muttered, never having imagined that the girl he had rescued would turn out to be his sister-in-law. "Xia Ming, do you know Yuhan?" Lin Wanging asked, surprised. After all, Chen Yuhan had only just arrived in Jiangzhou. How could she have met Xia Ming so soon? "We met briefly," Xia Ming nodded. omitting the details of her being chased by a group of ruffians. Not wanting to worry Lin Wanging. That's even better that I won't have to introduce you to, Lin Wanging said cheerfully, opening the car door. Let us get in and head home. It's sweltering out here. All right, both Xia Ming and Shenyuan agreed as they hopped into the car. Upon returning to Lin Wanging's villa, Shenyuan quickly slipped off her black shoes and changed into a pair of rabbit-patterned slippers. While Xia Ming was still changing, Shenyuan mysteriously pulled Lin Wanging into her bedroom. Yuhan, why are you being so secretive? Lin Wanging questioned, puzzled. Qingqing's sister, is uncle your boyfriend? Shenyuan asked, her big eyes twinkling mischievously. No. Lin Wanging's heart raced at the question, and she quickly responded. Humph, Qingqing's sister, you never lied if you weren't nervous. Why would your face turn red? Shenyuan scrutinized Lin Wanging with a condescending look. Lin Wanging, flustered, began to touch her face, but Shenyuan only laughed. Haha, Qingqing's sister, you can deny it all you want. The moment I mentioned your blush, you instinctively reached for your face. I know you and uncle have something going on. Lin Wanging's face darkened with embarrassment, pretending to be angry. You little rascal, how dare you tease your sister? Just wait till I deal with you. As she playfully tickled Shenyuan. The room echoed with laughter and pleas for mercy. After their playful scuffle, Lin Wanging finally composed herself, smoothing her clothes and hair. You little brat, you mustn't speak nonsense in front of Xia Ming, she warned, feigning severity. Qingqing's sister, I understand. I won't say anything. But, Shenyuan added with a sly smile. I did mention that if you have a boyfriend, he should share half with me. So, uncle must share with me too. When did I ever say that? Lin Wanging replied, feeling a bit exasperated. You said so when I was 10. Back then, you promised to always be with Yuhan, and if you got a boyfriend, you would share him with me. You can't go back on your word. Shenyuan insisted, her wide eyes sparkling. Lin Wanging, upon hearing this, felt her face flush with embarrassment. That was just childish talk. It doesn't count. Humph, Shenyuan scoffed, looking disdainfully at Lin Wanging. Either way, uncle is half mine now. Chapter 66. Shenyuan's terrifying thoughts. Lin Wanging found herself both amused and exasperated by Shenyuan's adorable yet audacious demeanor. Yuri's still so young this year. Do you even know what a boyfriend and girlfriend are? Of course I know. Shenyuan retorted, raising her tiny fist and beaming brightly. At school, many boys hope I'll be their girlfriend. But I haven't agreed to anyone yet. Lin Wanging felt a wave of frustration as 3 dark lines appeared on her smooth forehead. Why are these kids so mature these days? She pondered aloud. Not only that, but just the other day, one boy brought a condom and suggested we get a hotel room together. I gave him a good beating. Chen Yufei displayed her cute little cat-like teeth, radiating an indescribable charm. However, Lin Wanging's expression darkened. What on earth is going on? She thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed. All right, enough of this, Lin Wanging thought, secretly irritated. How can Yuhan speak so openly about such crude topics? It seems I need to give her a serious lesson in decorum. Okay, I get it. Chen Yufei cheerfully slipped on her little slippers and dashed downstairs. Lin Wanging, watching her impish cousin, couldn't help but smile despite herself. Yuhan was simply too spirited, and she never seemed to encounter trouble at school. Most importantly, she was fearless. Even her aunt found her quite a handful. At this rate, how will she ever get married? Lin Wanging sighed, stepping out of her bedroom. By the time Lin Wanging emerged, Shenyuan had already engaged with Xia Ming. Uncle, do you have time to watch Pleasant Goat with me? She asked eagerly. No, not interested, Xia Ming replied. Feeling overwhelmed by Yuhan's exuberance. He was a man who appreciated tranquility, and with his stomach rumbling in hunger, this was becoming increasingly difficult. You two play for now. I'll go prepare some food. Lin Wanging announced as she headed towards the kitchen. Wait, you can cook? Xia Ming asked, astonished. Of course. Don't underestimate me, the CEO, Lin Wanging said, glancing at Xia Ming with a mock scold. But then she realized her tone might lead to misunderstandings with Shenyuan, which made her a bit frantic. Every time she spoke to Xia Ming, it seemed she miscommunicated, leaving her to wonder if she had reached an all-time low in intelligence. Xia Ming, meanwhile, marveled at the revelation that his wife could cook. I am looking forward to your culinary skills, he said, patting his belly with a grin. Lin Wanging, feeling shy and flustered, hurried away, her cheeks flushed. This left only Shenyuan and Xia Ming in the hall. Uncle, when did you win over my sister Qingqing? Shenyuan inquired curiously. Over the years, our family has set her up with so many suitors, but she never fancied any of them. What was your secret? Shenyuan's inquisitiveness piqued Xia Ming's interest about Lin Wanging's past. He had never imagined that his wife had been on blind dates to TO him. Such arrangements seemed more common in rural areas where girls were often simple and innocent. Typically, rural lads were not adept at courting. Marriages were usually facilitated through matchmakers, and relationships would develop over a couple of months before any engagement was made. This was largely to ensure the girl's safety, as parents feared their daughters might be taken advantage of. Well, she has Taii agreed to anything yet, Xia Ming said, a touch of disappointment in his voice. Despite frequently calling her wife, Lin Wanging had never formally accepted his proposal. Yet, he realized he had never truly pursued her either. Why don't you ask her to be your girlfriend? Shenyuan suggested mysteriously. What? Xia Ming was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. That's impossible. If I were to become your sister's man, she might just kill me. Why not? Shenyuan said, looking a little downcast that you're still too young. Xia Ming tried to soothe her, wishing to extinguish that thought. But I'm not that young. Sister Qingqing says I'm a little adult, she insisted, leaving Xia Ming speechless. This little girl was so bold and seemingly wise beyond her years. He often felt outsmarted by her. I'm not referring to that. You simply don't understand what love is yet. When you grow up, you'll comprehend, he replied, wary of continuing the discussion that you're just a coward. I might be young, but I know everything. Chen Yuhan retorted, her confidence shining through. Sweat began to bead on Xia Ming's forehead as he thought, why are kids today so advanced? Are they all this precocious? At that moment, Lin Wanging returned from the kitchen, and the delicious aroma of her cooking filled the room, making Xia Ming's mouth water. The scent was irresistible. He could barely restrain himself from diving into the meal. Chapter 67. Chen Yuhan's mischief after a satisfying meal. Xia Ming could not help but feel content. His wife truly excelled in both the kitchen and social settings. Her culinary skills were impeccable, honed over the years. The thought of marrying Lin Wanging filled him with pride. Envisioning the admiration from everyone in their village, lost in his happy thoughts, Chen Yuhan suddenly chimed in, Uncle, what are you smiling about? You're drooling. Startled, Xia Ming quickly wiped the corners of his mouth. Relieved that he hadn't actually let anything slip, that would have been utterly embarrassing in front of his wife. How is the old master doing? Lin Wanging asked, her concern evident. She feared that Xia Ming's treatment might lead to complications. As the old man held considerable influence, many people sought to cultivate a relationship with him. You mean old Master Wang? He is doing well now. I expect he'll be up and about in a couple of days. Xia Ming replied nonchalantly. You cured him? Lin Wanging's surprise had diminished. She had grown accustomed to Xia Ming's remarkable medical skills. She admired him deeply, recognizing his excellence even if he appeared somewhat rustic and naive. Xia Ming, however, remained modest. It was anything serious, just a stroke. He couldn't speak or move. A few acupuncture needles, and he was fine, he said, downplaying his abilities. Lin Wanging felt speechless. Although she didn't know the full story, she could infer that the old man's condition had been serious, and the city hospital had struggled to treat him. Yet for Xia Ming, it had been a simple task. This realization left her both awed and proud of the man she cherished. As if he were a treasure. Uncle, you can really treat illnesses. Is that true? Chen Yuhan asked, captivated by their conversation. She recalled how Xia Ming had effortlessly dealt with those ruffians and couldn't shake the memory of how impressive he had looked. Nowadays, upon hearing Sister Qingqing mention that Xia Ming possesses medical skills, Chen Yuhan felt as though she had discovered a new world. Her large, dark eyes sparkled incessantly, filled with an air of mischief. Of course it's true. I am capable of anything, Xia Ming said with a hint of arrogance. Uncle, could you do me a favor? At this moment, Chen Yuhan turned her big eyes and, with a sweet tone, swayed Xia Ming's arm. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Wanging facepalmed in resignation, knowing that her mischievous cousin was up to no good again. She was well aware of Chen Yuhan's playful nature. Stop shaking. If you keep this up, I might fall apart, Xia Ming said, somewhat annoyed, as he accidentally knocked all the food he had just picked up onto the table. Chen Yuhan's sweet tone only made him shiver. She truly had a knack for causing trouble. Will you help me? Chen Yuhan asked, her voice laced with a hint of sulkiness. All right, I'll help. Xia Ming finally relented, having succumbed to her charm. Really? I knew you were the best. Uncle, Chen Yuhan exclaimed joyfully, waving her tiny fist in delight. Lin Wanging bore no jealousy. In her eyes, Chen Yuhan was merely an immature child, her cousin at that, so feeling jealous would be absurd. What do you need my help with? Xia Ming inquired. Chen Yuhan's eyes twinkled as she replied. Uncle, didn't you say my chest is too small? How about you help me enhance it? What? Clatter. Xia Ming's chopsticks fell from his grasp. Oblivious to the embarrassment that washed over Lin Wanging's face, feeling utterly exasperated, Lin Wanging blurted, Yuhan, stop talking nonsense. Sister Qingqing, I'm not talking nonsense. Uncle's medical skills are so high. Surely he can help me. Chen Yuhan insisted, batting her eyelashes at Xia Ming, leaving him utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom what this girl constantly had in her mind. Didn't she know about propriety? Moreover, his wife was right there. Any misstep would spell disaster for him. If he actually went through with it, Lin Wanging might even contemplate drastic measures. Xia Ming felt a pang of anxiety. This girl was utterly unpredictable. Lin Wanging, too, was growing increasingly irritated, thinking to herself, how can Yuhan mention such things in front of men? This audacious girl is driving me insane. Lin Wanging, red-faced, lowered her head, wishing she could hide under the table. Clearing his throat, Xia Ming quickly attempted to mask his discomfort. I can't help with that. Let's think of another request. Xia Ming was thoroughly vexed. How could this girl be so bold? Or that you could make my backside larger. I heard from my mom that girls with larger backsides can give birth to sons. Then I could give you a big, chubby son, Shenyuan said with a cheeky grin. What on earth? Xia Ming was caught off guard. The mention of sons making him feel dizzy. He turned to Lin Wanging, who also looked taken aback by Yuhan's words. Yuhan, you better shut your mouth. If you keep babbling like this, I'll tear it apart, Lin Wanging warned, glaring at her cousin, her anger palpable. But Sister Qingqing. That's what Mom said. Yuhan replied, feigning innocence. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lin Wanging nearly lost her resolve to scold her. With a resigned glance at Yuhan, she chose silence. Meanwhile, Xia Ming felt speechless. This girl was truly reckless, speaking without restraint. Fortunately, Lin Wanging was there. Otherwise, he would have been at a complete loss on how to handle her. From now on, you must think before you speak, Lin Wanging finally managed to say, unable to suppress her frustration. Fine. If Uncle won't help me with that, then I won't insist. Yuhan pouted, looking adorably petulant. Yuhan. Lin Wanging's face flushed again upon hearing the phrase enhancement, and she shot an incredulous glare at her cousin. Yuhan quickly backed off, saying, I just misspoke. Please don't be so harsh. Whenever Yuhan flashed her big, watery eyes, both Xia Ming and Lin Wanging found themselves at a loss. Each time they tried to reprimand her, her innocent look melted their resolve, making it impossible to remain angry. All right, she didn't mean it. Let's just let it go, Xia Ming suggested, trying to ease the tension. Humph, Lin Wanging shot a warning glare at Yuhan, silently communicating her displeasure. After finishing lunch at Lin Wanging's home, the clock had already passed 2 o'clock. Lin Wanging had no intention of going to her office that afternoon, nor did Xia Ming, as his wife was at home, rendering his presence at work unnecessary. Since it was summer, Shenyuan's school started at 2:30. After dropping her off, Lin Wanging promptly sent Xia Ming out of the house, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. In the sweltering heat of summer, where was he to go? As Xia Ming strolled down the street, a sudden honking caught his attention. He turned to see a red Ferrari pull up beside him. Frowning, he muttered, who is this? So rude. The window rolled down, revealing a striking figure adorned with red sunglasses, her brown hair cascading gracefully over her shoulder. Clad in a revealing white checkered shirt, she appeared stunning, her fair skin reminiscent of ice and snow. Upon recognizing her, Xia Ming instinctively took a step back. What are you doing here? Jianglai smiled. Why can't it be me? How did you know I was here? Xia Ming asked, perplexed by her uncanny presence. That I've been following you, she replied nonchalantly. You? Xia Ming was speechless. Miss Jiang, if you're not unwell, please refrain from following me. What business do you have with a man like me? I like you. I want you to be my boyfriend, Jianglai declared boldly. Xia Ming's expression changed swiftly. Don't say such things. I'm not interested in you. Really, not interested? Yet you took me to a hotel. Jianglai teased, a playful grin on her lips. That was a moment of urgency. Xia Ming stammered. Feeling flustered, he dreaded the mention of that night. Although nothing happened, he still felt morally obligated. An urgency that allows you to take me to a hotel? Sounds like you have ulterior motives, Jianglai pouted, her demeanor mischievous. What do you want from me? Xia Ming asked, desperate to escape the conversation. Didn't we agree to move on from that night? He added, wishing he could vanish from the situation. Who said we moved on? Jianglai replied. Now, you're taking me out for coffee. I'm thirsty. I can't. I'm busy. Xia Ming refused outright, fearing that today's coffee might lead to tomorrow's drinks. And he knew that drinking could lead to even bigger troubles. Is that so? Jianglai's demeanor shifted, a subtle threat lacing her tone, which sent a shiver down Xia Ming's spine. Yet he tried to maintain his composure. Of course it's true. I still have work to do. He insisted. That I heard your boss gave you half a day off today, Jianglai said with a smile, catching Xia Ming off guard. How do you know? He blurted, surprised. Simple. Just a phone call, she replied casually. Xia Ming sighed, realizing why she seemed to know his every move. Well, are you coming or not? Jianglai persisted, her smile unwavering. I'm not going. Xia Ming shook his head firmly. Are you really not going? Jianglai inquired. If I choose not to, then I simply won't go. Very well, I shall head to the office and announce that you took advantage of me that night and have yet to take responsibility, Jianglai declared, starting the car with the intent to leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming was instantly alarmed and urgently called out. Wait, Chapter 69. The murderer, what is it? Jianglai replied nonchalantly. please don't say anything foolish. Our reputations are intact, and we haven't done anything inappropriate. Xia Ming began to panic. If Jiang Lai were to reveal their encounter at the office, Lin Wanging would undoubtedly find out. If that happened, all his efforts to earn Lin Wanging's forgiveness would be in vain. It would be impossible to clear his name. He would be utterly ruined. Did you wish to pursue something further? Jiang Lai provocatively asked, emphasizing the word further with clarity. Hearing this, Xia Ming swiftly retorted, stop speaking nonsense. I have done nothing to you, and no one would believe your claims. Is that so? Then I shall inform your colleagues, and let them decide whom to believe. Two individuals of opposite genders, sharing a room, and even a bed. If we say nothing untoward happened, I doubt anyone would accept that, Jiang Lai said with a cheeky smile. Xia Ming cursed under his breath. He knew that if Jiang Lai spread this rumor at the office, over 99% of the people would accept it as truth. Who would believe that a stunning woman shared a bed without any further entanglement? With a darkened expression, Xia Ming realized he was completely cornered by Jiang Lai. Seeing his distressed face, Jiang Lai felt a surge of amusement. Xia Ming was simply too entertaining and foolish. Let us go, Jiang Lai said cheerfully. Xia Ming shot her an angry glare before begrudgingly hopping into her Ferrari. As soon as he settled in, the car zoomed away, causing Xia Ming to stumble as his head nearly collided with the window. Enraged, he exclaimed, can't you drive a little slower? I drive as I please. If you dare, you can get out, Jiang Lai replied, not bothering to look at him. Xia Ming realized he had no leverage against Jiang Lai. He shook his head, gripping the handle tightly, fearing a sudden break that could catch him off guard. At high speeds, jumping out of the car could lead to catastrophic consequences, and Xia Ming had no desire to become incapacitated. Before long, Jiang Lai parked outside a bank. Xia Ming, puzzled, asked, are you going for tea or something? Why park here? I have some errands to run. I'll be out shortly, Jiang Lai replied, exiting the vehicle. Xia Ming, confused about her intentions, decided to close his eyes and rest. 10 minutes passed, yet Jiang Lai had not returned, prompting Xia Ming to wonder, what is taking so long? If she is just withdrawing cash, she should be back by now. Although he was curious, he chose to remain calm and continued to rest. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted at the bank entrance that a scruffy man brandishing a knife was threatening a beautiful young woman. As he yelled, he ordered the crowd to back away. Such a stunning girl. Yet she has fallen into the hands of a criminal, someone lamented, horrified at the thought of her beauty being marred. Indeed, how tragic it would be if such a lovely face were harmed. Yet the man was erratic, threatening violence over mere bank funds. As the crowd gasped, the sound of sirens soon filled the air. Within minutes, police officers surrounded the area, and the commotion jolted Xia Ming awake. What is happening? Why are the armed police involved? He wondered aloud, bewildered by the sudden chaos. Most concerning was Jiang Lai's continued absence. Glancing outside, Xia Ming's heart dropped. Jiang Lai stood there, a knife at her throat. Yet she appeared surprisingly calm, devoid of fear. One could only speculate that her upbringing played a role in her composure. Her family had ties to the underworld. What transpired that led to such a perilous situation? Xia Ming hastily exited the car as a poised young woman in police uniform stepped forward, exuding an air of authority. She was strikingly beautiful, with a flawless complexion that seemed almost ethereal. Her intense gaze was both piercing and refreshing, leaving Xia Ming momentarily astounded. While she might not surpass Lin Wanging or Jiang Lai in beauty, she was undeniably captivating and exuded a unique charisma. Your position is surrounded. I advise you to drop your weapon and surrender immediately, or prepare to face the consequences, she declared through a megaphone. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's expression shifted dramatically. What a fool. He dashed toward the officer, only to be obstructed by another policeman. Sir, you cannot enter. There is a criminal inside that if you disturb him, it could lead to disaster, the officer warned. Xia Ming, now furious, retorted, who is disturbing the criminal? It is that idiot who is causing the trouble. We need to save her, not provoke the situation. I know her. She is my friend. Please, let me through, he insisted. Desperate, is she really your girlfriend? The officer hesitated, glancing at Jiang Lai, whose hair obscured her striking features. Even so, the allure of her beauty was undeniable. Her elegant attire suggested a privileged background, contrasting sharply with Xia Ming's more modest appearance. Are you certain you know her? The officer questioned skeptically. Of course, I do. Let me through before he actually harms her, Xia Ming shouted, panic rising within him as he saw the knife pressed against Jiang Lai's delicate neck. The tension escalated as the assailant, agitated by the police presence, pointed his weapon at Jiang Lai, causing the crowd to gasp in horror. Stop right there, the policewoman commanded, her face stern as she focused on the man. If you dare harm her, I will ensure you regret it. The situation was dire, and Xia Ming felt a surge of frustration at the officer's reckless provocation. You absolute fool, he shouted, realizing the danger Jianglai faced. Under the calming presence of Bai Ning and others, the armed assailant gradually quieted down. He surveyed everyone present and declared loudly, "Hurry and prepare 10 million yuan for me, and bring a fully fueled car. Do not attempt any tricks, otherwise, I will kill her." As he spoke, he menacingly waved the knife in his hand, inciting Bai Ning's fury to near the point of bloodshed. Recently graduated from the police academy and newly assigned to Jiangzhou. She was infuriated to hear about a bank robbery in the area. Who had the audacity to commit such a crime? What manner of society was this, where bank robberies still occurred? It was tantamount to courting death. Determined to handle the case, Bai Ning was taken aback when the assailant kidnapped a woman. She had intended to intimidate him, but instead, her actions only incited his rage, putting the woman in grave danger. Bai Ning, characterized by her straightforward nature and ample figure, was the epitome of someone who was all bravado but little sense. At that moment, Xia Ming, witnessing the police barring his path, was enraged. With a swift maneuver, he cast the officer aside and seized the opportunity to rush in. The officer, taken aback, shouted in anger, "You dare to assault an officer?" He could hardly believe that Xia Ming had the audacity to attack him and pursued him furiously. Soon, Xia Ming found himself beside Bai Ning, exclaiming, "What do you want? You can tell me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your request." Bai Ning, engrossed in her focus, was startled by Xia Ming's sudden arrival and retorted angrily, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see the police are handling a situation?" Xia Ming, incensed by her response, shot back, "Is this how you handle a situation? If you keep provoking him, the hostage will soon be dead. You brainless fool." His frustration boiled over, prompting Bai Ning's wrath. "How dare you insult me?" She fumed. Bai Ning was on the verge of insanity. She had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even those who had insulted her in the past had been dealt with harshly. Back at the police academy, many feared her, and now, being called brainless by Xia Ming was intolerable. If not for the presence of others, she might have kicked him away. Without hesitation, Xia Ming snatched the megaphone from Bai Ning's hand and bellowed, "What do you want? Just say it, and we will fulfill your request. Just put down the knife, and we can discuss this calmly." The assailant, furious, shouted, "Get me a car, fully fueled, and don't try to play tricks. If I find out, I will take her life." As he tightened his grip on the knife, Jianglai felt a chill run through her. Xia Ming glanced at Jianglai and quickly reassured, "All right, I'll get you the car. Just don't harm her." Bai Ning, incensed, interjected, "Are you insane? He's a criminal. We can't give him a vehicle." Xia Ming inhaled sharply, fixing a cold gaze on her. "Let me inform you. That woman is Jiang Feng's daughter from the Jiang group. If anything happens to her, you will not be able to bear the consequences. It would be wise for you to step aside. I do not wish to harm a woman." Bai Ning, equally enraged, stood her ground, blocking his path. "Get out of my way." In a fit of anger, Xia Ming executed a swift Tai Chi maneuver, tossing Bai Ning aside, eliciting a cry from her, "You little brat, how dare you strike me?" Bai Ning was nearly driven to madness by the insult. Chapter 71. Saving the Hostage. Throughout her time at the police academy, she had consistently ranked at the top, leaving her male peers in the dust. Yet, this audacious young man had dared to strike her, pushing her to the brink of fury. At that moment, Xia Ming commandeered a police car, inciting the officer's outrage. "What do you think you're doing?" Without a word, Xia Ming sped away and quickly parked near the assailant. He opened the car door and called out, "Here is the car you wanted. Where's my money?" The assailant demanded, his agitation palpable. Xia Ming, maintaining his composure, replied, "The amount you requested is substantial. I will gather it for you. But you must wait. Hurry and bring me the money, or I will kill her." The assailant threatened coldly. Xia Ming countered, "You should think carefully. If you harm her, you won't escape, nor will your wife and children. I assume you have a family." At that moment, Xia Ming's heart raced, for he had noticed the assailant's hands were rough and calloused, typical of someone who labored in rural settings. This indicated that he was likely inexperienced in such criminal endeavors. Recognizing the fear in the assailant's eyes, Xia Ming deduced that this was his first robbery. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to appeal to his emotions. They anticipated. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, the assailant trembled. Clearly affected by the mention of family, Xia Ming urged, "You should get inside the car now. If you delay, the police snipers will take action, and you will be in grave danger." The mention of snipers struck fear into the assailant, who stammered, "You step back. Don't come near me." "All right, I'll back off." Xia Ming complied, taking 2 steps back. Observing the distance, the assailant cautiously approached the vehicle, and the onlookers were on edge, desperately watching Jianglai. Such beauty should not be lost to an assailant's whims. As the assailant reached for the car door, he had to momentarily release his grip on the knife, and Xia Ming seized the moment. In a flash, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the assailant's face, sending him sprawling. Jiang Lai was successfully rescued, but the assailant, filled with rage, roared, "You're dead." He lunged at Xia Ming with the knife. But Xia Ming, ever alert, executed a swift maneuver, sending the assailant crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Jiang Lai was momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure. Unlike other girls who might have been frightened senseless, she was accustomed to darkness in her life. "What are you waiting for? Arrest him," Bai Ning shouted, and the police swiftly subdued the assailant. Jiang Lai smiled radiantly, her smile as lovely as a blooming lily. "I never expected it would be you to save me. I find myself increasingly drawn to you." Xia Ming, caught off guard, waved his hands dismissively. "No, Miss Jiang, I have no interest in you. I am already married. Girlfriends can be replaced, but marriage can lead to divorce. You can always divorce," Jiang Lai teased, her gaze fixed playfully on Xia Ming. "What nonsense is this? I could never break up with my girlfriend." "Is it because I'm not pretty enough?" Jiang Lai inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "You are stunning, like a celestial being. Marrying you would indeed be an honorable achievement." Xia Ming replied earnestly. "Is that true?" Jiang Lai's heart fluttered at the compliment. Though she was often praised, who could ever tire of flattery? "Of course, it's true," Xia Ming affirmed. "Then marry me," Jiang Lai stated bluntly. Xia Ming, bemused, replied, "That's impossible. I do not have feelings for you." "Am I not as beautiful as your girlfriend? He is more attractive than you." Xia Ming. "Is that so?" This statement left Jiang Lai a bit astonished. Her beauty was renowned throughout Jiangzhou, and she was confident that her looks were unmatched. Yet, Xia Ming had claimed that someone surpassed her in beauty, which piqued her curiosity. Who could it possibly be? At that moment, a desire to compete with this person stirred within Jiang Lai. "Bring him to me." Just as Xia Ming was conversing with Jiang Lai, a thunderous voice interrupted them, causing the police present to momentarily freeze. "Captain, are we really taking him away?" The officers were bewildered. After all, Xia Ming had just rescued Jiang Lai. Why was the captain suddenly ordering his arrest? Everyone was in a state of confusion, except for Bai Ning, who was seething with rage. She had never been called big-chested and brainless before, but this insufferable man not only insulted her, but also struck her. She was determined to exact revenge. "I suspect he is in cahoots with that man wielding a knife. Arrest him immediately." Bai Ning shouted. "What? Hey, are you out of your mind? Why are you arresting me?" Xia Ming retorted, anger bubbling within him. "If it weren't for his intervention, Jiang Lai could have been in grave danger. Yet this female officer insisted on apprehending him, suspecting him of collusion with the assailant, which infuriated him further. "Yes, Captain, this man just saved the lady. Should we really be arresting him?" A police officer stepped forward to defend Xia Ming. "Who is the captain here? You or I? Seize him now." Bai Ning snapped, her fury escalating at the sight of her subordinate defending Xia Ming. After all, he had just insulted her. Why should she let it go unpunished? Indeed, one must tread carefully around this woman, especially a police officer. Crossing her could lead to dire consequences. I dare anyone to try. Jiang Lai stood protectively in front of Xia Ming, her bright eyes glimmering with determination, momentarily stunning everyone present. "What are you all staring at? Arrest him." Bai Ning was on the verge of losing her temper. Being relatively new to the force, she found it challenging to command respect. "That's unnecessary. I will go with you willingly," Xia Ming said, realizing that Bai Ning would not relent until he was in custody. It bewildered him. Why was this officer so unreasonable? If she continued like this, she might end up arresting all the good people during an operation. Under Bai Ning's directive, Xia Ming and the others were taken to the police station. Jiang Lai, feeling a sense of indignation, dialed a number as soon as she arrived. "Find a way to get Xia Ming out of the police station," she ordered once the call connected. "Yes, miss," came the response before she hung up, feeling somewhat relieved. Once at the police station, Xia Ming was placed in an interrogation room, where Bai Ning sat coldly across from him. Behind her, a male officer was busy jotting down notes. "What is your name?" "Xia Ming." "Gender?" "Female," Xia Ming replied casually. "What?" Bai Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. "You claim to be a woman, Captain Bai. Do you believe I'm a man?" Xia Ming countered with a smirk. "You," Bai Ning seethed, her frustration mounting. "Your ID clearly states you are male. Oh, so that's how it is." Xia Ming nodded. "If your ID says I'm male, then I suppose I must be." "You." Bai Ning glared at him, her teeth grinding in irritation. The young officer beside her couldn't stifle his laughter, but upon receiving a sharp look from Bai Ning, he quickly composed himself, though his body quaked with suppressed mirth. "Listen, I advise you to confess. It will go easier for you," Bai Ning began, but then realized her phrasing was off. "No, I mean, confess for leniency, resist for severity." Xia Ming felt an urge to laugh. This seemingly righteous female officer was quite the airhead, and her charming looks belied her lack of common sense. "Officer Bai, let me reiterate. I have no connection to that man with the knife that I only intervened because Miss Jiang is my friend. And I couldn't stand by while she was in danger. Bai Ning was exasperated. If it were anyone else, they would have been petrified by her demeanor. Her intention in bringing Xia Ming to the station was to settle the score for the insult she endured. But she knew she couldn't do anything too harsh to him. After all, he had saved a life, which was commendable. If she mistreated him, the public would not forgive her. Moreover, she only intended to frighten him. But Xia Ming appeared completely unfazed. Just as Bai Ning pondered her next move, the interrogation room door swung open, and a flustered figure rushed in. It was none other than Wang Pengzi. Bai Ning. What are you doing? Who gave you the authority to arrest innocents? He thundered. Upon learning that Xia Ming had been apprehended, Wang Pengzi was nearly beside himself. Xia Ming was not merely a citizen. He was a close associate of their bureau chief. The previous incident with the deputy director of the Education Bureau had almost ended disastrously. Wang Pengzi was well aware of Xia Ming's influence. So he hurried over as soon as he received word of his arrest. Bai Ning was taken aback by Wang Pengzi's sudden outburst. She understood his temperament well, and seeing him bow and scrape before Xia Ming was beyond her comprehension. Xia Ming shot a knowing smile at Bai Ning, which only served to infuriate her further. She shot him a glare that seemed to say, "You will pay for this." After leaving the police station, Xia Ming returned home. Utterly exhausted from the ordeal, he indulged in a long, restful sleep. Feeling elated, the next day was a weekend, allowing him to sleep in without a care. He finally rose at noon. Reflecting on how his sleep patterns had become increasingly indulgent, just then, his phone buzzed, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. He quickly answered. "Hello, Mom. Deming. How are you doing in the city? Have you found a job?" His mother's concerned voice came through, warming his heart. A child's journey of 1,000 miles stirs a mother's concern. Xia Ming, having grown up in the countryside, has always been a source of particular worry for his mother. Throughout his 4 years at university, it has become a routine for Xia Mu to call him every few days to inquire whether he lacks anything. This is the essence of maternal love. Therefore, upon hearing his mother's voice, a warm current flowed through Xia Ming's heart. He stifled a sob and reassured her, "Mom, you needn't worry. I'm fine. Once I settle down, I'll come back to see you. That's good to hear. If you encounter any trouble, do call home." Xia Mu responded. "Of course, Mom." Xia Ming was deeply touched and felt a sense of warmth envelop him. After chatting with his mother for a while, he hung up the phone. And a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. He slowly clasped his hands together, silently vowing, "Mom and Dad, I will ensure you live a good life." Whenever he recalled his parents laboring under the scorching sun, his heart ached. As a rural child who had toiled in the fields since a young age, he understood the hardships of such labor, making him acutely aware of his parents' struggles. Yet, they had never uttered a word of complaint. Once, Xia Ming had asked his mother, "Mom, you spend all your earnings on me. Is it worth it?" Her response pierced his heart. "The money your father and I earn to spend on you is a form of happiness." This sentiment deeply resonated within him, and unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Xia Ming paused momentarily, wondering who could be knocking at the door at this hour. It was midday, a time when few would venture out. Curiosity piqued. He slipped on his slippers and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged woman. Slightly plump, with hair styled in tight curls that appeared dry from frequent perming. This woman was his landlady, who had been particularly kind to him during his stay. Without her assistance, it would have been a distant dream for him to rent this apartment with just 1,000 yuan. "Aunt Rin, what brings you here?" Xia Ming asked, surprised by her unexpected visit. With an apologetic expression, Aunt Rin replied, "Xia Ming, I'm afraid I can no longer rent this house to you." "What? Aunt Rin, what has happened?" Xia Ming was taken aback. My daughter has found a job in the United States, and she wants to bring me there. I've sold the house, so you will need to. Aunt Rin trailed off, her face filled with regret. Xia Ming understood her situation. Aunt Rin had been the sole breadwinner since her husband passed away, relying on rental income and part-time work to support her daughter studying abroad. Yet, he could see the glimmer of joy in her eyes. Her daughter had grown up and succeeded, a reason for any mother to rejoice. That's all right, Aunt Rin. When do I need to move out? I'm truly sorry, Xia Ming, that you'll need to vacate by tonight, as the new owners wish to move in tomorrow. Aunt Rin's expression was laden with regret. Rest assured, I will refund your rent for this month. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming furrowed his brow, realizing the short time frame for finding a new place. In Jiangzhou, housing was scarce. Finding a rental was a challenge. Even if he managed to secure a place, it would likely be of inferior quality, and his funds were dwindling. Renting a room would cost at least 1,500 yuan, a sum he could not afford. However, he assured her, don't worry, Aunt Rin. I will definitely move out before 5. Thank you, Xia. I know you are a good person. I'll refund your rent shortly. No need. Aunt Rinda, you've helped me enough during this time. Please keep the money, he insisted, fully aware of her circumstances and feeling unable to accept her offer. Then I thank you sincerely, Xia Ming. After Aunt Rin left, Xia Ming lay back on his bed, sighing, I never expected this. Chapter 74. House hunting now. He had to worry about finding a place to live. Xia Ming felt frustrated. In this scorching summer, where could he possibly find accommodation? Typically, landlords would inform tenants in advance when leases were nearing expiration, but due to Aunt Rin's sale of the property and the new owner's urgency, he found himself in this predicament. Fine, I'll just have to look around. He decided that as he stood up to leave, a sudden, urgent voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host mission. Move into Lin Wanging's villa. Reward, 300 honor points. Failure to complete the mission will result in the loss of one skill. What? Upon hearing this electronic voice, Xia Ming nearly exploded. Move into Lin Wanging's villa? System, are you joking? This system never jokes with the host. This is a mandatory mission. The host may choose to accept or decline. However, failure will result in the loss of one skill. Xia Ming felt overwhelmed by the coldness of the system's words. What an absurd joke. Although Lin Wanging was his wife, the notion of living in her home was utterly impossible. Setting aside the fact that she would never allow it, could he even dare to? The thought of a man and woman cohabiting in such close quarters felt inappropriate. Yet, the prospect of losing a skill loomed ominously over him. In a rush, he delved into the system to check his attributes. Host name, Xia Ming. Gender, male. Age, 24. Position, the most outstanding waist among all-rounders. Note, the host has made slight improvements but remains subpar. Please strive for further progress. Physical condition, excellent. Life skills, English level 8. Medical mastery, proficient in Tai Chi, basketball king skills, special items. Shenyuan ring, 100 square meters, a facial mask. Honor points, 100 at system evaluation. The host possesses no useful skills and is deemed the lowest of the low. Please work harder. Upon reviewing his attributes, Xia Ming felt a wave of frustration. Initially, he had deemed his medical skills insignificant, yet it was through them that he had forged valuable connections with Chun Tianxiang and Wang Jinlin. Tai Chi had also proven beneficial. Without it, he might not have navigated some of the troubles he faced. As for his English proficiency, it was his lifeline. Losing it would jeopardize his job prospects. The only skill left was that of basketball king, which seemed somewhat trivial now. During his university days, it had been enjoyable, but since starting work, he had hardly played. While he wouldn't mind losing that particular skill, the odds of losing it among 4 skills were only 1 in 4. The thought made his head throb. Fine, let me see if there are any rental listings. He sighed as he donned his shoes, grabbed his keys, and left his home. Before 5 o'clock, he had to secure a place. Otherwise, he risked spending the night on the streets. With a heavy heart, he strolled through the bustling streets, feeling the oppressive heat of the sun. Many people sheltered under umbrellas, seeking respite from the intense rays. After several minutes of searching, Xia Ming found no suitable housing options. The prices were exorbitant. A mere secondary bedroom was listed at 1,700. With only 1,000 yuan to his name and the need for food, he realized that renting a place would leave him destitute. After fruitlessly visiting 4 neighborhoods, frustration began to mount. Why was it so difficult to find a place? Was he truly destined to move into his wife's home? If Summer Ming were to live with Lin Wanging, he would be overjoyed. However, the crucial point is that Lin Wanging might not share the same sentiment. With this thought, Summer Ming shook his head and walked into a real estate agency. Upon entering, he shook his head once more and exited, as there were no suitable properties available. To be honest, finding a house for a mere 1,000 yuan is exceedingly challenging, unless one is willing to settle for a distant location, which would be far from his workplace. Just as he left the agency, a surprised voice called out to him. Oh, Summer Ming, what brings you here? A familiar voice interrupted his reverie, and as he turned to look, his eyes lit up upon seeing her. Wife, Summer Ming almost exclaimed. His gaze fixated on Lin Wanging, who was wearing a pair of delicate sandals that revealed her 10 crystal-like toes, making her appear as adorable as a porcelain doll. She was dressed in a stylish black and white plaid dress that accentuated her beauty, resembling a graceful swan. Her long hair cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders, and her exquisite face was adorned with a light touch of makeup, her fair skin appearing almost ethereal, exuding a captivating radiance. In that moment, Lin Wanging resembled a princess, drawing the attention of those around her. Oh my. Uncle, aren't you embarrassed to call me wife? At that moment, Yuhan appeared from somewhere and playfully wiped her face with her fair little fingers. Yuhan, stop talking nonsense, Lin Wanging replied, her cheeks flushed with an indescribable shyness, having been caught off guard by Yuhan's teasing. It felt as though a hidden secret had been revealed. I heard everything. Sister Qing, Uncle really likes you. And remember, We agreed to like the same man and marry him together, Shenyuan whispered. Even though her voice was barely audible, the surrounding crowd was drawn to the unfolding drama. Their expressions a mix of astonishment. Shenyuan, too, was a budding beauty and, if she grew up, would undoubtedly become a remarkable woman. However, the notion that both stunning women were interested in this utterly ordinary man stirred a peculiar mix of emotions among the onlookers. Lin Wanging was nearly driven to madness by Shenyuan's words. Yuhan, stop it. Be quiet. Lin Wanging had not anticipated Shenyuan's boldness in speaking so freely, especially in public. In that instant, she wished to find a place to hide. While Shenyuan seemed unfazed, oblivious to the surprised gazes around them. All right, I won't say anything, Shenyuan pouted, feigning displeasure, but then suggested, Sister Qing, why don't we go to that cold drink shop over there? It's too hot here. I'm practically sweating. Don't you dare call it fragrant sweat. It's more like stinky sweat. Lin Wanging shot Shenyuan a glance. However, she realized the heat was too intense, and being under the scorching sun was detrimental to her skin. Summer Ming, let us go talk over there. Sure, Summer Ming readily agreed, feeling fortunate to encounter his wife. He was eager to converse and nurture their relationship. Before long, the three found a more upscale cold drink shop. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped in a refreshing breeze, providing an indescribable comfort. After sweating profusely from his earlier house hunting endeavor, Summer Ming felt an immense relief. This is refreshing. He couldn't help but exclaim. Uncle, why did you suddenly start looking for a place? Shenyuan asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Despite her innocent appearance, she was quite astute, often more perceptive than many adults. Of course, it's to find a place to live. Summer Ming replied, feeling slightly exasperated. He did not want to offend his sister-in-law too much, especially since his relationship with Lin Wanging was still in its early stages. Don't you already have a place to stay? Lin Wanging inquired, puzzled. She was well aware of where Summer Ming lived, as it was clearly stated on his registration form when he reported for duty. Why the sudden search for a new home? It asked because our landlord is moving to America and sold the property. The buyer wants to move in tomorrow, so that I have to leave, Summer Ming explained with a sigh that it was all happening too quickly. And finding a suitable place would be a daunting task. Oh, I see. Lin Wanging raised her eyebrows. She looked exceptionally beautiful today, and her presence drew the attention of everyone in the cold drink shop. Have you found anything yet? Not yet. I've checked several places, but they're all too expensive. Speaking of finances made Summer Ming feel a pang of discomfort. He was down to his last 1,000 yuan. And renting a place cost at least 1,700 or 1,800, often for a shared room. What are the prices per month? Lin Wanging asked, astonished. Currently, most places are around 1,700 or 1,800, and shared accommodations are slightly less. But the main rooms can go up to 2,300 or 2,400, Summer Ming lamented. Why are you being so stingy? You have a white-collar salary now. Can't you even afford rent? Lin Wanging shot him an incredulous look. Her lips pouting in disapproval. Summer Ming could only manage a wry smile. Wife, I wish I could, but I just started my job, and I haven't even received my first paycheck yet. How can I afford rent? Moreover, he was left with only 1,000 yuan, which would barely suffice for rent, and no landlord would accept that. It was a stark realization that he was genuinely struggling financially. He often wished to call his parents for help. But knowing how hard they worked for their money, he felt reluctant to burden them. Summer Ming, are you really considering sharing a place? Lin Wanging suddenly considered the implications, although she was not fond of novels. She had heard stories of men and women sharing accommodations, igniting sparks of romance that led to marriage. The thought made Lin Wanging frown. What if Summer Ming ended up living with a woman? What if they developed feelings for each other? The possibilities flooded her mind, making her heart race. I can't afford to rent a single room, let alone an entire apartment, which would cost at least 6,000. I am broke, Summer Ming admitted, feeling embarrassed to confess his financial struggles in front of Lin Wanging. He pondered how to acquire more funds. Perhaps he could seek work as a doctor, but he lacked a medical license and recognition. I forbid you from living with another woman, Lin Wanging declared, her lips forming a pout. What? Are you jealous, Sister Qing? Shenyuan chimed in, her tone teasing. Stop it. I'm not jealous. Lin Wanging shot a fierce glare at Shenyuan. Yet, the idea of Summer Ming sharing a space with another woman unsettled her. Sister Qing, you're blushing, Shenyuan teased, giggling behind her hand. Keep talking, and I'll tear your mouth apart, Lin Wanging threatened playfully. All right, I want to say anything, but Sister Qing, you're becoming increasingly fierce. Be careful, or uncle might leave you. Shenyuan winked at Summer Ming, leaving him feeling helpless. Who is your uncle? Lin Wanging nearly lost her composure. Her cousin, while delightful in many ways, had a knack for saying whatever came to mind without a hint of restraint. However, Lin Wanging felt a sense of self-satisfaction within her heart, unbeknownst to her. Her fondness for Xia Ming had gradually intensified over time. although she refrained from expressing it outwardly. This was beyond her control. Xia Ming, somewhat exasperated, remarked that finding a rental for a mere 1,000 yuan was already commendable. There was no room for selectivity. Indeed, it was challenging to find such an affordable option, and should the roommate happen to be a girl, Xia Ming would have no choice but to share the space. The scarcity of properties at that price rendered the situation nearly impossible, and that was unacceptable. Suddenly, Lin Wanging shot Xia Ming a fierce glare, causing him to shrink back slightly, with a mix of amusement and frustration. Xia Ming exclaimed, "Surely, I cannot sleep on the streets. Sleep on the streets? Who would want that? If you're so inclined, go ahead," she retorted. At that moment, an extremely discordant voice pierced the air. Both Xia Ming and Lin Wanging frowned at the sound, only to find a remarkably handsome young man before them. Li Chengqian, upon spotting Lin Wanging, immediately greeted her with a warm smile. "Wanging, it's been a few days. I trust you are well." He appeared quite the gentleman. Despite his earlier ungracious words, now he seemed transformed, exuding elegance and charm akin to that of a nobleman from ancient times. Even in the present day, Li Chengqian possessed an irresistible allure. "What brings you here?" Lin Wanging's expression turned icy upon seeing him. Li Chengqian had consistently pursued her, yet she had always treated him with indifference, harboring not a shred of affection. Indeed, she felt somewhat repulsed. "Wanging, as I was passing by outside, I saw you and thought to come in. You have time for dinner tonight." Li Chengqian had long coveted Lin Wanging's beauty, yet he had never found an opportunity to approach her, for she had never given him the slightest chance. Hey. Xia Ming grew increasingly displeased, especially since Li Chengqian had initially suggested he sleep on the streets. He thought to himself, "Who do you think you are to tell me to sleep on the streets? Why don't you do that instead?" However, believing Li Chengqian to be a friend of his wife, he held his tongue. It soon became evident that this was not the case. The audacity of this man to invite his wife to dinner right before him was intolerable. "Who are you?" Xia Ming inquired. "Huh?" Li Chengqian turned to him, puzzled. "Are you speaking to me?" Xia Ming replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, what do you wish to say?" Li Chengqian casually scrutinized Xia Ming, noting his worn vest and faded blue jeans, coupled with a pair of plain white shoes. Altogether, he looked as though he had spent less than 200 yuan on his attire, prompting Li Chengqian to regard him with disdain. "You wish to treat my wife to dinner?" Xia Ming's expression hardened as he glared at Li Chengqian, his voice cold. "Your wife?" Li Chengqian was taken aback, questioning. "Who is your wife? When did I say I wanted to take your wife to dinner?" Xia Ming, now irate, retorted, "My wife is your great-aunt." Lin Wanging couldn't help but chuckle at this, her laughter blooming like a flower, enchanting those around her, including Shenyuan, who joined in the merriment. "Brother-in-law, this guy is an idiot. I've never seen someone so foolish." Shenyuan laughed until her stomach hurt, pointing at Li Chengqian. Even if Li Chengqian were dense, he grasped the implication of her words, casting a cold glare at Xia Ming as he hissed, "You think you can marry Wanging? You're nothing but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Li Chengqian dismissed Xia Ming with a scornful glance, truly viewing him as a mere impoverished country bumpkin. Lin Wanging, already unimpressed with Li Chengqian, felt a surge of anger at his disrespect towards Xia Ming. She had never held any affection for Li Chengqian. His words only fueled her irritation. "Xia Ming, ignore him. Let's focus on ourselves," she urged, her tone growing chillier. "Of course, dear. I won't stoop to engage with someone so narrow-minded." Xia Ming agreed, nodding. "What's your name, kid?" Li Chengqian demanded, visibly perturbed by Xia Ming's flippant remarks. In Jiazhou, he was a prominent figure, the son of a wealthy businessman, and had grown accustomed to being treated with deference. To be mocked by Xia Ming in front of Lin Wanging was intolerable. "Why should that concern you?" Xia Ming replied nonchalantly to Li Chengqian's gaze hardened as he warned, "Some things should not be spoken lightly. I suggest you retract your words," and apologized. Li Chengqian's tone shifted to one of intimidation. But Xia Ming remained unfazed. He perceived the intrusion upon his wife's honor as a violation of his territory. "Yes, that's so. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. I shall not retract them. What will you do about it?" "Brother-in-law, you're formidable. I'm on your side," Shenyuan suddenly exclaimed, her support echoing in the tense atmosphere. Xia Ming's frustration escalated. Who did this man think he was to pursue his wife? This was intolerable. Li Chengqian inhaled deeply, his fury simmering just beneath the surface. He was determined not to display weakness in front of Lin Wanging. "You wait. You'll regret this," he warned, glaring at Xia Ming, who defiantly returned the stare, taking a deep breath. Li Chengqian forced a smile and addressed Lin Wanging. "Since you have no time, I shall attempt to arrange another meeting. No need. I will never have time," Lin Wanging replied without hesitation. Xia Ming felt a wave of satisfaction at her words. His wife stood by him. "I must insist that this is my wife, and you should cease your attempts to court her. You have no chance, Xia Ming declared, a triumphant glint in his eye. Li Chengxian felt his temper flare, particularly as he witnessed the intimate exchange between Xia Ming and Lin Wanging. Hey, just so you know, my brother-in-law is living with my sister now. You should stop pursuing her. Or my brother-in-law might just take you down. The revelation stunned not only Lin Wanging but also Xia Ming. Li Chengxian's face shifted through shades of rage as he absorbed the news. He had long pursued Lin Wanging, and many were aware of his affections. He had warned anyone against crossing her path. But now, this insolent fool was cohabiting with her, igniting his fury. Is that true? Li Chengxian's tone turned dark as he suppressed his rage. Shenyuan, seemingly eager to escalate the situation, nodded with a mischievous grin. Of course. My sister even mentioned wanting to have babies, with a staggering step. Xia Ming nearly fell. Shenyuan, shut your mouth. Lin Wanging's face flushed crimson, mortified that such personal matters were aired before others. She glared at Shenyuan, who shrank slightly under the intensity of her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Chengxian's anger reached a boiling point as he witnessed Lin Wanging's flustered reaction, feeling humiliated that the woman he coveted was entangled with this loser in such a manner. In an instant, Li Chengxian cast a dark gaze at Xia Ming and coldly remarked, "You are quite impressive. I hope you pay attention to where you walk. Be careful not to meet an untimely end. Today, I will remember you. Thank you. Thank you. I never expected to have a day where I could be remembered by someone like you." "It is truly an honor," Xia Ming replied nonchalantly. Just as Li Chengxian was about to leave, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he shot a frosty look at Xia Ming. "Just wait." With that, Li Chengxian stormed out of the cold drink shop, leaving a silence in his wake. At this moment, Shenyuan said, "Brother-in-law, don't forget to give her a reward for her help in driving away your rival." "You can't be ungrateful. What nonsense," Xia Ming replied, feeling quite vexed. "When did I ask her to do that? She is not really helping me. This is merely creating animosity." Moreover, Li Chengxian looked like a wealthy young master. And now he had unwittingly acquired a new enemy. Seeing Xia Ming's discomfiture, Lin Wanging couldn't help but chuckle. "Xia Ming, it's getting dark. Why don't you temporarily move in with me? My house is spacious." "Oh," Xia Ming exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Lin Wanging that he never anticipated that she would invite him to live with her, and the suddenness of this happiness left him momentarily speechless. "Brother-in-law, hurry up and accept." "Sister Chingching is inviting you to cohabit?" Shenyuan exclaimed, shaking Xia Ming's arm excitedly. "Shenyuan, if you keep talking, I'll seal your mouth so you can't speak for the rest of your life." Lin Wanging shot Shenyuan a fierce glare, her anger palpable. For a moment, Xia Ming felt a whirlwind of emotions. Although Shenyuan was only in her third year of junior high, she displayed a surprising level of maturity. All right, Xia Ming replied, feeling elated at the prospect of staying at Lin Wanging's home. If he moved in, it would also mean he had completed a significant task for his system, earning him a substantial reward of 300 honor points. That's a hefty sum, he thought to himself. Exhilarated by the possibility to become an all-rounder, he needed those honor points to acquire greater abilities, as the skills he currently possessed were of limited use. "What's with that expression?" Lin Wanging remarked, slightly annoyed at Xia Ming's excitement. "Wife, you're the one who suggested it. I'm not forcing myself to go," Xia Ming said, feeling a bit aggrieved. "What?" Lin Wanging's voice rose in pitch. Her irritation evident. "Oh, you don't want to go? Fine, then you can sleep on the streets tonight." "Wait, no, I'll go. Who said I wouldn't?" Xia Ming quickly clarified, not wanting to miss this opportunity for intimacy. If he could win her over, who knew what possibilities lay ahead? "Yay, from now on, we can have 2 girls serving 1 man." Shenyuan cheered, causing both Xia Ming and Lin Wanging to nearly topple over in shock. "Stop saying foolish things. People are watching," Xia Ming urged. Right, we can't let others hear. Let us keep this private." Shenyuan winked at Xia Ming, her sparkling eyes radiating innocence, making it difficult to harbor any impure thoughts. However, the audacity of such a young girl discussing matters of intimacy left Xia Ming speechless. He could only sigh and glance at Lin Wanging, who stood nearby. "All right, it's 6 o'clock, Xia Ming. Let us help you move," Lin Wanging suggested. "Wife, I can manage on my own. You don't need to trouble yourself," Xia Ming replied, not wanting to impose on her. "It's no trouble at all. I'll drive over and help you transport your belongings back to the villa," Lin Wanging insisted. "All right then," Xia Ming conceded. "Yay, I'll help my brother-in-law move," Shenyuan exclaimed excitedly as the 3 of them departed the cold drink shop and headed to the parking lot. Once they arrived at Xia Ming's residence, Lin Wanging frowned at the sight. His living conditions were substandard, with dirt and unpleasant odors permeating the air, and the aging buildings only added to her concern. Seeing this, Lin Wanging felt a pang of sympathy, and her desire for Xia Ming to stay at her home intensified. despite the potential awkwardness of a male and female living together. The thought of Xia Ming enduring such hardship compelled her to offer her home even more. As they entered, Lin Wanging was surprised to find Xia Ming's room surprisingly tidy and minimalist. Defying the stereotype of a messy bachelor, "Xia Ming, your room is quite neat," she remarked in astonishment. "It's manageable. I clean it during summer when it's cooler," Xia Ming replied. "That makes sense," Lin Wanging nodded. After a brief moment, Xia Ming began to pack his belongings. He had very little: a suitcase and a few bags, which comprised his entire worldly possessions. That he couldn't help but reflect on the months he had spent in this room. "Wife, let us go. Okay. As Xia Ming opened the door to leave, Entren happened to return home. "Xia Ming, you're leaving?" Entren asked, her voice filled with regret. "Yes, Entren, I'm leaving," Xia Ming replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, Lin Wanging joined them, and Entren's eyes lit up with admiration. "Xia Ming, is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." Entren's compliment was sincere. Lin Wanging was indeed strikingly lovely, her charm only amplifying her appeal. "This is..." Lin Wanging hesitated upon seeing the plump Entren. "This is Entren. I've been grateful for her care during my time here. Without her, I would have struggled to get by in Jiangzhou." Xia Ming expressed his gratitude. "It's not easy for you to be out on your own. I'm glad to help." Entren smiled casually. "Entren, we're leaving now. If you need anything, just call my number," Xia Ming said with a smile. "All right," Entren replied. "Xia Ming, don't take this girl for granted. Finding such a wonderful and understanding partner is rare, so treat her well." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanging's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, a mixture of shyness and delight filling her heart. "Don't worry, Entren, I won't disappoint her. I'm not that sort of person," Xia Ming assured her, implicitly acknowledging Lin Wanging as his girlfriend. Hearing this, Lin Wanging felt a rush of embarrassment. This rascal had not even attempted to clarify their relationship, merely affirming it at that moment. Entren noticed Lin Wanging's blushing face, and, being someone who had been through similar experiences, recognized her feelings for Xia Ming. "Xia Ming has lived here for quite a while. I know his temperament well. He is indeed someone worth trusting. You'll be in for a treat," Entren said to Lin Wanging. "Entren, you're joking," Xia Ming interjected. "We have things to attend to, so we'll be off now." "All right, Xia Ming, good luck." Rennie smiled and left the scene. At that moment, Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanging with a grin, while Lin Wanging, dissatisfied, kicked Xia Ming, causing him to exclaim in pain. "Hey, brother-in-law, what happened? Did Aunt Flo visit?" Shenyuan quipped with a twinkle in her eye. After a moment's thought, she corrected herself. "No, Aunt Flo is a girl's thing. You should be dealing with Uncle Flo." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming was immediately adorned with 3 black lines on his forehead. Looking dejectedly at Shenyuan, he couldn't help but admire this girl. She was anything but childish, possessing a sharp wit and understanding far beyond her years. Chapter 79, The Grand Lottery with Lin Wanging's assistance. Xia Ming swiftly arrived at her home, where an overwhelming sense of belonging enveloped him, filling him with immense joy. "Xia Ming, you're welcome to stay at my place, but we must establish some ground rules," Lin Wanging stated, unable to contain herself. "Why?" Xia Ming responded with a hint of frustration. "Brother-in-law, I suspect my sister fears that a lecherous wolf might suddenly appear and Shenyuan chimed in abruptly. "You little brat, stop spouting nonsense." Lin Wanging, genuinely infuriated, lunged at Shenyuan to tickle her underarm. "Help! Brother-in-law, save me! My sister's plotting murder!" Shenyuan screamed while fleeing. Xia Ming observed Lin Wanging at that moment and noted how different she appeared. Previously, she had been a serious, aloof queen, but now she resembled a playful neighbor girl. Once the playful banter subsided, Lin Wanging turned to Xia Ming and said, "If you wish to reside here, we need to establish some rules. Otherwise, you cannot stay." Xia Ming, feeling somewhat resigned, replied, all right, my dear wife, I'm all ears. First, you are to occupy the first floor while I reside on the second. Without my permission, you are forbidden from ascending to the second floor." "Wife. But what if you find yourself in danger?" Xia Ming inquired, somewhat exasperated. "Humph, the greatest danger here is you. Therefore, without my consent, you are strictly prohibited from going upstairs," Lin Wanging thought to herself, knowing full well that the height difference between the first and second floors was significant, and there was little chance of anyone climbing up. "I agree," Xia Ming nodded, conceding to her request. "Second, you are not to bring unfamiliar women home," Lin Wanging stated. "I despise having strange women in my house. So you must never bring girls home, especially that Jiang Lai." Upon mentioning Jiang Lai, Lin Wanging's resentment was palpable, as she harbored no fondness for her, feeling a twinge of rivalry due to Jiang Lai's flirtatious behavior with Xia Ming. "My dear, I assure you, there is nothing between me and Miss Jiang. You must trust me," Xia Ming rushed to clarify. his heart racing at the thought of Lin Wanging discovering that he had shared a bed with Jiang Lai. He feared that if she found out, she would undoubtedly cast him out. Why are you so anxious? Lin Wanging raised an eyebrow. Xia Ming, are you hiding something from me? Absolutely not. How could I ever betray you? Xia Ming's heart raced, drenched in sweat at the mere thought. That's the best response. The domineering CEO continued. As for the third rule, Lin Wanging pondered for a moment, but could not think of anything else to stipulate. For now, I can't think of anything. So it's just these two rules. Do you have any objections? None at all. How could I possibly object? Xia Ming replied with a grin. The prospect of living with his beautiful wife was beyond his wildest dreams. If word got out, he would have ample reason to boast about his fortune. All right, Xia Ming, choose a room on the first floor, Lin Wanging instructed. Okay, I'll do that right away. Xia Ming eagerly began his search, eventually finding a spacious and comfortable room. After unpacking his belongings, he lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, feeling utterly content. He never imagined he would one day reside in a villa. In today's society, there is a saying, marry a wealthy and beautiful woman to reach the pinnacle of life. He felt like that very man. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a reward of 300 honor points. You now possess a total of 400 honor points. Would you like to draw? The voice echoed in Xia Ming's mind, filling him with excitement. Let us draw. Xia Ming immersed himself in the system, and the grand wheel appeared before him. That he pressed the large button, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. The wheel was divided into 4 sections, and the outcome depended solely on luck. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the chef's secret manual skill. Would you like to use it? The mechanical voice startled Xia Ming. The chef's secret manual? What is that? The system explained. The chef's secret manual contains the will of the greatest chef, whose dishes were renowned for their tantalizing aroma. Such prowess? Xia Ming was astonished and quickly replied. Use it. Ding! Using chef's secret manual. Please accept that a surge of culinary knowledge flooded Xia Ming's mind, causing him to stand still, absorbing the information. Within 3 seconds, he had assimilated the vast array of recipes, feeling as though they had become part of him, shifting with his thoughts. What an incredible chef's secret manual! Xia Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Congratulations, host. The chef's secret manual has been successfully used. You have drawn the food god manual. The system has upgraded the chef's secret manual to grandmaster level. Should you wish to elevate your culinary skills to the chef level, you will need to exchange honor points for experience. Chapter 80. The Bet Grandmaster. Xia Ming beamed with joy. Typically, such advancements required gradual progression, yet he had unexpectedly attained grandmaster-level culinary skills in an instant. What sheer luck! After his previous attempt, which had squandered his 400 honor points without yielding anything, this felt like a stroke of fortune. With 300 honor points still available, Xia Ming contemplated whether to exchange them for experience to enhance his Tai Chi skills or to continue drawing. Perhaps I should give it another try, he mused, his excitement reigniting. He quickly pressed the start button, and the pointer began to whirl across the 4 categories. Moments later, it came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Advanced Nutritional Liquid. Advanced Nutritional Liquid? What on earth is that? Xia Ming was taken aback. It sounds like a health supplement. Is it meant for drinking? The system clarified. The Advanced Nutritional Liquid has numerous benefits. It promotes rapid growth in crops and aids those in poor health to recover swiftly. As for other applications, you may explore them yourself. There is such a thing. Isn't that just medicine? Xia Ming couldn't help but scoff. Another useless item. He considered this, then shook his head. Oh well. A useless item is better than none at all. For Xia Ming, the Advanced Nutritional Liquid held little value. After some thought, he decided to spend the remaining honor points on experience to further his Tai Chi, which still had not reached full mastery. After incorporating these experiences into his practice of Tai Chi, Xia Ming finally attained a level of understanding that placed him among the ranks of masters and experts, and he developed a degree of self-defense capability. One should not underestimate Tai Chi. Although it emphasizes overcoming hardness with softness, its principles embody a formidable power capable of rendering opponents defenseless. Consider the scenario where one has subdued another. The defeated is left vulnerable. While Tai Chi may possess a lesser degree of aggression, its essence is, after all, rooted in the art of combat. In a fleeting moment, Xia Ming found his honor points depleted, which caused him some discomfort. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 7 o'clock, the perfect time for dinner. He thought to himself, it is an opportune moment to test the culinary prowess promised by the chef's secret. With this in mind, he felt a surge of excitement. Let us go out for dinner, called Lin Wanging from outside. Xia Ming hurriedly stepped out, and upon seeing Lin Wanging dressed beautifully, he was momentarily dazzled. He couldn't quite explain it, but each time she donned a new outfit, Her aura seemed to transform, captivating him anew. "Dear, I'm here," Xia Ming replied, to which Lin Wanging responded, "Hurry and get ready. We're going out to eat, that it's too late to cook." Out for dinner? Xia Ming initially wanted to showcase his culinary skills to Lin Wanging, feeling reluctant to dine out. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "How about I cook dinner tonight? Let me treat you to my cooking." "Your brother-in-law can cook?" Shenyuan exclaimed in surprise. "Brother-in-law, please cook for us. I don't want to eat out. Oh, you really know how to cook?" Lin Wanging regarded Xia Ming with skepticism. She recognized his exceptional fighting skills, his mastery of medicine, and his fluency in English. Each of these talents was rare, and she assumed he must have devoted all his time to mastering them, leaving no room for culinary pursuits. "Indeed, my dear, my cooking is quite delectable," Xia Ming boasted, feeling quite pleased with himself. Having learned the chef's secret, it would be absurd if I couldn't prepare even the simplest dishes. Lin Wanging stared at him in astonishment. She had never imagined Xia Ming could cook, in this day and age. It was uncommon for men to possess such skills, especially when most were raised in pampered households that wouldn't allow them to step into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Shenyuan's admiration for Xia Ming grew, especially since he had saved her life previously. "In our village, we often fend for ourselves. Parents may be busy in the fields and not return for lunch, so we must cook for ourselves," Xia Ming explained. "Brother-in-law, can you truly make something delicious? Something that won't poison us?" Despite her admiration, Shenyuan still eyed Xia Ming with a hint of doubt. "What? You don't believe me? How about we make a bet?" Xia Ming smiled. "If it were before this day, he would have hesitated to cook, having previously tried and failed miserably, but now, armed with the chef's secret ingrained in his mind, he felt fearless. "Yay, what is the wager?" Shenyuan asked excitedly. She continued, "If you win, you get a special reward, but if you lose, you have to give me a massage." "What?" Lin Wanging exclaimed angrily upon seeing Xia Ming's expression. "Xia Ming, if you dare to lay a hand on Yuhan, I'll ensure you live the rest of your life as a eunuch." Lin Wanging was genuinely furious. How could her man even think of another woman? Did she not possess enough allure? Xia Ming was startled by Lin Wanging's sudden outburst, quickly averting his gaze. Meanwhile, Shenyuan mischievously added, "It's all right, brother-in-law. When sister is away from the villa, I can show you everything." "You little minx, if you say that again, I'll have Annie take you home," Lin Wanging threatened, baring her teeth. "Please, no," Shenyuan cried out, clearly terrified of the mentioned auntie, which intrigued Xia Ming. This seemingly fearless girl showed such dread toward an elder. "Are we still betting, dear?" Xia Ming asked with a grin. "Humph." Lin Wanging shot him a look, knowing that Xia Ming was up to no good, but she relented. "All right, I'm in. But how shall we wager?" "The stakes are simple. If you lose, you must kiss me," Xia Ming proposed, feeling that this wager was quite delightful. A kiss from his beloved wife would indeed be a source of great happiness. However, in that moment of daydreaming, he sensed a wave of hostility emanating from her. "Xia Ming, are you intentionally trying to take advantage of me?" Lin Wanging accused, her anger flaring. How could she ever stoop to such a level? "Or could I kiss you instead?" Noticing her ire, Xia Ming swallowed hard, realizing that Lin Wanging looked particularly stunning even when angry, prompting him to reconsider his request. Lin Wanging was taken aback. The notion of her kissing Xia Ming was not the same as him kissing her. Ultimately, he would be the one benefiting from this wager. "Quickly agree to the bet, sister. This could be your chance to start a family. I'd be the aunt," Shenyuan encouraged excitedly, causing Lin Wanging's face to flush crimson. "Enough. You're not allowed to tell Xia Ming, or I'll ensure he doesn't want you," Lin Wanging warned, her voice urgent. "Don't worry, sister. I'll win him over with my actions," Shenyuan assured her. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Wanging glanced at Shenyuan, clearly unconcerned about her. Her remarks implied that she did not believe Shenyuan was genuinely infatuated with Xia Ming, considering her merely a child. Still unversed in the realms of love and affection, it was evident that Lin Wanging was simply jesting with him. At that moment, Xia Ming entered the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to find an array of fresh vegetables, indicating that Lin Wanging frequently prepared her own meals. Having grown up in the countryside, Xia Ming was no stranger to fresh produce, and he could instantly recognize its quality. After removing the vegetables, he contemplated what dish to prepare. As he grasped the knife, an extraordinary transformation seemed to occur. A palpable aura of confidence enveloped him, as if he had mastered the culinary arts over decades, showcasing an astonishing command of both technique and timing. Standing quietly in the kitchen, Xia Ming felt a profound connection to the space, as if he could sense the kitchen's excitement, joy, and welcoming nature. The thought of this transformation would likely be met with disbelief if shared with others. It was nothing short of fantastical. Chapter 82. Conquering the palette of beauties, suppressing his exhilaration, Xia Ming deftly tossed a potato into the air. His knife gliding through the skin with remarkable elegance and precision, akin to a dance that in just a few strokes. The potato was reduced to uniform slices, and Xia Ming found himself enveloped in a state of heightened enthusiasm. He then skillfully cleaned a fish, astonishingly removing all the bones without compromising its aesthetic appeal, a feat that would surely astonish any chef witnessing it. After preparing the fish, Xia Ming organized the ingredients and set it to cook, seamlessly transitioning to the next vegetables. Thanks to the divine culinary secrets he possessed, he effortlessly controlled the cooking process, completing an entire array of dishes within an hour. Upon finishing, he couldn't help but swallow in anticipation at the sight of his colorful, aromatic creations. The 5 dishes, stir-fried potatoes, steamed carp, stir-fried celery with meat, tomato and egg, and fish-flavored shredded pork, were simple yet exquisite, embodying the authentic flavors of rural cuisine that often surpass the offerings of upscale restaurants. As he set the table, the delightful aroma wafted through the room, instantly whetting the appetites of Lin Wanging and shenyuan. "How fragrant!" Lin Wanging exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the enticing scent emanating from the dishes. Initially skeptical of Xia Ming's culinary skills, she now found herself captivated by the aroma alone, which was enough to change her perception of him. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Just this aroma has already conquered me." Shenyuan chimed in playfully, suggesting that if he could win their hearts through their stomachs, there would be no limit to what he could achieve. Xia Ming chuckled at her teasing, imagining the prospect of a child with such a spirited personality as hers. Lin Wanging, eager to taste his creations, hesitated momentarily, awed by the artistic presentation of the dishes, particularly the fish, which appeared almost too beautiful to eat. "Come on, eat up," urged Xia Ming, his anticipation palpable. "But it's so beautiful. I can't bear to ruin it," Lin Wanging lamented. Xia Ming felt a surge of pride. It was clear that Lin Wanging was genuinely impressed by his culinary prowess. He was confident that few could rival his skills, and if he continued to hone them, he could become a master chef revered worldwide. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her palate, with the enchanting aroma enveloping them. Both women found it impossible to resist. "Don't worry, my dear. I promise you'll enjoy such delectable dishes every day," Xia Ming reassured Lin Wanging, who felt a wave of comfort wash over her. After all, with Xia Ming residing in her villa, she could always indulge in his cooking whenever she pleased. With thoughts of the dishes cooling and losing their allure, Lin Wanging finally settled down and picked up her chopsticks. The first bite of the stir-fried potato sent waves of flavor through her senses, a delightful blend of textures and tastes that transcended anything she had previously encountered. "This is incredibly delicious. Even the finest chefs I've tasted can't compare to Xia Ming's cooking," she exclaimed, her initial restraint vanishing as she devoured her meal with unabashed enthusiasm. Shenyuan, seeing Lin Wanging's fervor, joined in the feast without reservation. Both women consumed by their delight. Chapter 83. Shenyuan's proposal? Watching them devour the food with such fervor brought Xia Ming immense joy. Conquering their appetites meant generous rewards for him in the future. Minutes later, they had polished off all the dishes, leaving Lin Wanging leaning back in her chair, rubbing her stomach, and playfully chastising Xia Ming for overindulging her. Xia Ming, too, felt a twinge of disappointment as he realized he had barely tasted his own creations. Observing the two women, their full bellies betraying their earlier grace, he marveled at the transformative power of his cooking. After clearing the table and washing the dishes, a chore he begrudgingly accepted, having grown up with traditional beliefs about gender roles, he reflected on the delightful evening they had shared. However, upon seeing Lin Wanging's demeanor, Xia Ming felt a pang of reluctance. Thus, for Lin Wanging's sake, he willingly went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, allowing his wife to rest a little longer. After finishing his chores, he emerged to find Lin Wanging and Shenyuan lounging on the sofa. Xia Ming shook his head. "How did you make such delicious dishes?" Lin Wanging exclaimed, a hint of playful discontent in her voice. "If I keep eating like this every day, I might just gain weight." Yet, despite her words, she felt immense satisfaction, suddenly realizing that she had fallen in love with Xia Ming's cooking. The thought of not being able to enjoy his meals one day made her feel uneasy. "Being a little plump is fine," Xia Ming replied cheerfully. "Dear, eat more for your health." "Humph, you villain, why must you make such delectable food? What am I to do in the future?" Lin Wanging said with a hint of sorrow. "Well, I can just cook for you every day," Xia Ming replied nonchalantly. After all, they were married, and he could cook for her whenever he pleased. Suddenly, Xia Ming had a thought. By the way, dear, what is it?" Lin Wanging stretched lazily, revealing her graceful curves. She was exceptionally beautiful, and her figure was perfectly proportioned, especially when she stretched and exposed her fair abdomen. Xia Ming found himself captivated, his gaze fixated on her. Lin Wanging seemed to sense his stare. She exclaimed, quickly covering herself with her hands and shooting him a glare. You big pervert. Dear, about what you promised me earlier, Xia Ming stammered, feeling embarrassed as the earlier conversation resurfaced in his mind. I forgot, Lin Wanging said, and she quickly left for her room, her cheeks flushed. She was well aware of what Xia Ming wanted to say, but was astonished by how delicious his cooking was. She had not expected to wager on such a thing. After Lin Wanging ascended the stairs, Shenyuan gazed at Xia Ming with her sparkling eyes and asked curiously, Brother-in-law, do you really want to kiss Sister Qingqing? Xia Ming's heart sank. He had been so engrossed in flirting that he had completely overlooked his sister-in-law's presence. Blushing, he replied, if you have nothing to do, why not head back to your room? Tsh. Shenyuan scoffed at him. With such desires, but no courage, if I were you, I would have already pinned Sister Qingqing down. Xia Ming shivered at her words, feeling helpless. If he could just pin her down, he would be the first eunuch in Chinese history. He shook his head at Shenyuan, who was far too audacious for her own good. He had no intention of provoking her further. Having finished cooking, it was now 9 o'clock, and Xia Ming intended to sleep early. After taking a shower and reading for a while, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. Xia Ming furrowed his brow. It was already past 10. Who could be knocking? The villa housed only the three of them, with no outsiders. That a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Could it be his wife? Perhaps she had come to redeem her promise of a first kiss? After all, his sister-in-law was present earlier, and maybe Lin Wanging felt shy about kissing him in front of Shenyuan. The mere thought excited Xia Ming, as any man would likely feel thrilled at the prospect of finally tasting his wife's lips. Rushing to put on his clothes and straighten himself up, he opened the door with a cheerful, Dear, you wouldn't be here too. But before he could finish, his jaw dropped in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Wow, Xia Ming exclaimed as Yuhan entered without a care for his reaction. Yuhan, what are you doing? Xia Ming felt a rush of panic. He had expected Lin Wanging, not Shenyuan. To make matters worse, she was wearing a pink pajama set adorned with a cartoon character. Her feet clad in fluffy slippers. It seemed she had just bathed, the scent of her shower gel lingering in the air. What do you think? Shenyuan said, sitting on Xia Ming's bed, propping her head up with one hand. Her eyes filled with admiration. Xia Ming felt his heart race at the sight of her, her playful glances igniting a fire within him. Yuhan, it's late. You should head back, he stammered, swallowing hard. Although Yuhan might not be as beautiful as Lin Wanging, her youth added an allure that was hard to resist. I can't help but wonder, am I not pretty? She asked in a teasing voice, her expression adorably innocent. Xia Ming felt a rush of emotions. Knowing he had to resist. Yuhan, it's really late. You shouldn't be here. You should go to sleep, he insisted, struggling to maintain his composure. Yet Yuhan seemed undeterred, her persistence pushing Xia Ming to the brink. Don't push me away. I have something to tell you, she protested. Xia Ming stood firm, pushing her gently towards the door. That we can talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. After ushering her out, he quickly shut the door, leaning against it as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His heart raced. He realized how dangerous the situation was. That girl, if she continues like this, what will happen? He murmured to himself, feeling a mix of regret and disbelief. If anyone found out about his actions, he would surely be condemned. After all, he had turned away a beautiful girl who had boldly offered herself to him. Reflecting on the situation, one can't help but feel the frustration as the beautiful woman had already assumed a tempting position on the bed, leaving only the final leap for him to take. Yet, Summer Ming not only refrained from making that leap, but also unceremoniously expelled her from the room. How could this not incite anger? Outside, Yuhan knocked on the door, but Summer Ming remained obstinately silent. Exasperated, Yuhan pouted and declared him a villain, lamenting that she had presented herself on a silver platter only to be dismissed. She cursed him to remain forever single, consumed by hatred for his actions. Yuhan felt deeply disheartened. After going to such lengths to attract Summer Ming's attention, dressing in a flirtatious pink dress, as advised by online sources, she was met with indifference. The carefully curated pose she had adopted, inspired by television, failed to elicit any response from him. This left her vexed and determined to take action next time. With a huff, she stormed away from Summer Ming's door, realizing that gaining his attention again would be an impossibility. Once she departed, Summer Ming opened the door to survey the surroundings, and upon confirming her absence, he sighed in relief. thinking to himself how perilously close he had come to a regrettable mistake. Pondering over Shenyuan, Summer Ming felt a headache coming on. Who had taught this girl such audacity? She was merely a high school student, yet had displayed such maturity. The youth of today seemed to be far too precocious. Reflecting on the encounter, he regretted the missed opportunity with such a beautiful girl. However, had Shenyuan stood before him in a more revealing state, he doubted he would have had the courage to act. He would certainly have to consider Lin Wanging's potential reaction. The following day found Summer Ming with dark circles under his eyes, a testament to a sleepless night. His inability to rest stemmed not from a lack of desire to sleep, but rather from an incessant replay of Shenyuan's alluring demeanor in his mind. Despite his attempts to drift off, sleep eluded him. He gazed into the mirror, sighing at his panda-like eyes, with breakfast for Lin Wanging to prepare. He quickly set to work in the kitchen. Just as he finished, Lin Wanging appeared, clad in slippers and a sleep set. Stretching, she displayed her perfect curves, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. "Good morning, my dear," Summer Ming greeted her. "Breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash up." At the mention of his cooking, Lin Wanging's eyes sparkled with anticipation, recalling the delicious meal from the night before. She hurried to the table, her appetite piqued by the sumptuous spread. "Summer Ming, why do your eyes look like that?" She giggled, pointing at his dark circles. "It's nothing, that I just didn't sleep well last night," he replied, careful not to disclose the events involving Shenyuan, knowing it would be met with disbelief given her youth. "What were you doing last night? Did you have trouble adjusting?" Lin Wanging inquired, her brows furrowed with concern. "That I was just a bit restless," he replied, spinning a plausible tale. Lin Wanging, accustomed to his late arrivals at work, accepted his explanation, noting the unusual early hour. "Then make sure to sleep early tonight. You have work tomorrow, and I will make sure you wake up," she asserted. "But, my dear, can't I just sleep in?" he protested, his face contorting into a comical frown. "That I in front of me. You dare to nap? I might just deduct your salary," she teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Summer Ming, horrified at the thought of losing his earnings, quickly capitulated. "All right, I'll get up." As they began to eat, Lin Wanging suddenly remembered. "Summer Ming, go call Yuhan down for breakfast." Taken aback, he stammered, "But maybe let her sleep a little longer?" He hesitated, dread creeping in at the thought of confronting Shenyuan, recalling the previous evening's events vividly. "It's far too late for her to be sleeping in," Lin Wanging chided, casting a meaningful glance at him. As he stood there, caught between dread and obligation, his gaze inadvertently wandered to Lin Wanging, noting her low neckline, which provoked a sudden gulp from him. "What's that noise?" Lin Wanging asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. Only to catch him staring. A startled yelp escaped her lips, awakening Summer Ming from his reverie. "I'll go get Yuhan," he blurted out, hastily retreating, eager to avoid any repercussions. Lin Wanging seethed quietly, her thoughts racing at the audacity of his gaze. When Summer Ming finally approached Shenyuan's door, he steeled himself and knocked. After several attempts with no response, he grew increasingly concerned. "Yuhan, it's time for breakfast," he called out, but his pleas were met with silence. Alarmed, he pondered whether something was amiss. With a sense of urgency, he decided to enter, reasoning that he had called for her long enough. As he opened the door, he was left utterly speechless. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Moreover, the vigorous development of the water industry has regrettably led to the pollution of water sources. However, this has also bestowed upon Jiangzhou a wealth that seems inexhaustible, transforming it into a first-tier city. Reflecting on the time when I first arrived in Jiangzhou, I was filled with curiosity about everything around me. My parents, striving to provide me with an education in this city, toiled in the fields, enduring the scorching sun and sweating profusely. Their hard work has paved the way for my future, and I am immensely grateful to them. Sometimes, as parents, they may scold you, yet ultimately, you remain their child, and they are devotedly giving you everything they possess. Hey, Gao Cheng." At that moment, I suddenly called out. The man ahead, dressed like a salesperson, paused slightly, lifting his head and scanning his surroundings, only to find no one in sight. Confused, Gao Cheng mused, "Strange, did I miss here? Or am I imagining things? Why do I feel as though someone is calling my name?" Just then, another voice rang out. "Gao Cheng. It's me, Xia Ming." Hearing this, Gao Cheng followed the sound, and, upon spotting me not far away, broke into a joyful smile. "Xia Ming, what a surprise to see you here." He anticipated encountering me in this place, which took him aback. During our university years, Gao Cheng and I shared a close friendship. Due to my family's financial constraints, Gao Cheng had always looked out for me, becoming not only my only friend but my best one. We were inseparable, sharing everything. I just came out for a bit of fun. What about you? Ever since you graduated, I haven't seen you around. Where are you working now? I inquired. Gao Cheng chuckled wryly. As for me, I am merely working as a salesperson in a company. The pay is decent, though not a salesperson? I was momentarily taken aback. How did you end up in that role? With your academic qualifications, securing a respectable position shouldn't be too challenging. Should it? Jiangzhou University is quite reputable, collaborating with numerous enterprises. Of course, you have the option to bypass them entirely and seek opportunities on your own. I, for one, am reluctant to enter those companies due to the multitude of constraints they impose. As a fresh graduate, if you wish to join one of those companies, you'll first need to sign a contract binding you to them for 3 to 5 years. After all, they invest in your training. And if you leave immediately after they've nurtured you, it would be a significant loss for them. Hence, they insist on these contracts to ensure a return on their investment in your development. This leads to the saying, graduation equates to unemployment. It's not as easy as it seems. Gao Cheng shook his head. Enough about me. What about you? Are you still involved with Gu Xiaya? Gao Cheng suddenly asked. Upon hearing that familiar name, my expression shifted slightly, conjuring memories of her arrogant demeanor. My hands clenched involuntarily, my emotions surging with anger. That name is all too familiar, I thought, unable to forget it even with Lin Wanging in my life. Regaining my composure, I took a deep breath and replied, We've broken up. Broken up? Gao Cheng looked astonished, unable to believe his ears. But you two seemed perfectly fine before. A breakup is a breakup. Let us not dwell on the past, I said, shaking my head before changing the subject. That I saw you leaving a real estate agency. What is going on? Are you looking for a place to stay? Yes, Gao Cheng replied, following my lead. I'm currently searching for a room, but the rent in Jiangzhou is exorbitant. He expressed his frustration, and I understood. The rental costs in Jiangzhou were indeed steep, with most listings monopolized by agencies, leaving individuals with no choice but to engage their services. While some personal listings existed, they were harder to find and often more reasonably priced. Why are you even seeking an agency if you don't plan to stay in their properties? I inquired, puzzled. Usually, such matters can be resolved with a simple phone call. Well, to put it bluntly, I've had my share of misfortune, Gao Cheng replied, irritation creeping into his voice. That I initially approached one agency, which referred me to another. Being a first-time renter, I was somewhat naive. After viewing a property that seemed decent, complete with a private bathroom, I paid a deposit and a month's rent. The agent assured me I could move in 2 days later. However, when I returned, I discovered they hadn't vacated the premises yet and would need an additional few days. I see. I nodded, understanding the situation all too well. In a big city, agencies often exploit renters, and I myself had nearly fallen victim to such schemes in the past. Indeed, I should have checked the date on that note. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rented from them. Gao Cheng lamented, regret evident in his tone. Don't worry. Just go see him tomorrow. Isn't that the final day? I reassured him. Yes, tomorrow is indeed the last day, he replied, his gloom deepening. By the way, where will you be staying these days? I'll have to stay in a hotel. Gao Cheng admitted. What? A hotel? Are you serious? This is Jiangzhou. Even a budget hotel charges upwards of 150, and the average rate is around 200 if you've been there for 4 or 5 days. That's 1,000 yuan, almost equivalent to half a month's rent. Unfortunately, there's no alternative. The agency occupies the place, and the note I received stated I had 1 more day. They've been unresponsive to my attempts to reach them. Gao Cheng sighed. If possible, I'd like to retrieve my deposit tomorrow. This situation is utterly frustrating. My anger flared as I listened, but before I could respond, a rapid series of beeping interrupted us. Gao Cheng hastily answered the call, and I could hear the voice of a man in his 30s on the other end. Gao Cheng's expression shifted as he listened, his frustration evident. Please understand my situation. I am just a broke student who has already spent several days in a hotel. I can barely afford it. You promised to vacate in 2 days, and it's been 4. Isn't this a bit excessive? Gao Cheng exclaimed, his anger boiling over. Tomorrow might be challenging. I'll see if I can move out, came the calm response from the other end. But your note clearly states you should move out tomorrow. You can't give me a definitive answer. This is unacceptable. You must leave by tomorrow. Gao Cheng insisted. Gao Cheng spoke with unwavering determination. What did you say? How are you speaking? I won't move out tomorrow. A somewhat arrogant voice responded from the other side, tinged with a hint of indifference. You. For a moment, Gao Cheng found himself at a loss for words. He was genuinely tempted to confront the individual. Yet he wished to avoid causing trouble. The current situation with the real estate agent was infuriating. They exhibited a complete lack of humanity. It was clearly agreed that he could move in 2 days later. But now, for days had passed. Despite his attempts to communicate politely, it seemed as though his words fell on deaf ears. They treated him as if he were insignificant. Angering them was a concern. as he feared losing his deposit, and they refused him entry, leaving him in a particularly difficult predicament. How have I spoken? Gao Chang pressed, suppressing his inner fury. Are you suggesting I should move out? Came the voice from across the line. Indeed, I did say that, but your actions are quite unscrupulous. What's wrong with my statement? Gao Cheng retorted, Be careful with your words, kid. The voice on the other end sneered. At that moment, Gao Cheng clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. What sort of people were these? His disappointment in the real estate agents was profound. They all acted as if they were superior, truly believing themselves to be in positions of power. Were it not for the few thousand yuan he was reluctant to lose, he would not have tolerated such indignities. Yet, he understood that being a newcomer in Jiangzhou meant he had no connections. Sometimes one simply had to endure the losses. All right, provide me with a timeline. You cannot simply remain here indefinitely. Can you? I have paid for this. Gao Cheng managed to keep his composure. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Call me then, came the nonchalant reply. Fine, I shall call you tomorrow. At that moment, Gao Cheng felt deflated, as if all the air had been let out of him. After hanging up, he sensed a wave of despair wash over him. Beside him, Xia Ming wore a troubled expression. He had not expected that his good friend, who had always looked out for him at school, would encounter such a predicament. The audacity of the agent was appalling. Jiangzhou, after all, was a first-tier city with stringent regulations, and yet such individuals existed. Even Xia Ming felt a surge of anger. He was truly grateful to his friend for the care he had received. And now that Gao Cheng faced this injustice, he could not simply stand by. What is the name of this agent, and where can we find him? His name is Wang Jianxin. He may be at the property. I doubt you'll find him here, Gao Cheng sighed. Wang Jianxin, Xia Ming repeated quietly, nodding. I will remember this name. Come, let us go find him. Find him for what? Gao Cheng asked, slightly taken aback. Tio, reclaim your money. I will help you confront him. Xia Ming was genuinely furious. How dare this agent bully his friend? Did he truly believe Gao Cheng had no one to rely on? Xia Ming felt compelled to assist. Let us not go. We just graduated. Gao Cheng hesitated. Deep down, he felt a twinge of fear. Being a recent graduate in Jiangzhou, he was unfamiliar with the area and lacked connections. Although he had lived there for a few years, he was still vulnerable. If a confrontation ensued, he would be at a disadvantage. No, we must go today. You have endured enough humiliation. I cannot ignore it, Xia Ming insisted. He was resolute. Gao Cheng had always been there for him, and he would repay that kindness. Fine. Seeing Xia Ming's determination touched Gao Cheng. He had felt utterly helpless lately, and the thought of Xia Ming's support gradually replaced his panic with resolve. This agent was a scoundrel, and he yearned to teach him a lesson. Then, I will take you there. That's the spirit, Xia Ming nodded. Just then, Shenyuan emerged from a nearby shop, looking around. Upon spotting Xia Ming, she exclaimed, Brother-in-law, here you are. I've been waiting for you. Shenyuan bounced over to Xia Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother-in-law, the cake inside is delicious. Would you like to try some? Xia Ming glanced at Gao Cheng, perplexed. This is. He began, unsure why this cute girl addressed Xia Ming as brother-in-law. Gao Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the situation. She is my younger sister. It's nothing, Xia Ming replied, casting a glance at Shenyuan. We have something to attend to. Why don't you head home for now? I'll take you out again in a few days, all right? Shenyuan blinked her large, innocent eyes, feigning disappointment. Gao Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. Brother-in-law, are you abandoning me? Xia Ming was rendered speechless. What do you mean by abandoning you? He thought, bemused. Unsurprisingly, passers-by began to cast curious glances in their direction. Ahem, Yuhan. I truly have matters to attend to. Can you see him? He is my good friend, and he has been wronged, so I must accompany him. Xia Ming hurriedly explained, wishing to escape the attention. Are you going to fight? Chen Yuhan's eyes lit up at the mention of a fight. Xia Ming nearly fainted. He did not want to involve her, but it seemed she had misunderstood his intentions. This is quite a predicament. Should we take this little sister along? It wouldn't hurt, Gao Cheng suggested, causing Chen Yuhan to exclaim, Thank you. Big brother. Xia Ming's face turned a shade of green. Realizing the chaos that would ensue, he had not anticipated Gao Cheng's agreement to Chen Yuhan's request. What are you thinking? You know her temperament. Taking her along could lead to trouble, he lamented. Now, attempting to send Chen Yuhan away was clearly out of the question. With a resigned sigh, Xia Ming said, Yuhan, you must remain silent. I will handle everything. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I promise I won't say a word, Chen Yuhan assured him. Despite her assurances, Xia Ming remained skeptical, knowing her promises were hardly reliable. Well, what must come will come. Let us go. Xia Ming and Gao Cheng made their way to the neighborhood, as the agent was likely residing there. After about half an hour, they arrived at the complex where Gao Cheng had rented his apartment. This complex is newly constructed? Xia Ming inquired, surprised. Yes, it was completed just 2 years ago, so the prices are a bit steep, but it's manageable, Gao Cheng replied. Where's the agent? I'll lead you to him. Following Gao Cheng, Xia Ming arrived at the entrance of a building. They ascended to the second floor, and Xia Ming observed the disarray within the building, frowning at the clutter that marred the environment. Is this how a new complex looks? It's rather untidy, he noted, glancing skeptically at the state of the hallway. Gao Cheng approached the door and knocked. Moments later, a man with short hair and dark skin, clad in jeans and a black shirt, appeared. He looked to be in his 30s and frowned upon seeing them. What do you want? He asked. From his tone, Xia Ming surmised this man was the agent Gao Cheng had mentioned. I am here to discuss the apartment. When will you be moving out? Gao Cheng asked. Didn't I tell you? Before the 5th, the man replied, his tone brash and arrogant. His demeanor incited a desire to confront him. Prior to payment, agents would be courteous, but once they received their money, they would act as if they were in charge. This was a common issue with many agents nowadays. They lacked integrity. Thus, caution was essential, especially when negotiating terms for moving in. Everything should be in writing, and one must be diligent in reviewing the terms to avoid unfortunate consequences. There exists another purpose behind the intermediary's actions. They are intent on inciting your frustration. Therefore, during the search for an agent, it is imperative to inquire beforehand about the minimum rental duration, the monthly rent, the required deposit, and any service fees. Otherwise, you risk being driven to despair by the intermediary's tactics. Should you choose to leave, the forfeiture of your deposit becomes inevitable, as they will not return it. Their objective is to provoke your anger to the extent that you abandon your deposit, allowing them to re-rent the property within a month and thus pocket an additional month's rent. In this realm, all intermediaries are not of equal integrity. Some are quite unscrupulous. There do exist a few commendable agents, albeit they are rare. After all, everyone is in this business to earn. Last month, you mentioned the 2nd as a move-in date, yet now it's been postponed by 2 or 3 days. Do you possess any semblance of credibility? Is this how you operate your agency? Gao Cheng, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed. Being new to this environment, Gao Cheng had a tendency to trust others, which rendered him vulnerable to exploitation. What's your complaint? The agent retorted impatiently. The agreement clearly states that the contract must be signed before the 5th. If you are unwilling to proceed, you may leave. This agent, Wang Jinshin, was dismissive. Once the money is in their possession, returning it is out of the question. And their aim is precisely this, to drive away clients while keeping their funds. In these times, clients are plentiful. Gao Cheng was seething with rage, wishing to confront the agent physically. Such behavior was intolerable. At this moment, a hand landed on Gao Cheng's shoulder. He looked up to see Xia Ming, who offered him a reassuring glance, signaling that he would handle the situation. Wang Jinshin's arrogance was infuriating, and even Xia Ming felt a surge of anger witnessing his friend being mistreated. With a cold demeanor, Xia Ming fixed his gaze on Wang Jinshin and said, You stated the 2nd as a move-in date. Is that correct? Indeed, it is, Wang Jinshin replied, his expression cooling slightly. His intention was to intimidate these individuals into abandoning their rental plans, thereby securing an easy month's rent for himself, given that it was peak rental season. Coinciding with many graduates seeking housing, the market was tight, and these students were often proud, unable to tolerate minor grievances, making rash decisions more likely. Why don't you move in then? Don't tell me you can't find a place. You an agent. It's impossible for you to be unable to locate a rental. Don't let your words be meaningless, Xia Ming asserted, his tone unapologetic. Who are you to question me? I can move or not move as I please. If you don't want to stay, then leave. Our agreement is in writing. I am in the right even if this escalates to legal action. Wang Jinshin sneered, confident in his position. Xia Ming's expression hardened. Gao Cheng, glancing at him, murmured, Maybe we should just let it go. After all, he must vacate tomorrow. Absolutely not, he must be held accountable for his words. Since he claimed the 2nd as the move-in date, he must adhere to it. Delaying for 2 or 3 days is unacceptable, Xia Ming replied, his indignation mounting against this bully. Call the police, Xia Ming ordered. Call the police? Gao Cheng hesitated, reluctant to escalate matters, as he still needed to secure housing. However, seeing Xia Ming's determination, he nodded. He retrieved his phone and prepared to make the call. Young man, I advise you to reconsider. Even if the police arrive, in light of our written agreement, they will not be able to intervene, Wang Jinshin warned, his gaze menacing. Xia Ming, incensed by Wang Jinshin's arrogance, shouted, Call the police. Gao Cheng, fueled by pent-up frustration, called. Hello, my name is Gao Cheng. We have a situation requiring your assistance. He explained the circumstances. Wang Jianxin's face morphed through shades of anger and disbelief. This was a first for him. Usually, individuals would back down to avoid confrontation, but this time, someone had actually contacted the authorities. That I suggest you be cautious moving forward, Wang Jianxin threatened, aware of his connections in the city. And what if you threaten us? Xia Ming retorted, his anger palpable. What is it to you? I will threaten you if I wish. Even if you secure this apartment today, I will ensure you cannot rest easy, Wang Jianxin replied with a chilling disdain. Gao Cheng, unable to contain himself any longer, reacted. During his university years, he was not one to be trifled with, and now facing such blatant bullying was intolerable. He swung a fist toward Wang Jianxin, who remained unperturbed, retaliating with a swift kick that caught Gao Cheng off guard, sending him doubling over in pain. Hai Cheng, Xia Ming's expression shifted, concern evident. Shenyuan, equally enraged, urged, brother-in-law, teach him a lesson. This villain is insufferable. Without waiting for further encouragement, Xia Ming stepped forward. Having mastered Taijiquan to an expert level, he was formidable. Wang Jianxin, perceiving Xia Ming as just another student, underestimated him, but as he charged at Xia Ming, a hand suddenly grasped Wang Jianxin's arm. In disbelief, Wang Jianxin attempted to pull away, but Xia Ming's grip was like iron. With a swift motion, Xia Ming delivered a powerful kick to Wang Jianxin's abdomen, sending him crashing into a nearby table. Shattering it upon impact, Wang Jianxin's pained cry echoed, shocking onlookers. Xia Ming entered the room, noting the sparse furnishings, clearly a result of Wang Jianxin's cost-cutting measures. Now, pack your belongings and leave, Xia Ming commanded coldly. That's impossible. We have a written agreement, Wang Jianxin protested, panic creeping into his voice. Wang Jianxin was filled with a mixture of fear and anger. He dreaded the thought of Xia Ming retaliating against him. However, he also felt justified in his indignation, especially since both of them had just reported the incident to the police. But if he could hold out until the authorities arrived, there was little Xia Ming could do to him. And ultimately, they would have to vacate the premises by the following day. While he was not at fault as an agent, being assaulted today was infuriating. In a moment of quiet resolve, he vowed to teach those two a harsh lesson once they had departed. Wang Jianxin attempted to intimidate Xia Ming further, but he suddenly realized that Xia Ming was still the same person. It was as if he had transformed into someone else entirely, instead of displaying any hint of fear in response to Wang Jianxin's threats. Xia Ming met his gaze with an inscrutable depth that sent a chill down Wang Jianxin's spine, as if icy tendrils crept from his feet to the crown of his head. In that moment, Xia Ming appeared to him as a formidable figure, a merciless specter towering over him. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air, and Wang Jianxin's expression brightened with hope. The police had arrived, and I'll tell you, you've trespassed into a private residence and committed assault. I will sue you, he exclaimed with a triumphant smile, realizing that he was now safe. Moments later, a rather portly officer huffed into the scene, his demeanor grim. It was a scorching day, and he had been enjoying a leisurely drink when he received the call, which infuriated him. Who on earth could be so foolish as to call the police on such a hot day? This thought only fueled his anger. As he ascended the stairs, he began to question in a brusque tone. Who called the police? Noticing Xia Ming only after reaching the top of the stairs. The officer's expression changed dramatically. To Mr. Xia, he stammered, a jolt of realization hitting him. Could it be that Mr. Xia was the one who had reported the incident? The officer felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, Xia Ming was on close terms with his superior, Director Wang. Wang understood well the weight of Xia Ming's connections, and he feared the consequences of provoking him. Mr. Xia, what seems to be the issue? We are here to assist you, he said, hastily trying to appease him. The sudden shift in demeanor left everyone present, including Wang Jianxin and Gao Cheng, utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Suppressing his own confusion, Gao Cheng remained silent as Xia Ming turned to the officer, politely addressing him. Captain Wang, I apologize for the trouble. It seems I must trouble you once again. Of course, Mr. Xia, the officer replied, startled by the respectful tone Xia Ming employed. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. If word of this reached Director Wang, his career would be in jeopardy. Please, let us know how we can assist you. Xia Ming then recounted the events that had transpired. Captain Wang's face flushed with anger upon hearing the account. Someone apprehend this unethical agent, he commanded. Immediately, several officers rushed toward Wang Jianxin, who was now both shocked and furious. What do you think you're doing? I'm an agent, and you cannot arrest me. It is these two who trespassed, he shouted. Enough of your protests. Take him away, Captain Wang barked, silencing Wang Jianxin's outcries. The officer regarded Wang Jianxin with disdain. After all, He was merely an agent, lacking any substantial power. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Xia Ming, a man whose connections were formidable even among the ranks of the police. That I refuse to accept this. I won't allow it, Wang Jinshin yelled. Struggling against the officers, let him go for now, Xia Ming interjected, raising his hand. Captain Wang complied, and Xia Ming then turned to Wang Jinshin, asking, "Are you moving out or not?" Wang Jinshin, realizing the gravity of his situation, was enraged yet knew he had little choice left. "Fine, I will move," he gritted through clenched teeth. "Excellent," Xia Ming replied with a slight smile, relieved that Captain Wang had shown him such respect. "Would you like my men to assist with moving your belongings?" Captain Wang suggested, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Xia Ming. "That would expedite matters," Xia Ming agreed. "All right, men, assist our brother here with his belongings," Captain Wang commanded, and several officers promptly entered Wang Jinshin's residence to remove his possessions. Leaving the living room in disarray, Wang Jinshin's face turned pale with fury as he realized the extent of his humiliation. "You will regret this. Once you leave, I will have people deal with you," he threatened. Though he was merely a minor player in this game, familiar only with some local ruffians, he intended to retaliate against the two once they were gone. "Thank you, Captain Wang. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out," Xia Ming said. Pleased after resolving Gao Cheng's predicament, Captain Wang felt a swell of happiness at having assisted Xia Ming, recognizing that he had now acquired a favor from someone influential. "Of course, Mr. Xiad, it is my duty. Do not hesitate to call me if there is anything I can assist with," Captain Wang assured him. "Very well," Xia Ming nodded. He then turned to Gao Cheng, suggesting, "Let us step out for a meal." "Yes, of course," Gao Cheng responded, still reeling from the shock of the events that had unfolded as they exited the complex. Shenyuan looked at Xia Ming with stars in her eyes, admiration shining in her gaze. "Brother-in-law, you were incredible. Even Captain Wang is completely subservient to you. How did you manage that?" she asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Xia Ming, taken aback by her insight, pondered how she knew Captain Wang's true identity. "Let us not dwell on that. What would you like to eat?" "It's on me," he offered, shifting the focus of the conversation. Upon uttering those three words, Xia Ming's face turned pale. That oh no. How could he possibly afford to treat anyone to a meal? Chapter 93. Xia Ming's first love. Let us forget about it. "Allow me to treat you to dinner. Today's matter owes much to you. Without your assistance, I wouldn't know how to resolve my situation." Gao Cheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Xia Ming. If it weren't for Xia Ming, he would have likely faced a longer wait and incurred additional expenses. To be honest, he harbored a deep resentment towards the agency, which had failed to uphold its promises, infuriating him. Before long, the group arrived at a modest restaurant. Although it was not large, the dishes offered were authentic and delectable, given that they were not wealthy heirs. They could not afford to dine in a high-end establishment. After ordering several dishes, Chen Yuhan remarked, "The food tastes terrible, brother-in-law. It's not as delicious as your cooking." Perhaps Xia Ming's culinary skills had spoiled her palate, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Despite the small restaurant's decent offerings, it could not compare to his own cooking. "All right, Yuhan, let us make do with this place," Xia Ming suggested. "Brother-in-law, I can't eat this. How about you cook something for me when we get home?" Chen Yuhan said with her bright, sparkling eyes. "All right, I'll cook for you later," Xia Ming replied thoughtfully. "How about this? You go have some fun, and we'll head home after we finish eating." "Great," Chen Yuhan exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. "I'll go check out that shop over there. I saw some lovely clothes that I want to try on. I'll buy something to show you when I'm done." With that, Chen Yuhan happily left, while Xia Ming could only smile wryly. Realizing the predicament he was in, he sensed that the girl harbored some affection for him, likely due to the incident when he saved her. However, he dared not act on it, for Lin Wanging would be the first to admonish him. Once Chen Yuhan had departed, Gao Cheng could no longer hold back his curiosity. "Xia Ming, weren't you doing well with Gu Xiaoyao before? What happened that led to your breakup? Is it because of Yi Wei?" The mention of Gu Xiaoyao brought back memories from Xia Ming's university days. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, radiating a certain charm, and was considered the belle of their class. Their relationship blossomed during their time together, and they enjoyed a 2-year romance. However, all of that crumbled in an instant upon their graduation. Xia Ming could never forget that moment. It was during the graduation gala, a night when the entire school gathered to celebrate. Unfortunately, that evening turned into a nightmare for him, as he became the center of attention at Jiangzhou University for all the wrong reasons. After months of grappling with the aftermath, Gao Cheng's mention of Gu Xiaoyao pulled him back into deep contemplation. That night, talented students showcased their performances on stage, and the final act was a dance by Gu Xiaoyao. She had promised Xia Ming that he would join her for a duet. Enthralled by her, he readily agreed. However, To his shock, when he stepped onto the stage, he found He Wei standing beside Gu Xiaoya. In that moment, they appeared as the perfect couple, capturing everyone's admiration and envy. Xia Ming stood frozen, grappling with disbelief. Why? He stared at the two on stage, unable to comprehend how Gu Xiaoya, his girlfriend, had chosen He Wei instead of him. He Wei was also a student at Jiangzhou University, but unlike Xia Ming, who struggled financially, He Wei was a quintessential rich kid, handsome and well-liked. He had once pursued Gu Xiaoya, but after she chose Xia Ming, he had vanished from the scene, only to reappear at this crucial moment. Xia Ming's face turned ashen with fury. He felt utterly betrayed by a woman he had trusted as he watched the enthusiastic crowd below. His heart sank further as he observed the intimacy between the two on stage. Confusion flooded his mind, but what happened next nearly caused him to faint. After their performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Celebrating the enchanting couple, ladies and gentlemen, He Wei began, his charming smile revealing dimples as he gazed at Gu Xiaoya. Today is the happiest yet most painful day for me, as it marks the end of our 4-year journey together. He paused, and the audience grew silent, puzzled by his words. That in these years, I've met many friends and brothers, and I cherish those memories. However, what brings me the greatest joy is that I found my other half. At this moment, Xia Ming's heart raced as he fixated on Gu Xiaoya, her enchanting features illuminated by the stage lights. She looked ethereal, like a modern-day Snow White. Chapter 94. Humiliation. Her fair cheeks blushed slightly, and her expression of embarrassment and anger captivated everyone present. Indeed, she was Gu Xiaoya, his goddess. He Wei continued, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a part of my life. Today, as we graduate and part ways, there is something I must confess, or I fear I will remain burdened by it." All eyes were on He Wei and Gu Xiaoya, murmurs spreading through the crowd. Was this a proposal? Where was Xia Ming? His girlfriend was about to be proposed to by another man. He Wei then knelt, producing a sparkling ring from his pocket, its brilliance dazzling under the lights. The audience gasped in astonishment. "Xiaoya, I've kept this ring since my sophomore year, waiting for the right moment to present it to you. Today, in front of all our teachers and classmates, I want to say, my dear, I love you. Will you marry me?" A wave of gasps echoed throughout the crowd, eyes filled with envy and awe. Unbelievably, it was indeed a proposal. This scene is truly breathtaking. I must capture it and share it online. I am filled with envy. How wonderful it would be if someone were to propose to me. Such a romantic notion. However, at this moment, someone remarked, "Why hasn't Xia Ming come out yet? His girlfriend is being proposed to. What could he possibly be doing?" "Oh, you reminded me. Where is Xia Ming? What is he up to?" His girlfriend is about to be whisked away, and he remains so remarkably composed, which is quite peculiar. As this conversation unfolded, numerous gazes turned towards the back. But due to the crowd, spotting a single individual proved to be exceedingly challenging. Their eyes could not penetrate the sea of faces. Nevertheless, those near Xia Ming were able to catch sight of him. At that moment, Xia Ming's body trembled slightly, his eyes alight with fury directed at He Wei. His fists were clenched tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Gao Cheng suggested, "Should we go teach him a lesson?" "That won't be necessary. Gu Xiaoya would never agree to it," Xia Ming replied, a hint of a wry smile creeping onto his lips. However, Xia Ming was taken aback when Gu Xiaoya accepted the ring. Causing his heart to skip a beat, just as he was about to act, Gu Xiaoya spoke up, "Your ring is beautiful. I truly appreciate your affection, but I already have a boyfriend. I'm so sorry." With that, Gu Xiaoya pocketed the ring and added, "I will keep this as a token of gratitude, but I could never marry you." At this point, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Many glanced between Xia Ming and He Wei, shaking their heads in dismay. Yet, just as everyone believed the affair had concluded, it was far from over. After Gu Xiaoya descended from the stage, those who were meant to leave did so, and about an hour later, Gu Xiaoya sought out Xia Ming. They met on a quaint bridge at Jiangzhou University, where the night was exceptionally beautiful. The vast sky was adorned with stars, and the luminous moonlight draped the earth in a shroud of ethereal white, creating an air of mystery. Gu Xiaoya approached, and Xia Ming, his face brightened with a smile, greeted her. "Xiaoya, you've come." As he reached for her delicate hand, she gently pulled away. "Xiaoya." Gu Xiaoya looked at him, biting her lip, and as if resolute, she declared, "Xia Ming, let us break up." A deafening silence enveloped Xia Ming as those words echoed in his mind, rendering him stunned, as if struck by a thunderclap. His heart ached intensely, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles, leaving him breathless and overwhelmed with despair. "Why?" he stammered, his body trembling and his throat parched, as if he hadn't had a sip of water in years. "Because of me." In that instant, Without Xia Ming's realization, a figure clad in a sharp suit, He Wei, appeared beside Gu Xiaya. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Xiaya turned and smiled sweetly at He Wei, gliding effortlessly to his side. Leaning into his embrace, the unexpected sight drained the color from Xia Ming's face. His heart stung anew. "You too," Xia Ming's voice faltered, his expression resembling that of someone gravely ill. He Wei cast a mocking glance at Xia Ming and proclaimed, "Xia Ming, from now on, she will be my wife. That I suspect you're curious about the reason." Xia Ming glared at He Wei, speechless, his hands clenched to the point of drawing blood from his palms. Ignoring the pain, he absorbed He Wei's taunts. "The reason Gu Xiaya rejected me on stage was to gauge your reaction," He Wei continued, smirking, "that you're merely a poor country bumpkin, a nobody. How could you ever be worthy of Xiaya? Let me enlighten you. She has been with me for over a year." The revelation struck Xia Ming like a bolt from the blue. That a year she has been with him, that thought reverberated in his mind. Igniting both shock and fury, he turned to Gu Xiaya, his gaze intense enough to startle her. "Why?" He Wei's words rang true. Xia Ming realized that his lack of wealth was the crux of their divide. Indeed, he was a struggling student, earning a meager salary, living in constant fear of dismissal from his job. His parents, humble farmers, worked tirelessly, and Xia Ming held deep respect for their sacrifices. He understood that no matter how hard he toiled, affording a home in Jiangzhou seemed a distant dream. That He Wei's disdainful tone cut through Xia Ming's thoughts. "You cannot provide for her in Jiangzhou. Property prices hover at around 5 million. Can you manage that? Raising a child involves substantial expenses as well. Your parents earn barely a pittance from farming. You think you can compete with me?" At last, Xia Ming comprehended the nature of their rift. It stemmed from his financial inadequacies. "Why do you humiliate me?" he asked calmly, though his heart seethed with rage. "Do you feel humiliated?" He Wei sneered. "Let me assure you, I take pleasure in belittling you. A year ago, Xiaya shared my bed, and I've maintained that relationship ever since. I must thank you for nurturing such a wonderful partner for me." Xia Ming trembled with a mix of anger and disbelief. For years, he had believed in Gu Xiaya's affection, sacrificing his own comforts to please her. He recalled how he had saved for months to buy her a handbag, all for the sake of her smile. Yet, he was blindsided by the reality that she had been unfaithful to him all along. "Why did you deceive me?" he implored, struggling against the torrent of emotions. "I never intended to hurt you. You're a good person, and I believe there are better prospects for you ahead. Thus, we should part ways." Gu Xiaya replied, turning her back and leaving with He Wei, who wore a triumphant grin, a visage of mockery that Xia Ming would never forget. Xia Ming gazed at the departing figure of Gu Xiaya. Once she had left, he struck the railing by the bridge with a fierce punch, blood oozing from his hand. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain. Gradually, his gaze grew distant, and with a bitter smile, he supported his weary body as he departed from that place. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Gu Xiaya had deceived him, not only in matters of affection, but also in his honesty and love. Reflecting on it now, Xia Ming couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. He felt almost adorably foolish. In that moment, he seemed to have matured significantly. With a bittersweet smile, Xia Ming's figure gradually faded into the moonlit night. His silhouette elongated under the moonlight, exuding a profound sense of solitude and melancholy. From that beautiful evening onward, Xia Ming never saw Gu Xiaya or He Wei again. The past 2 months had been particularly distressing for him. But he knew he must gather himself, for his parents were still waiting for him. Thus, he buried his anger and emotions deep within his heart until he encountered Lin Wanging, which stirred his feelings once more. Chapter 96. A gathering? Perhaps, Xia Ming sighed softly. These past few months had been a tumultuous journey, filled with unspeakable hardships. Had it not been for the all-encompassing system he encountered, his life might not have changed. He could have remained a farmer for life. Nonetheless, he still identified as a farmer, not for any other reason than the respect he held for the farmers who had raised him. How could this be? Gao Cheng queried, disbelief etched on his face. Didn't Gu Xiaya reject He Wei at the party? How could she end up with him? Gao Cheng was well aware of what transpired that night, especially Gu Xiaoya's refusal of He Wei. All this time, he had envied Xia Ming for having such a remarkable partner, yet no one anticipated the outcome following the gathering. They broke up, Xia Ming mused. After university, countless couples parted ways. Perhaps Xia Ming was merely a grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant. Yet, such a turn of events was undeniably perplexing. Let us not dwell on the past, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Gao Cheng, noticing Xia Ming's demeanor, sensed that there was more to the story. That he speculated that He Wei's wealth might have played a role, as he understood the nature of girls all too well. However, Xia Ming was unwilling to divulge any further details, and Gao Cheng respected his friend's privacy. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Cheng spoke up. Xia Ming, it's been a few months since our graduation. Wang De, our class monitor, has organized a gathering. Will you be attending? Wang Tao is hosting a gathering, Xia Ming replied, slightly taken aback. Given that Wang Tao was the class monitor, it was natural for him to organize such events. He hadn't expected that just a few months had passed, and Wang Tao was already hosting the first gathering, which left Xia Ming feeling puzzled. What? You didn't know? Gao Qing exclaimed in surprise. Xia Ming shook his head, indicating his ignorance. It's strange that Wang Tao didn't inform you. Gao Qing pondered aloud. Let us not worry about it now. We can address it later, Xia Ming said. Dismissing the matter, for him, the gathering held little significance. University life often led individuals to pursue their separate paths post-graduation. Everyone lived their own lives. Wang Tao organizing a gathering so soon was unexpected for Xia Ming. Had he not broken up with Gu Xiaya, he might have considered attending, but the events of that day had turned him into a figure of ridicule. Originally, you should have been Gu Xiaya's dance partner. Only to have He Wei take that place, a fact that countless people would remember. Furthermore, if word got out about his breakup with Gu Xiaya, he would undoubtedly become the subject of mockery. Besides Gao Cheng, he had no close friends left in university. Thus, attending the gathering seemed pointless, likely leading to self-inflicted misery. Let us eat first, Xia Ming declared, diving into the meal before him. Gao Cheng observed him thoughtfully. Being Xia Ming's good friend, he understood him well. Although Xia Ming appeared unfazed on the surface, Gao Cheng knew that he was suffering internally. Respecting Xia Ming's feelings, Gao Cheng refrained from inquiring further about Gu Xiaya. The meal was authentic and generously portioned, yet it could hardly satisfy Xia Ming's insatiable appetite. As he devoured the food, Gao Cheng was left in awe, and before long, he was startled into hiccups. Upon hearing the sound, Xia Ming looked up in confusion. Gao Cheng, why are you hiccuping? Are you eating? Gao Cheng thought to himself, I would like to eat, but seeing my brother devour everything, how can I possibly have an appetite? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, astonished by Xia Ming's enormous appetite. Soon, realizing that if he didn't join in, Xia Ming would finish everything, Gao Cheng decided to partake in the feast. Half an hour later, after both had eaten their fill, it was time to settle the bill. Xia Ming attempted to pay, but Gao Cheng insisted on covering the cost. Ultimately, Gao Cheng paid, and the two friends exited the restaurant. Gao Cheng, if that agent bothers you again, just call me, and I'll handle it, Xia Ming offered. Sure, if anything comes up, I'll definitely call you, Gao Cheng nodded. Their bond was genuine, devoid of pretense. All right, I'll take my leave then. Xia Ming said goodbye. As they parted ways outside the small noodle shop, Xia Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Shenyuan's number. The call connected swiftly, and a cheerful voice greeted him. Brother-in-law, do you miss me? You recalling so soon? Xia Ming couldn't help but tease. It's been nearly an hour. I was wondering where you had gone to have fun. Then he asked, Yuhan, where are you? I've finished eating and am on my way to find you. I am shopping for clothes. Shenyuan's delicate voice chimed from the other end, sending a shiver down Xia Ming's spine. At such a young age, her voice was already so charming. He could only imagine how captivating she would be as she matured. Where are you shopping? Just down the street. Why don't you take a cab to find me? Take a cab, Xia Ming replied, feeling exasperated. Just give me the address, and I'll come pick you up. He preferred to avoid the expense of a taxi, especially as he was currently low on funds. All right. Shenyuan provided the address, leaving Xia Ming momentarily stunned before he decided to take a taxi. Good grief, she's really gone far. 20 kilometers away. Even Xia Ming found it hard to complain. How could someone travel such a distance in such a short time? What on earth had she been up to? Though he had hoped to avoid the taxi fare, covering 20 kilometers would cost him a small fortune, nearly half of a meal ticket, which pained him greatly. I'm truly broke that I need to find a way to make some money. Xia Ming lamented, realizing he only had 2,000 yuan left. The house he lived in still belonged to his wife, and he felt as though he were turning into a kept man. Chapter 97. Shopping can bring surprises. Xia Ming hailed a taxi, spending nearly 50 yuan on the ride, which only added to his frustration. That amount could have easily covered a meal. However, he had no choice. He certainly couldn't walk 20 kilometers in the scorching heat. Upon arriving at his destination, he followed the sounds of laughter to find Shenyuan, who was busy trying on clothes as soon as she spotted him. She waved enthusiastically, calling out, Brother-in-law, I'm over here. Hearing her voice, Xia Ming turned in her direction and smiled as he approached her. Yuhan, how did you end up here? He asked, unable to hide his surprise. He had only suggested she go out for a bit of fun, never expecting her to venture 20 kilometers away. Of course, I'm here to buy clothes. Just wait for me here while I change, she said, wrapping her arms around his and playfully nudging him to. It was summer, and their attire was light, allowing Xia Ming to feel her softness against him, igniting a flame of desire within him. All right, go ahead and change. Xia Ming quickly withdrew his hand, perplexed. Before acquiring the system, he found that very few girls were inclined to approach him. However, after obtaining it, he inexplicably noticed several girls gravitating toward him. Strangely enough, each of these girls was strikingly beautiful, far surpassing even his former girlfriend in allure. Shenyuan hopped away cheerfully, leaving Xia Ming to meander about. He glanced at the array of garments surrounding him, which dazzled his senses. It must be said, the sheer quantity of attire here was extraordinary, and the fashion was undeniably exquisite and visually pleasing. However, upon seeing the prices, Xia Ming shuddered in disbelief. Goodness, how exorbitant. The prices of these clothes nearly left him in shock. He had thought that spending 2,000 yuan would procure him a decent outfit of high quality, but here he realized just how insignificant that sum was. The garments were astonishingly pricey. For instance, there was a white dress nearby, priced at 30,000 yuan. Was it made of gold? He couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. 30,000 for a few scraps of fabric. What kind of extravagant individual would even consider purchasing such a thing? Xia Ming sighed in exasperation, calling it ridiculous, just as he lamented the exorbitant prices. A woman overheard him and reacted with disdain, muttering a remark. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be insulted as a country bumpkin. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Turning around, he laid eyes on the woman, and couldn't help but feel compelled to critique her appearance. She was heavily made up, her eye bags seemingly painted on, rendering her quite unappealing. The thick foundation obscured any trace of vitality, leaving Xia Ming speechless. What astonished him even more was her physique, which was far from flattering. The woman had the audacity to wear a cheongsam, a garment typically donned by those who possess confidence in their figures. Generally, only tall, slender women with near-perfect physiques dare to wear such attire. Yet, here she was, flaunting her thick legs, leaving Xia Ming bewildered, their essay saying, "It's not your fault if you're unattractive. But it is your fault if you scare people with your appearance. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Wang Ling sneered. Observing Xia Ming's attire, she quickly deduced his social standing. Clad in clothes that likely cost no more than 200 yuan, she deemed him a mere country bumpkin, a rustic. This perception only solidified her disdain for him, further fueling her arrogance. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Xia Ming frowned that he could tolerate her initial insult, being that she was a woman, but her subsequent taunts infuriated him. "Oh, what if I insulted you? You are indeed as dull as you seem. People like you should not even dare to shop here. One piece of clothing here could cost you a year's salary." Wang Ling was displeased with Xia Ming's retort. Her character was inherently one that looked down upon the less fortunate. A clear example of a person who despises poverty while adoring wealth. Such individuals are regrettably common in society nowadays. Xia Ming felt frustrated, wondering how he had encountered such a troublesome person. He found no merit in debating with someone as unreasonable as her. It would only diminish his own worth. Thus, he cast a casual glance at Wang Ling before making his way toward a nearby seat. Yet, Wang Ling was incensed by the apparent disregard in his gaze. "Hey, you, stop right there." Wang Ling placed her hands on her hips, glaring down at Xia Ming. Fuming, "Country bumpkin, apologize to me." Xia Ming turned around, eyes wide in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Apologize? He was taken aback by her audacity. How could she expect him to apologize after she insulted him? Surely, she must have lost her mind. "Quit staring and apologize to me. If you don't, you won't be leaving this place today," Wang Ling declared, her tone dripping with entitlement. Xia Ming was utterly bewildered. Out shopping for clothes, he never anticipated encountering such a character. Perhaps their raised voices attracted the attention of the staff, as a young woman approached with a friendly demeanor. "Excuse me, may I inquire what the issue is?" she asked with a smile. "That I demand this man apologize to me," Wang Ling declared, pointing at Xia Ming. "Apologize?" The young woman blinked in confusion. "May I ask what transpired?" Recognizing Wang Ling as a regular customer, the employee was reluctant to offend her, understanding that those who could afford to shop here were either wealthy or well-connected. "What's the matter? This man dared to look at me and mocked me, so he must apologize. Otherwise, I will have your manager come out to rectify this," Wang Ling asserted angrily, pointing at Xia Ming. The young woman, unsure how to navigate the situation, hesitated, knowing both parties were customers. "I'm truly sorry that I will fetch our manager." Once the employee left, Xia Ming couldn't help but mutter, "Are you out of your mind? Do you have nothing better to do?" He was filled with anger. What a ludicrous situation. He had merely glanced at her, and she had come out swinging insults. "Who do you think you are to insult me?" Wang Ling demanded, Her eyes wide with fury. I don't care who you are, Xia Ming replied coldly. Just get lost. Had she not been a woman, he might have lost his temper altogether. Such a person was undeniably a rare breed of absurdity. Do you dare insult me? Do you have any idea who I am? Wang Ling spat. The tension escalated, and with a resounding slap, the sound echoed throughout the hall. Wang Ling stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. A clear handprint now visible on her cheek. How dare you hit me? How dare you? She exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Realizing the sting of her slap, Wang Ling was nearly apoplectic with rage. You scoundrel. I want to let this go. She reached for her phone, but Xia Ming's icy gaze halted her at that moment. The manager descended from upstairs, quickly assessing the situation. I am the manager here. Can you tell me what has transpired? He was already aware of the unfolding drama, but felt it necessary to inquire formally. Are you truly the manager here? Wang Ling glared at the manager and exclaimed with indignation. You're just in time. This man had the audacity to strike me while I was here to shop. You must provide an explanation, or else I will not hesitate to take further action. Her icy gaze fixed upon the manager. Her anger palpable. Striking someone, the manager was taken aback, unable to fathom that such an incident could occur in his establishment. The repercussions of this news would undoubtedly tarnish his store's reputation. As he glanced at the visible handprint on Wang Ling's face, he could not refrain from asking, Sir, may I inquire why you resorted to violence? His words were intolerable. He deserved it. Xia Ming replied coldly, showing no remorse. The man's offensive remarks, including derogatory insults towards Xia Ming's lineage, were unbearable. Xia Ming held deep respect for his parents, who had toiled tirelessly to raise him. Wang Ling's insults extended to his family, which he found unacceptable, while he claimed not to strike women. Such a woman who spoke so recklessly was an exception. The manager's expression shifted slightly, yet he concluded that Xia Ming appeared to be a mere impoverished student, likely to possess no more than 200 yuan. Sir, he continued, you have assaulted this lady, which constitutes a criminal offense. It would be wise to heed her wishes regarding how to resolve this matter. Self-inflict 10 slaps and then kneel to apologize. Wang Ling seethed, gritting her teeth as she glared at Xia Ming. Xia Ming's anger intensified upon hearing her demand. Just then, Shenyuan's voice cut through the tension. Brother-in-law, I've finished trying on my clothes. Do you think this outfit looks good? As she stepped out of the fitting room, her large eyes filled with curiosity, she approached, questioning. What is going on? I heard someone mention kneeling and slapping. Xia Ming briefly recounted the events. Once he finished, Shenyuan's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Wang Ling. Is what my brother-in-law said true? Wang Ling felt a chill as she met Shenyuan's unwavering stare. The girl seemed transformed, embodying an aura of fierce determination. You foul woman, you deserve a beating. With a sharp crack, another resounding slap echoed in the hall, leaving the room in stunned silence. Shenyuan had struck Wang Ling across the face, and Xia Ming stood in shock, realizing that she had morphed into a little demon. You wretched creature, how dare you show your face here, acting so arrogant? If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I shall no longer be called Shenyuan. She lunged at Wang Ling, unrelenting in her assault. How dare you hit me? This is unacceptable. Wang Ling, furious, retaliated against Shenyuan. The manager, now flustered, shouted, Stop, cease this at once. This was the first time he had witnessed such chaos in his store, and the potential damage to the expensive clothing was a pressing concern. Get out of my sight. Shenyuan spat at the manager before striking Wang Ling once more. Despite Wang Ling's attempts to retaliate, she found herself unable to land a blow on Shenyuan, who was surprisingly agile. Seeing the commotion escalate, Xia Ming rushed over to pull Shenyuan back. What are you doing? She is trying to defend your honor. Shenyuan protested, clearly upset. Xia Ming was nearly in tears. You're being too reckless. You're small but fierce. Look at her face. It's turning into a mess. Just then, the manager's phone rang, and upon answering, his demeanor changed abruptly. Yes, miss, I assure you we will handle it, he said, glancing nervously at Xia Ming. The mention of Miss piqued Xia Ming's curiosity. Who was this person that could so easily sway the manager? I'm sorry, sir, but the lady has instructed me not to disclose any details, the manager replied, visibly anxious. Hearing the lady made Xia Ming think of a fiery woman he had previously been involved with. Could it be her? However, his thoughts were interrupted as Shenyuan proceeded to pay for her clothes, shocking Xia Ming with the extravagant total of 600,000 yuan. Yuan, what does your family do? How do you have so much money? He asked incredulously as they exited the store. In our household, we do nothing but linger at home every day. Shenyuan lifted her head, gazing at Xia Ming with her tear-filled eyes. A stark contrast to the little devil she had been moments ago. Just a while ago, when she had been scolding Wang Ling, Xia Ming had observed her behaving like a little shrew. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she transformed into this pitiful figure, which prompted Xia Ming to silently critique the drastic change. Staying at home can earn money? How do you manage that? Do enlighten me. He remarked, his curiosity piqued at the prospect of such a delightful opportunity. Upon hearing this, Shenyuan's subsequent words nearly caused Xia Ming to choke. All right, let's head home, he conceded, unable to contain his bewilderment as he grasped Shenyuan's hand to return home swiftly. However, she halted him, saying, Wait, brother-in-law, I still need to grab a few things before we go home. What do you need to get? Xia Ming asked, momentarily dumbfounded, considering he already held several garments in his arms. What more could this little girl possibly have purchased? Shortly after, a vehicle approached, and upon seeing its contents, Xia Ming was utterly taken aback. What on earth did you buy all this? He exclaimed in disbelief, as he beheld an entire vehicle filled with bags. Just a short while ago, Shenyuan had spent 600,000 yuan on merely 6 or 7 items. How much could this entire truckload possibly cost? It's not too much, just a few million. Shenyuan giggled. Xia Ming fell silent, feeling the weight of the 2,000 yuan in his pocket, suddenly embarrassed by its insignificance. What truly left him speechless was the realization that while others purchased clothes by the piece, Shenyuan was doing so by the truckload. After some time, Xia Ming sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality of comparing oneself to others. What are you waiting for, brother-in-law? Let us take the car back, Shenyuan urged. All right, Taii. This moment, Xia Ming understood that due to Shenyuan's extravagant spending, she was afforded a dedicated vehicle for transportation. If he were in her shoes, he would undoubtedly do the same. Meanwhile, in a private club, a sharply dressed man swirled a glass of red wine before taking a sip. With a sudden burst of anger, he flung the glass to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. How dare you touch my woman? You little brat, I'll make sure you never touch a woman again. If Xia Ming were present, he would certainly recognize this man as Li Chengxian, the one pursuing his wife. Hey, how's the investigation going? Li Chengxian asked as he dialed a number. After the call connected, he inquired directly. What have you found out? The information is clear. Xia Ming, a recent university graduate from a rural background, possesses no significant connections, merely a poor student. He was selected by Lin Wanging during a recent job fair and is now a minor employee at Xinhua Group, came the reply from the other end. After hanging up, a glint of cold malice flashed in Li Chengxian's eyes. A penniless nobody dares to vie for my woman. I'll ensure you never have the opportunity again. With thoughts of vengeance swirling in his mind, he dialed another number. Hello, Brother Tao? I need a favor. Someone is trying to steal my woman, and I want you to teach him a lesson. Just make sure he can't touch a woman again. Sure, I'll send someone over shortly. Thanks for this. I'll treat you to a meal soon. Li Chengxian said before ending the call, plotting Xia Ming's downfall. Meanwhile, in a nearby residential area, a man was conversing with a young thug. Brother Huang, care for a smoke? He offered, producing a pack of cigarettes and lighting one for the thug, who inhaled with satisfaction. Xiao Wang, did you have something to discuss? You've never been this eager before, the thug remarked. Wang Jianxin, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, Not at all, Brother Huang. You've always been my idol, but I've encountered a minor issue. The thug, in a good mood, encouraged him to continue. Wang Jianxin produced 5,000 yuan and handed it over. Brother Huang, this is for you. The thug's eyes sparkled with greed as he accepted the money. Smirking, now, what's the issue? After sharing his predicament, the thug expressed his outrage. Don't worry, brother. It's not your fault. If he dares to cause trouble after signing a contract, I'll ensure he faces consequences. I've been to the police station countless times, and if he dares to report it, I'll have people block him daily. Hearing this assurance, Wang Jianxin's face lit up with relief. Thank you, Brother Huang. Just then, the thug's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he transformed, urgently answering, Is it Brother Tao? Yes, I'll be right there. What is going on? Wang Jianxin asked, bewildered. Come with me. We're going to meet Brother Tao. I'll also help you with your issue there. The thug was visibly excited. Brother Tao? Who is he? Wang Jianxin inquired. You should know, Brother Tao is someone I regard as an elder brother. Even I must show him respect. The thug warned, making Wang Jianxin quite anxious. Don't worry. I'll be on my best behavior, he assured nervously, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Xia Ming returned to the villa, feeling a bit off. He headed towards the restroom, which was ajar. Without a second thought, he walked in, only to be met with a piercing scream. Xia Ming, get out. Inside, Lin Wanging was startled, dressed in a pink dress with straps that left little to the imagination. And to Xia Ming's shock, she wasn't wearing any undergarments. She was applying a facial mask when she turned and spotted Xia Ming, causing him to freeze in disbelief. Xia Ming, you pervert, she yelled, hastily covering herself, trembling with anger. Wife, I saw nothing. I'll leave now. Xia Ming stammered, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and admiration at her beauty, which almost led him to linger longer had she not screamed. Once outside, he quickly closed the door, but Lin Wanging opened it moments later, her mask removed, fuming. Xia Ming, how could you enter the restroom without knocking? Ah? Xia Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. At that moment, the bathroom door had been ajar. Who would casually stroll by, see it open, and still need to knock? Nevertheless, Xia Ming dared not retort. Arguing with his wife was futile, no matter how justified he might be. It was a losing battle. From now on, you are not to enter the bathroom without my permission, Lin Wanging declared, her cheeks flushed with indignation. My dear, does one really need to seek permission for such a basic necessity? Xia Ming awkwardly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanging's face reddened further. She inwardly cursed. So, Xia Ming, you intend to make me look foolish, do you? This is infuriating. Lin Wanging was deeply vexed, yet Xia Ming felt even more exasperated. Was it truly necessary to ask for permission to use the bathroom? If it were the dead of night, with everyone asleep, and he suddenly found himself in urgent need, would he really have to ascend the stairs to ask Lin Wanging first? She might very well feel murderous at that point. Remember to knock next time. Lin Wanging sighed in resignation. Today had been quite a trial for Xia Ming. After a moment's thought, she added, Xia Ming, you shall prepare dinner tonight. Absolutely, Xia Ming replied, relieved to sense that Lin Wanging was no longer upset. He welcomed the opportunity to curry favor with her. After all, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. My dear, why do you have dark circles under your eyes again? Xia Ming noticed the shadows beneath Lin Wanging's gaze, which tugged at his heartstrings. Doi. Lin Wanging gasped, quickly rushing to the bathroom mirror to inspect her reflection. Upon seeing the dark circles, her spirits plummeted. My love, what troubles you so? Xia Ming could not help but ask. Nothing to be happy about, Lin Wanging thought to herself, then turned to Xia Ming with a frown. These dark circles appear every time I wake up, and there's no remedy for them. They ruin my appearance. So that's the matter, Xia Ming mused thoughtfully. By the way, Xia Ming, your medical skills are rather impressive. Aren't they? Could you help me with these dark circles? Lin Wanging's eyes sparkled at the thought. After all, Xia Ming was a renowned healer who had cured the ailments of Qin Tianxiang and Wang Haiyang. Surely, treating her dark circles would be child's play. Well, Xia Ming regarded Lin Wanging carefully, marking this as the first time he truly observed her. Her delicate brows quivered slightly, reminiscent of a helpless girl, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. Having just applied a facial mask, her complexion glowed with a radiant smoothness akin to jade. Dressed in a charming little dress, she resembled a sweet, delicate creature. A stark contrast to her usual authoritative persona as a CEO, ideas raced through Xia Ming's mind, and suddenly, a light bulb went off. I've got it. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a facial mask from his storage ring. How could he have forgotten? This mask was said to preserve youth if used continuously for a year. Here, my love, Xia Ming said with a smile, I just remembered I have a facial mask specifically for you. You should give it a try. It's bound to work wonders. Lin Wanging looked at the mask in disbelief, her skepticism evident. Is this really effective? Absolutely. It will work, Xia Ming assured her, confident that the system's creations were reliable. Despite her doubts regarding the mask's authenticity, Lin Wanging decided to trust Xia Ming's expertise, given his medical prowess. All right, dear, you apply the mask first and I'll head out to buy some groceries. When I return, I shall prepare a feast for you. Go ahead, Lin Wanging replied, still skeptical but beginning to apply the mask. Xia Ming then stepped outside, careful not to disturb Shenyuan, who was upstairs trying on clothes. As Xia Ming made his way to the market, he realized the distance was quite considerable. With insufficient funds, he opted to walk. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host mission. Identify the mastermind and deliver a stern reprimand. Reward, 300 honor points. Stunned, Xia Ming paused. Mastermind? What does that mean? This task seems utterly vague. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, System, what is the meaning of this task? It sounds rather ambiguous, lacking any clues. The host must explore independently. This system provides no hints. Should the host refuse, the task will be deemed a failure, resulting in severe penalties. No humane treatment for 1 year. Ugh, Xia Ming muttered in frustration that a year without humane treatment was excessively harsh. However, he decided not to dwell on it further. He needed to focus on reaching the market. As he navigated the winding paths, he encountered a group of individuals standing nearby, one of whom was the yellow-haired thug. Accompanied by Wang Jinxian. Wang Jinxin recognized Xia Ming instantly, recalling the beating he had received at yellow-haired brother. That's the bastard who assaulted me. You must avenge me. The yellow-haired thug squinted at the approaching figure of Xia Ming. But due to his nearsightedness, he failed to recognize him. Brothers, he is here. Let us go. Whoever breaks this guy's legs, I'll treat everyone to a meal. All right. The group of over a dozen men rallied in response, charging towards Xia Ming. Upon seeing Xia Ming, the yellow-haired thug was momentarily taken aback. Ha, kid. This time I finally caught you. You thought you could get away with hitting me. Today, you'll learn that some people aren't to be trifled with. Wang Jinshin eagerly stepped forward, his excitement palpable, eyes glinting with malice. It's him. He is the one who hit me. You must help me get revenge. Wait. Why are you sweating? Yellow-haired brother. What's wrong? Wang Jinshin noticed the sudden change in his companion's demeanor, who was now pale and trembling. With a swift motion, the yellow-haired thug slapped Wang Jinshin across the face, stunning him. You've got it wrong. You should be targeting him. I'm targeting you, you fool. The yellow-haired thug spat, delivering a kick that sent Wang Jinshin sprawling, filled with panic. You paid me to fight him, not to beat me. How dare you? The yellow-haired thug continued to unleash a flurry of kicks, leaving Wang Jinshin screaming in agony, while the onlookers murmured in confusion. What is going on? Why is yellow-haired brother attacking Wang Jinshin? Shouldn't we deal with this little brat before us? Indeed, how could Brother Huang mistakenly target the wrong person? Could it be that he misidentified someone? Nonsense. The person is right in front of us. Brother Huang wouldn't make such a mistake. He has his reasons for acting this way, and we should follow his lead. Whatever Brother Huang instructs us to do, we shall comply. Damn it, you scoundrel, trying to set me up. Are you tired of living? Brother Huang is furious, for the individual before them is none other than Brother Xia Ming. Who would dare provoke Brother Xia? That would be tantamount to courting death. He still recalls the first time he encountered Xia Ming, when he was nearly beaten to a pulp, even during their second meeting. He had invited Brother Dao, who was notorious for his fighting prowess in Jiangzhou and has taken several lives. Yet, upon meeting Xia Ming, even Brother Dao respectfully addresses him as brother. Is this scoundrel someone I can afford to provoke? Why didn't he mention that the person he was to deal with was Xia Ming? This is clearly setting me up for disaster. If Brother Dao were to find out, I might as well prepare to be thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Xiao Huangmao. He wasn't here to seek revenge for Wang Jinshin, but rather to execute Brother Dao's orders to settle a score for someone else. Could it be As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Huangmao broke into a cold sweat. So, you were sent here to deal with me. Xia Ming glanced at Wang Jinshin and then at Xiao Huangmao. Finally coming to a realization, how could this be, Brother Xia? I truly didn't know it was you. Please forgive my ignorance. Upon hearing this, Wang Nao was taken aback and immediately wore a face of despair as he looked at Xia Ming. Unable to contain his plea, this scene left those behind Xiao Huangmao bewildered. What is happening? Why is Brother Huang so submissive to an outsider? Who is this person? Indeed, why have I never encountered this individual on the streets? Is Brother Huang being threatened? He must be. What should we do now? Shall we kill him? How dare he bully Brother Huang? He must be seeking his own demise. In an instant, several individuals brandishing knives and steel pipes rushed towards Xia Ming, shouting furiously, "Damn it, let's kill this brat for daring to threaten Brother Huang." Xia Ming, witnessing the onrush of armed individuals, exclaimed, "What the hell, they really mean to attack." He swiftly employed Tai Chi to counter them, while Huang Mao stood frozen in fear. Damn it all. At this moment, Xiao Huang Mao was nearly driven mad. He bellowed, "Everyone, stop." His voice commanded attention, halting the chaos at once. However, Xia Ming, unable to withdraw in time, inadvertently sent one person flying. "Brother Huang, this brat dares to threaten you. We should kill him. You need not fear." "Yes, Brother Huang. What do we have to fear?" The crowd encouraged Xiao Huangmao, who, upon hearing this, felt on the verge of tears. How could his own men dare to attack Xia Ming? If Brother Dao learned of this, he would surely be furious. Xiao Huangmao felt a deep sense of impending doom. Before him stood Brother Xia, a figure so formidable that even Brother Dao regarded him with reverence. How could they even think of attacking him? If only there were a way to buy regret, he would purchase 1,000 pills. Xiao Huangmao shouted in fury, "Do you even know who he is? He is Brother Xia, a man of such stature that even Brother Dao must address him as brother. Are you all seeking death?" With that, Xiao Huangmao kicked one of his companions, sending him tumbling to the ground. What? The crowd was instantly stunned by Xiao Huangmao's introduction at a person whom even Brother Dao must call brother. Who is Brother Dao? Even in Jiangzhou, he is a significant figure, and they all dream of being his direct subordinate. To think they were about to attack someone of such caliber sent chills down their spines, and beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Why are you all still standing there? Apologize to Brother Xia at once. Do you want me to kill you? Xiao Huangmao was nearly driven mad. Good heavens, what have these fools done? They were about to attack Brother Xia. claiming they were avenging me. They were not helping at all. They were playing with fire. Xiao Huangmao was both astonished and enraged. Fearing that such actions would provoke Xia Ming and lead to their demise, he understood Xia Ming's capabilities all too well. If Xia Ming sought out Brother Dao, there would be no mercy. Listening to their pleas, the crowd immediately knelt down, begging, "Brother Xia, we are sorry. It was our mistake, all our fault. Please forgive us. We did not know it was you. We beg you, spare us." As these several individuals knelt before Xia Ming, they pleaded incessantly, fearing for their lives. Even Xiao Huangmao joined in, terrified that Xia Ming might dispose of them. Meanwhile, Wang Jianxin, who had been beaten senseless, was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Brother Huang's group was kneeling before Xia Ming. Pleading for mercy, Wang Jianxin felt his heart drop, panic surging within him. Who exactly is this Xia Ming? How could even Brother Huang be brought to his knees? Xiao Huangmao, though somewhat notorious in the underworld, knew that if trouble arose, Brother Huang would not hesitate to betray him. He was merely a small intermediary, and facing someone of Xia Ming's caliber left him utterly terrified. Now, Xiao Huangmao was overwhelmed with regret for seeking revenge against Xia Ming. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also found himself in danger. Who sent you? Xia Ming suddenly recalled the system task. Could it be that this task was linked to Xiao Huangmao? Brother Xia, we truly did not come here of our own volition. If we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare. Someone instructed us to teach you a lesson, but we genuinely don't know who it was. Xiao Huangmao hurriedly explained. Really don't know. Suddenly, Xiao Huangmao noticed Wang Jianxin nearby and continued. Oh, this scoundrel mentioned wanting to teach someone a lesson, and we rushed over. We were actually waiting for another person. As instructed by our boss. Your boss is Brother Dao? Xia Ming inquired sharply. Yes. Brother Dao told us to wait for someone and punish them severely. Then we were left in the dark about everything else. As for Wang Jianxin, I took some money from him to help solve a few issues. Brother Xia, had I known it was you, I would never have dared to act. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Huangmao repeatedly bowed his head, pleading for mercy. Brother Dao? So it was Brother Dao who sent you? Xia Ming asked in surprise. Xiao Huangmao was horrified. He had inadvertently revealed Brother Dao's involvement. What if Brother Dao found out? How would he face him then? Adada. Xiao Huangmao stammered. Unable to articulate a coherent thought. He realized he was caught between two powerful figures. One was Brother Dao, and the other was a person of immense stature who even commanded respect from Brother Dao. Tell me where Brother Dao is now, Xia Ming demanded suddenly. Brother Xia, please spare me. I truly cannot say. If Brother Dao finds out I betrayed him, I will be finished. Xiao Huangmao was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Brother Dao might kill him without a second thought. Very well, Xia Ming said calmly. You only need to provide me with the location that I will find him myself, and I won't reveal that you were the one who told me. Ah, thank you, Brother Xia, thank you. At present, the young man with yellow hair is overwhelmed with gratitude, treating Xia Ming as if he were a revered ancestor, proclaiming, Brother Xia is truly my rebirth and savior. If Xia Ming were to divulge the matter to Brother Dao, it would spell disaster for him. Brother Xia, Dao is right there. Subsequently, the young man informed Xia Ming of Dao's whereabouts, which prompted Xia Ming to nod in satisfaction. He then stated, all right, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Yes, Brother Xia, please take care, the young man replied cautiously. Just as Xia Ming took a few steps away, he turned back, startling the young man, who trembled at the sudden movement. Surely Brother Xia isn't about to strike me again, he thought. Fearing that he would not escape unscathed after offending him, the young man shivered in terror, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Wang Jianxin. While he dared not express his anger towards Dao, he felt justified in his animosity towards Wang Jianxin to be Brother Xia. Is there something else? He stammered, terrified of provoking Xia Ming's ire, which could lead to his utter ruin. Nothing much, just how do you intend to deal with this person? Xia Ming glanced at Wang Jianxin, finding him insufferably arrogant. This individual, who fancied himself important merely for acting as an intermediary, had undoubtedly swindled countless people during his tenure. Most infuriating was that he dared to deceive Xia Ming's own brother, an affront that could not be tolerated. Moreover, this scoundrel even had the audacity to recruit others to confront him. Rest assured. Brother Xia, I will handle this matter personally, the young man declared, feeling emboldened to take on Wang Jianxin, despite the fear of Xia Ming. By the way, make sure he refunds Gao Cheng's rent, and allow him to rent for as long as he desires. If this issue remains unresolved, I will come looking for you. With that, Xia Ming turned and departed, not out of arrogance, but because such individuals deserved no sympathy. They had crossed the line in their unscrupulous dealings and should not be surprised when faced with consequences. Brother Xia, do not worry. I will see to it personally. You can trust me, the young man assured, bowing and watching Xia Ming leave. Once Xia Ming's figure disappeared, the young man exhaled in relief. then cast a fierce glare at Wang Jianxin, exclaiming, "You son of a, you had us confront brother Xia. Do you even know who he is? He is a figure whom even Tao respects." Enraged, he continued, "I swear you must be tired of living. Just beat him up, but don't kill him." The young man was livid, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. If not for Xia Ming's good temperament, he might have met his end today. A thought that fueled his fury. Upon hearing the young man's words, his companions immediately descended upon Wang Jianxin, cursing him for almost leading them into disaster. "Damn it, this idiot had us confront brother Xia. It's a death sentence," they shouted. "Brothers, make it count. Let him know we are not to be trifled with." Wang Jianxin's screams echoed as he pleaded, "Brother Huang, please, spare me. I swear I didn't know he was brother Xia. I'll refund the money immediately." Yet, the young man ignored him completely. Wang Jianxin had put him in a precarious situation, and he deserved every ounce of punishment. Despite the commotion, passers-by dared not linger. Aware that the individuals involved were ruthless and could turn violent in an instant, they had no intention of calling the police or intervening on Wang Jianxin's behalf at that moment. He truly felt abandoned. Regretting his earlier decisions and wishing he had never involved himself in such treachery, if only there were a way to buy regret, he would pay any price for it. Meanwhile, Xia Ming ventured to the market to procure some vegetables. His profound knowledge of produce made him a discerning buyer, and he quickly discerned when a vendor attempted to deceive him by offering yesterday's goods as fresh. Having mastered the culinary arts, Xia Ming effortlessly selected the finest vegetables at the lowest price. With a bag full of fresh produce, Xia Ming exited the market and hailed a cab, not heading home, but rather to a KTV establishment known for its connections. Run by Tao himself. As he approached, his appearance, carrying a bag of vegetables, set him apart from the usual clientele, drawing curious glances. "Who is this guy, bringing vegetables to a KTV?" they whispered, bemused by his unorthodox attire. Despite the stares, Xia Ming paid them no mind. He surveyed the surroundings and realized this was indeed the KTV mentioned by the young man. The scale of the establishment was impressive, igniting a sense of envy within Xia Ming. If he had such an enterprise, he could retire from labor and live comfortably. Upon entering, Xia Ming quickly realized that the KTV was not merely a singing venue, but also a nightclub. With an atmosphere that was overwhelmingly loud and bright, the cacophony grated on his nerves, and the flashing lights were blinding. He pondered how to locate Xiao Dao amidst the throng of patrons. Knowing that missing this opportunity to earn honor points would be a regret, he scanned the room. His gaze landed on two men in black attire wearing sunglasses, likely enforcers, intrigued by their odd choice of eyewear indoors. He approached one and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to Xiao Dao?" The man's eyes widened in surprise, coldly retorting, "Who are you?" The unexpected response indicated that the mention of Xiao Dao had sparked curiosity, as Dao was a name that commanded respect in these circles. What sort of person dared to refer to him so casually? The man in black couldn't help but ponder for a moment. However, with Xia Ming clad in oversized slippers, a white tank top, and baggy shorts, he appeared more like a laborer than a significant figure, making it difficult to ascertain his true nature. "I am Xia Ming, looking for Xiao Dao regarding a matter. Could you kindly notify him?" Xia Ming inquired, barely able to contain his curiosity. "I'm afraid that's not possible," the man in black replied, scrutinizing Xia Ming for a while before dismissing him. Convinced that Xia Ming held no substantial capabilities. Yet, the way Xia Ming referred to brother Dao irked him slightly. Nonetheless, the man in black was reluctant to stir trouble, knowing that escalating the situation could adversely affect his business. While he wished to avoid conflict, it was evident that Xia Ming was not inclined to do the same. He had initially hoped for a cordial conversation to persuade the man in black to lead him to Xiao Dao. But the latter's indifference left Xia Ming feeling somewhat frustrated. In light of this, he resolved to take a more confrontational approach. Xia Ming's words perplexed the man in black, who failed to grasp the meaning behind them. Suddenly, a shadow approached, and the man in black was thrown out with great force, landing heavily on the ground. He crashed down hard, but since he fell on his backside, he merely landed in a heap, albeit disoriented. "You dare to lay hands on me?" the man in black exclaimed, momentarily stunned. It had been years since anyone had dared to strike within this KTV. Even those from the underworld had to show some respect to brother Dao. Yet, Xia Ming had the audacity to resort to violence here. Anger welled up within the man in black. "You're courting death," he shouted, launching a kick at Xia Ming, rather than employing Tai Chi. Xia Ming allowed the kick to come, tilting his body slightly to evade it. Simultaneously, his hands deftly seized the man's ankle, delivering a swift kick to his other leg that a sound of tearing echoed, followed by a wretched scream from the man in black, who clutched his groin, his face contorted in agony. "How could I have done the splits so well?" Xia Ming marveled in astonishment. The man had executed the splits so perfectly that it caused him immense discomfort, leading to an involuntary scream as his pants ripped, revealing red underwear beneath. Chapter 106. Xiao Dao emerges. It is well known that individuals who lack training find performing splits excruciating. Yet, this man in black had executed them flawlessly, leaving Xia Ming utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Who dares to cause a ruckus in the KTV? They must be tired of living. Xia Ming's actions drew the attention of many onlookers, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, prompting at least one man in a suit to rush over. Xiaoxi, what is going on? He demanded. Brother, this person is causing trouble in the KTV. Hurry and deal with him. What? The newcomer was taken aback and then glared coldly at Xia Ming, barking. Who do you think you are? Do you know where you are? This is Brother Dao's territory. Do you dare to stir up trouble here? You must be asking for trouble. The newcomer first identified himself, following the customary protocol of the underworld to avoid any awkwardness should their affiliations overlap. I am Xia Ming, here to see Xiao Dao for the scuffle. It was somewhat unavoidable. Just call Xiao Dao out, and we can settle this peacefully. How dare you? Brothers, take him down. This guy dares to speak Brother Dao's name. He must be tired of living, came the furious response, and immediately, a group charged at Xia Ming. Seeing the situation escalate, Xia Ming sighed in resignation. This time, he refrained from using Tai Chi, which focused on protection and lacked the necessary impact. However, after consuming a body-enhancing potion, Xia Ming felt his physical condition improving daily, his strength and speed significantly amplified compared to his previous self. He felt like an entirely different person. As the assailants approached, Xia Ming strolled leisurely, holding a bag of vegetables, moving toward them with an air of nonchalance. Taii that moment, one of the attackers swung a punch at him. Xia Ming deftly dodged and retaliated with a punch of his own, sending the assailant crashing onto a table, which shattered under the impact. Bang! Bang! Two more rushed at him, but Xia Ming nimbly sidestepped their strikes, retaliating with a kick to each, sending them both sprawling. Time seemed to slow as Xia Ming and the men in black appeared to move in slow motion, each blow striking with clarity. Each time someone approached, Xia Ming would deliver a punch or a kick, and they would be sent flying, screams echoing through the air as they fell to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, in an office, a composed figure absorbed in a book was none other than Dao Feng, known as Brother Dao in the underworld, a formidable figure whom few dared to provoke. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a breathless individual rushed in, looking disheveled. Brother Dao, trouble. Someone's fighting inside. Dao Feng raised his head, irritation flickering in a sharp gaze. Who dares to attack? Is there anyone who doesn't respect my authority? It's not a gang, Brother Dao. It's one person, a guy in flip-flops and shorts, carrying a bag of vegetables. But he is incredibly strong. We are no match for him. One person? Dao Feng's expression shifted, realizing that someone capable of single-handedly overpowering so many must be formidable. What is his name? Do you know? Despite his gravity, Dao Feng remained calm. After all, he had been in the underworld long enough to have seen it all, including murder. He said his name is Xia Ming. What? Dao Feng's expression changed slightly. He vividly recalled a previous encounter with a young man who had effortlessly defeated him in just a few moves, leaving him utterly defenseless despite his own fighting experience. The thought that he could be outmatched by a mere student filled him with both anger and astonishment. Take me to him at once, Dao Feng instructed, unwilling to provoke Xia Ming, despite the latter's seemingly amicable demeanor. The underlying ferocity was something even he feared. Yes, Brother Dao, I'll lead you there immediately. The man quickly guided Dao Feng out. While Xia Ming had already subdued all the attackers, Xia Ming frowned, pondering, is Xiao Dao not here? Was all this fighting in vain? Although Xia Ming had fought, he had not been brutal. He merely intended to create a scene to draw Xiao Dao out that if Dao Feng were to learn of Xia Ming's methods, he might very well be distraught. Had you sought me out, you could have simply been escorted to me without causing such a commotion. Before long, Dao Feng arrived, and the ruckus created by Xia Ming had attracted a considerable crowd, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Who is this person? He is incredible. He has taken down over a dozen men. This guy is in for a world of trouble. This is Brother Dao's territory. Who dares to cause a scene here? He must be tired of living. What a pity for such a young man. He is destined for an early grave. Indeed, it was unfortunate. One wondered why he would come here to stir trouble. Yet, his skills were impressive. He could fight exceptionally well. But what good is skill against a firearm? Many speculated about Xia Ming's fate, believing he was doomed. Over the years, anyone who dared to disturb the peace under Dao Feng's watch had met a grim end, often disposed of in the Huangpu River. Yet here was Xia Ming, seemingly inviting disaster, prompting expressions of morbid curiosity among the onlookers. They were eager to see how Dao Feng would deal with this audacious intruder. Would he eliminate him outright, or simply teach him a lesson? Chapter 107. A shocking revelation. Brother Dao has arrived, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to part as Dao Feng strolled forward, his presence commanding attention and anticipation. They were eager to witness how this sudden newcomer would confront the wrath of Dao Feng. However, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly astounded. Brother Xia, what a surprise to see you here. If you were coming, you could have given me a heads up so I could have come to greet you. Dao Feng dashed towards Xia Ming, wearing an expression of utmost respect, which completely bewildered the onlookers. What on earth is happening? Am I hallucinating? Am I dreaming? Dao Feng actually calls this young man brother? When did I start dreaming? In an instant, everyone was left speechless, unable to comprehend that Dao Feng would address a young man so affectionately, almost making them believe that this youth was indeed Dao Feng's older brother. Yet, the young man appeared to be merely a recent university graduate. While Dao Feng was already in his 30s, how could he possibly be Xia Ming's younger brother? Finally, Xia Ming remarked, I finally found you. It was quite a challenge. I had to shout and fight my way through. Dao Feng, taken aback, responded, you fought all those people just to find me. Dao Feng was genuinely flabbergasted, thinking to himself, what a ridiculous situation. All this chaos was merely to locate him. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Xia Ming. Had he not known he couldn't overpower him, he likely would have acted on that impulse. So, Brother Xia, what brings you to me? Dao Feng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. It's nothing too significant. Just wanted to ask who sent you to teach me a lesson. Although Xia Ming refrained from mentioning the incident with the young man with yellow hair, it was evident who had informed Dao Feng. Nevertheless, Xia Ming kept his promise and did not reveal the identity of the young man. When did I ever send someone to teach you a lesson? Dao Feng asked, genuinely confused. He was aware that if he were to confront Xia Ming, he would need considerable strength. He knew Xia Ming's prowess was formidable, and he himself could not possibly contend with him. Dao Feng pressed on, Brother Xia, have you made a mistake? Or is someone using my name to bully others? In this day and age, many individuals masqueraded under Dao Feng's name, and these were merely the subordinates of his subordinates. Although Dao Feng had refrained from addressing it, he was infuriated that Xia Ming had sought him out today. Who the hell is it that dares to bully Xia Ming in my name? Are they asking for a beating? Even two of them would not stand a chance against Xia Ming, and he could tell that Xia Ming was likely even stronger now. That if it were him, he would probably fall in just 3 moves. What kind of strength must that entail? Oh, is that so? You didn't send your subordinates to deal with me. Do you remember that someone asked you to teach me a lesson a few days ago? Xia Ming furrowed his brow, pondering. Something feels off. The young man with yellow hair shouldn't have misled him. Why did Dao Feng seem so earnest in his confusion? Or could it be that the young man had deceived him? Yet, with the terror he had instilled in the young man, he doubted he would dare to lie to him. Xia Ming scrutinized Dao Feng, who appeared genuinely perplexed. Dao Feng's mind raced. He had been at the KTV for days, not venturing out to confront anyone. Brother Xia, I swear I didn't. Dao Feng declared, racking his brain for answers. Wait a minute. He suddenly recalled a phone call from Li Qingqian, who had asked him to deal with someone. Could that person be? Realization dawned on Dao Feng, and his expression shifted. Damn it. Even Dao Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He never anticipated that the person Li Qingqian wanted him to confront would be Xia Ming. Xia Ming was a formidable adversary. He had barely managed to fend for himself during their previous encounter. Now, he had unwittingly offended Xia Ming on behalf of Li Qingqian. Regret washed over Dao Feng. If only he had inquired who the target was, he could have avoided this blunder. He had been far too careless. Offending Xia Ming due to Li Qingqian was a grave error in judgment. In Dao Feng's eyes, Li Qingqian was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid who lived off his father's wealth. If it weren't for Li Qingqian as father, he would amount to nothing. Now, he found himself in a dire situation. Having crossed Xia Ming, Brother Xia, I understand now, Dao Feng stammered, swallowing hard. You understand? Xia Ming's eyes lit up with curiosity. Quickly tell me, who sent you to teach me a lesson? It was Li Qingqian. His son, Dao Feng confessed, recalling the call he had received. He hadn't even asked for the name, which led him to send the young man to confront Xia Ming, if his assumptions were correct. Xia Ming had already crossed paths with the young man. Dao Feng felt a cold sweat break out. He had unwittingly offended Xia Ming. Damn you, Li Qingqian, you're setting me up. Dao Feng's anger surged. He blamed Li Qingqian for this predicament. Li Qingqian. A glint of cold fury flickered in Xia Ming's eyes, but he maintained an air of feigned ignorance, appearing dull-witted. It was Li Qingqian. No wonder he sent you to deal with me. Xia Ming's anger flared. He recalled their brief encounter at the CAF, not realizing Li Qingqian had been nursing a grudge. This infuriated Xia Ming. Pursuing his wife was one thing, but sending someone to confront him was entirely unacceptable. If he didn't teach Li Qingqian a lesson, he would remain oblivious to the consequences of his actions. Very well, I understand now. I will take my leave, Xia Ming declared, slipping on his flip-flops and departing without a backward glance. His exit left the atmosphere heavy with silence. Chapter 108. A date with the young lady? Only Daofeng sighed in relief. Upon seeing Xia Ming, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Xia Ming was truly terrifying at a formidable master disguised as a mere laborer. Was this the trend among people nowadays? After Xia Ming's departure, Daofeng recognized that he was merely trying to avoid unnecessary conflict in their line of work. If Xia Ming were to eliminate them, no one would come to their aid. Even calling the police would be futile, as many of them had criminal records. Therefore, individuals like them would rather face death than involve the authorities. To go warn Li Qingqian. That bastard has the audacity to set me up. Daofeng commanded a man in a black suit beside him. Understood. Daofeng seethed with anger, realizing he had nearly fallen victim to Li Qingqian's schemes. Had he not been at the KTV today, things could have escalated. If Xia Ming had truly been enraged, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Xia Ming chose not to pursue the matter, yet Daofeng understood the gravity of the situation. He had undoubtedly provoked Xia Ming. Otherwise, Xia Ming would not have personally visited the KTV. Little did Daofeng know, Xia Ming's presence was a result of a system mission. As for Li Qingqian, Xia Ming had no intention of seeking him out directly for revenge. He had dinner to prepare for his wife and lacked the time to deal with Li Qingqian. However, if Li Qingqian continued to flaunt himself before him, Xia Ming would not hesitate to remind him of his place. After leaving the KTV, Xia Ming walked alone towards his villa. However, after just a few steps, a Ferrari screeched to a halt beside him, startling Xia Ming. "Oh, you even know how to drive?" he fumed. But as the Ferrari came to a stop, a young lady dressed in a vibrant red gown emerged. It was none other than Miss Jiang, who seemed to have an affinity for the color red. As both her attire and shoes were a striking crimson, surprisingly, the fiery hue only accentuated her allure, making her appear as vibrant as a blazing flame. With a teasing laugh, Jiang Lai remarked, "Xia Ming, when did you start dressing so casually?" Xia Ming, clad in flip-flops, baggy shorts, and a white tank top that had grown slightly yellowed with age, epitomized the image of a laborer. Yet, Jiang Lai found herself captivated by the inherent charm that Xia Ming exuded. Recognizing that a man's worth lay not merely in his appearance, but in his character and abilities. There's something wrong with how I dress, Xia Ming retorted, somewhat irritated. What do you want? Xia Ming genuinely felt a sense of trepidation towards Jiang Lai. Ever since their last encounter, where they innocently shared a bed, he had been apprehensive about facing her again. She appeared carefree and possessed a quintessential princess temperament. Should she bring up that incident, he would find himself at a loss for words. Although their time together had been entirely innocent, the mere mention of it would likely lead to disbelief among others. It's so wrong to seek you out. Let us not forget, we have shared a bed. What could possibly be more significant than the person beside you? Jiang Lai quipped with a sly smile, rendering Xia Ming's expression suddenly rigid. Miss Jiang, I assure you, it was entirely unintentional. I was rather inebriated that night and lost my bearings, Xia Ming replied, a bitter note in his voice. So, just because it was unintentional, it gives you the right to act recklessly? But I did not act recklessly, he protested. Then you are less than beastly, Jiang Lai retorted, leaving Xia Ming speechless. He wished he could embrace that wild side, but doing so would complicate his life further. Perhaps it was better to be less than beastly after all. I will not waste my breath. Tonight, I have a gathering, and you must accompany me to lend your support. Jiang Lai stated her purpose with determination. Support for what? Xia Ming felt a wave of ominous premonition wash over him. Of course, it's a soiree. Will you attend? She replied, her commanding presence palpable as she gazed at him. Xia Ming held her gaze for a moment before ultimately averting his eyes. Conceding, I suppose I can come, but I refuse to engage in any illegal or unethical activities. I can join you for food and drinks, but I will not partake in anything more. Jiang Lai burst into laughter, her charm radiating as she teased, Xia Ming, tell me you haven't developed a psychological scar. Absolutely not. How could I possibly be affected? He insisted, though his eyes betrayed him, revealing the truth. He had indeed been left with a psychological mark. The mere thought of having shared a bed with Jiang Lai felt like an inescapable burden. Moreover, given the tension between Jiang Lai and his wife, he feared that his association with her could lead to dire consequences at home. Will you come or not? Jiang Lai pressed, her smile unwavering. Fine, I will come, Xia Ming relented, feeling the weight of inevitability. He realized that should he refuse, Jiang Lai might publicly divulge their shared secret, which would be catastrophic for him. Let us agree on 8 o'clock, Jiang Lai affirmed suddenly. Where shall we meet? Xia Ming inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, to your home that I've moved, he replied hastily. Where do you reside now? I live at. He nearly spilled his wife's residence before catching himself that a cold sweat dripped down his back. If Jiang Lai discovered he was living with his wife, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Never mind that. I will wait for you at the intersection of XX Road at 8. Do not be late. You know my temper. I despise tardiness. If you keep me waiting, I can assure you, I will not hold back. Her charming smile had an edge to it, akin to a mischievous sprite. Xia Ming shivered involuntarily, casting her a fierce look and muttering, Miss Jiang, I am but a humble employee. Why do you, a person of esteemed stature, persist in pursuing someone so insignificant as myself? What is it about me that captivates you? His indignation shifted to a sense of grievance. Xia Ming, you are amusing. Jiang Lai laughed, her exuberance undeniable. You may choose to decline my invitation or evade me altogether. As long as I cannot find you, you will be free of my grasp. Xia Ming mused internally about his desire to avoid her, but her unpredictable nature made it impossible to evade her entirely. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing full well that provoking her could lead to dire consequences. I must return home. We shall discuss this further tonight, he stated, making a hasty exit, watching him flee. Jiang Lai couldn't suppress a smirk. I refuse to believe you're impervious to my charms. I have never encountered someone who remained unmoved by my presence. Her heart sank at the thought that Xia Ming, undeterred by her beauty, could treat her with such indifference. As one of the 3 beauties of Jiangzhou, she was accustomed to admiration, and his rejection stung. Moments after Xia Ming departed, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed, earning you 300 honor points. Would you like to draw a lottery? Xia Ming perked up at the news. Is the task complete? Affirmative, the system confirmed. Let us draw once, he decided. Feeling fortunate, with 300 points, he could risk a draw, perhaps obtaining something extraordinary akin to a magic artifact. He hesitated before clicking to draw. Special category, attribute category, skill category, consumable category. The spinning wheel appeared before him, its pointer whirling among the 4 sections. Xia Ming focused intently on the special items, noting that they had the least frequency of occurrence. Stop, he urged, his eyes fixated on the special category, yearning for a rare item. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned the title of piano master. Your luck is impressive. You have directly drawn a master-level piano skill that we hope you continue to excel. The system's voice brimmed with admiration, as skills were categorized by levels from beginner to master. Xia Ming was astounded to have drawn a master-level skill, feeling as though luck had smiled upon him. A piano master? Really? He thought, somewhat incredulous. I am merely a simple farmer, and now I possess an artistic skill meant for the elite. This is surreal. The rarity of a piano master's hands made Xia Ming feel utterly out of place, despite being a university student and holding a respectable job as an English translator. He still identified as a farmer at heart. Should I learn this new skill? The system prompted. Disappointed, he shook his head before replying. Let us proceed with the learning. As the words left his lips, an influx of piano knowledge surged into his mind, as if etched into his very being. Though it caused a slight discomfort, he was accustomed to the sensation from previous skill acquisitions. Soon, he grasped a wealth of piano knowledge that felt integrated into his essence. In daily life, he remained unassuming, but before a piano, a different aura could potentially emerge. What astonished him further was the revelation that piano mastery encompassed various realms, contrary to his previous belief that playing simply required casual melodies. This newfound understanding captivated him, leading him to appreciate the allure of art. Upon completing the skill acquisition, the system's voice resonated again. Would you like to continue the lottery? Xia Ming paused momentarily, hesitating before shaking his head and saying, Forget it, I shall keep these 200 honor points for emergencies. With a determined thought, he departed from the location. Upon returning to reality, he found himself unconsciously nearing the villa, which brightened his mood considerably, as he had earned 300 honor points from his outing. Whistling a cheerful tune, he entered the villa. Just before stepping inside, he spotted the 2 guards and exchanged greetings with them. Xia Ming had grown familiar with them, as they recognized him as someone brought in by Lin Wanging. In their line of work, memory was paramount, especially concerning the residents of this villa complex. For none of them were individuals they could afford to offend. Those residing here were either wealthy or noble. Thus, they had to be vigilant, for offending a person of high status could spell disaster for them. Upon returning home, Xia Ming found Lin Wanging had already finished applying her facial mask. She was now holding a small mirror, admiring herself with a smile that radiated happiness when she noticed Xia Ming's return. Her excitement bubbled over. "Xia Ming, where did you buy this facial mask? It's simply marvelous." After using it, she saw her skin had become notably fairer and smoother, which delighted her. However, upon inspecting the mask's packaging, she was disheartened to find it lacked any branding or authenticity markers, making it appear low quality. Yet, she was enamored with the mask's effectiveness. After just one use, her skin had improved so much that she wondered how stunning she might become with continued use. If such a mask could be mass-produced and distributed globally, it would yield staggering profits, potentially saving Qingya Group from peril and advancing its standing. Xia Ming shook his head, knowing he could not reveal the mask's true origin. Not only would no one believe him, but even if Lin Wanging did, he couldn't disclose it, as it was a matter of life and death. "I picked this up randomly on the street," he casually stated, immediately regretting it. If Lin Wanging believed him, she would inevitably ask where he had found it. On the street. "Which road? Tell me quickly." Lin Wanging's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pressed him for details. She resembled a wolf spotting its prey, eagerly awaiting his response. "I'm not quite sure. I saw someone selling masks and just bought one." Xia Ming stammered. "So, you bought it from a street vendor?" Lin Wanging's eyes widened in disbelief. Well." Xia Ming felt overwhelmed by his own words, regretting his impulsiveness. Just as he feared, Lin Wanging was ready to explode with frustration. Startled, he quickly retreated to the kitchen, carrying a bag of vegetables, and called back. "Dear, I'll prepare dinner for you. It's not good to stay angry. It can make you age faster." The vendor said one shouldn't be upset while using the mask, or it could ruin its effects. Lin Wanging shrieked, bolting upstairs with a loud slam of the door. Meanwhile, Xia Ming busied himself in the kitchen, humming a tune as he cooked. That he found joy in cooking, especially after learning the chef's secrets, which made the process delightful. According to the chef's teachings, one's mood could influence the flavors of the dishes prepared. Thus, Xia Ming embraced a cheerful demeanor while cooking. Approximately 40 minutes later, he finished 3 delectable dishes and called out, "Dear Yuhan, dinner is ready. Brother-in-law, what delicious food have you prepared? I'm starving." Soon, Shenyuan's voice echoed down the stairs, her sweet tone making Xia Ming's heart flutter with joy. "Ullc for yourself," he replied. "Yay." Shenyuan skipped to the table, her appetite piqued at the sight of the meal. She reached for a dish, but Xia Ming swiftly swatted her hand away. "Wash your hands first, brother-in-law. Just let me have a taste. I'll wash my hands right away," Shenyuan pleaded, employing her best puppy eyes. Xia Ming's dishes were too delicious to resist, even the simplest stir-fry bursting with flavor and joy. "Enough chatter, go wash your hands," Xia Ming replied, rolling his eyes at his playful sister-in-law. With no other option, Shenyuan reluctantly complied. As she left, Lin Wanging descended the stairs, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. "Wow, Xia Ming, your cooking is fantastic. Who taught you?" Realizing he was quite fortunate to have Xia Ming at home, Lin Wanging felt relieved about their culinary needs. "I taught myself. I'm a genius," Xia Ming replied with a hint of pride. Receiving praise from his wife filled him with joy. "Stop boasting," Lin Wanging teased, then began to eat. Just then, Shenyuan chimed in. "Sister Qing, brother-in-law, how could you start eating without me? Save some for me." With that, Shenyuan joined the meal. After they finished eating, all 3 patted their bellies in satisfaction. Lin Wanging remarked, "Xia Ming, your cooking is so good. What if I gain weight from eating so much?" "Dear, you're already beautiful. A little extra weight will only enhance your beauty. Don't worry, I'm here for you," Xia Ming said with enthusiasm. "How embarrassing. You two are too much," Shenyuan said, playfully brushing her fingers across her cheeks before leaving the room. After her departure, Lin Wanging suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, "By the way, Xia Ming, do you have time tonight?" "Ah?" Xia Ming looked at Lin Wanging, puzzled. "What's up, dear?" "Tonight, I have a gala to attend. If you're free, would you accompany me?" Lin Wanging casually suggested. Xia Ming's heart sank. "What time?" he asked cautiously. "About 8 o'clock, she replied. Xia Ming's response drew a frown from Lin Wanging. "What's wrong? You don't want to go?" No. Of course, I want to accompany my wife. How could I refuse?" Xia Ming quickly reassured her, sensing her irritation. However, he was troubled, realizing he had a scheduling conflict. Indeed, his plans coincided with Jiang Li's, creating a dilemma. Xia Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the situation. It was amusing yet perilous. He had unwittingly spent the night with a high-profile lady and now found himself caught between 2 women on the same evening. If word got out, his life would be in shambles. Lin Wanging shot him a piercing glance, making Xia Ming shrink back. As she ascended the stairs, he remained, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. What a predicament he had found himself in at this moment. Xia Ming was feeling quite dejected, taken aback by the unexpected invitation from his wife. Nevertheless, he had resolved to embrace whatever fate awaited him. After all, his wife was determined to accompany him. Now was the time for him to be attentive and considerate. If he hesitated now, it would be sheer folly. Moreover, in the grand scheme of things, his wife reigned supreme. As for the young lady, she could fend for herself. With this thought, Xia Ming felt a newfound clarity. Just then, Lin Wanging descended the stairs in her slippers, and Xia Ming stared at her in a daze as she carried 2 bags in her hands. The bags seemed peculiar to him, adorned with various logos he couldn't decipher. Lin Wanging then announced, "This is the outfit you will wear to tonight's party. Did you buy this for me?" Xia Ming exclaimed. Excitement bubbling within him, he had not anticipated that Lin Wanging would purchase clothing for him. However, upon hearing his words, Lin Wanging's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied shyly, "What are you talking about? This is something my father wore. Consider yourself lucky to wear it today. Oh, so it belonged to my father-in-law," Xia Ming remarked, a twinge of disappointment creeping in. He had hoped it was a special gift from Lin Wanging, only to discover it was her father's. Nodding, he took the clothes, opened the bag, and his expression soured upon discovering it was a suit. "Wife, why is it a suit?" Xia Ming lamented. He had donned a suit only once before, during his university days when he was part of the student council, requiring him to wear formal attire on occasion. However, after that singular experience, he vowed never to wear one again, finding it far too cumbersome. "Of course, one must wear a suit to such an event," Lin Wanging replied, her large eyes blinking in confusion. "Why not let me wear this outfit instead? It's refreshing and comfortable," Xia Ming suggested cheerfully. Lin Wanging shot him a disbelieving look. "You don't intend to be the center of attention, do you?" She scrutinized Xia Ming's attire, which left much to be desired. He sported a faded white tank top, oversized shorts, and flip-flops, an ensemble fit for a construction worker, ill-suited for a formal gathering that if he walked into the party dressed like this, he would certainly attract attention, albeit for all the wrong reasons. "Yes, it's cool and comfy, and so casual," Xia Ming defended, showcasing himself. "Change your clothes, now," Lin Wanging insisted, unwilling to engage further. Xia Ming's lack of decorum was one thing. She had her own reputation to uphold. If he showed up like this, it would reflect poorly on her as well. "Must I really wear it?" Xia Ming asked, frustrated. "Yes, you must," Lin Wanging affirmed. "Fine," Xia Ming sighed, heading to his bedroom with the garments. Lin Wanging glanced after him, feeling exasperated at his antics. An hour later, they found themselves seated in a car. Xia Ming's eyes widened as Lin Wanging drove, her long, dark hair cascading down her back, her gaze sharp and clear like a mountain spring. She wore a blue, off-the-shoulder chiffon dress, delicately adorned with lace and a charming bow at her waist. At that moment, Lin Wanging resembled a celestial being, captivatingly beautiful, especially in her focused demeanor while driving. "She's stunning," Xia Ming couldn't help but murmur, swallowing hard. "Idiot, what are you staring at?" Lin Wanging replied, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks, secretly pleased by his admiration. Yet, she scolded him inwardly. "This fool is infuriating. Women can be perplexing creatures. The more you overlook them, the more they feel slighted. Yet when you show too much attention, they might dismiss you entirely, sometimes even accusing you of being a lecher." Cough, cough, Xia Ming cleared his throat, eager to change the subject. "Wife, you still haven't told me whose party we're attending, right?" "We're going to the Jiang Group's gala," Lin Wanging revealed. "Wait, what?" Xia Ming gasped, nearly falling from his seat. "Are you serious?" His mind raced as he recalled his agreement with Jiang Lai, who had also mentioned attending the same gala. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of encountering her. If Jiang Lai revealed their past indiscretion to Lin Wanging, there would be no redemption for him. Noticing Xia Ming's sudden gloom, Lin Wanging asked, "Is something bothering you?" "Of course not, I assure you." "I want to embarrass you tonight," he replied, attempting to sound reassuring. Meanwhile, at the designated meeting point, a striking red Ferrari idled at the roadside. Inside sat a stunning woman with golden waves of hair, curiously adorned with sunglasses even at night. As she adjusted her hair, revealing a graceful neck adorned with earrings that caught the light, Jiang Lai waited impatiently, her frustration mounting as Xia Ming failed to arrive. "How dare he stand me up?" she fumed. As she revved her engine and sped off, another car barely missed colliding with her, the driver shouting in exasperation at her reckless speed. Simultaneously, Xia Ming and Lin Wanging arrived at a grand estate. Upon entering, Xia Ming was left speechless by the sheer size of the manor, dwarfing even his village, with its ancient Western architecture exuding an aura of nostalgia. Is this truly the Jiang Group's property? It is astonishingly opulent, he marveled, unable to contain his awe. Shoo! Upon hearing Xia Ming refer to her as wife, Lin Wanging quickly pinched his waist and hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't call me that indiscriminately. What if someone hears? If you wish to avoid becoming the public enemy of everyone here, refrain from such reckless words." Lin Wanging was acutely aware of her beauty, which drew admiration from many. If Xia Ming were to call her wife aloud and someone overheard, he would surely become the target of everyone's ire. "Rest assured, I will be more cautious," Xia Ming replied with an awkward smile, as he certainly did not want to be at odds with everyone in the vicinity. Antagonizing them was not a prudent course of action. At that moment, Lin Wanging linked her arm with Xia Ming's as they entered the grand hall. Upon their entrance, a man noticed Lin Wanging and swiftly approached them. Xia Ming frowned upon recognizing him. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit. "Wanging, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite a while," Li Chengxian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Lin Wanging, who appeared exceptionally stunning that evening, regal and elegant. However, Xia Ming felt displeased and retorted, "And who might you be?" His words momentarily stunned Li Chengxian, whose expression shifted to one of displeasure. "What are you doing here? This place is hardly suitable for you." A flicker of confusion crossed Li Chengxian's face. He had arranged for someone to deal with Xia Ming, yet here stood Xia Ming, apparently unscathed. Was he merely putting on an act? A smirk spread across Li Chengxian's face as he concluded that Xia Ming must be pretending. Given the prowess of his associate, Dao Feng, it was inconceivable that he could not handle Xia Ming. "Keep up the pretense, Xia Ming. I am fully aware of your situation," Li Chengxian remarked dismissively. "What situation?" Lin Wanging inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. That Li Chengxian's words startled Xia Ming, sending his heart racing. "Why situation? What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" Xia Ming feigned ignorance, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chengxian, though internally, he was exceedingly anxious, wondering if Li Chengxian had uncovered his connection with the young lady. "Humph, Xia Ming, don't think I am unaware of your discomfort," Li Chengxian thought to himself, relishing the notion that Dao Feng had undoubtedly inflicted some form of torment upon Xia Ming, rendering him speechless. "Are you insane?" Xia Ming shot back at Li Chengxian, adamantly refusing to acknowledge any involvement with Jiang Lai. If Lin Wanging were to discover that secret, the consequences would be dire. "You still deny it? Xia Ming, you dare claim you're completely fine?" Li Chengxian scoffed, now convinced that Xia Ming bore some hidden injury, which he was determined to expose, aiming to instill disappointment in Lin Wanging. Lin Wanging sensed the tension in the air and looked at Xia Ming with growing suspicion. "Xia Ming, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" In response, Xia Ming could not suppress a bitter smile. "What does this even pertain to? If I were unwell, I would know it. Why is this fool insisting I have a problem? He must be the one who has lost his mind." Lin Wanging's gaze shifted back to Li Chengxian, her brows knitting in frustration. Her regard for him diminished rapidly. After all, Xia Ming was the man she admired. While she could scold or chastise him herself, she would not tolerate anyone else defaming him, leading to her profound disdain for Li Chengxian. "Xia Ming, do you need me to spell it out? If I reveal it, you will be left utterly humiliated. If you leave now, I assure you that nothing will have occurred," Li Chengxian said coldly, his anger palpable. "Enough?" Xia Ming snapped, his irritation boiling over. "Can you not speak like a civilized person? Why must your words be so foul? Did you grow up eating excrement?" Li Chengxian's fury ignited at those words. "Xia Ming, have you forgotten the beating you received today? You must be in agony right now." A glint of anger flashed in Xia Ming's eyes as he glared at Li Chengxian. He had almost forgotten that it was Li Chengxian who had called Dao Feng to deal with him. Had it been anyone else, they would have been thoroughly dispatched, which only fueled Xia Ming's rage. "Xia Ming, you." Lin Wanging's concern for Xia Ming grew as she turned to him. Xia Ming shook his head, attempting to dismiss her worries. "Oh, I look like someone with problems. It's just an unusually hot day, and the incessant buzzing of flies is utterly irritating." A chuckle escaped Lin Wanging, her laughter brightening the atmosphere, which only deepened Li Chengxian's scowl. "Who are you calling a fly?" Li Chengxian growled, his temper flaring. "The one who won't stop whining is the fly," Xia Ming replied dismissively. "You better believe I can make you regret that," Li Chengxian shouted, his fury drawing the attention of several onlookers. That moment, a striking woman approached, her ethereal beauty captivating everyone present. Her flawless features glowed, and her skin shimmered like porcelain, with delicate brows resembling distant mountains and lips reminiscent of soft cherry blossoms. Her smile held an enigmatic allure that rendered her a goddess in the eyes of the beholders. Xia Ming was momentarily entranced by this enchanting figure. However, his expression shifted with a sense of foreboding. "Oh no!" An uneasy premonition washed over him as he anxiously observed her. instinctively leaning away in an attempt to remain unseen that it was none other than Zhang Lai. The last thing he wanted was for Zhang Lai to bring up their previous encounter, especially after he had stood her up. As she approached, despite his efforts to conceal himself, Jiang Lai's gaze locked onto him. "Sir, what is your intention?" Jiang Lai's voice was icy as she directed her attention towards Li Chengqian, causing all eyes to turn toward him. Everyone recognized Li Chengqian, the son of a prominent businessman, known for both his looks and his involvement in the family business. The mere presence of Jiang Lai, the heiress of the Jiang family, who was renowned for her extraordinary beauty, set his heart racing. "It's Miss Jiang." Li Chengqian stammered, his heart nearly leaping from his chest at the sight of her breathtaking beauty. Jiang Lai furrowed her brows, seemingly realizing that Li Chengqian understood her meaning. She asked again, "Your name is Li Chengqian, correct?" "Yes, Miss Jiang," he replied, presenting himself with a gentlemanly demeanor, hoping to garner more favor. "Your father is Li Xiangtian?" Jiang Lai stated matter-of-factly. "Indeed," Li Chengqian replied, cautious not to display any arrogance in front of Jiang Lai, fully aware that his pride was insignificant before the young lady. While many regarded his father as a wealthy man, he understood that, in the presence of the Jiang group, his father amounted to nothing. If he were to provoke the Jiang group, the very continuity of their business would be in jeopardy. Not to mention the thought of revenge was utterly unthinkable. Years ago, the ruffian leader of Jiangzhou had transformed into a prominent figure, and everyone was acutely aware of this. However, the Jiang group had maintained a low profile, refraining from any outrageous actions. Yet, some individuals, undeterred by reason, dared to confront the Jiang group, only to find themselves ousted in the end, solidifying the Jiang group's reputation. Consequently, no one dared to provoke them anymore. "Very well." Jiang Lai's voice was exceptionally cold. "You may leave. Li Chengqian thought he had misheard. Jiang Lai was asking him to leave, a notion he could hardly fathom. Anxiously, he inquired, "Miss Jiang, may I ask what I did wrong to warrant my departure?" "Where is this place?" Jiang Lai replied coolly. "This is the Jiang group." Li Chengqian gulped, realizing the gravity of the situation. "You are aware this is the Jiang group, yet you still choose to shout here. Do you not regard the Jiang group with respect?" Jiang Lai's tone had shifted from icy to confrontational, revealing a formidable woman beneath her initial demeanor. The abrupt change left even Xia Ming astounded. To him, Jiang Lai had always been a capricious young lady, yet in an instant, she transformed into a powerful figure, much like a fierce warrior, leaving Xia Ming bewildered. "Miss Jiang, it was not my intention." Li Chengqian's face turned pale. That if Jiang Lai insisted on expelling them, no one would dare protest. Such was the Jiang group's authority. He recognized his misstep, blaming himself for causing a scene that angered the young lady. With urgency, he apologized. "Miss Jiang, I am truly sorry. That it was all my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Li Chengqian bowed his head in submission. Despite the anger boiling within him, he understood that being obstinate would only lead to his downfall. Moreover, he could not afford to be expelled from this gathering, as many present were influential figures, including some professional acquaintances. If he were ousted, most would likely sever ties with him, interpreting his expulsion as a signal that the Jiang group no longer wished to associate with him. A person cast aside by the Jiang group would find themselves utterly isolated. "Humph," Jiang Lai scoffed, her voice steady. "I hope you remember not to repeat this, or else the Jiang group will not welcome you." Yes, Li Chengqian nodded fervently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from sheer fright. He hurriedly departed, fearing any further trouble from Jiang Lai. Once he left, Jiang Lai's gaze shifted to Xia Ming. Her interest piqued as she smiled and asked, "Xia Ming, do you not recognize me?" At the sound of her voice, Xia Ming trembled, while Lin Wanging discreetly clenched her small hand around his waist, delivering a painful twist that nearly brought tears to his eyes. He glanced at Lin Wanging, noticing her pale face adorned with a hint of anger and hostility toward Jiang Lai, clearly indicating her jealousy. "It is Miss Jiang. My apologies for the lack of a proper greeting." Xia Ming stammered. Jiang Lai, upon hearing this, clicked her tongue, while Lin Wanging lowered her head shyly, pretending not to recognize him. "Hee, Xia Ming, you truly are amusing. It seems you are the guest here." Jiang Lai's laughter rang like a melodious bell. Delightful to the ear, Xia Ming felt his face flush as he awkwardly replied, "I apologize. I was a bit nervous upon encountering Miss Jiang and misspoke." "Xia Ming, you are indeed entertaining," Jiang Lai said, casting a knowing glance at him, which made Xia Ming anxious, fearing she might reveal their private matters. "Xia Ming, is this your girlfriend?" Jiang Lai's gaze landed on Lin Wanging, causing Xia Ming's heart to race with apprehension. Surely, she wouldn't spill the beans, he thought, anxiety gnawing at him. Lin Wanging raised her head, their eyes locked, and Xia Ming sensed the tension in the air, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Please, let this not escalate, he silently prayed, feeling an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. This is not Miss Lin from the Qingya group. Zhang Lai's words carried an air of tension, startling Xia Ming. As expected, Lin Wanging shot a cold glance at Zhang Lai, retorting, "What do you want? Miss Lin, you overthink. I would not dare to impose on you." Zhang Lai replied with a slight smile, her expression radiant like a blooming lily, captivating those around her. Whispers of envy circulated among the onlookers, pondering how Xia Ming came to be acquainted with such esteemed figures. Zhang Lai's gaze, seemingly casual, rested on Xia Ming, and she cheerfully inquired, "Miss Lin, may I borrow someone from you? I assure you, it will only be for 10 minutes. Borrow someone?" Lin Wanging's brows knitted together as she glanced at Xia Ming, instantly understanding Zhang Lai's intention. The thought of lending Xia Ming infuriated her, yet she recognized that refusing could appear petty, especially since the Zhang group was the host. However, the prospect of handing over Xia Ming left her feeling reluctant, her eyes flashing with anger as she shot him a glare, silently accusing him of causing this predicament. Xia Ming sensed the brewing jealousy and realized he must act swiftly, clearing his throat. He said, "Miss Zhang, if you have something to discuss, please do so here. I still have to attend your banquet." Zhang Lai's gaze remained playful, a smile tugging at her lips as she asked, "Are you certain you want me to discuss it here?" The mischievous tone in her voice caused Xia Ming's expression to stiffen, a shiver running down his spine. He mentally scolded himself for forgetting the implications of her words that I must not let her reveal anything. That would spell disaster, he thought urgently. Finally conceding, he said, "Very well. Since Miss Zhang is so gracious in her invitation, I shall accompany you for 10 minutes. But remember, it is only for that duration." Then Xia Ming appeared somewhat reluctant. And at that moment, a murderous glare was cast upon him, which made Lin Wanging feel extremely wronged. She could not help but want to speak, yet she remained silent, casting a fierce glare at Xia Ming. This fickle-hearted man was infuriating her. Lin Wanging's heart was filled with distress. Was she not attractive enough? Did he have to gaze upon that enchanting beauty? Or was it that the enchantress was simply too alluring, surpassing her own beauty? For a moment, Lin Wanging began to doubt her own appearance. Zhang Lai was also one of the 3 beauties of Jiangzhou, and she was certainly not inferior. Furthermore, Zhang Lai belonged to that noble and elegant type. An ice fairy one would hesitate to approach, while Lin Wanging herself was more of the sensual and charming type, naturally drawing people closer to her. This led Lin Wanging to harbor such thoughts. Seeing Lin Wanging's gloomy demeanor, Xia Ming quickly reassured her, "Wanging, I'll be back shortly." He then followed Zhang Lai out of the place. After Zhang Lai left, Lin Wanging felt utterly enraged by Xia Ming. In her heart, she seethed, "You, filthy Xia Ming, would it kill you to refuse her? You, Xia Ming, are eating from both the bowl and the pot. This infuriates me. Don't even think about touching me again." The sight of Xia Ming leaving only intensified her jealousy. At that moment, Li Chengqian unexpectedly jumped out again. Earlier, he did not dare to offend Zhang Lai, as doing so would equate to offending the Zhang family, which would be devastating for his own family. However, he had witnessed the interaction between Zhang Lai, Lin Wanging, and Xia Ming, and with Xia Ming gone, Li Chengqian sensed an opportunity. "Wanging, do you have a moment? Shall we go over there and chat?" he said with a gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Wanging felt an increasing aversion towards him, an inexplicable dislike. "In no time," she coldly replied before departing. Seeing Lin Wanging leave, Li Chengqian felt furious. "Damn it, you wretched woman, one day I will make you submit to my will." Enraged, he thought of Xia Ming, which only fueled his anger further. That it was all because of that bastard Xia Ming, who had repeatedly embarrassed him, igniting his deep-seated hatred. Meanwhile, Xia Ming was led by Zhang Lai into an office. Zhang Lai looked at him with a smile, saying, "Xia Ming, don't you think it's time you offered me an explanation?" There was a glint of menace in her eyes, causing Xia Ming to shiver involuntarily. "Miss, I apologize, but something came up today so he was aware of his fault, hence his apology lacked conviction. So you can just stand me up, is it?" Zhang Lai's icy expression was somewhat intimidating, even making Xia Ming flinch. Miss Zhang, I truly had something important to attend to. How about I accompany you next time? Rest assured, I won't cancel again." Xia Ming knew he had wronged Zhang Lai by standing her up. But he had no choice. He had to prioritize his wife over a female friend. Chapter 116. Frustrated Xia Ming, "You said that?" Zhang Lai suddenly smiled. Catching Xia Ming off guard, "That I did," he replied. "But you must agree to one condition." Zhang Lai's eyes sparkled with mischief. Xia Ming hesitated, fearing she might propose something inappropriate. Reading his hesitation, Jiang Lai chuckled. Don't worry. I won't ask you to do anything illegal. I just haven't thought of the condition yet. When I do, I'll let you know, but you must not stand me up again. Jiang Lai was not genuinely angry. She was merely upset at being stood up for the first time in years. Returning to the present, her anger dissipated. However, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Xia Ming, Lin Wanging is your girlfriend, isn't she? Jiang Lai inferred, noticing Xia Ming's silence. No wonder you ignore a beautiful woman like me. You have such a lovely partner. Jiang Lai grew increasingly intrigued by Xia Ming. Lin Wanging was one of Jiangzhou's three beauties, a quintessential rich girl pursued by countless admirers over the years. Yet, she had never shown interest in any man until now. Bringing Xia Ming into the picture that moment, Jiang Lai pretended to stumble, leaning towards Xia Ming. Reacting instinctively, he caught her, and as she rested in his embrace. The scene was undeniably picturesque. The scent of her delicate fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating and delightful. When their eyes met, Xia Ming's heart raced, and he quickly released her, saying, Miss, I have urgent matters to attend to. Without a backward glance, he fled the scene. After he left, Jiang Lai touched her flushed cheeks and murmured, Am I really that daunting? Even with my beauty, he still manages to evade me. Intrigued, Jiang Lai pondered. Xia Ming, I must uncover who you truly are, for Lin Wanging to be so enamored with you. Jiang Lai sensed the jealousy in Lin Wanging when she had suggested taking Xia Ming away for 10 minutes. It was the first time she had seen Lin Wanging exhibit jealousy for a man. However, Jiang Lai dismissed her concerns, confident in her own beauty, believing no man could resist her. Yet, Xia Ming seemed unfazed, consistently avoiding her, even with another equally beautiful woman by his side. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Lai thought, Xia Ming, I must discover your true character. After Xia Ming departed, Jiang Lai followed suit. Once at the event, Xia Ming began searching for Lin Wanging. Knowing she would be where the men were gathered, sure enough, he found her in a secluded area, looking sullen and indifferent to those around her. Clearly, she was still upset. Xia Ming thought, I must explain myself quickly. If not, I may find myself locked out of my own home. Just as Xia Ming was about to approach Lin Wanging, Li Chengqian once again tried to flatter her, igniting Xia Ming's irritation. Why won't this pest just disappear? He strode purposefully toward Lin Wanging, declaring, Wanging, I'm back. Lin Wanging, noticing him, turned her head away in fury, deliberately ignoring him, prompting Xia Ming to touch his nose in exasperation. What are you doing here again? Didn't Miss Jiang just give you a lesson? Xia Ming glared at Li Chengqian, irritation evident in his voice. Li Chengqian was incensed, retorting, Do you really think you're something special? You read just a mere laborer. Let me tell you, everyone here is either rich or noble. Offending one of them could lead to your downfall. Ha! Xia Ming scoffed. Indeed, those who came here were either affluent or noble. But that did not mean he was intimidated. Before the system, he might have felt apprehensive, but now, with the system at his disposal, his confidence had significantly increased. That moment, Jiang Lai suddenly stepped onto a platform and smiled. Addressing the attendees, Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my birthday, and I am delighted that you could all be here. I am also grateful for your support of the Jiang Group. Currently, we are developing a project and are looking for partners. A hush fell over the grand hall. Even Xia Ming furrowed his brow. Countless gazes turned towards her, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. Indeed, one of their main purposes for attending was this very project. If this project succeeded, it would undoubtedly create a win-win scenario. As for the specifics of the work, I shall not elaborate further. We can discuss it privately, Jiang Lai added with a smile. Miss Jiang, I have prepared a gift for you. Wishing you a happy birthday and ever-increasing beauty. At that moment, a refined young man approached the VIP platform, presenting a small box. Upon seeing the box, the crowd grew tense with anticipation. This must be the heir of Datong Jewelry, right? Someone whispered. Indeed, he is quite wealthy. Datong Jewelry has been in the spotlight recently with a new necklace called Star Love that is selling exceptionally well. I wonder what treasure he is presenting today. Under the multitude of watchful eyes, the young man opened the box to reveal a stunning green gemstone, glimmering under the lights. The audience gasped in astonishment, captivated by the stone's beauty, so large, so exquisite. Particularly, the women in attendance were mesmerized, their eyes sparkling with desire, as if they wished to claim the gemstone for themselves. However, Jiang Lai merely smiled and said, Thank you for your gift. She then signaled to someone beside her, who promptly took the gift away, leaving Jiang Lai to disregard the gemstone entirely. This action incited excitement among the attendees, prompting many to present their gifts. Among them was Li Chengqian, who confidently approached with his offering. Miss Jiang, this is my gift for you. Li Chengxian produced a piece of white paper, causing the room to fall silent. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Isn't that just a blank sheet? Or perhaps it's a drawing he did, someone remarked. What a fool. The father is a nouveau riche, and the son is a simpleton, muttered another disdainfully. Even Zhang Lai was taken aback, unsure of Li Chengxian's intentions. With a hint of curiosity, she accepted the paper. Upon unfolding it, Li Chengxian smiled and said, Miss Jiang, this is a piece I composed for you. I hope you enjoy it. That moment. Realization dawned upon the crowd. What? It's actually a piano piece, and he composed it himself. Many young men felt a pang of regret for not having thought of such a thoughtful gift that a piece of music carried far more significance than mere jewels. It held a depth of meaning. Li Chengxian then declared, Miss Jiang, since today is your birthday, may I perform it for you? His request stunned the audience, as they had not considered this option. Zhang Lai glanced at the eager Li Chengxian and replied, Very well. Feeling a mix of curiosity and intrigue, in a corner of the hall stood a piano, and Li Chengxian approached it with the grace of a prince, captivating many young women, including Lin Wanging, who was surprised to learn he could play. Although she had previously held little regard for him, she now felt a flicker of admiration. Seeing Lin Wanging's astonished expression, Xia Ming couldn't help but remark, What is so difficult about it? I can play too. You can? Lin Wanging looked at him skeptically. While Xia Ming excelled in medicine and English, she found it hard to believe he could play the piano. Considering the skill it required, Li Chengxian's music filled the air. It was delicate and immersive, evoking a subtle joy that enveloped everyone present, lifting their spirits. Truly, Li Chengxian demonstrated considerable talent. After finishing, he took a graceful bow, exuding an air of pretentiousness that made Xia Ming wince. May you continue to grow more beautiful, Miss Jiang, he said with a smile. Thank you, Zhang Lai replied, and the audience erupted into applause, acknowledging Li Chengxian's performance. Despite not all being pianists, they could appreciate the beauty of the music. Li Chengxian's piece was enchanting, creating a sensation akin to basking in sunlight, bringing immense joy to all present, sensing the admiration directed at him. Li Chengxian turned to Xia Ming, and an uneasy premonition began to stir within Xia Ming. Ding ding ding, system task, deliver a musical performance for the young lady, reward for the host, 100 honor points. Xia Ming felt a surge of excitement at the unexpected task from the system, though the rewards seemed meager, just enough for one lottery draw. Yet, he relished the prospect, accepting the task without hesitation. He clicked to confirm. Task accepted successfully. Time limit, 2 hours. Failure to complete the task will result in the host returning home to face severe consequences. The system's voice faded. Xia Ming's expression darkened. Nonetheless, he shrugged off the potential punishment. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Chengxian's voice rang out once more, drawing numerous gazes towards him, eager to hear his next words. That we have all presented gifts for Miss Jiang's birthday. And I hear that our friend Xia has prepared something particularly special. I am curious to know what it is. Let us applaud him and find out together, shall we? The unexpected turn of events caused Lin Wanging's face to shift, her countenance reflecting an unspoken heaviness. In an instant, Lin Wanging felt an overwhelming anxiety. What gift could Xia Ming possibly have? When she brought Xia Ming here, her intention was to prevent others from casting their eyes upon him. Yet, she hadn't prepared any gift for him. However, she herself had prepared a present. Today was the birthday of the young lady, and it would be somewhat inappropriate not to bring a gift. But Xia Ming was merely her companion. He had no gift prepared at all. In that moment, Lin Wanging's gaze towards Li Chengxian was filled with a surge of anger. This scoundrel was truly despicable, deliberately putting Xia Ming in a difficult position. If Li Chengxian had previously made Lin Wanging rethink her opinion of him due to his piano skills, now she had completely sentenced him to a metaphorical death. Lin Wanging was infuriated. Xia Ming was the man she admired, and seeing him humiliated here was unbearable for her. In haste, Lin Wanging rummaged through her belongings and suddenly remembered the earrings she was wearing. She quickly removed them and whispered, Xia Ming, this Li Chengxian is intentionally making things difficult for you. I have a pair of earrings here. Please use them for now. Having something is better than nothing. Indeed, Lin Wanging possessed a pair of earrings that were no ordinary trinkets. They had cost her a considerable sum, and she would never usually part with them as they were her favorite. The fact that she was willing to give them to Xia Ming spoke volumes about how much she cherished him. She did not want to see the man she admired lose face. At that moment, Xia Ming smiled warmly, exuding confidence, which made Lin Wanging's heart race with a feeling she had never experienced before. Rest assured, my dear, that I have also prepared a gift for the young lady. You should keep your earrings. They are your favorite, and I would feel troubled if they were lost, Xia Ming said with a radiant smile, full of confidence and gentleness, which caused Lin Wanging to blush deeply. The allure of such a man was intoxicating, and for a moment, she found herself utterly captivated. Xia Ming, appearing somewhat oblivious, turned to Li Chengqian and remarked, "Well, I didn't prepare any gifts today, I'm but a poor man and could hardly afford gifts fit for you wealthy folks." This blatant admission nearly caused Lin Wanging to faint from embarrassment, leaving her dumbfounded as she gazed at Xia Ming, silently thinking, "Is this what they call a strategy? Is this what a gift is?" How exceedingly straightforward. At that moment, she desperately wished to escape, especially from the searing gazes surrounding her, which made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Even those present had not anticipated Xia Ming's admission of not bringing a gift. The young lady, however, regarded Xia Ming with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She did not believe that Xia Ming had truly come empty-handed and had an inkling that he had brought something quite special. "Of course, like this gentleman, I am also quite impoverished. It seems that he has the audacity to present nothing more than a piece of music, which is rather extravagant for someone in his position. It's rather foolish to think that a mere song could be a proper gift," Li Chengqian sneered, his expression darkening with suppressed fury as he continued, "You have an impressive background. Why then would you offer something of so little value?" A wave of disdain rippled through the crowd as they exchanged incredulous glances at Xia Ming. For them, money was merely a number, but they held a greater reverence for the finer things in life. This was the lifestyle of the affluent. They cared little for wealth, but placed immense value on reputation. Xia Ming's candid remarks laid bare his lack of sophistication, leaving Lin Wanging mortified, covering her face in embarrassment. Such disgrace was unprecedented. She had never witnessed someone so thoroughly humiliated. Yet, in an unintentional twist, Xia Ming had also belittled Li Chengqian, branding him as an impoverished man as well. That Li Chengqian's face turned a shade of iron as he suppressed his inner rage. "Indeed, I am but a commoner. Pray tell, what gift do you bring for Miss Jiang? I see you are empty-handed. Surely you haven't come without a gift." Li Chengqian's smile was laced with mockery as he scrutinized Xia Ming. He had noticed Lin Wanging arriving with a gift, while Xia Ming had not, and his intent in prompting Xia Ming to present a gift was solely to humiliate him. Seeing Li Chengqian's jubilant demeanor, Xia Ming remained unfazed. With the confidence bestowed by his all-encompassing system, he retorted, "I am merely an ordinary person. I am quite poor, that if you expect me to produce something of value, I would have to be sold to afford it. You are all wealthy. I cannot possibly compare." His unabashed honesty left even Jiang Lai momentarily speechless. Typically, those present were highly conscious of their images. Even if they lacked money, they would not openly admit it. Yet here was Xia Ming, brazenly declaring his poverty, leaving Jiang Lai in a state of bemused disbelief. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on Xia Ming's lack of a gift. She was preparing to assist him when he interjected. "Since this gentleman has prepared a piece of music, why don't I also play a piece for everyone?" This proclamation immediately captured the attention of the audience, who turned their gazes upon Xia Ming. A peculiar sensation brewing among them. It seemed he was declaring a challenge. It was no wonder he had belittled himself. He was waiting for this moment. Li Chengqian's piano skills were not to be underestimated. The piece he played was likely his own composition, and from its overall quality, it could be said he had reached an expert level. This young man appeared to be merely in his 20s. It was hard to believe he could have achieved such mastery without a lifetime of practice. The atmosphere grew tense as whispers filled the air, all eyes fixated on Xia Ming, speculating about his next move. Lin Wanging was taken aback. Xia Ming could play the piano? Her surprise was palpable. After all, one's energy is finite, and Xia Ming was already proficient in medicine, English, martial arts, and culinary skills. How could he also excel at the piano? With a skeptical glance at Xia Ming, she caught his reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian scoffed at the thought. He was well aware of his own talent. Having honed his skills since childhood, he was a piano prodigy, and many had praised him, predicting he would become a master in his own right. As Xia Ming dared to challenge him, Li Chengqian's expression turned to one of disdain and mockery. Without further ado, Xia Ming approached the piano, and the young lady watched him with surprise. While Jiang Lai's curiosity grew, it was as if Xia Ming had transformed into a different person. The aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. If he had previously appeared like a commoner, now he radiated the presence of a master, a true artist, commanding respect. The intangible charisma he exuded made Lin Wanging and Jiang Lai's hearts race, capturing the attention of all the women present, who were drawn to his artistic essence as if witnessing a master at work. Silence enveloped the room as everyone held their breath. afraid to disturb this moment. Xia Ming sat before the piano, examining its fine craftsmanship. It was a high-quality instrument, befitting the Jiang group's status. He placed his fingers on the black and white keys. He began to play. And the harmonious sounds filled the air, resonating beautifully as he lost himself in the music. Soon, the audience began to hear a faint clamor intermingled with the sound of the piano, a chattering noise that sent a shiver through everyone present. It was as though they beheld a phoenix soaring upon the melodies of Xia Ming, a creature of unparalleled nobility, with a majestic head, a body reminiscent of a qilin, a serpentine neck, a fish-like tail, adorned with dragon-like patterns, and a form akin to a turtle. Its features were completed with a swallow's chin and a chicken's beak, its body resembling a mandarin duck, wings akin to a great roc, and legs resembling those of a celestial crane. Its plumage shimmered with 5 radiant colors, presenting an exquisite spectacle. Furthermore, the ethereal apparition of the phoenix seemed to exude an aura of dignity and elegance, akin to that of a regal queen. With a piercing cry, they imagined the phoenix's melodious call resonating through the air, as if it summoned something profound, releasing a unique wave that swiftly spread in all directions. The sound grew increasingly louder, almost deafening, yet it lacked any harshness. Instead, the more elevated the notes became, the more harmonious they sounded. Soon, the gathering crowd discerned a distant call, a chirping that caught many eyes, prompting several to gaze in its direction. Outside, unbeknownst to them, several birds had flown in from the night sky, entering the grand hall and swirling above before settling down in various spots in no time. The air was filled with an array of beautiful birds, creating a dazzling spectacle. The number of birds continued to increase, ultimately overwhelming every individual present, including Li Chengxian, who found himself utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Lin Wanging was equally captivated, marveling at the extraordinary occurrence transpiring right before her eyes. These birds remained silent, as if reverently listening to Xia Ming's performance, embodying a serene joy and deep respect. Jiang Lai, witnessing this spectacle, was equally taken aback. Long ago, it was said that if one could move animals with their music, it signified a mastery of the art beyond the ordinary, to the point of evoking emotion. Mastering the technique of playing the piano is achievable, yet attaining that transcendent essence is an arduous endeavor. Some individuals spend their entire lives striving to reach that state, while others boast of their artistic depth merely to elevate their own image. At that moment, Xia Ming reached the pinnacle of his performance, and the illusory phoenix appeared to take flight, as if striving to breach the heavens. This vision inspired a profound sense of reverence and admiration among the audience. Resembling a reflection of their former selves, reminiscent of their own initial struggles and aspirations, which brought tears to their eyes, as the music shifted, the phoenix's form transformed from soaring high to playfully hovering in midair. Gradually, the multitude of birds began to join in, their melodious voices resonating in harmony with Xia Ming's piano, enhancing the music with an enchanting essence. The sound was rich and diverse, yet effortlessly captivating, as if the birds were engaged in a soft, intimate conversation. Finally, with a resounding note, Xia Ming concluded this exhilarating experience, while the seemingly ephemeral phoenix glanced upward with an expression of gratitude before gradually vanishing into the ether. The circling birds, in unison, emitted a cry that shattered the tranquility, imbued with a sense of longing and respect. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of the audience, the birds bowed collectively before reluctantly dispersing as the performance drew to a close. Xia Ming rose from his seat, a sense of pride evident as he surveyed the crowd, who were left in a state of utter astonishment. Their expressions were a blend of shock, confusion, and excitement. As they regarded Xia Ming as if he were a marvel, Lin Wanging, covering her alluring mouth in disbelief, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her face a canvas of incredulity. How remarkable, she thought, utterly captivated by Xia Ming, who had never before revealed his piano prowess. The impact he had made was monumental, not only attracting birds, but also conjuring the illusion of a phoenix. This composition, tinged with both sorrow and joy, felt akin to a reimagined 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Indeed, it was a reinterpretation of that iconic piece, showcasing Xia Ming's exceptional artistry, leaving every individual in awe. The scene of birds collectively bowing was nothing short of miraculous, an artistic expression that could only be conjured by a celestial being. Leaving the audience spellbound, "It is simply too beautiful." Applause erupted from Jiang Lai, and as she clapped, more joined in, until the entire hall resounded with the sound of appreciation directed towards Xia Ming. Even Lin Wanging lifted her chin proudly, as if the applause was not only for Xia Ming, but also a testament to her own admiration for him. Zhang Li's gaze towards Xia Ming transformed, filled with an inscrutable intensity, as she regarded him with newfound reverence. Approaching Lin Wanging, Xia Ming smiled at her. "I'll take care of things when we return," she whispered. Xia Ming's soft exclamation went unheard by others, but he caught the glimmer of pride in her eyes. That moment, Xia Ming turned to Li Chengxian, who had been left speechless and incredulous by the performance. The music had summoned birds. An extraordinary feat, especially at night when most birds are resting. The sheer numbers of birds drawn forth by Xia Ming's piano left Li Chengxian overwhelmed. He had once been hailed as a genius in piano, but now, standing before Xia Ming, he felt his confidence shatter. Yes, he had lost, and it was a resounding defeat. He could not fathom how Xia Ming produced such divine music. It was artistry, a miracle that echoed the renowned 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Yet far more astonishing, the final scene of the birds bowing collectively was nothing less than miraculous, a sight he had never witnessed in all his years. Xia Ming smiled at Li Chengxian and asked, "How does this piece compare to yours?" Li Chengxian's face twitched. He could hardly respond. How could he articulate the sheer brilliance of Xia Ming's performance? It was beyond exceptional, yet he could not bring himself to voice it. His complexion fluctuated between hues of red and green as he ultimately gritted his teeth and conceded, "You win." Despite his anger, Li Chengxian recognized he was no match for Xia Ming. The audience, not lacking in discernment, had heard enough piano pieces to distinguish the difference. While his own playing was commendable, it paled in comparison. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, and unable to endure the humiliation any longer. Li Chengxian hurriedly exited the hall, mortified by the defeat. After Li Chengxian's departure, the audience turned their attention to Xia Ming, gazing at him with an almost reverent admiration. Among them was a young man with tousled hair and a charming visage, clad in designer attire, clearly a privileged youth. "Brother, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? My name is Xiao Hang." He appeared amiable, contrasting sharply with Li Chengxian's greedy demeanor. Surprised yet intrigued, Xia Ming, though not familiar with Xiao Hang, found his demeanor inviting. Since he had extended a greeting, Xia Ming reciprocated with a smile. "I am Xia Ming. A pleasure to meet you. Xia, would you be interested in having a conversation?" Xiao Hang held a profound interest in this man. While others might not perceive it, he was acutely aware of the nuances in their relationship. Taii appeared that the bond between him and Lin Wanging was quite extraordinary. Throughout this prolonged period, he had never heard of Lin Wanging being involved with any other man. What astonished Xiao Hang even more was the remarkable proficiency that Xia Ming displayed on the piano. This piqued Xiao Hang's curiosity about Xia Ming. Despite his youth, Xia Ming's piano skills seemed to have already reached a level of mastery akin to that of a grandmaster. Xia Ming hesitated. He held no particular interest in Xiao Hang. Their exchange was merely a courteous greeting. However, he was currently occupied with his wife and had no inclination to engage in further conversation, sensing Xia Ming's discomfort. Xiao Hang smiled and suggested, "How about we sit down and chat another day? Here is my business card. Feel free to call me if anything comes up." He handed a card to Xia Ming, who accepted it with a slight nod. "All right." Xia Ming tucked the card into his pocket as Xiao Hang departed, choosing not to intrude further. Soon, several others approached Xia Ming, offering their business cards as gestures of goodwill. In the world of business, fostering connections is paramount. One can never predict when such alliances might prove beneficial. Once the crowd dispersed, Xia Ming could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "These people are exceedingly bothersome. They've disrupted our intimate world." Lin Wanging, amused yet bewildered by Xia Ming's complaint, observed that these individuals were either business magnates or influential figures, while many would eagerly seek to ingratiate themselves with such people. Xia Ming, it seemed, wished only for their swift departure, leaving Lin Wanging at a loss for words. However, her curiosity got the better of her as she inquired, "Xia Ming, how come you never mentioned you could play the piano?" Indeed, today's revelation about Xia Ming was overwhelmingly impressive. He possessed culinary skills, artistic talent, martial prowess, fluency in English, and now, the ability to play the piano. An extraordinary feat. Even Lin Wanging was taken aback. Mastering even one of these disciplines is a daunting challenge. Yet Xia Ming had excelled in 5, all to an exceptional degree. This realization shook the very foundation of Lin Wanging's worldview. How could such a remarkable individual exist in this world? Of course. There are many more talents I possess. You simply have yet to discover them. Xia Ming responded with a hint of pride. Receiving praise from Lin Wanging felt like an immense honor to him. "Xia Ming, do tell me, what else can you do?" She pressed eagerly. Xia Ming pondered for a moment, struggling to recall additional talents. After some time, he decided to delve into the system that had mysteriously manifested within him. Opening his attributes panel, host name, Xia Ming, host gender, male, host age, 24, host position, an exceptional talent among the all-rounders. Note, the host has seen some improvement but remains a novice among the proficient. Further efforts are encouraged. Host physical condition, excellent host life skills, English level 8, master of medicine, Tai Chi expert, king of basketball skills, culinary grandmaster with chef's secret manual, piano master, host special item, shenyuan ring, 100 square meters. Host honor points, 200. System evaluation. The host has finally acquired some skills, but to transcend mediocrity, further diligence is required. Upon reviewing his life skills, Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized how many abilities he had unknowingly acquired, which filled him with a subtle thrill that I never expected to possess such a diverse skill set. This all-rounder system is rather impressive, he mused, since that fateful day when he inexplicably saved an old man, who then vanished without a trace, and the subsequent appearance of this system within him. His life had undergone a radical transformation. He had met his wife, Lin Wanging, as well as the young lady and his sister-in-law. This whirlwind of events left him somewhat dizzy. However, the prevailing emotion was one of exhilaration. A fresh graduate with no particular skills, securing such a position felt like a dream come true. Especially considering that his wife was one of the 3 beauties of Jiangzhou that I seem to have only these few abilities, Xia Ming remarked, scratching his head. Really? Lin Wanging scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. As Xia Ming often brought unexpected surprises. Indeed, besides my basketball skills, I genuinely possess those talents, he affirmed. Lin Wanging chose not to pursue the matter further. The two remained at the birthday banquet for Jiang Lai, which turned out to be quite a nerve-wracking experience for Xia Ming. He felt the weight of the young lady's lingering glances, filled with unspoken emotions, which sent shivers down his spine. Should his wife discover the young lady's subtle attentions? He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Avoiding any confrontation with the young lady, Xia Ming sought refuge in a crowded area and began to eat, determined to ignore her presence altogether. As the evening came to a close, he finally heard the system's voice signal completion of a task. Ding. Host task completed. Reward, 100 honor points. Current honor points, 300. Would the host like to draw a prize? No, Xia Ming replied without hesitation. However, the system's mechanical voice continued. The host has successfully accepted task 122. Attend a class reunion. The host will receive a mysterious reward, with no upper limit on the reward's potential. Contingent upon the host's performance in completing the task. Should the task fail, 2 of the host's skills will be reset. This task was mandatory. The system has forcibly assigned it to the host. Ding. Task assigned successfully. Please complete the task at your earliest convenience. A series of notifications overwhelmed Xia Ming, leaving him incredulous. What is this? A mandatory task, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. This system never engages in frivolous jest. The voice assured, the task has been accepted, and I hope the host will endeavor to fulfill it. Xia Ming sighed in resignation, feeling somewhat exasperated by the system's relentless demands. However, he suddenly recalled the mention of a mysterious reward. Could there be something truly extraordinary in store for him? His excitement peaked. Xia Ming eagerly inquired, System, what exactly is this mysterious reward? Can you divulge any details? Ding. The host's task is incomplete. You currently have no authority to know the specifics of the reward. Came the cold response. Reluctantly, Xia Ming pressed further. Could you at least provide a hint? After a moment's hesitation, the system finally responded. This mysterious reward encompasses numerous possibilities. The host may obtain an elixir for immortality, ascend to become a celestial being, acquire advanced technology for constructing a technological empire, or even receive a longevity potion. The system rattled off an impressive list, leaving Xia Ming utterly astonished. What? A technological empire? And what of this elixir for immortality? Can one truly ascend to become a celestial being? Is that akin to the deities of legend? And a longevity potion? Could that really exist? He swallowed hard, excitement coursing through him. Such benefits were extraordinary. They transcended mere rewards, feeling more like a stroke of fate that if he could attain even one of these possibilities, it would be nothing short of miraculous. System, your refusal to allow me to accept this task is futile. I shall undertake it regardless, Xia Ming declared with newfound determination. Initially reluctant to attend the reunion, Xia Ming had little interest in reconnecting with classmates, as few of them were meaningful connections. During his school days, he had been somewhat of a minor celebrity, yet his closest friend was Gao Cheng, who had been a great support during their university years. Xia Ming was deeply grateful, which explained his fierce defense of Gao Cheng against Wang Jinxin's bullying as for others. Xia Ming was reluctant to meet them, for he harbored not a shred of fondness for these individuals. They were mere opportunists, eager to associate themselves with the affluent and influential. Xia Ming, on the other hand, was merely a lowly employee at a company, and even worse, he worked for his own wife. Thus, he did not meet their criteria for companionship. The major reason for his disinterest was his sheer laziness. However, upon hearing the system's task, he was reminded of Gao Cheng's words about an upcoming class reunion. It seemed he had no choice but to attend this gathering that moment. Xia Ming's thoughts drifted to a particular woman. Whenever he recalled her, he found himself momentarily lost in reverie. She was his first girlfriend, with whom he had shared several years, and unbeknownst to him, she had continued her relationship with someone else, hiding it from him for an entire year. Such thoughts filled Xia Ming with rage. As he recognized that all of this stemmed from his lack of power, he was just a farmer's son, yet he had never blamed his parents for their humble beginnings. In fact, he felt grateful to have been raised in such a warm environment. He cherished his family and respected his parents deeply. Reflecting on these matters, Xia Ming shook his head slightly. Taii had been several months since he left university, and it was time to put the past to rest. He dismissed his melancholy and looked at Lin Wanging, who was driving, and a smile graced his face. Having such a beautiful wife brought him immense joy. Compared to her, his current partner was a significant improvement. Though she could be a bit domineering at times, Xia Ming understood that Lin Wanging's heart was kind. In fact, he found himself quite fond of her assertive demeanor, as it provided him with a sense of home. Particularly during their playful banter, Xia Ming, while he was lost in thought, Lin Wanging had already parked the car and waved her delicate hand in front of him. Noticing his lack of response, she called out to him, "Wife, is something the matter?" Having heard her call, Xia Ming quickly snapped back to reality and asked, "Have we arrived home? What's wrong? You seem distracted." Lin Wanging looked at him curiously. Sensing something was amiss, "It's nothing, just lost in thought," he hastily explained. "Really?" At that moment, Lin Wanging suddenly had a revelation, and her expression shifted to one of coldness. "Tell me, were you thinking about Jiang Lai? I knew something was off tonight. You were preoccupied with that girl, weren't you? How could you?" "Xia Ming, are you not satisfied with me?" Lin Wanging was infuriated, feeling a sense of injustice. She was one of the three beauties of Jiangzhou, pursued by many, yet here was Xia Ming, sitting in her car, seemingly lost in thought about another. Taii was only Jiang Lai who could render him so distracted. At that moment, Lin Wanging's frustration reached its peak. Seeing her seething with anger, Xia Ming instinctively recoiled, drenched in sweat. "Wife, I would never deceive you. I swear by heaven and earth, I truly wasn't thinking about Miss Jiang." "You still dare to say that? You mentioned her name just now." Lin Wanging bit her lip, glaring at him with indignation. Xia Ming felt utterly vexed by the situation. What was all this about? Yet, he knew better than to voice his true thoughts, as he was indeed thinking of another woman. Now, with his wife so visibly upset, it was clear she was jealous, and bringing up that other woman would only add fuel to the fire. Thus, he reassured her, "I promise, I have no ties with Miss Jiang. Our relationship is entirely innocent." Despite his assurances, he truly did not like Jiang Lai. Her temperament was far too erratic, oscillating between that of a spoiled princess and a mischievous imp, which was quite unnerving. Lin Wanging scrutinized Xia Ming as he swore his innocence, her skepticism lingering. However, seeing her anger dissipate slightly, he realized she was beginning to trust him again. "I swear, there is nothing to it." Though Lin Wanging remained somewhat displeased, Xia Ming seized the opportunity to lighten the mood. "Wife, you just said I was a classic case of wanting what I can't have. Does that mean I am officially your boyfriend now?" They had never formally discussed their relationship status, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. It had been quite some time since he had held Lin Wanging closely, and that fleeting moment had vanished before he could savor it. Moreover, Lin Wanging never acknowledged him as her boyfriend, which left him feeling helpless, though he persisted in his efforts. Suddenly, Lin Wanging's face flushed crimson, akin to a sunset, as she realized the implication of her words. "Oh no, I can't believe I said something so embarrassing, especially in front of Xia Ming. How could I?" She chastised herself inwardly. From that moment on, Lin Wanging's perception of Xia Ming shifted dramatically. She began to see him as someone extraordinary, endowed with remarkable talents that could easily captivate anyone, including herself. She had once fantasized about a Prince Charming. Every girl dreams of marrying a handsome prince. But Xia Ming, despite not being conventionally handsome, possessed an aura that was undeniably appealing. Wife Xia Ming noticed Lin Wanging lost in thought, her cheeks still flushed. What are you staring at? Hurry and get out of the car. With that, Lin Wanging flung open the car door and dashed into the villa, leaving Xia Ming bemused. Was his comment so provocative? He shrugged off the bewilderment and exited the vehicle, closing the door gently behind him. Once inside, he retreated to his room, fatigue overtaking him, and he quickly fell asleep. The following morning, Xia Ming prepared breakfast, a testament to Lin Wanging's significance in his life. He sipped a glass of water and placed it on the table. He noticed Lin Wanging descending the stairs, ready for work. The moment she caught the delicious aroma wafting through the air, her heart fluttered with delight. How fragrant, she thought, feeling cherished for the first time. When she reached the dining table, she poured herself a glass of water and took a sip. Xia Ming approached, placing 2 plates of lovingly prepared breakfast before her with a smile. Wife, did you sleep well last night? Not bad, Lin Wanging replied, her gaze lowered. Eat up, you have to head to work soon, he encouraged. All right. Lin Wanging felt a pang of hunger, so she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat the breakfast prepared by Xia Ming. At that moment, Xia Ming lifted the cup he had just used to drink water and finished the contents. When Lin Wanging looked up, she happened to see Xia Ming drinking. In an instant, she was stunned. Lin Wanging suddenly let out a scream, startling Xia Ming, who choked on his drink and coughed several times. Xia Ming, visibly anxious, asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" Chapter 124. Xia Ming actually. Xia Ming, who told you to drink from that cup? Lin Wanging was almost in disarray. He actually drank the water she had just consumed, causing her to feel both embarrassed and furious. Xia Ming, with a puzzled expression, glanced at Lin Wanging and asked, "Wife, I just poured this water this morning. It was a bit hot, so I let it cool down before drinking. What's wrong with that?" Xia Ming was confused. The water was his, and as a master of medicine, he would have noticed any issues with it immediately. However, Lin Wanging's reaction was entirely unexpected. "Are you saying that cup was what you drank from this morning?" Lin Wanging asked through gritted teeth. "Yes, what's wrong?" Xia Ming was baffled. What was going on with Lin Wanging? Why was she suddenly asking such bizarre questions? Lin Wanging's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and a wave of shyness washed over her. She had unknowingly consumed the water that this scoundrel had drunk. That moment, Lin Wanging felt as if she were losing her mind. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? After all these years, her first kiss had remained intact, but unexpectedly, it had been lost this very morning to this rascal. This infuriated Lin Wanging immensely. This was her first kiss, and the manner of its loss was indirect. Causing her to seethe with anger, Lin Wanging glared at Xia Ming with a fierce look, as if she could kill him. Xia Ming sensed the palpable hostility and instinctively shrank his neck. Glancing at Lin Wanging, utterly perplexed by her sudden outburst, did she find his cooking too delectable? As he pondered this, Xia Ming's spirits lifted. Surely, it was because his culinary skills had impressed her that she reacted so passionately. This thought made him even more excited. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging shot him a furious glare before hastily leaving the room. Xia Ming, momentarily stunned, called out, "Wife, where are you going?" "To work," Lin Wanging replied, unwilling to linger in a place where her first kiss had been so inexplicably taken from her. Even more infuriating was that this scoundrel remained blissfully unaware of her turmoil. Quickly changing her clothes, she donned her high heels and left with a decisive click of her shoes. Xia Ming was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, "Wife, wait for me. Can you give me a ride?" The distance to their workplace was considerable, and there were hardly any taxis around since they lived in a villa area where most residents owned cars. However, by the time Xia Ming chased after her, Lin Wanging had already pressed down on the accelerator and sped away, leaving Xia Ming feeling desolate. "Wife, wait for me. If you leave me here to run to the office." "How long will it take?" He sprinted, but how could his 2 legs compete with 4 wheels? Soon, Lin Wanging's car was out of sight, and Xia Ming was left feeling utterly frustrated. Damned, this is a disaster. The thought of the distance to the office made him feel an acute sense of discomfort. Upon finally arriving at work after 2 exhausting hours of running, Xia Ming was left breathless and drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him uncomfortably in the summer heat. "Hey, Xia Ming, what happened to you today? You seem really hot," inquired his colleague Yang Yusin, who was dressed in a white shirt adorned with little rabbits and jeans. "Looking youthful and vibrant, don't mention it. Let me just drink some water," Xia Ming gasped, collapsing into his seat. It was already nearly 10 o'clock, and the run from home had nearly broken him. "What kind of situation is this? This is the second time my wife has left me behind. 2 hours of running. I'm exhausted." After quenching his thirst, Xia Ming felt considerably better. Yang Yusin couldn't help but ask, "Did you encounter a rabid dog or something?" "Rabid dog? What are you talking about?" Xia Ming turned to her, utterly bewildered. Look at you, drenched in sweat and panting. You must have been running. And it's already 10 o'clock. If you were morning jogging, 6 o'clock is the optimal time to start. Unless you were chased by a dog, why would you run so fast? Ah, Xia Ming exclaimed, suddenly impressed by Yang Yusin's imagination. When have I ever been chased by a dog? He was at a loss for words. He had run because he didn't have a car, initially intending to take a taxi, but deciding against it to save money. He was quite broke and didn't want to waste even a few dollars, especially since the office wasn't that far away. Well, if you weren't chased by a dog, why are you panting? Yang Yusin looked at him quizzically. Just because I wasn't chased by a dog doesn't mean I can't be out of breath. What kind of logic is that? Xia Ming was exasperated. Suddenly, Yang Yusin seemed to remember something and gasped, looking at Xia Ming with wide eyes, making him feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Xia Ming clutched his chest, glancing nervously at her. Xia Ming, that you're being improper this early in the morning, that I'm ignoring you, Yang Yusin said, her cheeks flushing as she turned away from him. Xia Ming was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what she meant. What had he done? Why had she suddenly blushed? Did this young lady have feelings for him? Although Yang Yusin was quite attractive, he felt no romantic inclination towards her, and they had not known each other for long. While Xia Ming pondered these thoughts, he completely forgot about his feelings for Lin Wanging, who had captured his heart at first sight. Sometimes, love is indeed that simple. He opened his computer, choosing not to pursue the conversation with Yang Yusin further. Meanwhile, her face was as red as a sunset. Upon logging into his QQ, Xia Ming noticed a flashing avatar accompanied by a ding sound. Who could that be? Furrowing his brow, he opened the chat, only to find the avatar belonged to someone named I Am Truly a Star. Xia Ming was momentarily surprised. He hadn't communicated much with her since adding her. Apart from a brief exchange during their last chat, he opened the conversation, and several messages popped up. Hey, rich guy, where are you from? Rich guy, speak up. Why is no one responding? Are you really that busy? Rich guy, hurry up and talk. If you don't reply, this star will explode in your face. Then he saw an image of excrement accompanied by a bomb, which left him utterly speechless. This left Xia Ming both amused and exasperated. The individual calling themselves I Am a Big Star truly seemed to be a joker. Xia Ming replied, I am from Jiangzhou. What do you want? Are you asking me out on a date? After sending the message, Xia Ming was taken aback when he noticed the other person's avatar lighting up, indicating they were online. Humph, there are plenty of people who want to date this star. There are enough to fill 2 streets that you'll have to wait your turn. The other side sent a graphic image of a bloody knife. Xia Ming thought that I Am a Big Star resembled this persona. Yet he remained skeptical, suspecting it was merely a prank by a child. After some contemplation, Xia Ming decided it would be amusing to engage in idle chatter with this person, but he then remarked, all right, I'll queue up. When my turn comes, I'll arrange a date with you. The other party responded with a couple of playful grunts, which conjured an image of a girl pouting in Xia Ming's mind. Amused, he typed back, as a big star, you must be quite busy. Why are you so free right now? Are you not filming any dramas? Of course I'm filming, came the reply. It's just that my hairstylist is doing my hair, which is why I have a moment to chat online. Xia Ming smirked, realizing that the person truly believed themselves to be a star. He responded, what drama are you filming? An ancient costume drama. You must watch it when it airs, they insisted. Sure, no problem, Xia Ming replied without a second thought. He then inquired, what is the name of the drama? I want to look it up later. I won't tell you. Upon reading those 5 words, Xia Ming couldn't help but scoff. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? He found it utterly ridiculous. Without the title, how could he possibly know what drama was being referred to? Just wait for the premiere day, the other side replied, as long as it airs that day, then it's my drama. Xia Ming was at a loss for words. With his busy schedule, he hardly had time to watch television. Just as he was about to say something, the other person interjected, all right, my hairstyle is done. The director is calling me to start filming. We'll chat later. With that, the avatar of I Am a Big Star went dark, leaving Xia Ming bemused, as if he were truly a big star himself, that he chose not to reply and closed the chat window. Just as he was about to exit QQ, he noticed a flurry of messages in their university group chat, which caused him to pause momentarily. Upon entering the group, he was greeted with a myriad of messages. All right, everyone, let us finalize our gathering at the Bay Resort on Wednesday morning, wrote Wang Dabin, the class monitor. Don't worry, we will gather on time, someone responded. That's great. It's been a while since we've all been together. It's a perfect opportunity to strengthen our bonds, Wang Tao added. Don't worry, Wang Dabin, came another reply. By the way, Wang Dabin, we've contacted everyone in our class, but we couldn't reach Xia Ming. Oh, you happen to know his phone number? Someone inquired. At that moment, Wang Tao was sitting at his desk, staring at the computer screen filled with messages, feeling a surge of resentment. Ever since Xia Ming arrived, he had been humiliated time and again, which infuriated him. Even with his father-esque connections, he failed to drive Xia Ming out of Qingya Group. What made him even more envious was that Lin Wanging was protecting Xia Ming, which only fueled his anger. I can get in touch with him. I'll ask him then. Wang Tao replied. By the way, Wang Dabin, if Xia Ming goes, will Gu Xiaoya be joining as well? We might get to see that gorgeous school belle again. The mention of Gu Xiaoya instantly enlivened the group chat. Yes, Wang Dabin, Gu Xiaoya was our goddess back in the day. She should definitely attend, right? You can't let her miss it. Otherwise, we won't let you off the hook. With such a beauty around, it's sure to be a feast for the eyes, another chimed in. Absolutely, Wang Dabin. You can rest assured. This little matter won't trouble me at all. That I'll definitely bring Gu Xiaoya along. Wang Tao assured them. That's good. In college, she usually doesn't dress up much, but even without makeup, Gu Xiaoya is stunning. I wonder how she's changed after these 2 months in society. She must be even more beautiful now. If only I could pursue her. Indeed, it's a shame that in the end, Xia Ming ended up with her. Enough of that. Xia Ming has his talents. Why don't you try to compete with him in college? Exactly. Reading these messages, Xia Ming couldn't help but smiled. He remained silent, feeling a mix of familiarity and distance towards these acquaintances. His relationships with them during university were superficial at best, and he had hardly exchanged more than a few words with some, aside from his close friend Gao Cheng. After closing the group chat, a notification window suddenly popped up on Xia Ming's desktop. Upon seeing it, he paused for a moment and recognized the name displayed. Gao Cheng. Xia Ming quickly typed, Gao Cheng, what's up? Is that agent still giving you trouble? He recalled the last time he had dealt with Wang Jinxin, who had the audacity to send someone after him. Xia Ming had been furious and had instructed a friend to teach Wang Jinxin a lesson. Seeing Gao Cheng's message made him frown slightly, worried that Wang Jinxin hadn't refunded Gao Cheng yet. It seemed like it was time to confront that scoundrel again. Unbeknownst to Xia Ming, Wang Jinxin was currently lying in a hospital bed, regretting his decisions. That he had merely intended to confront Xia Ming, but hadn't anticipated that Xia Ming had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Now, even the thugs called him bro after getting thoroughly beaten. Wang Jinxin had no choice but to seek medical attention for his broken limbs. He regretted provoking someone so formidable. If regret pills were available, he would buy 2, one to consume and another to keep as a backup. Before long, Xia Ming received a message from Gao Cheng. Xia Ming, I can't thank you enough. That agent was an absolute mess. He scared me half to death. You wouldn't believe how pathetic he looked, begging me for money. I was utterly confused, but then I realized it must have been your doing, which put me at ease. So, thank you so much. Enough with the formalities. You've helped me plenty in college. Now that you're in trouble, how could I stand by idly? Right? No need for pleasantries. By the way, we set the date for our class reunion. It's this Wednesday. Are you coming? Xia Ming suddenly recalled the system task that promised a mysterious reward upon completion, and since it was mandatory, he had no choice but to accept. Just as he was about to reply to Gao Cheng, Gao Cheng added, if you don't go, I want to either that I don't know many people, and aside from you, I only have Yangzi. I just met Yangzi a few days ago, so it's no big deal if I don't go. I'll go. Seeing Gao Cheng's message, Xia Ming responded affirmatively. In a distant office, a young man furrowed his brow upon reading Xia Ming's reply. Xia Ming, are you really going? Xia Ming contemplated. Of course, I must go. Without the system task, he might not have considered attending, but with the task at hand, the stakes were too high to ignore. Thus, he resolved to go to as for Gu Xia, as she lingered in his heart. A cherished memory from his first crush. However, the pain from their breakup had left a lasting scar, and he had buried those feelings deep within. To him, that sentiment had become nothing but a recollection, unworthy of his current life. Moreover, he now had Lin Wanging, a more remarkable and beautiful girl who embodied both intellect and grace. Hence, his feelings for Gu Xiaoya had significantly faded. Some might argue that Xia Ming harbors no true affection for Gu Xiaoya. It is often said that the deeper the love, the greater the pain it can inflict. However, the fault does not solely lie with Xia Ming. Rather, it is a consequence of their impulsive decisions at the time, as they failed to recognize that love is indeed a luxury. Such a misunderstanding has led to their current predicament. Love, being a precious commodity, necessitates careful consideration in its selection. A moment's carelessness could plunge one into an abyss of suffering. Do you really want to go? The other party hesitated for a moment. Clearly, Gao Cheng had not anticipated Xia Ming's determination to attend. Initially, he thought Xia Ming would forego this gathering, which caused him to furrow his brow. He assumed that if Xia Ming chose not to attend, he would also abstain. But if Xia Ming decided to go, then the matter was entirely different. Taii was likely that during this gathering, the entire class would become aware of Xia Ming's situation. At that moment, Xia Ming would be alone and unsupported, and as his brother, how could Gao Qing not be there for him? Well, if that's the case, then I shall go as well. Let us keep in touch when the time comes. Xia Ming understood Gao Qing's intentions and felt a surge of gratitude. All right, let us stay in contact. Xia Ming turned off his computer, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied his mind. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted his reverie. He glanced at the old mobile phone on his desk, its paint worn and faded from extensive use. Despite its condition, the phone had one admirable quality: an extraordinarily long battery life. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, Xia Ming frowned. Suspecting it might be an insurance salesperson, he promptly ended the call, as the incessant telemarketing had become a nuisance. Their rapid-fire pitches akin to a rapid-fire performance. The buzzing resumed. Xia Ming noticed it was the same number again, causing his brows to knit in annoyance. Who is this? Why won't they give up? Curious, he answered the call. Hello? However, the line was filled with a buzzing noise, rendering it difficult for Xia Ming to hear the speaker. Who are you? Why are you calling? He inquired, but the chaotic noise on the other end persisted with no response, leading him to hang up once more. Setting his phone aside, he attempted to browse the internet, but within a minute, his phone vibrated again. Oh, come on. He checked the screen, realizing it was the same number yet again. Exasperated, he answered, I ask again, who are you? You refuse to speak. Hello? Are you Shenyuan's guardian? A woman's voice, warm and gentle, came through the line. Shenyuan? Xia Ming paused, recalling that this was indeed his little sister-in-law's name. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of her. However, as he contemplated this, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Who are you? What has happened to Shenyuan? Anxiety gripped him. Could it be that his sister-in-law had been kidnapped? The mere thought was unsettling. Though Shenyuan was spirited, he certainly did not wish for her to come to harm. Otherwise, his wife would undoubtedly be worried sick. Sir, please remain calm. Shenyuan is perfectly fine. The voice reassured him. I am her homeroom teacher, Wang Shumin. Are you Shenyuan's father? Relief washed over him as he realized it was merely the teacher calling. No, I'm her brother-in-law. Oh, I see. After a brief silence, Xia Ming pressed on. Ms. Wang, is there something I should know? Has something happened to Yuhan? Well, I need to inform you that Yuhan has been involved in an altercation with another student, and we require her guardian to come to the school. She got into a fight? Xia Ming was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. While Yuhan appeared cheerful and spirited, he knew she was fiercely protective, especially after a prior incident involving a woman named Wang Ling who had mocked her. In that instance, his little sister-in-law had transformed into a formidable force, launching a fierce attack against the woman. Xia Ming had come to understand her temperament. As long as she was not provoked, she could be amicable, but once riled, she would become a little demon, causing considerable headaches for anyone who crossed her. Xia Ming frowned at the news of her fighting. Though Yuhan had a bold personality, she would not resort to violence without provocation. There must have been a reason behind this incident. Moreover, it was unusual for a homeroom teacher to contact him directly. Clearly, something had transpired that Yuhan had not disclosed. What led to this situation? He inquired. This matter cannot be easily explained over the phone. However, the other party's guardian is insisting on an explanation. Therefore, we must trouble you to come to the school to resolve this issue. Wang Shumin replied. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Task assigned to the host. Assist Shenyuan. Reward: 200 honor points. Taken by surprise, Xia Ming felt a rush of excitement at the unexpected task. Understood. Please provide me with the location, and I will arrive shortly. We are at the Municipal No. 1 High School. You can come directly here, Wang Shumin instructed. All right, I will be there shortly. After ending the call, Xia Ming furrowed his brow, rising from his seat and grabbing his phone as he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Wang Tao was approaching him, fully aware that Xia Ming's departure was related to the class reunion. Wang Tao, eager to involve Xia Ming in the festivities, frowned upon seeing him leave. Xia Ming, what are you doing? It's work hours. You can't just wander off and disrupt others' work. Xia Ming, irritated by Wang Tao's condescending tone, felt a surge of anger. Wang Tao, are you my supervisor? Wang Tao was taken aback, stammering. No, are you the head of the sales department? Xia Ming pressed further. Neither. Then you must be the boss. Xia Ming continued. How ridiculous. Wang Tao was internally seething, unable to retaliate physically. That you're not in a position to dictate anything. Xia Ming retorted, raising his voice to, you're just another employee, no different from me. just because you've been here a couple of months longer. You think you're special? I've encountered many foolish individuals, but you take the cake. Mind your own business. Wang Tao's face turned a shade of purple with rage, his expression twisted in fury as he glared at Xia Ming. Try saying that again. Fuming, Wang Tao was infuriated that Xia Ming, having been there only a short time, dared to challenge him in front of others. Xia Ming was given no regard whatsoever. At that moment, the entire office turned their attention towards him, and upon seeing Wang Tao, they couldn't help but gossip. Look, Wang Tao is arguing with Xia Ming again. Indeed, Xia Ming was quite a decent person, and it was unclear why Wang Tao was so antagonistic towards him. Perhaps it stemmed from envy, especially since Xia Ming was close to General Lin and often accompanied him during business dealings. Wang Tao also harbored feelings for Lin Wanging. It was undeniable that General Lin was exceptionally beautiful, and there were only a handful of individuals in Jiangzhou who could compare. Wang Tao's actions could be understood in the context of his infatuation with Lin Wanging. The trouble that beauty brings. Some murmured, shaking their heads, it shouldn't be said like that. One could argue that it's better to die under a peony than to live as a ghost, another countered. Moreover, our General Lin is so stunning. If I were a boy, I would pursue her too. The murmurs swelled, intensifying Wang Tao's fury, causing his face to flush red. Xia Ming cast a casual glance at Wang Tao before striding away. Wang Tao's irritation peaked when Xia Ming ignored him completely. If you dare to leave, I'll inform General Lin. Wang Tao shouted to Taii that moment. Several people cast disdainful looks at Wang Tao, clearly irritated by his tendency to report others. Wang Tao was clearly in the wrong. The weight of the gazes around him only fueled his anger, but by then, Xia Ming had already departed, leaving Wang Tao fuming. Just you wait, he seethed, making his way towards Lin Wanging's office. Upon entering, he was met with a resounding reprimand from Lin Wanging, loud enough for the entire building to hear. Look, Wang Tao is being chastised by General Lin, someone remarked. Indeed, if he hadn't sought trouble, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Reporting on Xia Ming was akin to looking for trouble with a lantern, another commented. What a pitiful soul, I shall mourn for him for 3 minutes. Before long, Wang Tao exited Lin Wanging's office, his expression dark and furious. He had not anticipated that his complaint about Xia Ming's unauthorized absence would backfire so spectacularly. Rather than being reprimanded, Lin Wanging had told him to mind his own business, delivering a particularly cutting remark. Why are you concerning yourself with so much? This company still bears the Lin name, and it has nothing to do with you. This statement left Wang Tao shaken. It was true that the company was still under Lin Wanging's purview, and his interference had been unwarranted. Lin Wanging was irate and had scolded him thoroughly. Wang Tao's misfortune was compounded by the fact that Xia Ming faced no repercussions for his absence. While he himself was berated, frustration boiled within him, but he could do nothing, as Lin Wanging had taken Xia Ming's side. With a dark expression, Wang Tao left the office, disheartened that every encounter with Lin Wanging seemed to leave him in a state of defeat. He couldn't fathom why Lin Wanging would go to such lengths to protect Xia Ming, filling him with envy and resentment. If only he could replace Xia Ming, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Xia Ming arrived at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, the most prestigious institution in the city, known for its exceptional academic quality. Gaining admission here required true talent, and the school was highly regarded due to the number of students who went on to attend prestigious universities like Huqing University. Consequently, the school received considerable attention, and many parents sought connections to secure a spot for their children. The competition for admission was fierce. As Xia Ming stood before the school's entrance, he noted the prominent sign, Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Every year, countless students fought tooth and nail to gain entry here. Furrowing his brow, Xia Ming realized that the school enforced a closed-door policy, preventing outsiders from entering. The gate was clearly locked, and he would need to find another way in. Glancing around, he noticed a small, inconspicuous hut beside the gate, which was more visible due to the lack of surrounding structures. Inside sat an elderly man, likely the school gatekeeper. Typically, schools choose older individuals for this role, as younger people often look down upon such jobs. Approaching the window of the hut, Xia Ming knocked and said, "Excuse me, could you please open the gate?" "Open the gate? For what purpose?" the old man inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Xia Ming. Xia Ming was taken aback. "Tio, go inside." "Of course inside? You're not a teacher here, are you?" The old man scrutinized Xia Ming before asking. "I am not a teacher," Xia Ming confirmed. He was an employee of Qingyao Group and had no interest in teaching. "That if you're not a teacher, why do you need to go in? Outsiders are not allowed." "You should leave," the old man replied impatiently. "Sir, I am a parent of a student here. The homeroom teacher asked me to come to school today," Xia Ming explained. Could you please let me in? The old man regarded him suspiciously. Who is your child's homeroom teacher? Xia Ming paused, recalling the name of the teacher who had called him. I believe it was Ms. Wang. Wang Shumin, you mean? The old man, having worked at the school for many years, recognized the name immediately. All right, let me make a quick call to verify. Xia Ming nodded, unfazed. After a brief conversation, the old man hung up and said, I didn't expect you to be the child's parent after all. Please, go right in. The old man opened the gate. Xia Ming expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. I have to leave now. Don't hold it against me. There are many bad people these days, and I have to be cautious. The old man replied apologetically. It's perfectly fine, sir. The school needs people like you. I'll chat with you when I return. With that, Xia Ming entered the school, making his way to Wang Shumin's office. The campus was expansive, with multiple teaching buildings for each grade. Xia Ming finally located Wang Shumin's office and knocked on the door. Come in, a voice called from within. Upon entering, Xia Ming was greeted by a scene of parents and teachers, including Shenyuan, who was pouting defiantly. What a rude child. How were your parents raising you to dare lay a hand on someone? You must be wild and untrained. A sharp voice pierced through the air. A woman with wavy long hair, red lipstick, and a stylish red dress stood there, exuding an aura of disdain. Beside this woman stood a man who appeared somewhat portly, with a buzz cut and a seemingly refined demeanor. He was anything but simple. His air of confidence betrayed a deeper complexity. Next to him was a woman in her 50s, her raven hair streaked with gray, wearing spectacles and lost in contemplation. Upon hearing her words, Shenyuan felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Her delicate lips pursed as she cast a frigid glance at the woman. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury, clearly indicating the extent of her anger. Shenyuan's slender form trembled slightly with suppressed rage. How dare you speak such nonsense? Woman, clean up your language. At that moment, Xia Ming also felt his temper flare. This woman was utterly infuriating. Shenyuan was merely a high school student, yet this grown woman dared to bully her. Xia Ming could no longer stand idly by. After all, Shenyuan was Lin Wanging's cousin, and he could not bear to witness his younger sister being mistreated. Brother-in-law. Hearing that familiar voice, Shenyuan turned around, and upon seeing Xia Ming, she rushed into his embrace, sobbing softly, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. Xia Ming, noticing her distress, comfortingly patted her back, assuring her, don't worry, with your brother-in-law here, no one will bully you. Seeing Shenyuan in such a state tugged at Xia Ming's heartstrings. She was a stark contrast to her usual lively and spirited self. Now, she appeared fragile and deeply wronged. Being in my brother-in-law's embrace feels so warm, and he smells so lovely, Shenyuan thought to herself as she savored the comfort. However, as she began to bask in that warmth, Xia Ming gently patted her, signaling that it was time to address the situation. Reluctantly, she stepped out of his arms, her tear-streaked face resembling that of a small, sorrowful kitten, further deepening Xia Ming's compassion. Wiping away her tears, he turned his icy gaze toward the woman, coldly demanding, Who are you? And why do you resort to insults? Who am I? The woman pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Ming, her voice rising in indignation. You must be the child's guardian. Look at what your child has done to my son. If you don't provide me with an explanation today, I will not let this matter rest. She gestured toward the small boy nearby, who had a piece of tissue stuck to his nose, with traces of blood visible, and half of his face swollen. It was evident that Shenyuan had been the one to strike him. Yet, instead of directing his ire at Shenyuan, Xia Ming remained coldly focused on the woman, replying nonchalantly, And what of it? The woman's voice escalated, her anger palpable as she shouted, Look at what she's done to my child. How could she be so brutal? She's nearly disfigured him. If I do not receive an explanation today, this matter is far from over. Throughout this exchange, the man beside the woman remained silent. Madam, please, let us not act in haste. We can resolve this matter calmly. Wang Shumin interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. Calm? How can you expect me to be calm when my child is in this state? I assure you, this is far from over. The woman trembled with fury. Xia Ming cast a glance at her before stating flatly, So you wish for an explanation? Then perhaps you should enlighten me on why my sister struck your child. How would I know? Is it acceptable for your child to strike others? The woman sneered, her anger evident. Xia Ming regarded her coolly before turning his gentle gaze to Shenyuan. Yuan, please tell me why you felt the need to strike him. Did he do something to you? Brother-in-law, he was persistent in pursuing me despite my refusals. Today, he even laid hands on me, and in my frustration, I retaliated. I never expected him to be so fragile. Shenyuan explained, her voice tinged with innocence. What? Xia Ming's anger flared upon hearing that his sister had been assaulted. His heart raced at the thought of her being harmed. He could only imagine how devastated his wife would be if something had happened to shenyuan. The current generation seemed to have lost their way, and he glared at the woman, coldly remarking, "You've heard it for yourself. Your child has committed an atrocious act. Indeed, such behavior reflects poorly on their upbringing." Xia Ming's retort was sharp, and the woman, who had just moments ago been chastising shenyuan, now found herself on the receiving end of Xia Ming's pointed words, her face turning pale with rage. "How dare you? That little wretch is lying." Suddenly, a sharp slap resonated throughout the office, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, including the woman. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her composure, seething, "You dare strike me? You will pay for this." Qian Suang, what are you waiting for? Your wife has been assaulted, and you remain apathetic. Are you even a man? The woman raged at the man beside her. Qian Suang glared at Xia Ming, his indignation mirroring that of the woman. "How could you resort to violence?" Xia Ming replied coldly. "When words fail, a slap is warranted. If you continue to speak so carelessly, I may just shatter your mouth." Indeed, the woman's words were utterly reprehensible, particularly her use of the term little wretch, which ignited a blaze of anger within Xia Ming. This situation had escalated beyond reason, leaving Wang Shumin in shock. Her intention was to mediate, but now Xia Ming had directly confronted the other parent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Shumin quickly interjected, "Please, let us not act rashly. We should discuss this matter together." "Discuss? There's nothing to discuss," the woman snapped, addressing Qian Suang. "Hurry and contact Principal Zhou. You know him from the first secondary school, don't you? Call him now." "Principal Zhou?" Wang Shumin was taken aback, her expression shifting as she processed the implications. There was only one Principal Zhou in the entire school. Zhou Guangxin, the vice principal of the first secondary school, and his authority was formidable. Qian Suang, now visibly angered, shot Xia Ming a glare before dialing a number. "Hello, is this Principal Zhou? This is Qian Suanjik. My son has been assaulted by another student at your school. And to make matters worse, the guardian of this child has resorted to violence as well that we require your intervention." "Very well. We are in the office of a teacher named Wang Shumin." "Understood." After hanging up, the woman stood tall, declaring, "I assure you, this will not end well for you. That I will see to it that your child is expelled, never to return to this school." Xia Ming's fury boiled over. Shenyuan was in her senior year. An expulsion would be a catastrophic blemish on her future. This woman was effectively destroying a child's path to success, and Xia Ming felt an overwhelming urge to confront her. "Brother-in-law, should I call my sister?" Shenyuan sensed the gravity of the situation and tugged at Xia Ming's sleeve. Xia Ming met her gaze, whispering reassuringly, "Don't worry, I will handle this. You need not be concerned." His temper flared, and he continued to glare at the woman until the office door creaked open, signaling the arrival of a new development. A meticulously dressed middle-aged man entered, clad in a suit and polished black shoes. Exuding an air of vitality and authority, "Principal Zhou, you have finally arrived." Chapter 131. The Furious Xia Ming. This man is Zhou Guangxing, the vice principal of the city's prestigious No. 1 high school. Previously, in an effort to secure admission for his child, Qian Suang had cultivated a relationship with Zhou Guangxing, leading to a budding camaraderie between the two. Of course, this was greatly aided by the appealing gifts Qian Suang had presented. Without such enticements, Zhou Guangxing might have disregarded him altogether. "Old Qian, do enlighten me. What on earth is happening?" Zhou Guangxing inquired upon arrival, his tone laden with partiality, prompting Xia Ming to furrow his brow in disapproval. "Principal Zhou, it is not only that this parent's child has assaulted my own, refusing to apologize, but when my spouse demanded an apology, this parent resorted to violence as well. That I hope you can assist us in addressing this matter. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible, and they have even slandered my child, claiming he harassed their daughter. My child is well behaved, and at such a tender age, it is simply implausible for him to act in such a manner. I trust you will handle this matter judiciously. This child's upbringing is severely lacking." Though articulated with subtlety, the implication was unmistakable. Qian Suang sought the expulsion of shenyuan. Zhou Guangxing grasped the underlying intent and responded with gravity. "This parent, your child has struck another? Why has there been no apology, and why resort to violence against the other parent? This conduct is intolerable. Therefore, I am compelled to expel your child from the school. You may both leave at once." With that pronouncement, Zhou Guangxing unceremoniously expelled shenyuan, inciting her furious outrage. Had Xia Ming not been present, one could only speculate what action she might have taken. Nevertheless, even Xia Ming felt a surge of indignation at the vice principal's words. "Principal Zhou, You have not even ascertained the facts and have simply taken their word at face value to expel my sister. Is this how leadership operates nowadays, making arbitrary decisions without due diligence? It appears you have colluded with Qian Suang. Zhou Guangxing's expression hardened at these words, his anger palpable. Young man, do not speak carelessly. Your child has assaulted another and must face appropriate consequences. Such egregious behavior has never been witnessed at our esteemed institution, and the repercussions have already inflicted significant damage upon the school's reputation. Therefore, I insist you leave immediately. His brusque demeanor prompted derisive glances from Qian Suang and his wife towards Xia Ming. Further fueling his ire, the vice principal of No. 1 high school. Such a handling of affairs was utterly unbefitting. You are merely the vice principal. We demand to speak with the principal, Xia Ming declared defiantly. Zhou Guangxing's countenance shifted slightly at the mention of the principal, Zhang Yunchuan, with whom he harbored considerable animosity. He had long awaited an opportunity to usurp Zhang's position, and the prospect of Zhang siding with Xia Ming was unacceptable to him. There is no need for that. I am the principal here. And my word is final. Depart at once. Fuming with indignation, Xia Ming retorted. So this is how the vice principal of No. 1 high school operates, expelling students without inquiry. This matter is far from over. He retrieved his phone and made a call, his frustration boiling over. Today, he was genuinely incensed by the absurdity of the leadership's actions. After contemplating, he decided to contact Chen Tianxiang, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou with substantial connections. Master Xia, it is you. Chen Tianxiang's tone shifted to one of reverence upon recognizing Xia Ming's number. He held Xia Ming's medical expertise in high esteem, lowering himself in deference. After all, everyone is susceptible to illness. And cultivating a friendship with Xia Ming was akin to securing an additional lifeline. Chen, I need your assistance that you know anyone in No. 1 high school. Xia Ming wasted no time, his frustration directed at Zhou Guangxing. Leadership, Master Xia, is there a problem? Chen Tianxiang inquired urgently. Indeed, a significant issue has arisen. A vice principal is attempting to expel my sister without just cause, and I need to know if you can connect me with someone influential. If not, I will reach out to Wang Laoch. What? Chen Tianxiang exclaimed, his outrage palpable. Which fool dares to offend you? Master Xia, rest assured, I have a good rapport with Principal Zhang Yunchuan. I will call him immediately. Very well. Xia Ming hung up, believing Zhang Yunchuan, being the principal, would have the authority to rectify the situation. Moments later, Zhou Guangxing's voice cut through the air. I assure you, calling anyone will be futile. This child has violated school regulations by engaging in a fight, warranting expulsion as per our protocols. Zhou Guangxing remained composed, confident within his domain, save for the principal's overarching authority. Less than 5 minutes later, the door swung open once more, revealing an elderly gentleman in his 50s. Donned in silver-rimmed glasses, radiating vitality, it was Zhang Yunchuan. Upon entering, Zhang Yunchuan inquired, Vice Principal Zhou, what is the situation? I have heard complaints from parents alleging your handling of the matter is unjust, resulting in arbitrary expulsions. Zhou Guangxing's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Xia Ming would summon Zhang Yunchuan as the principal. Zhang Yunchuan possessed the acumen and connections to navigate this predicament. Zhou Guangxing quickly explained. Principal, this student assaulted another, inflicting severe injuries. Such a case is unprecedented at our school, and the behavior has gravely impacted our institution's reputation that I deemed expulsion necessary. Chapter 132. Networking? Xia Ming interjected. You have not even bothered to ascertain the facts before seeking to expel my sister. This is an egregious abuse of power. Principal, the truth is this student harbored inappropriate intentions towards my sister, which led to the altercation. Such societal miscreants deserve their comeuppance. Who knows what they might do if left unchecked? Xia Ming's retort was incisive, and Zhang Yunchuan, experienced in navigating such matters, quickly grasped the situation. It was evident Zhou Guangxing was acting under Qian Suhang's influence, and Zhang viewed Zhou's superficial handling of the situation with disdain. Is this truly how you maintain fairness, Vice Principal Zhou? Your conduct is rather juvenile for someone in your esteemed position, Zhang Yunchuan remarked sharply, causing Zhou Guangxing's expression to falter. Money and connections may have provided Zhou Guangxing certain advantages, but he was no match for Zhang Yunchuan's acumen and influence. Qian Suang, sensing the tide turning, addressed Zhang Yunchuan. Principal Zhang, I implore you to handle this matter with care. Otherwise, it serves no one's interest. His words carried an undercurrent of threat, inciting Zhang Yunchuan's ire further. You are merely a parent. The school's decisions are not for you to dictate. Zhang Yunchuan then turned to Zhou Guangxing, stating coldly, this matter ends here. As for your child, At such a young age, they should be focused on their studies rather than indulging in base thoughts that as parents, you bear the responsibility of educating your child. Lest they grow up with misguided values. Zhang's admonition ignited the woman's fury. You claim to be the principal here. Your blatant favoritism is apparent. Clearly, my child was assaulted, yet you dismiss it with a mere statement. This matter is far from resolved. When a woman erupts in anger, the entire office becomes saturated with her tempestuous demeanor. Wang Shumin, who stands nearby, finds herself unable to interject. The situation has escalated to such an extent that it is undeniably significant. Initially, she had contemplated inviting both parties' parents for a proper discussion. After all, conflicts such as these are not uncommon in schools. Should expulsion be the consequence of this altercation, it could profoundly affect the child's future. Old Qian, what are you still doing there? Aren't you acquainted with the leaders of the Education Bureau? Call them immediately, the woman exclaimed in fury. Qian Suang cast a cold glance at Zhang Yunchuan and replied softly, I hope you won't regret this. Subsequently, Qian Suang made the call. Once connected, he cheerfully stated, Hello, Vice Director Lin. This is Qian Suang. I have a matter I hope you can assist with. My child was assaulted at school, and the principal is showing favoritism and attempting to excuse the assailant. Yes, he continued, so I would appreciate your attention to this issue. After hanging up, Zhang Yunchuan's brow furrowed deeply. Qian Suang referred to the other party as Director Lin, and it appeared to be none other than Lin Gong, a prominent figure in the Education Bureau. This revelation caused Zhang Yunchuan's expression to shift slightly. Vice Director Lin held considerable authority, and if it were indeed Lin Gong, the situation could become troublesome, something Zhang had not anticipated. When his old friend sought help regarding a friend's predicament, he never imagined it would involve someone from the Education Bureau, clearly indicating the other party's significance. At this moment, Zhang Yunchuan whispered, You must be Mr. Xia Ming. This situation could indeed become complicated. The director you mentioned is Lin Gong, a person of influence. If he intervenes, I might not be able to protect you. Indeed, Zhang Yunchuan was merely a principal, vastly overshadowed by the Education Bureau's director, and Lin Gong happened to be Zhang's direct superior. If he were to speak, Zhang would have no choice but to comply, unless he intended to resign from his position. Zhou Guanxin was equally surprised to learn that Qian Suang knew the vice director of the Education Bureau, a revelation that sparked a glimmer of opportunity in his eyes. If he could leverage this situation to oust Zhang Yunchuan from City No. 1 High School, then the institution would be under his control. With that thought, Zhou Guanxin felt a surge of excitement. Soon after, Zhang Yunchuan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly before he answered, speaking softly, Hello, what? Zhang Yunchuan's face darkened upon hearing the other party's words. Director Lin, the fault does not lie solely with this young girl. Both parties share blame. Your approach seems rather autocratic. Would you not agree? Just as he finished speaking, the line went dead, leaving Zhang bewildered. Xia Ming, having keen hearing and standing close to Zhang, clearly caught every word. He recalled a previous altercation with Lin Gong during a dinner hosted by Wang Jianlin. Had it not been for Wang's intervention, that matter may not have been resolved. Qian Suhong's call was likely directed to Lin Gong, and as vice director, he possessed ample power to deal with the principal. This prompted Xia Ming to make an urgent call of his own. Meanwhile, Qian Suang watched Xia Ming with a cold smirk, eager to see how he intended to resolve the situation. With Lin Gong's involvement, the matter seemed all but settled. As Xia Ming dialed, he soon heard a voice on the line. Hello, is this Director Lin? Xia Ming inquired directly. I am Lin Gong. May I ask who is calling? Lin Gong responded, puzzled about the identity of the caller. This is Xia Ming, he declared, his voice resonating clearly, catching the attention of all present, including a now intrigued Qian Suang. Xia Ming, appearing youthful, astonished them all with his assertiveness. What? Xia Ming? Lin Gong stuttered, dropping his cigarette into his lap in shock. Memories of their earlier encounter flooded back. His intent to reprimand Xia Ming had been thwarted by the young man's formidable connections. Notably Wang Jianlin, the head of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau. Lin Gong recalled his desire to cultivate a relationship with Wang, who had powerful ties, including connections to an influential elder who had long since retired but still wielded considerable influence. Lin Gong's heart raced. He was fortunate to have apologized to Xia Ming. Had he not, he might have provoked someone dangerous, jeopardizing his career. The realization dawned on him that a provincial leader could easily dismantle a vice director's career. He had not anticipated that Xia Ming had retained his business card and now sought his assistance. The prospect of befriending Xia Ming excited Lin Gong. Given the young man's stature, even Wang Jianlin sought to curry favor with him. Mr. Xia, how may I assist you? Lin Wanging asked, his tone dripping with respect. If Qian Suang were to learn of this newfound deference, his expression would surely be one of disbelief. Here was a vice director treating a young man who appeared no older than a university student with utmost reverence. Xia Ming proceeded to recount the events that had transpired, leaving Lin Wanging in a cold sweat. After hanging up, Lin Wanging angrily hurled an ashtray to the ground, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it, Qian Suang, you scoundrel, how dare you set me up like this?" Lin Wanging fumed. Qian Suang had indeed put him in a precarious position. Xia Ming was not just anyone. He was connected to influential figures such as Wang Jianlin, who had taken a firm stance in his favor. Offending Wang was not the problem. It was the weight of Wang's connections that posed a threat. If word got out, numerous individuals would eagerly seize the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Wang Haiyang. Yet, Qian Suang, having shared a few meals with Lin Wanging, had the audacity to demand Xia Ming's sister be expelled. That was akin to inviting disaster. Lin Wanging seethed with frustration, realizing that expelling Xia Ming's sister would ultimately cost him his position. Therefore, he was filled with rage, feeling as though he were being led into a trap. With a grim countenance, Lin Wanging dialed Zhou Guanxin, who was watching Xia Ming with a cold smile. "Rest assured, your sister will be expelled today. You might as well leave now to avoid further embarrassment. Fighting is strictly prohibited by school policy, a rule that must not be broken. Is that so?" Xia Ming replied coolly. Harboring no fondness for Zhou Guanxin but remaining composed, he understood that Lin Wanging would surely consider the situation carefully unless he wished to antagonize Wang Jianlin. Otherwise, Lin Wanging would be compelled to manage the matter appropriately. Everyone was aware of Wang Jianlin's influence. Unless Lin Wanging was courting disaster, he would tread carefully. Zhou Guanxin regarded Xia Ming, a smirk dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of urgent tones shattered the silence. Zhou Guanxin paused, then opened his phone, his expression shifting as he recognized the name that he quickly answered, cautiously stating, "Director Lin, how may I assist you?" "What?" Following this, Zhou Guanxin's expression shifted slightly, and he stood there like a statue. Motionless, his phone inexplicably slipped from his hand to the ground, leaving Qian Suang perplexed as he hurriedly inquired, "Principal Zhou, what is the matter with you?" However, Zhou Guanxin remained unresponsive, intensifying Qian Suang's confusion. He gently shook Zhou Guanxin's shoulder, calling, Principal Zhou, Principal Zhou." Only then did Zhou Guanxin come to his senses. Yet in that moment, he appeared a decade older, his former vigor deflated like a punctured balloon. "Qian Suang, you scoundrel, how could you betray me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Zhou Guanxin suddenly erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Suang. The latter's countenance shifted slightly as he calmly responded, "Principal Zhou, I believe you've mistaken your target for your ire." "Mistaken? I'm cursing you, you bastard. Are you satisfied now? I've been dismissed." Zhou Guanxin seethed internally, overwhelmed with rage that he never anticipated that over this incident, he would be dismissed. He had invested considerable effort to attain the position of vice principal. And now, just as the position of principal seemed within reach at this critical juncture, he had been ousted. All his previous endeavors had been in vain, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Chapter 134. The deity and all this turmoil stemmed from a young man named Xia Ming. Qian Suang felt as though a tempest was raging within him as he glanced between Zhou Guanxin and Xia Ming. Zhou Guanxin had been dismissed due to a single phone call from Xia Ming. Who was this young man, possessing such formidable influence? It appeared the caller was Lin Wanging. While he had shared drinks with Lin Wanging, the vice director of the Education Bureau was someone to be courted, given his absolute authority in educational matters. However, it was astonishing that even someone of Lin Wanging's stature would dismiss a vice principal solely based on Xia Ming's word. Who was this extraordinary figure? Not only was Qian Suang astounded, but even the woman present gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Principal Zhou, you cannot be serious," she stammered, swallowing hard. "What a joke. I've been dismissed, and now you're satisfied." Zhou Guanxin was filled with fury, questioning why he had meddled in this affair. This incident had derailed his future. He was still young and had a promising path ahead. Yet, due to a single remark from Xia Ming, his aspirations were shattered. Zhang Yunshan, standing nearby, was equally astonished, realizing that Xia Ming's influence was far more significant than he had anticipated. Just a single word had compelled Lin Wanging to change his mind and dismiss Zhou Guanxin. The room fell silent as everyone stared blankly, while Xia Ming cast a cold glance at the group, his anger palpable. Sensing it was time to intervene, Zhang Yunshan addressed the woman, "Given the heinous actions your child has committed at this school, severely disrupting its order and discipline, and causing great distress to this female student, The school has decided to expel your child. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave at once." Boom! The word struck the woman and Qian swung like a thunderclap, rendering them speechless. Expelled? Initially, they had sought to advocate for their son, who had been so grievously harmed. If they, as parents, did not take action, then who would? Their intention had been to expel Shenyuan, yet they found themselves facing the expulsion of their own son. The stark contrast rendered them momentarily numb. "Principal Zhang, please, can you grant my son another chance? Don't expel him," the woman pleaded desperately, recalling the immense effort and resources spent to secure her son's admission to the prestigious school. The stakes were high. She hoped for her son to excel academically and gain entry into a reputable university, yet the school now intended to expel him. Observing the woman's desperate demeanor softened Zhang Yunshan's heart. His principle was to neither abandon nor forsake anyone, but the child's actions had crossed a line, particularly inciting Xia Ming's wrath. Just moments ago, Xia Ming's phone call had led to Zhou Guanson's ousting. A culmination of their many disputes over the years to conclude in such a manner was unexpected. Xia Ming too felt a twinge of empathy. After all, he had once been in a similar situation. His parents had endured countless hardships to ensure his education, saving every penny earned from laborious work in the fields. This deep gratitude moved Xia Ming. "Your brother-in-law, perhaps we should let this slide," Shenyuan suggested. Observing the distress of her parents, after a moment's reflection, Xia Ming replied, "All right, let us put an end to this matter," he sighed, unwilling to see a child's future ruined. Understanding the struggles of education and the burdens of relentless preparation for the merciless college entrance exams. Thank you. The woman and Qian Suang expressed their gratitude, relieved by Xia Ming's leniency. "However, let me be clear. If your son engages in such behavior again, do not expect my mercy," Xia Ming warned sternly. This individual had disrespected his sister-in-law, which was intolerable. "Rest assured, I will ensure he understands the gravity of his actions and that it never happens again," Qian Suang promised. "Very well, if there is nothing further. May we take our leave?" Qian Suang, anxious, sought to exit the scene, fearing Xia Ming might change his mind. "Yes, you may depart," Xia Ming confirmed. Yes, we are leaving now," Qian Suang urged his companions. "What are you staring at? Hurry up." As the three hurriedly exited, Xia Ming shook his head and turned to Zhang Yunshan, expressing, "Principal Zhang, I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Without you, it would have been challenging to resolve." Zhang Yunshuan's expression slightly shifted, almost causing him to leap to his feet. He hurriedly replied, "Not at all. It's only proper." Zhang Yunshuan dared not accept Xia Ming's gratitude. After all, Xia Ming was a formidable figure. He had dismissed Zhou Guangxing with a mere word. Such power was truly daunting, especially since even Lin Wanging treated him with utmost respect. Therefore, Zhang Yunshuan was even more cautious in dealing with Xia Ming. "Principal Zhang, I genuinely appreciate your efforts, and I hope you can look after my younger sister in the future. As she is still just a girl," Xia Ming said earnestly. Of course, Zhang Yunshuan replied instinctively. Even without Xia Ming's prompt, he had already resolved to take good care of Shenyuan. The last thing he wanted was for anything untoward to happen to her, which could spell disaster for his own future. Thus, he could not afford to neglect Shenyuan. "Thank you, Principal Zhang," Xia Ming expressed. "There's no need for such formalities," Zhang Yunshuan insisted, now sweating profusely, clearly intimidated by Xia Ming's politeness. The sheer respect Xia Ming commanded was unsettling, given his immense authority. "If you have no further business, I shall take my leave," Xia Ming remarked, glancing at the time that it was already noon, and his unexpected absence from the company would certainly raise eyebrows at home. Leaving him with a grim expression, he feared another unwarranted deduction from his salary, as he had already lost nearly half of it in just a few days. "Please, take care," Zhang Yunshuan urged, hastily bidding farewell. "Come along, Yuhan," Xia Ming called as he followed Chen Yuhan out of the office. Once they exited, Wang Shumin, who had been observing, finally regained her senses. She had not anticipated that this young man possessed such influence. The vice principal's dismissal was executed so effortlessly that it was almost terrifying. "Teacher Wang, please ensure you look after Chen Yuhan in class, and keep her safe, that we must not let anything happen to her," Zhang Yunshuan instructed, still shaken from his encounter with Xia Ming. "Of course, Principal," Wang Shumin replied, fully aware of the potential consequences should anything happen to the girl. The last thing she wanted was to provoke such a powerful figure and risk her own position. After Xia Ming and Chen Yuhan departed, she gazed at him with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you are simply amazing. You managed to put Zhou Yanwang in his place. I admire you so much." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. which left Xia Ming both thrilled and somewhat apprehensive. What are you thinking about, you little rascal? He scolded lightly, playfully tapping her forehead, causing her to pout in displeasure. Brother-in-law, please don't hit my head. You might make me silly. She protested, though she quickly added, but really, you are incredible. Dismissing Zhou Yanwang with a single phone call is no small feat. He is notorious at our school. Both teachers and students fear him, now that he's gone. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Ming realized that Zhou Yanwang was indeed Zhou Guangxing, and he had not anticipated the depth of resentment towards him. Taii seemed he had done a service to the community. Yuhan, it's been a while since I left, so it's time for you to head to class. Focus on your studies and aim for a prestigious university, Xia Ming advised. You underestimate me, brother-in-law, Shenyuan replied with a hint of indignation. I am a talented girl. Getting into a small university will be a piece of cake for me. Xia Ming chuckled at her confidence. All right. You are indeed talented. Now hurry along to class. I still have work to attend to. If your sister finds out I've been out, she might deduct my salary again. Humph, brother-in-law, why do you need so much money? Are you planning something bad? Shenyuan threatened, placing her hands on her hips with a playful glare. Xia Ming was left speechless. It seemed both his fiancée and sister-in-law shared a similar mischievous spirit. As Shenyuan stormed off to class, Xia Ming felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. He mused that Shenyuan was becoming increasingly bold, a challenge for anyone to handle. Shaking his head, he made his way to the school gate, greeting the elderly gatekeeper who let him pass. After a quick lunch, Xia Ming returned to the office, where he immersed himself in the system. The familiar chimes soon echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed your task and earned 200 honor points. Elated by the news, Xia Ming now had a total of 400 honor points, filling him with an indescribable joy. With a gleam in his eye, he queried the system. Can I exchange for that facial mask now? Certainly, the system confirmed. Each mask costs 10 honor points. Would you like to proceed? Yes, Xia Ming affirmed. Exchange successful. You have acquired 10 facial masks. Would you like to continue exchanging? No, 10 is sufficient. I have other uses for my remaining honor points. He replied. After a moment's pause, he asked, System, can I exchange for some money? Due to the host's current status, monetary exchanges are not permitted. The system responded. Xia Ming sighed, realizing his funds were dwindling, with a troublesome wife at home. He wasn't sure how much of his salary would remain after the deductions. Yet, he couldn't help but feel drawn to Lin Wanging, deciding to make the most of his 300 honor points. He declared, System, let's proceed with the lottery. Beginning the lottery. Before long, a grand wheel appeared before him, divided into 4 categories. The special category caught his eye, especially after acquiring the Qiankuan ring last time, which had greatly eased his shopping woes. Lottery, he commanded. The wheel spun rapidly, and he watched, entranced. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a consumable item. Awkward dance paper. What on earth is that? Xia Ming muttered, baffled. Awkward dance paper. Is this some sort of joke? Host. The awkward dance paper, when directed at an individual, will enter their body and compel them to dance awkwardly for a duration of 2 hours, the system explained. Xia Ming couldn't help but curse under his breath, utterly bemused by the absurdity of the item. Fine, I'll take it. Soon, he felt a piece of yellow paper materialize in his hand, adorned with peculiar designs that, while seemingly haphazard, appeared to be crafted with a single stroke. There was not a moment's pause, which left Xia Ming somewhat astonished. After studying the talisman for a while, he could not discern its significance. Subsequently, he discarded the talisman into his Qiankuan ring and immersed himself back into the system. System, let us draw again. As soon as he uttered those words, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. As per the host's wish, the draw continues. The grand wheel reappeared before Xia Ming's eyes. And when it eventually came to a halt, he was left dumbfounded once again, for he had drawn yet another talisman. Was he perhaps watching too many ghost films today? Why was it that all his draws yielded nothing but talismans? At this moment, Xia Ming felt a sense of helplessness. He possessed no skills, no special items, and only these single-use consumables, which were utterly useless to him. To his dismay, the second draw yielded yet another misfortune talisman. What a stroke of bad luck! Xia Ming could not help but inquire, System, how many honor points are required to exchange for a misfortune talisman or a dance of awkwardness? The system replied. The dance of awkwardness requires 100 honor points for an exchange, while the misfortune talisman costs 200 honor points. So expensive. Xia Ming silently clicked his tongue, clearly taken aback by the high price. However, overall, he still felt he had gained something. The host currently has 100 honor points remaining. Would you like to continue the draw? No, Xia Ming had lost all desire to continue. Drawing twice and receiving only talismans indicated poor luck. He wondered if the final draw would result in an even more worthless item. That it was evident that he should not squander his honor points. Better to wait for a day when fortune favored him and perhaps draw something of value. After exiting the system, he suddenly heard someone calling for him. Xia Ming, wake up! He felt a cold and supple little hand shaking his arm repeatedly, which piqued his curiosity. Who could it be calling him? Upon looking over, he saw Yang Yusin. Is that you? Yang Yusin? Xia Ming asked, puzzled. Hurry up, President Lin is calling for you in her office. President Lin summoned me. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 137. Attending a gathering. What could President Lin want from me? Images of Lin Wanging's graceful figure flashed in Xia Ming's mind. Dressed in professional attire, she enveloped her alluring curves, her perfect figure etched into his memory. I don't know. Yang Yusin shook her head. Xia Ming furrowed his brow. Why would his wife be calling for him? Did she find out about his outing? He hesitated before asking. Yusin, did anything unusual happen at the company this morning? Unusual? What do you mean? Yang Yusin raised her delicate face, her expression one of confusion. For instance, something strange. Xia Ming thought to himself. Could it be there was nothing? Or was his wife simply looking for him? Oh, now that you mention it. I do recall that President Lin seemed quite upset this morning. Yang Yusin quickly remarked. Upset? About what? Xia Ming was bewildered. Could it possibly be related to him? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his expression changed as he asked urgently. Yusin, has a young lady named Jiang Lai been here recently? Jiang Lai? The young lady from the Jiang group? Yang Yusin inquired with surprise. Yes, that's right. Jiang Lai from the Jiang group. Xia Ming pressed on. Fearing that Jiang Lai might have come to the company and disclosed something that would spell trouble for him. He might even face the risk of being divorced. What would the young lady from the Jiang group want at our company? Yang Yusin said, slightly incredulous. So it wasn't because of Jiang Lai, Xia Ming muttered, feeling somewhat helpless. Definitely not. Xia Ming, have you eaten too much today? Yang Yusin found his nervous demeanor rather strange. Today, he seemed unusually odd. Why did he react so when she mentioned President Lin? All right, Xia Ming, President Lin is still waiting for you in her office. You should hurry. If you take too long, she might get angry. And remember to be cautious. She was quite upset earlier. Do not provoke her further. Yang Yusin advised. Understood. I'll go right away. Xia Ming rose and made his way to Lin Wanging's office, though his mind was filled with questions. What could Lin Wanging want? Why had she been upset this morning? Did she encounter something troubling, or perhaps a threat? As the thought of threats crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled a certain individual, Guahaida, the head of the northern group. Last time, Guahaida had bullied his wife, which led to Xia Ming giving him a beating. However, there had been no signs of retaliation from Guahaida since then. Could it be that Guahaida was plotting revenge? Xia Ming's expression darkened as he thought. Very well, Guahaida, I won't seek trouble with you, but if you dare to come after my wife, I shall teach you a lesson you won't forget. With that thought, Xia Ming hastened to Lin Wanging's office. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and heard Lin Wanging say, "Come in." Only then did he enter. Lin Wanging was seated at her desk, engrossed in her documents. Upon seeing Xia Ming enter, she lifted her head slightly and inquired coolly, "Xia Ming, I heard you were absent from work today?" Absent? Absent from what? For a moment, Xia Ming's mind felt overwhelmed. What was going on? Why was the topic suddenly changing? Did you leave early this morning? Lin Wanging asked. Leave early? Upon recalling, Xia Ming suddenly remembered that he had indeed left early to help his sister-in-law with some troubles. However, he was reluctant to mention it, not wanting Lin Wanging to worry, especially since Shenyuan was also her cousin. I had something to attend to today, so I left a bit early, Xia Ming said. His expression somewhat awkward. Xia Ming, I must remind you that this is the company. You cannot let your personal matters affect the morale of the other employees. Furthermore, I was informed of this incident by Wang Tao. If he hadn't told me, I would have been unaware of your absence. Therefore, I am deducting 1,000 yuan from your salary today. Upon hearing about the salary deduction, Xia Ming nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "Wife, let's discuss this calmly. Please don't deduct my salary. You've already deducted 3,000 yuan this month, but if you deduct another 1,000, that totals 4,000. The average salary is only about 4,000. If you keep this up, I won't even have money for food next month." Xia Ming was thoroughly disheartened. Why was his wife so hostile toward his earnings? She deducted his salary at the slightest provocation, and each time it was 1,000 yuan. How could this be fair? At this rate, he would soon have nothing left, while others received their salaries. He would end up paying his own salary back. What kind of situation was that? Who allowed you to be absent? The company has regulations against absenteeism during work hours. Your actions are quite serious and have significantly impacted our company. Numerous employees have reported your absence, Lin Wanging stated firmly. Thus, I am deducting 1,000 yuan from your salary. I won't ask you to write a report, but if you wish to, then write a report of 100,000 words. What on earth? Xia Ming was stunned, exclaiming, Wife, this isn't a report. It's practically writing a novel. 100,000 words for a report. The thought of writing 100,000 words left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Writing a novel of that length would take at least a month or two. In truth, Lin Wanging felt a twinge of satisfaction within her. Humph, let us see if you dare to be absent again. If I catch you on a date with Zhang Lai, I'll deduct your entire salary, leaving you with nothing to eat next month. At that moment, Xia Ming was oblivious to Lin Wanging's thoughts. If he were to discover them, he would surely feel even more distressed. This was truly a calamity. Suddenly, a thought struck Xia Ming, and he quickly said, Wife, I need to take a leave of absence. What? Lin Wanging's voice rose sharply, her delicate face glaring at Xia Ming, her beauty radiating even in anger. Chapter 138, Class Reunion, Part 2. You want to take a leave of absence? Lin Wanging was infuriated. This man was simply insufferable. She had just fined him 1,000 yuan, and now he wanted to take leave. What do you need leave for? At that moment, images of Xia Ming possibly dating Zhang Lai flooded Lin Wanging's mind. If it were anyone else, Lin Wanging would be exceedingly confident, for she possessed an undeniable beauty. However, when it came to Zhang Lai, her confidence waned considerably. Zhang Lai was also one of the 3 renowned beauties of Jiangzhou, but that was not the crux of the matter. The essence of Zhang Lai was akin to a blazing red rose, exuding a passionate allure that captivated countless men, her enchanting charm drawing them in like moths to a flame. Such a fiery girl left even Lin Wanging feeling somewhat insecure, as in terms of appearance. They were nearly equals, and even in background, Zhang Lai was not significantly inferior. Marrying this distinguished lady would be tantamount to securing the entire Jiang group. In Jiangzhou, many aspired to win the heart of this beauty. Yet there had never been any reports of Miss Jiang being smitten by anyone. That day, when Miss Jiang aimed to recruit Xia Ming, a sense of urgency, or perhaps pressure, gripped Lin Wanging. She felt exasperated. This scoundrel had just returned from an unexcused absence and now had the audacity to request leave once more, which infuriated the president. With a frosty expression, Lin Wanging exclaimed, No way. Darling, please, Xia Ming hurriedly interjected. This time it's for something important. What urgent matter could possibly justify taking leave right after an absence? Lin Wanging retorted, her annoyance palpable. Did he not realize how much she cared? Was this scoundrel's leave merely a pretext for a rendezvous with Zhang Lai? Absolutely not. The president could not permit such a meeting. Well, the day after tomorrow, we have a class reunion. It's been several months since we've all seen each other, so most people will attend, Xia Ming explained. Somewhat helplessly, he had initially intended to skip the gathering, but the system had issued a task that promised a mysterious reward upon completion. Previous rewards had only been honor points, making this mysterious gift particularly intriguing to Xia Ming. What could it possibly be? A class reunion. Lin Wanging arched an eyebrow, asking, Are you serious? Of course. How could I lie? It's set for Wednesday at the Bay Resort. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Xia Ming quickly replied. The Bay Resort? Lin Wanging pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. How long will you be gathering? 2 or 3 days. Xia Ming hesitated before responding. What? 2 or 3 days? Lin Wanging's expression faltered briefly, then she erupted in anger. Today is Monday. Tomorrow is Tuesday. If you take leave for 2 or 3 days, the week will nearly be over. Xia Ming felt a bit miserable. He had just begun work and was already asking for more time off. If he were in another boss's shoes, he would likely be dismissed without hesitation. As a newcomer, he should at least exhibit some awareness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Ming scratched his head, acknowledging, You're right. This is indeed a bit inappropriate. But I promise, this is the first and last time I'll ask for leave. I vow never to do it again. Lin Wanging was exasperated by his nonchalance, yet after a moment of hesitation, she finally said, You said it. You are not allowed to take any more leave, and you must not be late. I promise, Xia Ming declared, slapping his chest in reassurance that it seemed there was hope. However, when it came to Lin Wanging's insistence on punctuality, he could not make any guarantees, as he had recently become quite the slumberer, often sleeping until 9 or 10 o'clock. If it were not for his concern that Lin Wanging might skip breakfast, he would have remained in bed, regardless of any distractions. All right, I will grant you 2 days off. You must return to work after that, Lin Wanging declared suddenly. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Xia Ming exclaimed at that moment. An idea struck him, and he quickly retrieved some face masks from his shenyuan ring. Look, I bought you more face masks, just like last time. You should try them out. His timely diversion successfully shifted the topic. And Lin Wanging's eyes sparkled with excitement as her gaze fixated on the masks. She was thrilled. After using Xia Ming's masks previously, her skin had felt rejuvenated, and she had received numerous compliments on her radiant appearance. Many had inquired about her glowing complexion, and she knew it was all thanks to those masks. She had searched extensively for them, but found none, for the masks bore no labels or identifying marks, leaving her at a loss. Now, upon seeing Xia Ming present her with the masks, her heart soared. "Where are they? Where are they?" she eagerly asked. Xia Ming smiled at her enthusiasm. It was only natural for a girl to be enamored with beauty. He found her charming when she displayed such youthful fervor. In contrast to her often regal demeanor as a president, he displayed all 10 masks, and Lin Wanging's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression reminiscent of someone witnessing a marvel. "Xia Ming, you doubt me? What's wrong?" Xia Ming was taken aback by her incredulous expression. "Where did you get these masks? I remember you came in empty-handed, yet now you have 10 masks to do you perform magic?" Xia Ming suddenly felt a pang of realization. He had almost forgotten the significance of his shenyuan ring. With a quick mental pivot, he replied, "Of course, your husband is capable of anything. I am indeed a master magician." "A magician?" Lin Wanging's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? Are you really a magician?" Still skeptical, she scrutinized him, unable to reconcile the image of a magician with Xia Ming. After a pause, he assured her, "I truly am a magician. When I have the chance, I will demonstrate my skills for you." Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, he quickly added, "Darling, look at you. You have dark circles again. You should apply a mask to make them disappear." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanging gasped and rushed to the mirror, inspecting her lovely face. Indeed, she spotted dark circles beneath her eyes, prompting her to hastily reach for another mask to apply. As she did so, Xia Ming seized the opportunity to slip away. Once outside Lin Wanging's office, he wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for his quick thinking that had prevented further complications. He realized he must tread carefully in his interactions with the young lady. If this continued, she would inevitably uncover his secrets. After leaving the office, Xia Ming returned to his own workspace, where he enjoyed a peaceful afternoon. Followed by another calm day. No one disturbed him, granting him a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging, rejuvenated by the face masks, appeared radiant and vibrant, drawing attention from many. Finally, Wednesday arrived. Xia Ming, however, did not attend work that day, for he had a significant task to fulfill, a mission assigned by the system. Suddenly, his phone rang, revealing a call from Gao Cheng. Upon answering, he heard Gao Cheng's voice on the other end. "Xia Ming, have you arrived yet?" "Not yet, but I will be there soon." "Perfect timing. I haven't arrived either. Let us meet up once I get there." "All right, sounds good." Subsequently, the two exchanged a few words before ending the call. Among the entire class, the only person with whom Gao Cheng shared a close relationship was Summer Ming. As for the others, their connections were rather tenuous. Due to his rural background, many looked down upon Summer Ming, naturally branding him as a bumpkin. Associating with him was seen as a decline in status. The Gulf Resort. Wang Tao was dressed impeccably in a sleek black suit, exuding confidence. He had even applied some hair gel, giving his hair a glossy sheen. "Wang, the class leader, I didn't expect you to become even more handsome in just 2 months." Two girls, who had previously pursued him, remarked with smiles. However, Wang Tao had never shown any interest in them, and he casually acknowledged their presence. "Haha, you two have become even more beautiful. This gathering is truly a rare occasion." That it's said that after graduation, everyone goes their separate ways, although not everyone could make it today. Gathering this many is quite a feat, he continued, basking in their admiration. "All right, ladies, please head inside. I will continue to greet the remaining classmates here. Should we help you welcome them?" They offered. "No, that's not necessary. I can manage alone." With that, the two girls entered a room Wang Tao had arranged, intended to gather everyone before heading to the Gulf Resort. The distance was about a mile, and the decision to meet elsewhere was due to the overwhelming crowd at the resort. Especially during summer when water activities attracted even more visitors, they feared getting lost amidst the throngs. About an hour later, nearly everyone had arrived. Standing beside Wang Tao was a young man named Li Ergu, a rural lad with a tattoo on the back of his hand. Known for his lackadaisical demeanor, he was often regarded as a small-time delinquent. It was indeed curious how someone like him managed to enroll in Jiangzhou University, considering his dreadful academic record. Yet, he had somehow succeeded, leaving many to ponder whether it was sheer luck. "Brother Tao, where is Gu Xiaoya? She is our class flower. If she doesn't show, the gathering will lose its charm. Li Ergu exclaimed. Indeed, Zhang Xiaopao chimed in. A former sycophant of Wang Tao, I've heard that Gu Xiaoya has become even more stunning since leaving school, that I truly wish to see the former campus belle. Rest assured, Xiaoya will definitely return today, Wang Tao replied confidently. Wait, isn't that Summer Ming? Zhang Xiaopao suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixed on a figure approaching in the distance. Indeed, it is Summer Ming, Li Ergu remarked incredulously. Observing the peculiar attire of their classmate, Summer Ming wore a faded tank top, oversized shorts, and flip-flops, evoking the image of a laborer. Despite appearing spirited, his appearance led others to associate him with the rural working class. Even Wang Tao stared in disbelief. Brother Tao, you actually invited Summer Ming? We thought you hadn't, Li Ergu noted. Wang Tao felt somewhat at a loss for words, contemplating how he had intended to invite him, but ultimately decided against it due to various reasons. Now, he was unexpectedly present, which brought a mix of excitement and curiosity, particularly concerning the dynamics between Summer Ming and Gu Xiaoya. As Summer Ming entered, all eyes turned towards him, silencing the room. That really Summer Ming? Someone murmured, astonished by his appearance. Why is he dressed like a laborer? What's going on? Another questioned, their disbelief palpable. Look at his outfit, a yellowed tank top, oversized shorts, and flip-flops. Is he here for a gathering, or to work? Someone noted, speculating about his impoverished background. Poor guy, Jiangzhou University is renowned nationwide. Yet here he is, reduced to a laborer after graduation. Another lamented, let's keep our distance. I've heard laborers can be quite unkempt, that we wouldn't want to be caught in that. Someone suggested. Amidst the murmurs, Summer Ming remained unfazed, choosing to enjoy his solitude. Earlier that morning, he had contemplated wearing the suit prepared by Lin Wanging, but ultimately opted for comfort. He found suits stifling and preferred to keep a low profile. Not wishing to attract attention, he settled into a corner. The atmosphere shifted, and no one dared approach him. Just then, another girl entered, a short-haired beauty with bright eyes, her fair complexion marred only by a few blemishes. Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, she caught the attention of many. Isn't that Lu Zhao? Someone remarked, surprised at her transformation since university. She seems to have mastered the art of makeup. Indeed, the girl who was once a tomboy is now quite the lady. It's astonishing how quickly things can change, another added, captivated by her newfound allure. As the gathering approached its peak, Wang Tao entered, accompanied by his loyal followers. The sight of him, dapper and charismatic, lit up the room, captivating the attention of the women present. Brother Wang, our class flower hasn't arrived yet. Did you forget someone? At this moment, some boys were feeling discontented. The primary reason for their attendance at the gathering was Gu Xiaoya, who had yet to arrive. This naturally caused their displeasure. Simultaneously, they harbored a sense of jealousy towards Wang Tao, whose handsome appearance had attracted numerous admirers. This, to some extent, incited envy among those present. However, everyone was aware of Wang Tao's privileged background. His father held a senior position at Xinhua Group, promising a future of limitless potential. Consequently, many girls began to take an interest in Wang Tao. Fear not, the campus flower will surely arrive. Let us head to the Bay Villa. And shortly, she shall make her entrance there, someone suggested with a chuckle. Well done, I knew you could do it. Class monitor. By the way, where are you working now? Are you also at Xinhua Group? Wang Tao responded. Indeed, I am currently employed at Xinhua Group. I believe I will soon be competing for a managerial position. Once I attain that role, I hope for your continued support. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment, gazing at Wang Tao with incredulous expressions. Are you saying you're about to be promoted to a manager? Many looked upon Wang Tao with envy. It had only been 2 or 3 months since he left school, and he was already on the fast track to a managerial position. This rapid advancement reminded them of Wang Tao's father, prompting them to lament the advantages of having a well-connected parent. If it were them, merely securing a position at Xinhua Group would be a monumental achievement. Given that it was a key enterprise supported by the Jiangzhou government, rumor had it that salaries at Xinhua Group were exceptionally high, and for a recent graduate to land a job there was indeed a source of pride. Particularly for someone like Wang Tao, nearing a managerial role at such a young age, his prospects were undeniably bright. In no time, several classmates began to cast flirtatious glances at Wang Tao, hoping to forge a connection with him. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Xia Ming stood in stunned silence, pondering, is it possible? P.S. Getting promoted to manager. How could I not have known? Even if his father is a department head, it seems unlikely that Wang Tao would be promoted so swiftly. After all, the company is managed by his wife, Wang Shirong, while holding a senior position in the company as the sales department head, had the authority to promote a manager, but surely he wouldn't act recklessly. Xia Ming regarded Wang Tao with a peculiar expression. uncertain of the true nature of Wang Tao's rapid ascent. He had not heard any news regarding Wang Tao's promotion until now. Haha, congratulations, Class Monitor Wang. Wishing you a prosperous rise in your career. Indeed, Class Monitor, your youthfulness paired with a managerial title is something to envy. May your ascent be swift. Class Monitor Wang, are you free this weekend for a meal? The room buzzed with compliments, which Wang Tao relished, enjoying the flattering attention. Ahem, he cleared his throat. I won't bore you with trivialities. Let us all head to the Bay Resort. I have reserved accommodations for everyone. And I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Wonderful. I've always wanted to visit the Bay Resort, but never had the chance. Finally, we can indulge ourselves. With that, everyone eagerly departed the room, leaving Xia Ming alone in the corner. Clearly, he was not regarded as part of the group. Sighing, Xia Ming shook his head, resigned to the fact that his status would prevent anyone from wanting to befriend him. At that moment, a figure approached him. Lu Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Xia Ming, why are you still here? Everyone else is left. Aren't you going? Yes, Xia Ming replied, looking up to see Lu Zhao, the only person who had spoken to him. Let us go together. Lu Zhao glanced at Xia Ming and then at the departing crowd, piecing together the situation. Thank you, Xia Ming smiled, but his smile caused Lu Zhao's heart to race. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Ming possessed a unique aura that she had never noticed before. All right, Lu Zhao agreed, and they walked out together. As they made their way to the resort, Lu Zhao suddenly inquired, Xia Ming, where are you currently employed? Given Xia Ming's attire, Lu Zhao initially assumed he was a laborer. However, being observant, she reconsidered. A laborer would typically have tan skin, yet Xia Ming's complexion was fair, contradicting her assumption. Furthermore, his hands were exceptionally refined, reminiscent of a pianist's, leading her to doubt the simplicity of his background. Upon hearing her question, Xia Ming chuckled, I also work at Shenyuan Group, though I'm just a junior employee. What? Lu Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious? You work at Shenyuan Group? The disparity between their assumptions and reality left Lu Zhao momentarily speechless, gazing at Xia Ming in disbelief. Indeed, Xia Ming confirmed, choosing not to hide this detail, as it would be futile anyway. Impressive. Lu Zhao genuinely admired Xia Ming. Shenyuan Group was a prestigious company in Jiangzhou, offering benefits that often surpassed those of state-owned enterprises. Countless individuals aspired to join Shenyuan Group, yet the selection process was notoriously stringent. Lu Zhao had attempted an interview there but was swiftly rejected, as the company sought only the best of the best. For Xia Ming to secure a position at Shenyuan Group indicated he possessed considerable talent, leaving Lu Zhao both astonished and envious. As Xia Ming and Lu Zhao engaged in lively conversation, they soon arrived at the Bay Resort. The scenery was indeed splendid, with the ocean nearby inviting them for a swim. The luxurious construction of the resort suggested a significant investment, and each attendee had contributed 2,000 yuan for this trip. However, the remaining expenses were covered entirely by Wang Tao. Xia Ming's eyes brightened at the sight of the villas surrounded by beautiful Western architecture, the area lush with greenery. As they walked, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped them. Xia Ming. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Xia Ming turned in surprise, and upon recognizing the familiar figure, he smiled. Gao Cheng, you're here too. Yes, I was looking for you. Let us have a drink today. We didn't get a chance last time. Gao Cheng replied enthusiastically, ever since Xia Ming had helped him resolve his housing issue. Gao Cheng had been overjoyed, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, all thanks to Xia Ming, who had prevented him from falling into a precarious situation with a dubious real estate agent. Hey Gao Cheng, don't you think it's a bit rude? Here I am, a stunning beauty, and you are dragging Xia Ming off to drink without acknowledging me. Upon hearing Lu Zhao, he immediately feigned a displeased expression and then pretended to be angry as he looked at Gao Cheng. At that moment, Gao Cheng also noticed the girl beside Xia Ming. This girl was tall and strikingly familiar, yet Gao Cheng could not recall her name, prompting him to ask, do I know you? Miss? Well, Gao Cheng, how could you not recognize me after all the kindness I showed you during university? I even bought you snacks every day. Lu Zhao feigned a look of grievance as she gazed at Gao Cheng, leaving him utterly astonished. Turning to Xia Ming, he saw a barely concealed smile on Xia Ming's face. Back in university, Lu Zhao had harbored some feelings for Gao Cheng, often treating him to food. While he remained blissfully oblivious, merely indulging in her generosity, Lu Zhao had once thought that Gao Cheng reciprocated her feelings, yet their relationship had remained unspoken until graduation. Gao Cheng, it seemed, was the most peculiar character in the history of Jiangzhou University. Ah, you are. Gao Cheng's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in disbelief as he looked at Lu Zhao, utterly shocked. You were Lu Zhao. He had not expected this person to be Lu Zhao back then. Her complexion had been marred by blemishes, detracting from her beauty, and she rarely adorned herself. Now, however, she had transformed remarkably, and Gao Cheng almost failed to recognize her. Moreover, her blemishes had significantly diminished, making her all the more attractive. While Lu Xiao could not be classified as a stunning beauty, she certainly fell into the category of being quite pleasant to behold. "You silly boy, you still remember this lady? I treated you so well in university." Lu Xiao playfully reprimanded Gao Cheng before continuing, "Well, I will give you another chance. Come on, let us hang out together." Delighted, Gao Cheng accompanied Xia Ming and Lu Xiao to the seaside resort. By now, everyone had begun to enjoy themselves, with some grilling meat and others engaging in various games, all reveling in the merriment. "Gao Cheng, where are you working now?" Lu Xiao suddenly inquired. "I'm just a salesperson. Getting by for now. I just graduated from university and don't know much. Having any job at all is good enough," Gao Cheng replied. "Indeed, finding a job these days is exceedingly difficult. Companies are reluctant to train newcomers, fearing they might jump ship, and the training process is lengthy, making it more practical to hire those with experience." Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. The three conversed jovially, enjoying the tranquility as no one interrupted their dialogue. Suddenly, an excited voice erupted from the crowd. "Here she comes, the campus belle." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's expression shifted slightly, and Gao Cheng's face mirrored his discomfort. In the distance, a captivating figure gradually emerged into view. She wore a form-fitting blue dress that accentuated her curves, complemented by black stockings that embraced her slender calves, exuding an air of sensuality and allure. The girl, with her cascading chestnut waves, exposed her delicate earlobes, and her exquisite features left the onlookers in a state of awe. She was stunning, a stark contrast to the previous Gu Xiaya, who had embodied innocence and purity like a beautiful lotus rising untainted from the mud. The current Gu Xiaya radiated allure and seduction, a transformation that left many captivated. "So beautiful, so alluring, she truly embodies our campus belle," someone remarked, lamenting, "What a shame. Such a good catch wasted on someone unworthy." Xia Ming gazed at the girl, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 143. Gu Xiaya. Xia Ming stared intently at the girl. At that moment, he realized that she had changed. No longer was she the pure and innocent Gu Xiaya he once knew. She seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different, exuding a beguiling charm that was almost intoxicating. "Is that really Gu Xiaya?" Lu Xiao exclaimed, surprised as she looked at her. "I didn't expect your girlfriend to be even more beautiful than before. She has truly blossomed." Lu Xiao's words caused Gao Cheng's expression to shift slightly. While many were unaware of the complexities between Gu Xiaya and Xia Ming, he was acutely aware, which left him feeling uneasy. Casting a glance at Xia Ming, who remained stoic, Gao Cheng let out a sigh of relief. "Xia Ming, what are you waiting for? Go find your girlfriend," Lu Xiao urged, playfully tapping Xia Ming's shoulder. Xia Ming, momentarily dazed, was reminded of the girl he had longed for. When she had proposed their breakup, he had felt desolate. That night, he had seen Yi Wei and learned the painful truth. It left him heartbroken, unable to sleep, and he felt as though he had matured significantly in that single night. However, he had buried his emotions deep, thinking he had forgotten Gu Xiaya. Yet, upon seeing her exquisite face again, he realized how deeply she had impacted his heart. Shaking off his reverie, Xia Ming noticed Lu Xiao's eagerness and simply shook his head. "Xia Ming, are you out of your mind? That's your girlfriend. Why aren't you going to her?" Lu Xiao questioned, puzzled by his unusual behavior. This wasn't typical of Xia Ming. The old Xia Ming would have rushed over without hesitation. Xia Ming shook his head lightly, responding softly, "We've broken up." "What?" Lu Xiao was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. "You broke up? How did that happen?" People had often envied Xia Ming and Gu Xiaya, believing they were a perfect match. But his revelation left her stunned. "Is it true? Just a few months after graduation. Yes, we broke up on graduation day." The memory of that day weighed heavily on Xia Ming's heart. He had trusted Gu Xiaya in front of so many, only to have her utter the words, "Let us break up." That fateful night. It was then he saw Yi Wei and learned the painful truth, leaving him heartbroken. Xia Ming silently sipped his drink, attempting to mask his feelings. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Let us sit down and chat," he suggested to Lu Xiao and Gao Cheng. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaya's arrival caught the attention of Wang Tao, who quickly approached her, his eyes narrowing as he admired her enchanting figure. "Xiaya, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for quite some time," Wang Tao greeted with a smile. "Indeed, Xiaya, you are more beautiful than ever. That outfit must have cost a fortune." A girl named Wang Maman, Gu Xiaya's close friend, chimed in. "Maman, you're here too." Gu Xiaya's voice was melodious, captivating Wang Tao, who dared not overstep, knowing well the complications surrounding Xia Ming. Although Xia Ming had broken up with Gu Xiaya, Wang Tao had no intention of pursuing her further, especially after learning about her connection with Yi Wei, a figure he could not afford to cross. Thus, he could only harbor envy, yet dared not entertain any improper thoughts. "Xiaya, I've long since arrived. Our entire class is here, except for you," Wang Maman cheerfully remarked, With a slight smile, Gu Shaya turned her gaze to Wang Tao and said, "Class Monitor Wang, it has been a while. I didn't expect you to have become even more handsome. Flattery from the school beauty. My popularity cannot compare to yours. Just look around at the gazes directed at you." Wang Tao replied with a hint of helplessness. Gu Shaya glanced at those present, and indeed, every pair of eyes was fixated on her. The men's stares seemed as if they wished to undress her, while the women's looks were thick with jealousy. However, Gu Shaya was unfazed, accustomed as she was to such envious and jealous glances, feeling nothing after a time. Yet, as Gu Shaya surveyed the crowd, her gaze landed on a corner where she spotted Xia Ming. Upon seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar figure, she felt a momentary daze, and under the weight of countless stares, she approached him. At that moment, Xia Ming was happily chatting with Lu Zhao and Gao Cheng. Oblivious to Gu Shaya's presence, who would have thought your affairs had been so tumultuous? However, you two do seem to have a couple's resemblance, encountering identical situations, Xia Ming remarked, somewhat resigned. Indeed, Lu Zhao had also encountered a duplicitous agent. But his situation was relatively simpler. Having been cautious, he suffered no losses, unlike Gao Cheng, who had it far worse. All right, Xia Ming, stop teasing us. Tell us how you've been these past 2 months. Do you have a job yet? Lu Zhao quickly shifted the topic, feeling a little embarrassed. Just then, a voice rang out, prompting Lu Zhao and Gao Cheng to turn in unison towards the beautiful figure before them. Upon recognizing her, Gao Cheng couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, Gu Shaya seemed transformed, radiating an extraordinary beauty, clad in a water blue dress, black stockings, and high heels with cascading waves of long hair. Her legs rivaled even those of the most striking models. Her enchanting eyes captivated onlookers, rendering them speechless. "Xiaoya, you truly have grown more beautiful," Lu Zhao genuinely praised. Noticing Gu Xiaoya's silence, he tactfully stood up, and Gao Cheng followed suit, discreetly leaving the scene. Once they departed, Gu Xiaoya's gaze fell on Xia Ming, who was equally fixated on her, and neither spoke a word. After a moment, Xia Ming snapped back to reality, smiled faintly, and said, "Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a long time." Gu Shaya replied, momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about the warmth of their past together. Yet, reality was harsh. An awkward silence enveloped them as neither knew how to break the tension. Just then, Wang Tao's voice echoed. "Xia Ming, the school beauty is here. Why are you just sitting there? Quickly, make some room for her." "Yes, Xia Ming. What are you waiting for? Give your girlfriend a seat," with the collective encouragement of their peers. Xia Ming hastily stood up, smiling. "I nearly forgot. Please, come sit here." He gestured to the adjacent seat. Gu Xiaoya cast a meaningful glance at Xia Ming before taking her place. Wang Tao and the others swiftly surrounded her, demonstrating her immense popularity. "Xiaoya, how do you maintain such flawless skin? It looks so tender and fair. Could you share your secrets with us?" one inquired. "Indeed, Xiaoya, you have become even more stunning in these past 2 months. It truly makes us envious. Truly, our school beauty is breathtaking. Xia Ming must have had some extraordinary fortune in a past life to win the heart of such a captivating school beauty." As these words left his lips, Gu Xiaoya's smile faltered, and she fell silent. When she turned to look at Xia Ming, she noticed he had already left the scene. Wang Tao then interjected, "Mind your words. By the way, Tao Gu, I just heard you mention the school beauty and Xia Ming have broken up. Is that true?" Li Erga chimed in. Gu Shaya's expression shifted slightly, while Wang Tao felt a surge of delight. Quickly adopting a serious demeanor, "Li Ergu, don't speak nonsense. Can't you see Xiaoya is still here?" Yes, my apologies." Li Ergu feigned contrition, though a smirk betrayed his insincerity. The others, however, were taken aback by the revelation, their faces reflecting disbelief. They actually broke up? No way. Indeed, they had been together for 2 to 3 years. How could they just part ways like that? When they first got together, it was quite the surprise. Many remarked about Xia Ming's good fortune. How could such a seemingly perfect couple end up separating? Who knows? However, it is somewhat understandable for Gu Shaya to break up with Xia Ming. After all, his family is merely farming folk, and he carries that rustic demeanor. Yet, without farmers, what would we eat or drink? Being a farmer isn't so bad after all. Regardless, Gu Xiaoya is a school beauty. Would you be willing to marry a farmer? Perhaps it is for the best. Being with Xia Ming does not seem to hold much promise for her future. It is better to part ways early. Even with such a beautiful wife, one might feel insecure. Indeed, it is wise to be cautious of those closest to us. As whispers filled the air, Gu Shaya found the atmosphere unbearable and decided to leave. Once she departed, a satisfied smile crept onto Wang Tao's face. "Xia Ming, this time I will ensure everyone knows that Gu Shaya rejected you. Let us see what face you have left to remain here, or to work at Xingyao Group." All of this was part of Wang Tao's scheme against Xia Ming, of which Xia Ming remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, Xia Ming strolled alone along the beach, where crowds gathered and various amusements awaited, including water guns and games of chance. System, why haven't I received a notification about completing my task? I have attended the gathering. How could it still be unfinished? Xia Ming pondered, perplexed. The system's voice responded, participating in the class reunion rewards a mysterious gift. However, the current task remains uncompleted, so please strive to make further efforts. Taken aback, Xia Ming retorted, but you said attending the reunion was sufficient. I am here now. Why is the task not completed? Frustrated, he contemplated leaving, having assumed that simply attending would suffice. Yet, it seemed the task was not as straightforward as he had believed. The reunion is still ongoing. Therefore, the task is incomplete. Xia Ming sighed, exasperated. What a predicament. Xia Ming, wait for me. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Turning to see Gu Shaya approaching in her elegant black heels. Xia Ming was momentarily stunned. What brings you here? Surprised, Gu Shaya smiled. What? Can I come to walk with you? Xia Ming, momentarily taken aback, smiled and replied, with such a beautiful companion, how could I refuse? Her expression flickered. As Gu Shaya noted the change in Xia Ming, he was no longer the shy boy who once struggled to express himself. I see you have changed, she observed. Xia Ming gazed into the distance where seagulls soared high. Connecting with the sky, everyone grows in their own time. Don't you agree? Gu Shaya paused, taken aback by his words. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Xia Ming smiled faintly and remarked. Perhaps you and I are truly incompatible. I am just a genuine rural person, lacking any remarkable talents. My dream is simply to live a stable life, not seeking wealth or grandeur, but rather a tranquil existence. His words rendered Gu Shaya momentarily silent. She suddenly felt that Xia Ming had changed. He was no longer the same Xia Ming she once knew. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Leaving her in a state of bewilderment, in that moment, she felt an unfamiliarity in Xia Ming, which pierced her heart like a sharp pain, akin to the loss of something exceedingly precious, unbeknownst to them. They arrived at a small stall where a game called balloon shooting was being played. This is a common sight at fairs, where participants use air guns to shoot at balloons in the distance. The more balloons one hits, the better the prize, perhaps a stuffed toy or other trinkets. The more balloons one manages to strike, the greater the reward. Upon reaching the stall, both Xia Ming and Gu Shaya were momentarily taken aback. Gu Shaya smiled brightly and said, do you remember when we first met? It was right here beside this vendor. Xia Ming chuckled and replied, indeed, I recall how I was shot in the rear while attempting to impress you. It was quite painful. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xia Ming felt a weight lift from his heart at that moment, and the sensation of discomfort gradually dissipated. As he glanced at Gu Shaya again, he realized that she no longer held the same significance in his heart. She was being supplanted by another. That other person, Lin Wanging, exuded a certain regal confidence, a youthful charm, embodying both innocence and maturity. Unbeknownst to her, she had quietly taken Gu Shaya's place in his affections. Perfect. It has been ages since I played this. I wonder if I still have the knack for it, Xia Ming said with a smile. Last time, you only hit one balloon out of 20 shots. Surely, you do not expect to repeat that performance? Gu Shaya sighed at the memory, recalling how Xia Ming had trembled each time he shot. Ultimately hitting only one balloon, and that was by sheer chance, triggered by a child's shout. 20 yuan for me, please. Xia Ming called to the vendor. The vendor's eyes lit up upon seeing him. 20 yuan would buy 20 shots. If Xia Ming could hit 18 balloons, he would win the largest teddy bear. However, if he hit fewer than 15, he would leave empty-handed. As Xia Ming picked up the air gun, the vendor cheerfully remarked, it seems you have some experience, young man. Xia Ming humbly replied, I suppose it's fair to say so. The vendor, glancing at Gu Shaya, was impressed. It was a rarity to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Don't worry, I will definitely win that teddy bear, Xia Ming declared confidently. The vendor chuckled, aware that young men often like to show off in front of girls, hoping to attract their attention. That he encouraged Xia Ming to spend more, thus increasing his own profits. Xia Ming carefully examined the air gun, fully aware of the vendor's tricks. He understood that there had been modifications made to the gun, but these alterations posed no threat to the customer's safety. After taking a moment to assess the gun, he raised it and aimed at the balloons, pulling the trigger. Bang! He missed entirely, not hitting a single balloon. Gu Shaya laughed. I didn't expect your skills to remain unchanged. You still can't hit anything. Xia Ming turned and smiled but said nothing. This time, he took a more serious aim at the balloons. Bang! 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 The sound of bursting balloons echoed in rapid succession. Remarkably, Xia Ming hit 19 out of 20 balloons, leaving Gu Shaya astonished and the vendor nearly speechless. While precise shooting is rare, Xia Ming had accomplished the seemingly impossible. Xia Ming, when did you become so skilled? Gu Xiaoya asked, wide-eyed. She could hardly believe that he had struck 19 balloons, a stark contrast to the one he had previously managed. As she watched him, she sensed a newfound confidence in Xia Ming, as if he had transformed into a more self-assured individual. Vendor, I shall take the large teddy bear now, Xia Ming said with a grin, while the vendor stood in shock, secretly sweating that he had rigged the air gun. Typically, no one could shoot so accurately. Yet, Xia Ming had managed to hit 19 balloons without even seeming to aim, a feat bordering on miraculous. Hey, vendor, wake up, Xia Ming waved his hand in front of the vendor's face, snapping him back to reality. All right, I'll get it for you right away, the vendor hurriedly replied. The bear was large but reasonably priced, so the vendor was quick to oblige. As he handed the teddy bear to Xia Ming, the young man smiled warmly, prompting the vendor to call out to the crowd, come and see. This young man just won a bear. You might also be lucky. His announcement drew attention, and soon a girl chimed in. Darling, I want one too. Could you get one for me? Xia Ming confidently assured her. Don't worry, leave this to me. The vendor's business boomed as a result of Xia Ming's display of skill. It was a clever marketing tactic that attracted many eager participants. This is for you, Xia Ming said, presenting the teddy bear to Gu Xia. I remember wanting to give you one back then, but I was too inexperienced. Today, consider this a gift. Gu Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and replied. All right, I shall accept it for now. For reasons she could not explain, Gu Xiaoya felt a pang of sadness. The two walked back in silence, and upon returning, they found others setting up for a sumptuous lunch. The seaside location offered a pleasant breeze, making the heat bearable. Ladies and gentlemen, I have invited a skilled chef to prepare our meal. Do not underestimate him. He is a culinary master, Wang Tao announced enthusiastically. Pointing to the chef, the crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to taste the food of a renowned chef who had even appeared on television. The thrill of experiencing a meal prepared by such a talent was palpable. As they had never had the opportunity to dine on such delicacies before, Xia Ming's gaze fell upon Lu Yishao, who appeared rather plump, his body encased in layers of fat, weighing no less than 180 pounds. Exuding a certain charm, however, upon receiving compliments from those around him, Lu Yishao seemed to float in self-satisfaction. Xia Ming could only shake his head in resignation. Xiaoya, you've arrived, Wang Tao remarked as he noticed Gu Xiaoya, then glanced at Xia Ming beside him. Xiaoya, come, let's go have a meal together. All right, Gu Xiaoya nodded gently, casting a glance at Xia Ming before following Wang Tao. It was evident that Wang Tao had no intention of inviting Xia Ming, clearly wishing to exclude him from partaking in the chef's culinary creations. Wang Tao then called out, come on, brothers, let us go observe how Master Lu prepares his dishes. Perhaps we can learn a thing or two for future use. All right, let us go take a look. With the cheerful shouts echoing, the crowd moved forward. At that moment, Gao Cheng unknowingly found himself beside Xia Ming. Witnessing Wang Tao's arrogant demeanor, Gao Cheng couldn't contain his anger. Wang Tao is being utterly excessive. After all, we are classmates. Xia Ming subtly shook his head. He had long-standing grievances with Wang Tao, which had been brewing for quite some time. Ever since joining Qingyao Group, Wang Tao had been a constant source of trouble for him, revealing his petty nature. Calm down. It's just a meal that I can cook for you, Xia Ming reassured. Xia Ming, you can cook? Gao Cheng looked at him in surprise. In his understanding, Xia Ming was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. When did you learn to cook? Just a bit. Wait and see. I promise to whet your appetite, Xia Ming replied, his confidence unfaltering. His culinary skills were honed through the transmission of a chef's secret manual, making him one of the rare individuals in the world with superior cooking prowess. Generally, people couldn't even taste his dishes, let alone an emperor. Soon, Xia Ming procured a variety of ingredients at the Gulf Resort. It was common to engage in self-cooked barbecues, hence they were well prepared. Xia Ming set up a stove filled with glowing coals, smiling as he said, Gao Cheng, consider yourself fortunate today. I rarely cook for others. Xia Ming's words brought a grin to Gao Cheng's face. Xia Ming, I recall you claiming you couldn't cook. If your dish turns out poorly, it would be quite embarrassing. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be tastier than that chef's. Xia Ming replied confidently. Xia Ming, you truly have an inflated sense of self-worth. Just then, a cold reprimand echoed, drawing the attention of many. What is happening? I can hear the furious voice of class leader Wang. Indeed, let us go see. A number of people began to move towards Xia Ming, quickly surrounding him. Wang Tao snorted coldly. Xia Ming, your arrogance is astounding. Wang Tao's eyes glinted with a hint of delight. Thinking to himself, Xia Ming, you are merely walking into the line of fire. Don't blame me for being unkind. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Wang Tao's eyes as he coldly stated, you dare to compare your culinary skills with Master Lu, to claim your dishes are superior. You are utterly presumptuous. What is going on? Xia Ming claims his culinary skills surpass Master Lu's. What a joke. Master Lu is a celebrated figure on television. Can anyone truly compare? Indeed, Xia Ming is clearly just boasting, the crowd murmured, pointing fingers at him. Their prior dislike for Xia Ming only intensified with his audacious claim. Xia Ming furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Wang Tao was clearly trying to set him up. Anger simmered within him. Wang Tao, why are you everywhere? Are you akin to a fly? So clingy? What a nuisance. Xia Ming's words were unrestrained, having tolerated Wang Tao's provocations for too long. Now, with Wang Tao continuing to prance about, he couldn't hold back any longer. What, Xia Ming? How can you speak like that? Exactly, Xia Ming. Your words are excessive. Class leader Wang has gone to great lengths to secure a chef for us, and instead of gratitude, you insult Chef Lu and demean our class leader. Apologize to him. Xia Ming, apologize. We are still classmates. Due to Wang Tao's influence, the crowd rallied behind him, and Wang Tao reveled in the situation, leaving Xia Ming feeling utterly isolated. Gao Cheng's anger flared. What do you mean by this? You are going too far. Gao Cheng, do you call this excessive? What about Xia Ming? Why should he insult Chef Lu? Why should he scorn the class leader? The voices of dissent grew louder, even Gu Xiaoya, standing nearby, felt compelled to speak, though she refrained for the moment. Xia Ming's gaze met Gu Xiaoya's in the crowd, and seeing her reaction, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his penetrating gaze on Wang Tao, stating coldly, "What? Do you have a problem with me claiming my culinary skills surpass his?" This time, Xia Ming was truly enraged, thoroughly disillusioned with his classmates. It made little difference whether he had allies or not. His priority was to reclaim his dignity. Xia Ming was generally good-natured, but he had not reached the point of allowing others to trample over him. Who are you to even consider competing with me in culinary skills? Which establishment do you hail from? Lu Yishao, who had been busy, finally took notice of the commotion and approached, eager to speak with Wang Tao. However, as he arrived, he overheard someone claim that their culinary skills outshone his, igniting his fury. The fat on Lu Yishao's body quivered, his sharp eyes fixed on Xia Ming, radiating uncontainable rage. Master Lu, this is the one who dares to claim his skills exceed yours. I was just about to teach him a lesson. Wang Tao immediately pointed at Xia Ming. Itsu. Lu Yishao's gaze bore into Xia Ming. While others might chuckle and dismiss it, Lu Yishao would not permit anyone to belittle him. As a culinary genius, being challenged by an inexplicable newcomer was an affront he could not tolerate. Do you dare to compete with me? Lu Yishao glared at Xia Ming, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xia Ming returned the stare coldly and responded, "If I win, what will you do?" Lu Yishao burst into a hearty laugh, his entire body shaking with mirth, even his chef's hat quivering. "You think you can defeat me? I have been honing my culinary skills for 20 years. You, a mere novice, dare to claim victory? What a farce!" Xia Ming shot back. In a culinary contest, there must be a victor and a vanquished. Or are you simply afraid of losing to me? Ridiculous. Lu Yishao retorted anxiously. What do you propose we do? Quite simple. Wang Tao must apologize to me. Xia Ming's unwavering gaze fixed on Wang Tao, who felt an uncomfortable chill run down his spine. Beside them, Gu Xiaoya hesitated, but upon meeting Xia Ming's eyes, she sensed a palpable change in him. Yes, Xia Ming had transformed. He no longer resembled the naive, bumbling individual he once was. He now exuded a captivating aura, one that momentarily entranced Gu Xiaoya. Had he truly changed? Gu Xiaoya, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, reflected on how Xia Ming had matured, exhibiting a calm wisdom. Witnessing him effortlessly pop 19 balloons earlier had further convinced her that the clumsy Xia Ming of yore had evolved into someone remarkable. As she contemplated whether Xia Ming genuinely possessed culinary skills or was merely posturing, she recalled their past. Though they had parted ways, she recognized her past missteps and the harsh words she had hurled at him, leaving her with a sense of guilt. Yet, upon observing the determination and confidence in Xia Ming's eyes, she found herself reluctant to approach him. This sensation was something Gu Xiaoya had never encountered in Xia Ming before. She recognized that she might have missed the most significant person of her life. Chapter 148, Culinary Competition. This thought made Gu Xiaoya exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao immediately laughed. Who is Lu Yishao? He is a renowned master chef in Jiangzhou. With someone like him around, how could he possibly lose? What a far-fetched dream. Xia Ming is merely a country bumpkin. Can he even cook? Even if he can, it's likely he can only prepare a couple of home-cooked dishes, or perhaps not even that. If you manage to defeat Master Lu, I will apologize to you in front of all our classmates. However, if you lose, you must crawl on the ground for 2 laps. How does that sound? Xia Ming's expression shifted slightly, turning cold as he cast a glance at Wang Tao. A surge of anger welled up within him. Wang Tao was truly insufferable, despite Xia Ming's attempts to give him face. This man showed no restraint and only escalated his provocations. I can agree to your terms, but I've changed my mind. Today, Not only will I demand your apology, but I will also require you to kneel while doing so. At that moment, an unexpected aura emanated from Xia Ming, causing Gu Xiaya to shiver. He seemed transformed. No longer the naive and somewhat dull Xia Ming he once was, he had grown. This realization weighed heavily on Gu Xiaya's heart, and she cast a glance at him filled with complex emotions. Just then, Wang Tao coldly replied, "Fine, I accept your challenge." His intent was to humiliate Xia Ming. There was no way he would let him off easy. Their eyes met, sparking an intense confrontation. Good. I, Lu Yishao, have never encountered such arrogance. Since you wish to wager, let us adhere to the chef's code. With that, Lu Yishao continued, if I lose, I will never cook again. If you lose, you must never engage in anything related to cooking again. This statement infuriated Xia Ming, who scoffed derisively. What an audacious claim. Did Xia Ming fear Lu Yishao? What a joke. He possessed the divine chef's secrets, a knowledge that elevated his culinary skills to an extraordinary level. With just a thought, countless methods of preparation would come to mind. Xia Ming gazed intently at Lu Yishao and calmly stated, since we are cooking here, let us roast a leg of lamb. All right, Lu Yishao readily agreed. Having been primarily engaged in barbecue work, many patrons favored grilled dishes over stir-fried ones, creating a lifestyle of enjoyment while savoring barbecued meats and drinking draft beer. Lu Yishao's skills in barbecuing had been advancing at an alarming rate. It must be said. Aside from his less-than-attractive appearance, Lu Yishao was a culinary genius. Humph, Xia Ming is exceedingly arrogant to challenge Master Lu. Master Lu, we will cheer you on. You must defeat him. Master Lu, teach this insolent fool a lesson and remind him of his place. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Xia Ming felt utterly disheartened. He hadn't anticipated that his classmates would behave this way, which left him deeply disappointed. Gao Qing quietly remarked, Xia Ming, are you truly capable? If not, we should leave now while we still can. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback, then gazed deeply at Gao Qing, silently reflecting, though I may not have many true friends from university, I still have a good brother. My life isn't a complete failure. With that thought, Xia Ming's mood lifted considerably. Calmly, he assured, do not worry. A mere Lu Yishao is not worth my concern. That moment, Xia Ming's mindset underwent a profound transformation. In his eyes, there was a hint of indifference, as if he viewed Lu Yishao as inconsequential, akin to a celestial being looking down upon mere mortals. Let us proceed. Xia Ming strode forward confidently. As he departed, Li Ergu remarked with irritation, Xia Ming is utterly arrogant, acting so brazenly in university. Tao Go, should we teach him a severe lesson? Lesson? Wang Tao replied with a cold smile. Today, I shall ensure he is utterly disgraced and completely vanishes from our sight. Wang Tao's plan was merciless, aiming to incite disdain for Xia Ming among all the students. He was indeed a cunning individual. Li Ergu nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Zhang Xiaopao chimed in. Ergu, I heard you're now following your boss. Which big boss are you with? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopao mention his boss, Li Ergu boasted, Xiaopao, do you want to follow my boss too? My boss is Huang Maoguo, the top dog around here. I once witnessed him stab someone, sending that person straight to the hospital, where he remains to this day. If you want in, I'll introduce you to Huang Maoguo. I am sure he'll take you in, and then we can conquer the world together. Zhang Xiaopao, thrilled, exclaimed, is that for real? Of course, Li Ergu asserted. Do you think I would lie? You know my character. All right, after this event, introduce me to Huang Maoguo. I want in. Zhang Xiaopao was elated, never imagining he might one day align himself with such a figure. Let us go. First, we'll deal with Xia Ming. He has no idea who he is provoking by challenging Tao Go. This time, we'll teach him a profound lesson. With that, they marched forward confidently. Chapter 149, Xia Ming's Knife Skills. The brewing rivalry between Xia Ming and Lu Yishao attracted considerable attention, drawing many onlookers eager for entertainment. Hey, what is happening here? It looks like they're about to compete in culinary skills. Absolutely. The gentleman over there is Lu Yishao, a famed chef from Jiangzhou, while the young man beside him, I don't recognize. This young fellow seems too youthful. Could he really be a chef? I wonder. He looks to be in his early 20s. What culinary expertise could he possibly possess? But I've seen Master Lu on television. Same here. I've often seen hosts interviewing him. Its said that his meals cost over 10,000 yuan per table. Indeed, I've had the fortune of tasting Master Lu's cooking, and it was simply divine. Nothing I've eaten in my life compared. What? You've actually tasted dishes prepared by Master Lu? Impressive. The crowd buzzed, and soon, over 100 people had gathered, encircling Xia Ming and Lu Yishao. They were all fixated on the two, clearly favoring Lu Yishao, viewing Xia Ming merely as a student unworthy of competing with a master chef. All right, if that is the case, let us begin. Lu Yishao challenged Xia Ming with a provocative glance. Xia Ming smiled faintly. responding, "Then let us commence." With that, Lu Yishao swiftly chopped a leg of lamb. To prepare a roasted leg of lamb. They had chosen a freshly slaughtered sheep to enhance the flavor and preserve the integrity of the dish. Lu Yishao's knife skills were impeccable. With a single, fluid motion, he severed the leg as if slicing through vegetables, showing no hesitation. The precision of his cut demonstrated that he was indeed a master chef. As such technique required immense wrist strength, Lu Yishao's performance garnered widespread admiration, with exclamations of "Truly the master Lu. Such impressive knife skills. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to cleave that leg of lamb without a few blows." This evoked a chorus of astonishment from those present. Taii that moment, Lu Yishao cast a somewhat provocative glance at Xia Ming. Noticing Lu Yishao's challenging demeanor, Xia Ming merely smiled, dismissing him entirely, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Xia Ming gradually approached the knife. It felt light in his hand, yet conveyed an undeniable sharpness. Indeed, a fine blade at a chef requires not only skill, but also an exceptional knife to achieve culinary perfection. "Come on, hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" Someone called that. "He acts like a master, but it's just pretentiousness that I suspect he's stalling, knowing full well he can't measure up. People today are so concerned with appearances." Xia Ming paid no heed to these external remarks. As if they had never been uttered, he simply smiled faintly, not allowing their words to penetrate his focus. Observing the lamb, freshly slaughtered, he glanced over at Lu Yishao, who stood quietly at a distance, watching him intently. Suddenly, Xia Ming's hand moved with a swift grace, causing Lu Yishao's pupils to constrict in surprise. The onlookers expressed their impatience. "Are you going to chop it or what? We've been waiting forever," they urged. "Xia Ming, you better deliver. If you lose, it's game over." Many were tense, their eyes glued to Xia Ming. Yet, astonishingly, he slowly set down the knife, leaving the crowd feeling as though they had been toyed with. What is he doing? Why did he suddenly put down the knife? Is he playing us? Frustration rippled through the onlookers as they glared at Xia Ming. That moment, Xia Ming's hand reached for the leg of lamb, causing Gu Xiaoya beside him to blink in surprise. What is he planning? She wondered, puzzled by his actions. Could he possibly intend to tear the lamb leg apart with his bare hands? Yet, shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, recognizing the lamb's toughness. It would require immense strength to tear it apart, certainly more than any ordinary person could muster. However, upon touching the lamb leg, Xia Ming's hand moved slightly. And to everyone's astonishment, the leg of lamb broke cleanly and two gasps filled the air. What just happened? The lamb leg. Just fell apart on its own. Some speculated about supernatural occurrences. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Wang Tao stared, astonished. What is going on? Did you two see that? This bizarre scene startled even Wang Tao, who watched Xia Ming with a mix of awe and disbelief. Xia Ming had effortlessly severed the lamb leg without a sound, achieving an astonishingly smooth cut that showcased his mastery of the knife. Lu Yishao inhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. A rare respect for Xia Ming emerging within him. He realized that such knife skills were reserved for only the most elite chefs, a level he believed he could not reach. Chapter 150. Xia Ming's roast lamb stinks. How could he possess such formidable knife skills? Even Lu Yishao was taken aback, contemplating whether Xia Ming truly lacked culinary prowess. After all, how could one wield such skill without the ability to cook? He doubted even his own mentor could rival Xia Ming's knife work. Regaining his confidence, Lu Yishao turned his focus back to the roast lamb. Armed with his secret seasoning, convinced that Xia Ming posed no threat, as Lu Yishao began to prepare the lamb for roasting, Xia Ming approached with ease. He tossed the leg of lamb into the air, his knife twirling as he deftly sheared away every last hair from its surface. The crowd was mesmerized by his dazzling technique. Such skill. It's like watching a performance, they exclaimed. This is the finest knife work I've ever witnessed. This young man is no ordinary character. He might truly master the art of roasting lamb. Meanwhile, Wang Tao seethed with anger, shocked by Xia Ming's prowess. What should we do? This guy is a bit too much. He grumbled to Li Ergu. Are we going to sabotage him? Sabotage? Are you out of your mind? Everyone here can see what's happening. Wang Tao snapped. If we disrupt Xia Ming's cooking, we'll become the villains. He is merely skilled with a knife. I refuse to believe he is truly that exceptional. However, even Wang Tao harbored doubts, uncertain whether Xia Ming could genuinely cook. Why now? Lu Yishao had placed the lamb leg on the grill, rotating it carefully while sprinkling his secret blend of spices. Xia Ming, too, stood up to stoke the fire, taking a moment to inhale deeply. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he slowly closed his eyes, captivating their attention. As 5 minutes passed, impatience grew among the onlookers. What is he doing? Why isn't he starting to cook? They murmured. Gu Xiaoya felt a familiar stirring within her. Recognizing a certain aura about Xia Ming, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. reminiscent of their past together. At last, Xia Ming opened his eyes, and in that instant, he seemed transformed. The warmth in his gaze radiated an intense emotion that enveloped the onlookers, even causing Lu Yishao to shudder in response. Yet he quickly suppressed his feelings, though his hands trembled as he tended to the lamb. As Xia Ming began roasting, a smile graced his lips, and the aroma of exquisite flavors wafted from Lu Yishao's grill, causing the crowd to involuntarily salivate. How fragrant! Lu, you truly are a master, they exclaimed, their mouths watering at the thought of tasting his culinary creation. This is making me hungry all over again. The spectators gazed hungrily at Lu Yishao's lamb, and even Wang Tao's excitement bubbled to the surface. The lamb he roasted was undeniably of the highest quality. Leaving Xia Ming in a precarious position at this moment, Gu Xiaoya gazed at Xia Ming with curiosity, her large eyes blinking as she seemed to hope for a miracle to manifest from him. Even Lu Zhao and Gao Cheng watched Xia Ming with a tense demeanor, their hearts brimming with support for him. However, the rich aroma wafting through the air drew their attention to Lu Yishao's side, causing them to swallow involuntarily. Despite their support for Xia Ming, the enticing scent of Lu Yishao's grilled meat was simply irresistible, prompting their gazes to linger there. The meat sizzling under the golden flames appeared crispy on the outside and tender within, emanating an alluring fragrance that made one crave a bite. Suddenly, someone detected an odd smell, prompting those present to frown in confusion. What is that foul odor? How can there be such a stench by the seaside? The atmosphere quickly grew chaotic as everyone became aware of the unpleasant scent that, oh no, it's coming from Xia Ming's grilled meat. The realization struck, and exclamations of disgust followed. How can Xia Ming's meat smell so terrible? Surely it didn't come from the restroom. Their reactions ranged from disbelief to nausea, with Lu Zhao's face paling at the unappetizing odor. Even Lu Yishao, a seasoned chef, furrowed his brow, unwilling to underestimate any dish. No matter how simple, that a chef's attitude must reflect respect for every creation. Without it, one is unworthy of the title. Doubt crept into Lu Yishao's mind regarding Xia Ming's culinary skills. While Xia Ming's knife skills were impeccable, the flavor of his grilled meat was simply repugnant. That a wave of nausea washed over Lu Zhao and Gao Cheng, who exchanged incredulous glances. Does Xia Ming even know how to cook? This can't be grilled meat. As Xia Ming noticed the expressions around him, he merely smiled. He had incorporated a touch of medicinal herbs into his recipe, harmless and even beneficial, given his expertise as a healer. Sensing the reaction of the crowd, he decided to add more seasoning to the meat. Lu Zhao, unable to hold back, covered his nose and remarked, Gao Cheng, do you think Xia Ming can actually cook? This smells worse than anything I've encountered. I have no idea, Gao Cheng replied, recalling that he had never witnessed Xia Ming in the kitchen during their university days. That it felt as though Xia Ming had transformed completely, as if he had been reborn. This is unbearable. Who would dare to eat that? Even stinky tofu is more palatable. Suddenly, a rich aroma enveloped the area, startling everyone. Could Lu Yishao's grilled meat be ready? It smells divine. Yet, while the scent was delightful, it felt distinctly different from Lu Yishao's signature style. What is happening? Murmurs of confusion spread as they noticed Xia Ming's grilling. His meat glistened like gold, dripping with juices, while the aroma became tantalizingly inviting. How can this be? Just moments ago, it was foul. Gu Xiaoya was equally astonished, watching Xia Ming with wide eyes. As the meat reached the desired doneness, Xia Ming transferred it to a large plate, carefully presenting the substantial leg of lamb. Simultaneously, Lu Yishao's lamb was also finished, glistening with hot butter, enticingly appetizing. Xia Ming approached Lu Yishao with an air of confidence that seemed to diminish Lu Yishao's own presence. Nevertheless, Lu Yishao calmly suggested, the food is meant for the audience. Let us find some judges among them. Very well, that seems fair, Xia Ming agreed, scanning the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to serve as judges? Who among you would step forward? I will. The audience eagerly volunteered, eager for a taste of the unforgettable grilled lamb, especially from a renowned chef like Lu Yishao, whose meals typically commanded high prices. Xia Ming smiled at the enthusiastic crowd, suggesting, however, as the lamb is limited, let us select 10 judges. Agreed. That seems fair, came the consensus, and 5 judges were quickly chosen. Meanwhile, Wang Tao wore a smug expression as he whispered to his companions. Have you completed your tasks? Rest assured, no matter how delicious Xia Ming's dish is, he won't surpass Lu Yishao this time. Good, Wang Tao replied coldly, eyeing Xia Ming. You think you can compete with me? You're merely digging your own grave. As Xia Ming sliced the meat into portions, the judges stared intently, while Lu Yishao regarded Xia Ming with a frosty demeanor. Confident in his own lamb, he believed Xia Ming could not possibly rival his culinary mastery. Please enjoy, he urged the judges. The first piece tasted was Lu Yishao's grilled lamb, eliciting immediate praise from the judges. Delicious. The meat is exquisite, perfectly crisp on the outside and tender inside. Truly a remarkable dish. They marveled at the flavor, never having tasted meat so perfectly prepared. Master Lu's skills are indeed exceptional. The judges lauded Lu Yishao's lamb. Their admiration was evident, while it might not reach the pinnacle of culinary mastery. It was clear that with a few more years of experience, Lu Yishao could achieve greatness. I give Master Lu a perfect score. So do I. His lamb is simply delightful, echoed another. That I may not understand the techniques, but I know when something is delicious. Soon, all 10 judges had cast their votes, and the results were unanimous. Lu Yishao received a perfect score, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Could it be true? Is Master Lu's lamb truly that delectable? The anticipation turned to concern as they wondered about Xia Ming's fate. Since Master Lu achieved a perfect score, even if Xia Ming's barbecue were to be exquisite, it would merely match that score, leaving both competitors at a stalemate. Could he truly attain perfection? In an instant, all eyes in the room converged upon Xia Ming, filled with curiosity regarding the quality of his barbecue. Initially, the pungent aroma of Xia Ming's cooking repulsed the spectators, causing them to recoil in disgust. However, as the alluring fragrance wafted through the air, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to the lamb leg, eager to take a hearty bite. Even Gu Xiaoya, who had been anxiously observing Xia Ming, seemed to harbor a lingering favor towards him. As Xia Ming presented his dish before the 10 judges, they hesitated briefly before picking up their chopsticks to sample it. The initial taste was unremarkable, prompting several judges to furrow their brows. Their expressions of discontent stirred restlessness among the onlookers. Did you see that? The judges frowned, clearly indicating that Xia Ming's dish was unappetizing. It must be true. Otherwise, how could they react this way? Surely, Xia Ming's lamb leg must be utterly repugnant to elicit such a response. The murmurs around Wang Tao's ears filled him with delight. Beside him, Li Ergu remarked, Brother Tao, this time Xia Ming is finished. He's destined to crawl on the ground in defeat. Wang Tao chuckled, turning his gaze back to Xia Ming, who appeared unfazed, causing Wang Tao to furrow his brow in confusion. Just when everyone believed Xia Ming was destined to lose, the judges suddenly gasped. The scene that followed was one of overwhelming emotion. The judges were audibly weeping, leaving the spectators in shock. What on earth is happening? How could it be that Xia Ming's barbecue was so poorly made that it brought the judges to tears? Such exaggerated reactions seemed unfathomable. Could a mere piece of barbecue truly elicit such sorrow? The actions of the 10 judges captured everyone's attention, and an elderly gentleman rose to his feet, inquiring, Young man, what is your name? Xia Ming smiled softly, responding, My name is Xia Ming. Xia Ming, a splendid name, the elder said, wiping away his tears. My apologies for the display of emotion. It's only human. Xia Ming smiled in return. The elder, clearly understanding the sentiment, continued, Young man, your ability to elevate barbecue to such heights transcends mere skill. It's truly remarkable. It seems the world will soon witness the emergence of a great chef. Such praise for Xia Ming felt disconcerting. The narrative seemed to deviate from expectations. The crowd shared a collective realization, their gazes fixed on Xia Ming. The elder declared, Xia Ming, your barbecue possesses the power to evoke emotions. It is the finest. That I need not elaborate further, as I believe the other judges will reach their own conclusions. The remaining 9 judges, having tasted Xia Ming's barbecue, awakened from their stupor. Their expressions were complex. A few offered perfect scores, clearly elated, while 3 remained indecisive, glancing back at Li Ergu and Zhang Xiaopao, who wore menacing smiles, causing the trio to shudder involuntarily. I'm sorry, but I can only give this barbecue a 9. One judge stated. What? A 9? How can this be? The audience was abuzz with confusion. Hadn't the other 7 judges awarded perfect scores? Was it possible that the barbecue simply did not suit the tastes of these 3 judges? This scoring stirred a wave of astonishment, prompting Wang Tao to leap forward, loudly proclaiming, Xia Ming, you've lost. It's time to fulfill our agreement. Xia Ming regarded the suddenly boisterous Wang Tao, then turned his attention to the 3 judges. Nodding thoughtfully as though he grasped something profound. Are you truly set on giving a score of 9? He asked coldly. What do you mean by that, Xia Ming? Are you attempting to intimidate the judges? Let me remind you, even if you threaten them, it will not alter the fact that you have lost. Wang Tao reveled in his perceived opportunity to humiliate Xia Ming. From a distance, Gu Xiaoya hesitated to intervene, wishing to speak a kind word for Xia Ming, yet chose to refrain. Xia Ming, however, had already resigned himself to his feelings for Gu Xiaoya. no longer willing to care for her or accept her affections. Threaten? Wang Tao, do not presume I am unaware of your machinations. You know full well what you have done. What have I done? Enlighten me. Today, you have lost, and you are bound to honor your promise. Chapter 153. Wang Tao's deceit. Wang Tao and Xia Ming stood at an impasse, neither yielding. Yet a glimmer of ferocity shone in Xia Ming's eyes, for Wang Tao's underhanded tactics had incensed him. Just as their confrontation escalated, Lu Yishao approached, curiosity piqued. Upon tasting Xia Ming's barbecue, he was initially indifferent. However, after a few chews, an indescribable emotion surged within him, leaving him momentarily shaken. Tears welled up in his eyes, as if he had encountered a deep sorrow, replaced by profound admiration. With the attention of many upon him, Lu Yishao slowly approached Xia Ming, gazing at him with newfound respect and gravitas. Xia Ming, I concede defeat. Did you hear that? Master Lu has declared you the victor, someone interjected, but Wang Tao, taken aback, bellowed. What? Master Lu, what are you doing? He lost. Your score was lower. Wang Tao's fury was palpable. He had invested considerable effort to orchestrate Xia Ming's embarrassment. Yet Lu Yishao's admission of defeat was unforeseen. Lu Yishao ignored Wang Tao's outburst, his focus remaining on Xia Ming, respect radiating from him. Master Xia, you have triumphed. Your culinary skills surpass mine. That to infuse one's emotions into a dish is a true mastery of the craft. Even my own mentor may not reach such heights. Therefore, I accept my defeat. Lu Yishao's sincere concession left Wang Tao aghast. He had wagered against Xia Ming. Were he to lose, he would face the humiliation of kneeling in apology. The thought of such disgrace was unbearable. Wang Tao's agitation intensified as he shouted, Master Lu, I assure you, you won. The judges have confirmed it. You are the victor. If you dare admit defeat again, do not blame me for my rudeness. Upon hearing this threat, a glint of cold defiance flashed in Lu Yishao's eyes. Try to be rude. I would relish seeing how you intend to do so. Lu Yishao, a respected figure in Jiangzhou, felt no fear of Wang Tao's intimidation. After all, Wang Tao was merely the son of a powerful but insignificant businessman. Lu Yishao had cooked for many influential figures over the years, building his own network of connections. In that moment, Wang Tao's fury reached its peak. Meanwhile, Xia Ming's classmates were abuzz with astonishment, questioning, what on earth is going on with Lu Yishao? Why has he conceded defeat? His score was the highest. Indeed, could he truly be so foolish to admit defeat when he clearly won? He had wagered that if he lost, he would leave the culinary world entirely. For a chef of his caliber, that would be a devastating blow. Could it be that Xia Ming's barbecue is truly that exceptional? In an instant, Xia Ming's classmates were abuzz with disbelief, casting incredulous glances at him. Even Gu Xiaoya gazed at him with a look of bewilderment on her exquisitely delicate face, her comet-like eyes reflecting traces of confusion. How could this be? A hint of pallor crossed Gu Xiaoya's small face as she murmured, Xia Ming, when did you become so exceptional? Indeed, from the very beginning. She sensed a transformation in Xia Ming, yet she could not articulate precisely how he had changed until now. It became clear to her that he had evolved into a more accomplished and confident individual. Initially, she thought it was merely an illusion, but now she was wholly convinced of her feelings. From the moment Xia Ming took aim with a gun, he seemed like a different person. Then, when he began grilling meat, even Lu Yishao, a renowned chef, acknowledged his skill. That Gu Xiaoya understood well who Lu Yishao was. Had Xia Ming not cooked so exquisitely, Lu Yishao would never have conceded defeat, for he was a celebrated chef in Jiangzhou. Yet, before so many witnesses, Lu Yishao willingly admitted his loss, an act that left Gu Xiaoya increasingly perplexed. Xia Ming, it seems you have become even more outstanding. What has transpired in these 2 months that has suddenly elevated you to such heights? Suddenly, a pang of pain pierced Gu Xiaoya's heart, reminiscent of that fateful night when she had broken up with Xia Ming. She could vividly recall the sorrowful emotions emanating from him. At that moment, she recognized her own shortcomings. However, for the sake of her life, she had chosen He Wei. Moreover, she had betrayed Xia Ming a year prior, which left her unable to choose him. Now, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within her. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Memories flooded her mind. Xia Ming running 10 kilometers to buy her delicious treats, or the time he devoted himself to helping her study for exams, ensuring she wouldn't fail. These scenes played in her mind like a film, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Did he have a girlfriend now? For reasons unbeknownst to her, such a thought startled Gu Xiaoya. She hastily suppressed her emotions, reassuring herself, how could I still have feelings for Xia Ming? I have my own life now, and I revel in this luxurious existence. No, I refuse to return to those days. At that moment, a sense of fear crept into her eyes, as if she had recalled something terrifying. Chapter 154. Mission accomplished. The onlookers gazed at Xia Ming in disbelief, their eyes filled with questions. Especially his classmates, who were all too familiar with him. When did Xia Ming learn to cook? And so remarkably well that even Lu Yishao acknowledged defeat. It was as if everyone had discovered a new world. Xia Ming, I concede. I willingly accept my loss. From today onward, I shall no longer participate in the culinary world. As Lu Yishao spoke, a sense of desolation enveloped him, leaving him looking somewhat dejected. For a chef, the inability to cook felt worse than death. It was as if he had aged decades in an instant. Xia Ming promptly called out to Lu Yishao, saying, Master Lu, you need not feel this way. Without you, the world would lose a passionate culinary master. That I hope you will continue to cook, so that everyone can savor your creations. Lu Yishao turned to Xia Ming, offering a faint smile that seemed somewhat forced. I, Lu Yishao, am a man of my word. Since I promised to uphold my end of the bargain, I will do so. I concede. And I do so willingly. In all these years, I have never encountered a chef as talented as you, who can infuse his emotions into his dishes. Your culinary skill has reached a transcendent level. To call you a master would not be an exaggeration. Lu Yishao was genuinely impressed by Xia Ming. If he had looked down upon Xia Ming before, he now held him in high regard. The moment he tasted Xia Ming's grilled meat, he experienced a sensation akin to love, a feeling so exquisite that it ignited a longing within him to fall deeply in love. Xia Ming observed Lu Yishao's fervor and realized that he might never cook again, prompting a sigh of contemplation from him. His gaze then fell upon Wang Tao, the instigator of this entire predicament. And Xia Ming's anger boiled. Wang Tao had repeatedly pushed his luck, and today, Xia Ming was determined to teach him a lesson to quell his resentment. Xia Ming spoke coldly, Class leader Wang, I recall someone promising that if you lost, you would kneel and apologize before everyone. What say you? Xia Ming's fury was palpable, inciting murmurs among the crowd. Xia Ming, how could you do this? The class leader is still your classmate. How can you demand such humiliation? Exactly, Xia Ming. We are classmates after all. Show some restraint so we can meet again in the future. The chorus of voices continued, and Xia Ming felt utterly disheartened by their lack of support. Meanwhile, Gao Cheng, enraged, shouted, Shut up! He glared at everyone present, his voice booming. When Wang Tao bullied Xia Ming, where were you to defend him? Xia Ming is merely retaliating now, and yet you all leap to play the moral high ground. What has Wang Tao ever done for you to warrant such loyalty? You all seem to have lost your dignity. Gao Cheng's words incited outrage among the crowd, their anger directed at him. Gao Cheng, what are you pretending for? Don't think we are unaware of your ties to Xia Ming. Xia Ming's actions have been excessive. Can we not critique him? Shut your mouth. Gao Cheng shot back, his anger boiling over. Xia Ming placed a hand on Gao Cheng's shoulder and smiled. Don't stoop to their level. From university onward, they have never regarded me as a peer, coming from the countryside. It is only natural to be looked down upon. Xia Ming, you still remember your humble beginnings? Li Erga scoffed, then added with a hint of malice, knowing you come from the countryside. How dare you be so arrogant? Have you forgotten your place? Xia Ming shot a sharp glare at Li Ergu, who instinctively recoiled in fear. During university, Xia Ming had a reputation for being a formidable fighter. He had not been an easy opponent. The mere thought of Xia Ming now filled Li Ergu with dread. Xia Ming decided he had no intention of lingering any longer. But I'm sorry, but from today onward, you are no longer my classmates or friends. I wish for you to shed any airs of superiority. Should I hear any more malicious gossip about others, do not expect me to be courteous. You, Xia Ming, you are far too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Speaking to us like that? Exactly. Do you really believe you are someone special? Take a good look at yourself. Do you think we want to be your classmates? As Xia Ming's words echoed, the crowd began to bristle with anger. If anyone has a problem, they can step up and try me. Xia Ming's expression hardened, an icy aura enveloping him, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. What do you want? They stammered, trembling under his gaze. What do I want? Xia Ming smiled. With you lot, what could I possibly want? With that, Xia Ming turned and strode away, feeling no need to remain at AS for Wang Tao. He had no real expectation that Wang Tao would kneel. Such was not in his nature. Yet, Xia Ming was not inclined to let Wang Tao off the hook so easily. The crowd parted for him as he walked, all eyes silently following him until he was gone, including Gu Xiaoya's. After a moment's contemplation, she rushed after him. The atmosphere once again erupted into a cacophony of insults, clearly directed at Xia Ming. In an instant, the entire scene erupted into chaos. Beep, beep. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. The task has been completed. Would the host like to claim their reward now? Chapter 155. The ex-girlfriend meets the current girlfriend. The task is complete. Xia Ming's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him, pulling his thoughts back into the present. Let us save it for later. Understood. Post. Once Xia Ming regained his composure, he turned to see Gu Xiaoya behind him. He smiled slightly and said, I wonder what brings the illustrious campus belle to seek me out. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoya felt a sudden pang in her heart. She gazed at Xia Ming in a daze. And after a long pause, she finally spoke. Xia Ming, you've changed. Xia Ming chuckled. Everyone changes. I am no exception. Gu Xiaoya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the words failed to come out. At that moment, she realized that whatever she said, Xia Ming would never return to who he once was. Just then, a voice shattered the tranquility. The sound brought a smile to Xia Ming's face, and he looked excitedly into the distance as a graceful figure slowly appeared in his mind, filling him with exhilaration. Wife. The moment Gu Xiaoya heard those words, her body trembled, and she abruptly looked up at Xia Ming, who was gazing behind her with a mix of excitement and affection, an expression she had once seen in him. However, the utterance of wife instantly shattered everything. Gu Xiaoya's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, and she murmured to herself, He married, he actually got married. For reasons unknown, a wave of regret surged within her, overwhelming her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. This made her recall that fateful night when she had said, You're just a country bumpkin. You could never afford to support me. You know the housing prices in Jiangzhou, right? Buying a house costs around $5 million. Can you possibly come up with that much? Moreover, living expenses in Jiangzhou are substantial. Can you manage that? Raising children also requires a significant amount of money, be it for education or upbringing. Your parents are merely farmers in the countryside. That I don't mean to look down on rural folk, but the reality is that your parents might not even make 10,000 in a year of farming. Meanwhile, one can easily earn tens of thousands working outside. That I think we are just not compatible, don't you agree? Those words echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her in a daze. Gu Xiaoya gradually turned around, and her eyes fell upon a stunning girl dressed in a white floral dress, adorned with a flower on her shoulder. The gown cascaded down, making the girl resemble a celestial being. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, her delicate features causing hearts to flutter, and her complexion was as smooth as mutton fat, a sight that was mesmerizing. The girl stood quietly, resembling a painting, yet she possessed an elegant, serene, and dignified aura. For some inexplicable reason, when compared to this girl, Gu Xiaoya's so-called beauty felt like that of an ugly duckling encountering a swan, especially since Xia Ming had referred to this girl as wife. Wife, what brings you here? Xia Ming brushed past Gu Xiaoya, joyfully approaching Lin Wanging. At that moment, a wave of self-reproach and regret washed over Gu Xiaoya. Yes, she regretted it. Xia Ming, you truly are here. Upon hearing Xia Ming's question, Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed, but soon her gaze shifted to Gu Xiaoya, prompting her to inquire, and who might this be? Oh, she is just an ordinary classmate from my university. Gu Xiaoya's face paled once more at the words. Just an ordinary classmate. This phrase made her body shudder. Yes, an ordinary classmate. Once, there was a girl who asked Xia Ming, who is she? To which Xia Ming had proudly replied, she is, of course, my future wife. Yet today, it had transformed into a different response. Lin Wanging, being no ordinary person, was adept at reading emotions and instantly perceived the peculiar feelings Gu Xiaoya harbored for Xia Ming. Undeniably, Gu Xiaoya was beautiful. But Lin Wanging possessed an even greater confidence in her own appearance. Though Gu Xiaoya was lovely, a comparison revealed a significant disparity. Hello, my name is Lin Wanging, and I am Xia Ming's girlfriend. This declaration made Xia Ming's eyes light up with excitement. What? Did I just hear that right? My wife admitted that she is my girlfriend? She agreed to let me be her boyfriend. The unexpected revelation almost made Xia Ming leap for joy. While Gu Xiaoya's body trembled slightly, she forced a smile and said, Hello, I am Gu Xiaoya, a classmate of Xia Ming. Lin Wanging nodded gently, sensing Gu Xiaoya's emotions, which hinted at her feelings for Xia Ming. This realization ignited a flicker of anger within Lin Wanging. Xia Ming, how can you be so oblivious to this stunning beauty and instead be entangled in such nonsense? Therefore, in her moment of frustration, Lin Wanging boldly declared herself as Xia Ming's girlfriend, asserting her claim and warning Gu Xiaoya to refrain from harboring any intentions towards him. However, Lin Wanging was blissfully unaware that her declaration nearly delighted Xia Ming to the point of ecstasy. Neither Gu Xiaoya nor Lin Wanging spoke, leading to an awkward silence in the air. Regaining her composure, Gu Xiaoya quickly said, Sorry, Xia Ming, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave. Without looking back, she exited the scene. Lin Wanging observed Gu Xiaoya's abrupt departure but chose to remain silent, feeling the depth of the connection between Xia Ming and the girl. Yet, she refrained from asking questions. Understanding the importance of discretion, knowing which matters warranted inquiry and which did not. Xia Ming approached Lin Wanging, standing quietly beside her. He slowly lifted his gaze to the azure sky, feeling the refreshing sea breeze caress his face. "You must be quite curious," he began. Lin Wanging remained silent, choosing to stand alongside him in quiet companionship. "Actually, she was my girlfriend once, Taii." This. Lin Wanging's body quivered slightly. She bit her lip and turned her gaze towards Xia Ming. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with a mix of anger and curiosity. Women often experience such a blend of emotions. Even in their anger, there exists an element of intrigue. Though Lin Wanging had known Xia Ming for a shorter time, she had gleaned some understanding of his character. He was certainly not the type to engage in frivolities. Yet, upon learning that Gu Xiaoya had once been his girlfriend, Lin Wanging's body trembled slightly, as if she sensed a strange heaviness and sorrow enveloping them both. In that moment, Xia Ming appeared to be a different person altogether, stripped of the confidence she had come to admire. "Once, we met in university," Xia Ming reminisced. "It was a drizzly day, the sky was overcast, and we encountered each other in the library." Xia Ming slowly raised his head, gazing at the vast ocean where the sea met the sky. An endless expanse. Yet, his eyes were filled with memories. "That day, we hid in the library for a long time without emerging. From that day on, we became acquainted." "Xia Ming, what brings you to the library?" Gu Xiaoya had her hair braided, exposing her smooth forehead. Her large eyes sparkled as she looked at Xia Ming, smiling sweetly. During that time, Gu Xiaoya appeared so pure, resembling a neighborly girl. Xia Ming had rarely spoken to Gu Xiaoya before, primarily because she was the campus belle, her exquisite beauty having captivated many male admirers. The sudden opportunity to converse with such a stunning girl left Xia Ming feeling nervous, causing his face to flush crimson. Embarrassed, he glanced at Gu Xiaoya, who noticed his reaction. Gu Xiaoya stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. "Xia Ming, you're such a dork. It's hilarious. Why are you blushing just from talking to me?" Her teasing only intensified Xia Ming's embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and replied, "I came to read today. I didn't expect you to be here as well." As Xia Ming uttered those words, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to slap himself. At that moment, Gu Xiaoya let out a scoff but refrained from exposing Xia Ming's predicament. However, Xia Ming was engulfed in frustration, aware that Gu Xiaoya had likely misconstrued his intentions, gazing up at the increasingly torrential rain. Gu Xiaoya remarked, "It seems this rain won't be letting up anytime soon." Xia Ming, equally disheartened by the wretched weather, pondered how it had turned from clear skies to a downpour in an instant. Fortunately, the library was relatively empty at that time, prompting him to suggest, "I think I shall go read for a while." He then hastily departed, and Gu Xiaoya couldn't help but smile at his sudden exit, finding him quite amusing. From that day forward, a wonderful rapport blossomed between Xia Ming and Gu Xiaoya. They dined together, studied together, and attended classes side by side. Ultimately, their presence became inseparable, marking the onset of their romantic relationship. Indeed, they had fallen in love, which stirred quite a sensation. The renowned beauty of the campus, Gu Xiaoya, had unexpectedly taken a liking to a boy from the countryside, leaving everyone astonished. No one could have predicted that Gu Xiaoya possessed such eclectic tastes. Yet, this development ignited envy among many, as Xia Ming, a seemingly inconsequential youth, had captured the heart of the campus belle. Many harbored jealousy, questioning why Xia Ming, an ordinary country lad, could win her affection when they could not. Numerous attempts were made to undermine him, but Xia Ming's formidable resilience quelled their efforts. Among those intimidated was Wang Tao, who had encountered Xia Ming's formidable presence. Xia Ming gazed at the cerulean sky, lost in reverie as he recounted the tales of his university experience. Feeling it was beautiful and fulfilling that he relished this sensation, yet he understood that once he matured, such feelings would be elusive. The warmth he once knew had dissipated. As Xia Ming reached the conclusion of his story, Lin Wanging's delicate face was graced by 2 tears, her heart aching for him. She hadn't anticipated that Xia Ming had endured such poignant experiences. While he had cherished a romance, the thought of her own circumstances cast a shadow of disappointment in her eyes. "Look at me. Why am I sharing all this with you?" Xia Ming gently shook his head, discreetly wiping away his tears, and managed to smile. "So, why did you break up?" Lin Wanging couldn't help but inquire. "Break up?" Xia Ming was transported back to that fateful night when Gu Xiaoya, in front of He Wei, declared their separation. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had shattered, the pain akin to a needle piercing through him. Rendering even breathing a challenge, he pondered the reasons behind their split. Yet, the harsh realities of life had unveiled to him the societal harshness, revealing that it was a world driven by wealth and materialism. Taii seemed rare to find a man who didn't covet money and power. Indeed, why did I break up? Xia Ming offered a faint smile, though it appeared strained, tinged with self-deprecation. Such is society, I am not exceptional. I possess neither wealth nor power. The farmer like me is destined to be cast aside by society. Absolutely not. At that moment, Lin Wanging felt a pang of pain in her heart as she interrupted Xia Ming. You are exceptional, truly exceptional. Individuals who reach your level are exceedingly rare in this world. Her eyes sparkled with conviction, as though to her, Xia Ming embodied perfection. Surprised, Xia Ming gazed at Lin Wanging, taken aback by her unexpected praise. She may not appreciate you, but that reflects her lack of vision. You must believe in yourself. You are the best, at least in my eyes. Lin Wanging's resolute gaze softened Xia Ming's heart, prompting him to smile. All right. In my wife's eyes, I am the most exceptional. Xia Ming's playful teasing infused the atmosphere with vivacity. Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully glared at him. Xia Ming, if you keep this up, I might just toss you into the sea and let the sharks have their way with you. Ah. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted. If I were to be devoured by sharks, you would have to live the rest of your life as a widow. Enough of that. We aren't even married yet. I'm still single, Lin Wanging hastily clarified. Once you marry me, wouldn't you be my wife? Xia Ming's eyes glimmered with mischief as he proposed. How about we make it official right here and now? He marveled at his own ingenuity, impressed by his cleverness. Who would want to marry you? Dream on. If you wish to be my boyfriend, you must first pass some tests that if you can't, don't even think about it. Lin Wanging retorted, her cheeks flushed. Ha! Xia Ming burst into laughter, the shadows of his sorrow dissipating. In that moment, he realized that Lin Wanging was the most important person in his life. Wife, how about we book a room together sometime? You wish. Lin Wanging shot back angrily. Xia Ming, your thoughts are so base. Xia Ming chuckled. Wife, these desires are natural human inclinations. If I didn't have such thoughts, I might as well never marry. What do you mean by that? Lin Wanging asked, puzzled. Think about it. If such feelings are forbidden, what is the point of marriage? It would only lead to frustration. Xia Ming's exasperation elicited a laugh from Lin Wanging. Xia Ming, I've just realized you have a remarkable sense of humor. I've always had a sense of humor. You just never noticed, Xia Ming replied. All right, how about we have a baby? Xia Ming. Lin Wanging's face turned crimson, resembling a different person as she glared at him. Her beautiful eyes ablaze. Ha ha ha. Xia Ming found her furious expression delightfully amusing. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, alarming both Xia Ming and Lin Wanging. This is bad. Xia Ming's expression shifted as he turned to the distance, where he spotted someone lying in a pool of blood. The sight sent a jolt of fear through him. Wife, find a place to hide. I must go help. Xia Ming took a decisive step forward. But Lin Wanging quickly called out, Xia Ming, wait for me. She hurried after him, and by the time Xia Ming reached the injured man, he was taken aback. What a potent toxin. Even death seemed to tremble in response. Xia Ming immediately noticed the man's lips stained with dark blood, reeking of a foul odor, indicating he had been poisoned. The man appeared balding and plump, likely in his 30s or 40s, and his attire suggested wealth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Ming furrowed his brow, wishing to assist him but lacking silver needles. Leaving him powerless, in a moment of desperation, he pressed his fingers against the man's body, attempting to slow the flow of blood, thereby stifling the toxin's spread. Yet, this was merely a temporary measure. Xia Ming, what has happened to him? Lin Wanging, pale with fear, inquired as she beheld the bloodied figure. Why are you here? It's dangerous. You should leave. Xia Ming urged her. I won't leave you. Lin Wanging insisted, her determination warming Xia Ming's heart. He glanced between her and the injured man, who coughed violently, expelling more blood. The man then retrieved a cell phone from his pocket and placed it into Xia Ming's hand. However, Xia Ming remained oblivious, entirely focused on the man before him. Xia Ming, he has coughed up blood again. What should be done? If this continues, he will perish. Xia Ming furrowed his brow. The poison had already infiltrated the man's vital organs. If only he had silver needles at hand, he could suppress the poison to some extent and perhaps exchange the man's entire blood supply, giving him a chance at survival. Yet, the toxin had now directly reached his heart, causing it to fail. At this point, neither he nor even a divine being could save this man. Suddenly, the man kicked out his legs, his eyes closing, and his body went limp. Xia Ming's expression changed slightly as he quickly checked the man's neck. Upon feeling no pulse, he uttered, "He is dead." Lin Wanging screamed in fright, and Xia Ming hurriedly embraced her, saying, "Do not look. Let us leave." Lin Wanging was greatly startled, and upon hearing Xia Ming's intention to depart, she could not help but ask, "But Xia Ming, what about this person? We cannot just leave him here." "Can we? It feels wrong." Xia Ming frowned and replied, "He is already dead. If we take him with us, that would truly be troublesome. The police will arrive shortly to handle this matter. We should leave quickly." Chapter 158. The awkward dance. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wanging nodded. The presence of a corpse was overwhelmingly terrifying, especially given the ghastly appearance of the deceased, which made her heart race. In contrast, Xia Ming appeared relatively unfazed, though still somewhat uncomfortable. They hastily exited, and once they left, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, indicating that the authorities had swiftly arrived on the scene. "Darling." Xia Ming glanced at the pale-faced Lin Wanging and gently took her delicate hand in his. That a warm sensation flowed from their hands, bringing some comfort to Lin Wanging's heart. She felt less frightened. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, you will be safe," Xia Ming assured her with a faint smile. By the way, my dear, I suddenly remembered something." Xia Ming's words successfully redirected Lin Wanging's attention, and she looked at him with curiosity. "Darling, weren't you supposed to be at work? How did you end up here at the seaside resort?" Xia Ming questioned, puzzled, as today was Wednesday, not a weekend. According to Lin Wanging's character, she should not have been out enjoying herself, which left Xia Ming feeling perplexed. Lin Wanging felt a flush of embarrassment. The reason for her presence was to monitor Xia Ming, to ascertain whether he was indeed on a date with another woman. Yet, upon arriving, she had indeed witnessed him with another woman, which filled her with indignation. However, Lin Wanging was astute and did not display her feelings in front of Xia Ming. Yet, after hearing Xia Ming's story, her perspective shifted completely. She had not anticipated such a poignant tale from him. The warmth and emotion in his narrative stirred her compassion for him. Now, confronted with Xia Ming's revelation, Lin Wanging's face flushed crimson. Realizing that he was no longer merely hers to concern herself with, she felt increasingly self-conscious, wishing to disappear into the ground. Xia Ming, grinning at Lin Wanging, sensed her intentions and quickly assured her, "Do not fret. What happened in the past is behind me. Some things cannot be reclaimed, and besides, my affections are firmly set on you. If I could bring you back to our village as my wife, I am certain they would envy me greatly." Xia Ming's excitement was palpable, his eyes sparkling as if Lin Wanging were his prized catch. Tao Gu, we should leave quickly. Today truly has been unlucky. Who would have thought a gathering could lead to such a calamity?" Li Ergu's voice echoed from a distance, his face pale, clearly shaken. "Indeed, Tao Gu, I thought this would be my moment, and yet a person has died. Why did it have to happen now? It's as if we are filming a dramatic scene." Zhang Xiaopao lamented. "Tao Gu, where shall we go now?" Zhang Xiaopao inquired. To vent our frustrations, Wang Tao replied, feeling quite disheartened by his recent misfortunes. First, there was Xia Ming's entrance into the Qingya group, and now, his salary exceeded Wang Tao's by a significant margin, which irked him greatly. Since Xia Ming joined the company, it seemed that bad luck had become his constant companion. "Vending sounds delightful," Li Ergu and Zhang Xiaopao exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. "Tao Gu, where shall we go to let off steam? Should we seek a higher quality option? Of course, who would dare approach someone resembling a dinosaur?" Wang Tao retorted in frustration. "Let us hurry and leave." The trio hastily attempted to exit, but coincidentally, Xia Ming and Lin Wanging spotted Wang Tao. Xia Ming thought to himself, "Wang Tao, you have sought trouble with me time and again. Today, I shall let you experience misfortune." At that moment, Xia Ming recalled the dance spell he had acquired. A smile crept across his face as he produced a talisman from his hand, clearly crafted from special materials. "Let me see what this dance spell truly entails," he mused, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Tao as he whispered, "Activate." As soon as Xia Ming uttered these words, the talisman vanished, as though it had never existed. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. Where did the talisman go? He stared blankly, realizing it was no longer in his possession. Yet Wang Tao appeared unaffected as he got into his car, leaving Xia Ming furrowing his brow in confusion. "System, what is happening? Why did the dance spell not take effect? Did you not say that using this talisman would activate it?" This system is also uncertain. Perhaps the host should investigate further," came the system's response. Xia Ming was nearly driven to madness, feeling cheated by the system for having drawn a counterfeit item with his hard-earned points. "System, are you trying to deceive me? You claim that everything produced by this system is of the highest quality. Yet here I am with a fake. This is utterly unacceptable." Xia Ming was infuriated, realizing that even the system could produce counterfeit items, which left him feeling utterly exasperated. This system guarantees quality without question. I hope the host refrains from disparaging it, lest there be consequences, the cold voice of the system echoed, leaving Xia Ming in disbelief. After a long pause, Xia Ming muttered, "Really?" Xia Ming was left in a state of bewilderment. But by this time, Wang Tao had already entered his vehicle, leaving Xia Ming feeling powerless and furious. Xia Ming, Xia Ming. Lin Wanging's voice echoed in his mind, bringing him back to reality. We have arrived at the parking lot. Let us hurry and get in the car. Seeing Xia Ming's dazed expression, Lin Wanging couldn't help but chuckle, finding his demeanor amusing. This Xia Ming is truly something else. We are here. Chapter 159. Encountering a great trouble. Today's events were too harrowing, prompting Xia Ming and Lin Wanging to return home directly instead of going back to the office. Upon arriving home, Lin Wanging felt a wave of relief and a newfound sense of security. I am exhausted. Darling, I think I shall take a nap. Would you care to join me? Xia Ming chuckled. Dream on, Lin Wanging shot back, glaring at him. Come now, is it such a terrible thing? We are destined to marry, and you will eventually become my wife. Why not begin a little earlier? Xia Ming shrugged, grinning. Lin Wanging huffed in disapproval. You wish, Xia Ming. Only when you become my true boyfriend will we discuss such matters. As of now, you do not hold that title. With that, she pouted and ascended the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Ming found himself bemused, often feeling the urge to tease Lin Wanging. At times, she came across as a proud and commanding queen, while at others, she displayed a more demure side that made him want to protect her. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself increasingly enamored with Lin Wanging. The affection he once held for Gu Xiaya seemed to gradually fade, while his feelings for Lin Wanging surged with fervor. Though they had only known each other for a few days, Xia Ming realized he had genuinely fallen for Lin Wanging. Sometimes, love strikes in an instant, akin to a whirlwind marriage. As he observed the irate Lin Wanging ascend the stairs, Xia Ming smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, startling Xia Ming. He approached the door and opened it, only to be taken aback. To his astonishment, several police officers stood outside, and the one in front appeared ready to force the door open, which startled Xia Ming even more. Is this Xia Ming? A striking female officer in uniform, her hair neatly tied back, stood before him. She resembled the police flower from the Public Security Bureau. Xia Ming's mind raced as he recognized her. She was indeed the police officer he had seen before. What brings you here? He inquired, retreating slightly, feigning surprise. You are Xia Ming, correct? You are involved in a murder case, and we need your cooperation for the investigation, Bai Ning stated coldly, her gaze piercing. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, especially after his previous comment about her being big-chested but brainless during a rescue operation. Murder case? Xia Ming thought of the incident he had just witnessed, lamenting the swift arrival of the police. Since when did their efficiency become so remarkable? Officer Bai, I believe you're mistaken. There is no way I could be a murderer, he replied nonchalantly. Whether you are a murderer or not will be determined by us. For now, I must insist you accompany us. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil, Bai Ning retorted, her tone rigid and unforgiving. Xia Ming felt a surge of indignation. He had crossed paths with this woman once too often. Are you taking personal revenge? He challenged. Will you come or not? If not, we may have to resort to force, Bai Ning warned, her lips curling into a cold smile. Regret washed over Xia Ming as he realized the gravity of offending her. Just then he heard footsteps descending the stairs. Lin Wanging was coming down. What is going on? Lin Wanging asked, her brow furrowing when she saw the police officers. Are you Miss Lin? Bai Ning inquired. I am Deputy Captain Bai Ning. We are investigating a murder case at the Bay Resort. Eyewitnesses reported seeing you in contact with the deceased alongside Xia Ming, so we would like you to accompany us for questioning. Lin Wanging's face paled at Bai Ning's words, and Xia Ming felt a surge of anger. Captain Bai, this matter has nothing to do with President Lin. That I should be the one accompanying you for the investigation. Not possible, Bai Ning replied coldly. Both of you had contact with the victim, so both of you must come with me. Xia Ming's frustration boiled over. I have already explained that I know the circumstances. President Lin is not implicated in this at all. Are you out of your mind? Who is the police officer here, you or I? Bai Ning shot back, her eyes narrowing in fury. You there, restrain him. Xia Ming's expression shifted as he realized Bai Ning was harboring a grudge. I merely commented once. You are abusing your authority. Lin Wanging, visibly infuriated, interjected. We are merely assisting with your investigation. If you dare to restrain us, I will contact my legal team. Bai Ning hesitated, realizing the implications of arresting someone of Lin Wanging's stature. If anything happened to her, it would create a significant uproar that would reverberate throughout Jiangzhou. Very well, you both may come with us, Bai Ning conceded, her tone softer. Xia Ming approached Lin Wanging, reassuring her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. President Lin, please stay at home. I will handle this. Not so fast, Bai Ning interjected, her anger resurfacing. I said both of you must go. Xia Ming retorted, please. President Lin is a public figure. If anything happens to her, it will reflect poorly on all of you. You cannot just haul her off without cause. You jerk. Bai Ning was on the brink of losing her composure. She had never encountered such a frustrating situation in her career. The officers accompanying her exchanged glances, silently commending Xia Ming's audacity. Bai Ning was known as the fierce police flower in the precinct, admired for her beauty, yet feared for her temper. Many had attempted to pursue her, but her fierce demeanor deterred them all. Enough, restrain him, Bai Ning commanded. Yes, Captain, came the reply. Xia Ming, incensed, protested. Captain Bai, you are making a mistake. You invited me to assist with your investigation. Now you want to restrain me. Do you know I can file a complaint against you? Go ahead, I dare you, Bai Ning scoffed, motioning for him to be taken away. As Xia Ming was led away, Lin Wanging rushed inside, frantically dialing a number. Hello, is this Lawyer Li? A friend of mine has been taken in for questioning. I hope you can help me secure his release. Lin Wanging's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Previously exuding confidence and authority, she was now fraught with anxiety. When Xia Ming found himself in the interrogation room, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. This is my second time here in just a few days. Am I the unluckiest person alive? Name, do you not know? I am Xia Ming. From the great Xia dynasty, Xia for summer, Ming for bright, he replied, exasperated. Behave yourself. This is an interrogation room. If you attempt any antics, I assure you the consequences will be dire, Bai Ning warned. Her voice edged with irritation. Captain Bai, let me tell you a secret. Anger is detrimental to your health. They say it hastens the aging process, Xia Ming teased. Say that again, and I will lock you up for 24 hours. Bai Ning threatened, her eyes narrowing playfully. Please, don't. I beg you. Upon hearing that he would be detained for 24 hours, Xia Ming was taken aback. He quickly waved his hands, realizing that being locked up for an entire day would be dreadful. Depriving him of proper food and rest. If you don't want to be confined, then answer my questions honestly, the officer said. Name, Xia Ming. Gender, female. What? At this moment, not only was Bai Ning stunned, but even the police officers behind her were taken aback, swallowing hard as they stared at Xia Ming. What a blunder, male. Xia Ming had initially intended to tease Bai Ning by claiming to be female, but suddenly reconsidered, only to have his mouth betray him. He was equally shocked and quickly began to explain. Upon hearing Xia Ming's response, the officers breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xia Ming had fair skin, he certainly did not embody femininity. His robust physique and flat chest suggested otherwise. If he were indeed female, they would likely be terrified. After going through the necessary procedures, Bai Ning, with a stern expression, demanded, Tell me, why did you kill? Xia Ming was momentarily stunned and blurted out, What do you mean kill? When did I kill anyone? Do you dare to claim you didn't Taii? Bai Ning's anger surged as her sharp gaze bore into Xia Ming, startling him that time. Only you and President Lin were present. And you were the only one who interacted with the deceased. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? We found your fingerprints on the victim's body. All evidence points to you as the murderer. Wait a moment. I initially intended to treat him, but he was too far gone, with poison already infiltrating his organs. Had I had silver needles at the time, perhaps I could have saved him. But I had nothing on hand. How can my good intentions be twisted into murder? Bai Ning had once doubted Xia Ming but found no motive for him to kill. However, witnesses claimed to have seen and touched the deceased, leading Bai Ning to suspect that Xia Ming might indeed be the killer. But what could his motive be? This left Bai Ning perplexed. After all, Xia Ming was a friend of Lin Wanging, a public figure, and it would be absurd for him to commit murder in front of so many witnesses, as it would have dire consequences. Xia Ming felt frustrated, having been inexplicably drawn into this case, which only fueled his anger. Just then, a notification chimed. Host Task Chapter 161. Can a person with a large chest but little brain think? Help Bai Ning solve the case. Reward, 500 honor points. What is this? The announcement nearly made Xia Ming leap out of his skin. System, why are you issuing tasks at this moment? This isn't fair. Xia Ming was infuriated. Aiding Bai Ning in solving the case felt like a cruel joke. He had work obligations, and skipping could cost him an entire month's salary. More critically, he did not want to be entangled with this seemingly foolish woman, who had already shown her ineptitude during the rescue. Despite his reluctance, Xia Ming knew the importance of those 500 honor points. With only 100 left, meant for emergencies, the prospect of having more points to redeem rewards was tempting. What evidence do you have to prove you aren't the murderer? Bai Ning suddenly asked. Xia Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Bai, if you just ask anyone nearby, they would clarify everything. That person collapsed first, and I rushed over to help. Unfortunately, the poison was too potent, and I had no silver needles to counteract it. I thought a few pressure points might help, but alas, The toxin had already taken its toll on his lungs, realizing he had to speak up to avoid further complications. Xia Ming detailed the events, recognizing that Bai Ning was relentless. So you cannot provide proof? Bai Ning calmly asked. Xia Ming thought to himself, does this woman lack common sense? Anyone nearby could shed light on the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This must be personal revenge. Bai Ning must be holding a grudge because I had scolded her while trying to save Jiang Lai. This is sheer torment. Xia Ming felt increasingly disheartened. The saying goes, it is better to offend a villain than a woman, and here he was, creating trouble for himself. Looking at Bai Ning, he proposed, what if I assist you in solving the case? Assist? You? Bai Ning's scornful gaze made Xia Ming uncomfortable. After all, he was a man, and being belittled by a woman was shameful. I'll have you know, I'm a detective like Sherlock Holmes. He proclaimed with excitement. Sherlock Holmes? I'm more like Conan, Bai Ning muttered. Xia Ming nearly fainted. Captain Bai, let me remind you, you can only detain me for a maximum of 48 hours without evidence. Continuing this charade serves no purpose. Why not let me help you solve the case? That way, I can clear my name, and you can claim some credit. Xia Ming sighed inwardly, knowing he truly did not want to work with Bai Ning. It would be a perilous endeavor, yet the allure of the 500 honor points compelled him to comply. It was a case of risking life for a gentleman, though using the term gentleman for Bai Ning felt somewhat inappropriate. It would be more fitting to say he was risking his life for a woman. Bai Ning hesitated, contemplating Xia Ming's involvement, since he was the first to encounter the victim. Perhaps his participation could reveal some crucial clues. After a moment, she agreed. Fine, from today onward, you will be my assistant in solving this case. Assistant? Xia Ming nearly jumped out of his skin. Are you serious? Perhaps I should reconsider. If not, prepare to spend a long time in jail. Bai Ning's expression darkened. Her fists clenched in anger. No, I'll be your assistant. It's better than nothing. Xia Ming rubbed his head, feeling anxious about the prospect of being her assistant, who knew what trouble might arise. Now, follow me to the crime scene, Bai Ning instructed. Xia Ming checked the time. It was already afternoon by the time they arrived and investigated. It would likely be dark. Despite his disbelief in supernatural occurrences, the thought of being there at night sent chills down his spine. How about we go tomorrow? The weather doesn't seem favorable today. Would it be wise to go now? He suggested hesitantly. All right, then you can temporarily stay in cell number TEN.ITS less crowded and suitable for you, Bai Ning replied nonchalantly, while the two officers stifled their laughter. Xia Ming looked at Bai Ning, surprised by her sudden clarity. Wasn't she supposed to be the big-chested, brainless type? Fine, let us go, he conceded, gritting his teeth. You two, uncuff him, and let us head to the scene. Once the officers removed the handcuffs, Xia Ming followed the police car to the location. Meanwhile, Lin Wanging was rushing to the station and, upon seeing Xia Ming, exclaimed, Xia Ming, are you all right? Seeing him in this predicament pained her. Just days ago, Xia Ming had been apprehended, and now he faced yet another unjust arrest, merely for trying to save a life. She had been right there, fully aware of his actions, after Xia Ming was taken away. Lin Wanging hurriedly contacted Li Han and rushed to the police station. Upon seeing Xia Ming, Lin Wanging eagerly approached him, her brows furrowed with concern. Don't worry, my dear, I'm fine. This single statement left everyone present in utter disbelief. Even the other officers nearly fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in astonishment. What on earth? Did he just refer to her as his wife? Lin Wanging, a quintessential beauty from Jiangzhou, had been pursued by countless suitors over the years, none of whom had ever captured her interest. Despite the wealth and influence of her admirers, she had never acknowledged them, rendering her a goddess in the eyes of many men, including those in the police station. Upon witnessing Lin Wanging's beauty, they felt as if she were a celestial being. To marry her would be akin to a miraculous blessing. Yet today, in front of so many witnesses, Xia Ming boldly called Lin Wanging his wife. Had they secretly wed? In that moment, the crowd regarded Xia Ming and Lin Wanging with a mix of envy and admiration. How could such a magnificent flower be paired with someone like Xia Ming? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lin Wanging's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, taken aback that Xia Ming had casually referred to her as his wife in such a public setting. Captain Bai, I am Li Han, Xia Ming's defense attorney. May I inquire about the charges against him? I request his immediate release on bail. Li Han spoke with a commanding presence, his tone smooth and assertive, causing Bai Ning to furrow her brow slightly. Xia Ming is involved in a murder case. I need him to assist with the investigation. You may remain silent if you have no objections. May I ask, Miss Bai, do you have any direct evidence? If not, I believe I can secure his release. Li Han's gaze was calm. His sole purpose was to extricate Xia Ming from this predicament. Apologies, but he must accompany me for the investigation. If you doubt this, feel free to ask him. Bai Ning's eyes held a glint of threat as she glanced at Xia Ming, implying that she expected his compliance, lest she take further action, sensing Bai Ning's intense stare. Xia Ming shivered involuntarily and quickly reassured Lin Wanging. Don't worry, I sense something amiss, so I intend to investigate with Captain Bai. You needn't worry about my safety. Xia Ming felt a surge of gratitude for Lin Wanging's concern. His affection for her deepening, he realized that sometimes Gu Xiaoya was not the right fit for him. He felt a natural connection with Lin Wanging that you're going to investigate with her. Lin Wanging's brows knitted together in worry. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't go. Summer. This involves a homicide. And what if something happens to you? Don't fret. I'll handle it and return home immediately after. The surrounding officers nearly stumbled at his words. What? Going home? Could it be that these two were living together? This was sensational news. Jiangzhou's renowned beauty, Lin Wanging, cohabiting with a man. How could this be happening? The officers lamented their misfortune, feeling a mix of disbelief and envy. Such a stunning beauty being taken by someone they perceived as utterly unworthy was hard to bear. With a determined look in his eyes, Xia Ming assured Lin Wanging, trust me, I will be fine. Feeling a mix of concern and affection, Lin Wanging replied, all right, but please be cautious. Rest well today, Xia Ming said with a smile that a collective gasp echoed among the officers. The implications of their words were clear. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wanging might have been furious had she known the extent of their speculation. Following this, Xia Ming departed with Bai Ning, leaving Lin Wanging anxious about the murder case and Xia Ming's safety. Mr. Li, Bai Ning addressed the attorney, who was caught off guard by the unfolding events. Please return home, he replied. And you? You needn't worry about me. I can manage on my own. All right, if you require assistance. Do not hesitate to call. After Li Han left the police station, Lin Wanging returned home, feeling restless. Meanwhile, Xia Ming sat in the police car, Bai Ning driving, while he closed his eyes in a moment of respite. However, his mind was consumed by thoughts of the system. System, what is the mysterious prize I have received? As soon as Xia Ming entered the system, anticipation bubbled within him. The system had previously promised a mysterious reward upon completing the reunion task. But the subsequent murder case had left him unable to investigate what it was. Surely, this mysterious prize must be of considerable value, he mused. Just then, a golden treasure chest appeared before him, exquisitely crafted and adorned with intricate designs. What a splendid chest! Is this my reward? How much could I fetch for it? Excitedly, he urged, System, give me that treasure chest. I wish to sell it. The system scoffed. Look at you, lacking ambition. Surprised, Xia Ming retorted, what do you mean by lacking ambition? I am on the brink of starvation. I need money. Frustrated with his financial situation, he lamented that his meager salary was further diminished by his wife withholding funds. This chest is not an actual item. Your mysterious reward is locked inside it and does not belong to you, the system explained. What? The prize isn't the chest. Xia Ming was taken aback. Then what is it? His mood soured. He was already struggling to afford food. You may open it yourself, the system replied. Intrigued, Xia Ming approached the chest, contemplating its ornate design that it must contain something extraordinary. With anticipation, he declared, open the treasure chest. Upon doing so, a notification chimed. Treasure chest opened successfully. You have acquired the skill of shooting marbles. You wish to learn it. What? Xia Ming nearly leapt from his seat, startling Bai Ning, who shot him an annoyed glare. Xia Ming, are you trying to get us into an accident? She snapped, narrowly avoiding a collision. Her frustration was palpable. Apologies, I was merely dreaming, a little too excited. Xia Ming repeatedly expressed his regrets, while Bai Ning shot him a fierce glare and sternly warned, Xia Ming, behave yourself, or I shall have you detained. All right. Xia Ming hastily acquiesced, then immersed himself in the system. Upon hearing the phrase marble shooting, he nearly fainted. He was well aware of what it entailed. It was a childhood pastime. In his rural upbringing, he often played marble shooting with his friends, relishing every moment. However, he never anticipated that a lavish golden box would contain a skill book. One might dismiss it as merely a skill book. But given the opulence of the box, the skill should reflect that grandeur. Yet, out came a marble shooting skill, which would infuriate anyone in his position. Xia Ming was on the verge of losing consciousness from anger, his face turning a shade of green. System, are you intentionally toying with me? Marble shooting? In a high-end golden box. Do you think I'm a fool? Xia Ming seethed. Marble shooting is an art. How could it not be esteemed? Furthermore, it was a beloved childhood game, certainly worthy of high regard. Ding. The system's frigid voice interrupted his thoughts, announcing, the host has acquired a skill, marble shooting. Will the host proceed with learning it, as this skill is classified as rare? Should the host choose to forego learning it, he shall be permanently barred from acquiring it again. Xia Ming was nearly driven to madness. Rare skill? Who doesn't he know how to shoot marbles? This was clearly a ruse. He was furious, yet the skill had been granted. It would be a grave loss to ignore it, especially after being embroiled in such a dire situation just to win a mysterious prize. Who would have guessed that this so-called prize was merely this? It was undeniably a trap. Fine, I concede that I will learn it. Xia Ming gritted his teeth, his expression comically exaggerated as soon as he uttered those words. The system chimed again. Ding, the host is learning the skill. Immediately, a wealth of knowledge regarding marble shooting flooded Xia Ming's mind. While it appeared less complex than other skills, he soon realized the nuances and intricacies involved. However, this skill felt utterly useless. Who in the city has the leisure to play marble shooting? Moreover, there was hardly any space available for such games. Xia Ming's spirits plummeted. Marble shooting, indeed, was a farce. Meanwhile, after finishing his session, he exited the system just as the vehicle pulled up to the Bay Resort. For some reason, a chill crept over him. What are you staring at? We've arrived. Hurry and get out, Bai Ning snapped. Her annoyance palpable, Xia Ming found her demeanor perplexing, wondering what offense he had committed to provoke such a violent policewoman. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ning was indeed a fierce officer, her beauty captivating yet intimidating. Following their arrival, Xia Ming's expression turned serious as they approached the scene of the incident, now cordoned off from public access. What is the situation? Bai Ning inquired, and two junior officers hurriedly approached her. We are still investigating, they replied. No leads. Bai Ning's brow furrowed. Team leader, we discovered that the victim, Ning Ziqing, had a penchant for gambling and was poisoned. The toxin is highly lethal, with no time for an antidote, explained one officer. Bai Ning's expression darkened, murmuring, this must be a homicide. Her excitement was palpable, akin to a jolt of adrenaline. Xia Ming, witnessing her fervor, shuddered. Surely, she wouldn't have that a sudden breakthrough? Unbelievably, Bai Ning seemed to have a unique passion for solving cases. All right, I understand now. Take me to the scene of the crime. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. Yes, team leader, they replied as they proceeded toward the site. The body was covered with a white sheet, which was removed upon Bai Ning's arrival. Xia Ming's gaze turned somber as he examined the deceased, pale complexion, lips stained with dark, dried blood. The man appeared to be in his 30s, not being a detective himself. Xia Ming quietly observed, noting Bai Ning's meticulous examination of the body. Yet no conclusions emerged. Strangely, how had the victim been poisoned? Where was the source? Bai Ning pondered the circumstances surrounding the poisoning. Do you know how he was poisoned? She asked. According to the coroner, he must have ingested something toxic, an officer replied. What did he eat? Bai Ning pressed. Her curiosity piqued. We're not entirely sure. The coroner couldn't make a definitive judgment. Further analysis requires consent from the family for an autopsy, came the response. Bai Ning waved her hand dismissively, contemplating the complexity of the murder. What had he consumed, and why would anyone wish to harm him? Just then, Xia Ming's brow furrowed as he approached the body. What are you doing here? Bai Ning snapped. Silence, Xia Ming interrupted, his focus sharpened on the corpse. His expression grew grim as he spotted a small red mark on the victim's arm, resembling a needle prick, an observation that would easily elude the untrained eye. This must be the cause, he murmured. Bai Ning, infuriated by Xia Ming's interruption, chastised him. Stay out of this. You have no idea what you're doing. That I'm solving a case. You're just an amateur. Yet Xia Ming boldly declared. I found the source of the poisoning. What? Bai Ning blinked in surprise. You found the cause? How? Xia Ming pointed to the red mark on the victim's arm, explaining, this appears to be the source of the toxin. The victim was not ill before. He was deliberately poisoned. This was no accident, deliberate. Then this is undoubtedly a murder case. Upon contemplating this, Bai Ning became exceedingly exhilarated, murmuring to herself, a murder case. Only a murder case presents such a challenge, making it all the more thrilling. This is splendid. Although her voice was barely audible, every word was distinctly heard by Xia Ming, leaving him utterly astonished. In a way, Xia Ming stared intently at Bai Ning, astonished by her fervent passion for solving cases, bordering on obsession, that he couldn't help but shiver, yearning to distance himself from her. Bai Ning, how do you know he was poisoned here? The forensic report indicated what he consumed before his demise. She pressed, suppressing her excitement and glancing at Xia Ming. It was evident that poisoning through food was implausible. They were at the Bay Resort, and if poison were introduced into the food, many would suffer dire consequences. Yet, only he had succumbed to poisoning, indicating it was impossible through food. How can you be so certain he wasn't poisoned after purchasing something? Xia Ming replied firmly. The deceased was not a fool. Any ordinary person would be cautious if someone approached them. Besides, would you passively allow someone to poison your food? Hence, this theory was utterly baseless. Look at the deceased's arm. There is a small red dot and a tiny puncture wound. Clearly, he was pricked with a needle. Given the condition of the wound, it is highly probable, an 80% chance, that he died under such circumstances. Xia Ming asserted confidently that as a medical expert, he possessed profound knowledge, particularly regarding the small puncture on the deceased's body. His expertise allowed him keen observational skills. Otherwise, he might not have contemplated such a method of poisoning. Bai Ning examined the deceased's arm, noting the tiny hole, which weighed heavily on her heart. The deceased was Ning Ziqing, who had a penchant for gambling, undoubtedly tied to the casino. Therefore, we must investigate the casino. What? Xia Ming exclaimed, startled. Are you serious? You actually want to go to a casino? Of course, and you are coming with me, Bai Ning insisted. Why must I go? I have no desire to visit a casino. Gambling is strictly prohibited by the state, and those who dare to operate casinos certainly have connections. Moreover, casinos are notorious for ruining lives, Xia Ming protested. According to local wisdom, entering a casino was ill-advised, as the odds were heavily stacked against the players. Most individuals would avoid casinos entirely, although friendly games of mahjong or poker for leisure were common in rural areas, differing fundamentally from the nature of casino gambling. Join me in this investigation, Bai Ning urged. At that moment, Xia Ming felt overwhelmed and helpless. Can we not go? He pleaded. Do you wish to languish in prison? You are currently a suspect, and your connection to the deceased is significant that I have the authority to detain you for 72 hours, Bai Ning declared. Xia Ming, despondent, thought, I'm not even a police officer. Why must I assist you in solving this case? If it weren't for the promise of 500 honor points, he wouldn't want to be anywhere near Bai Ning. Let's postpone this until tomorrow. Call me in the morning. With that, Bai Ning turned and departed, leaving Xia Ming with a bitter smile. Hey, wait for me. At least give me a ride back. As he watched Bai Ning's figure recede into the distance, Xia Ming couldn't help but curse under his breath. The Bay Resort was a considerable distance from where he resided, and walking back would take several hours. Left with no choice, he hailed a taxi, lamenting the expense it would incur to reach Lin Wanging's villa, which would cost him 60 or 70. Xia Ming entered the taxi, oblivious to the driver, who glanced back at him. The Bay Villas, Xia Ming instructed. The driver said nothing and drove away, feeling dejected. Xia Ming closed his eyes in the back seat, hoping to catch a brief nap, as the journey to the villas would be lengthy. After about half an hour, sensing they were nearing their destination, Xia Ming opened his eyes, only to discover they had arrived at an unfamiliar location. What the Taii encountered a dishonest driver was his immediate thought that in large cities, some unscrupulous drivers would deliberately take passengers on longer routes to increase their fare. While some passengers might complain, they often had no recourse, resigning themselves to their misfortune. Xia Ming had not anticipated his misfortune. The driver had taken him outside the city to a remote area, clearly taking the long way around. Stop the car, he shouted angrily. The driver seemed oblivious to his command, sending a chill down Xia Ming's spine. Did you hear me? Pull over now. Xia Ming delivered a powerful punch, striking with great force, causing the driver to halt the vehicle. In an instant, the driver seized Xia Ming's fist. What? Xia Ming's expression hardened as he scrutinized the driver, who wore a cap and had a nondescript appearance. Dressed in a blue shirt and sweatpants, resembling an ordinary person. Not good, Xia Ming thought, quickly exiting the vehicle, only for the man to follow him, blocking his path. Xia Ming's demeanor shifted, feeling a sense of unease. As a university student, he had never encountered a situation like this, causing his heart to race. Who are you? What do you want? Xia Ming inquired, though he remained unafraid, confident in his abilities. You were in contact with Ning Ziqing. Correct? The middle-aged man stated coldly, causing Xia Ming's expression to shift. Did you kill Ning Ziqing? Panic surged through Xia Ming. He had never committed murder, and the very thought of being in the presence of a killer was terrifying. Hand over what you have, or you will find yourself in serious trouble, the man warned, his icy tone sending shivers down Xia Ming's spine. What do you want? Xia Ming asked, his gaze heavy with concern. Sensing the palpable aura of danger surrounding the man, he believed the man had killed before, perhaps many times. Given the intensity of the killing intent he emanated. In that moment, Xia Ming's mind raced. This man was likely deeply connected to Ning Ziqing, perhaps even the murderer. The item they sought must be of great importance if it warranted such drastic actions. I am not afraid of you, Xia Ming declared, mustering his courage. What are you talking about? You must have the wrong person. He was certain the man had mistaken him for someone else. While he had known Ning Ziqing, it was after the latter's demise, meaning Ning Ziqing would not recognize him. Kid, I'd advise you to hand over what you've got. I might spare your life. But if you refuse, the middle-aged man fixed his icy gaze on Xia Ming. Unable to resist licking his crimson lips, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Most would have already succumbed to fear at such a murderous presence. Are you out of your mind? If you're looking for something, go find Ning Ziqing. Why are you bothering me? Xia Ming retorted, indignation simmering within him. This man seemed to be a fool with nothing better to do than to harass him. It appeared that he was determined to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet. With a menacing glare, the middle-aged man strode purposefully towards Xia Ming. As he approached, Xia Ming feigned terror. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police. He reached for his phone, a move that clearly infuriated the man. In an instant, the middle-aged man produced a knife, lunging towards Xia Ming's throat. If it struck true, it would mean certain death. Xia Ming stumbled back, and just as the man closed in, a flicker of cold determination flashed in Xia Ming's eyes. In a heartbeat, he darted forward. Catching the man off guard, with a swift technique from Tai Chi, he struck with considerable force, causing the man to feel as if he had been violently slammed into a wall. The man's expression shifted slightly. With a powerful shove, Xia Ming sent the man flying, leaving him astonished by the strength of this seemingly unassuming student. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Ming charged towards him with remarkable speed. Just as he was about to strike, the man rolled away, narrowly avoiding Xia Ming's foot. The middle-aged man, now on his feet, was taken aback by Xia Ming's agility. It seems you were the one who killed Ning Ziqing, Xia Ming observed coldly, his eyes glimmering with an icy resolve. You know too much, the man scoffed, launching a more cunning attack. Even Xia Ming was momentarily startled by the ferocity of his assault. Anger surged through him. You re-asking for death? Utilizing Tai Chi, which harmonizes softness and strength, Xia Ming engaged in a fierce exchange with the man. They traded blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. The middle-aged man grew increasingly alarmed at Xia Ming's prowess. Had it not been for the limited lethality of Tai Chi, he might have already succumbed. With a sudden separation, the man glared at Xia Ming, his voice dripping with menace. Today, no one can save you. Prepare to die at that moment. The man reached into his coat, prompting Xia Ming's expression to change. In an instant, he propelled himself away just as a loud shout was accompanied by the crack of a gunshot. Invincible fire wheel. With those two sounds echoing, Xia Ming's body jolted. Simultaneously, he managed to immobilize the middle-aged man momentarily with a swift kick to the neck. Ha! He shouted, sending the man flying. Xia Ming gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Upon closer inspection, he realized a gaping hole had appeared in his shirt. He had been shot. Damn it! Rage boiled within him. His newly purchased clothing was ruined, and he had been shot. He frantically checked for injuries, discovering that his old mobile phone had taken the bullet, creating a hole where the bullet lodged itself. The shock left him breathless. That you're serious about this? I'll end you, he thought, trembling at the thought of what might have happened had his phone not shielded him. The near brush with death sent chills down his spine. With unwavering fury, Xia Ming launched a fierce kick, targeting the dazed middle-aged man who had just been thrown aside. Thud. The man watched helplessly as Xia Ming's foot descended upon him. A searing pain erupted in his chest, and he felt as though his lungs were about to burst. Xia Ming surveyed the man, noting that his kick had nearly incapacitated him. Why did you come to kill me? And why Ning Ziqing? Xia Ming demanded, but the middle-aged man lay convulsing, unable to respond. Xia Ming, realizing they had been brought far outside the city, felt a wave of frustration that he glanced at his shattered phone, now useless, and then rifled through the man's belongings. To his delight, he unearthed another mobile device. Thank goodness, he exclaimed, quickly dialing for assistance. Before long, the distant wail of sirens reached his ears, prompting Xia Ming to muse about the surprisingly efficient response time of the police. Moments later, a police vehicle arrived, led by Captain Bai Ning, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the call. Xia Ming, Bai Ning exclaimed, surprised to see him standing beside the incapacitated middle-aged man. You're here. Upon reflecting on the matter, Xia Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What kind of situation was this? At that time, Bai Ning had thrown him into the Bay Villa, and even hailing a taxi led to an encounter with an assassin. Fortunately, his skills were commendable and his old mobile phone durable. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. He had originally intended to leave with Bai Ning, but she disregarded him entirely and drove off alone, which infuriated Xia Ming. Xia Ming, what are you doing here? Bai Ning exclaimed, astonished. Didn't you say you were going home? How did you end up here? Don't mention it. Xia Ming recounted his unfortunate experience, causing Bai Ning to chuckle. Xia Ming, I never expected you to end up like this. You deserve it. Xia Ming shot her an irritated glance. This girl was insufferable. He had nearly lost his life, and she still found time to jest, which only fueled his exasperation. I'm telling you, This person is the one who killed Ning Zicheng that I advise you to consider it carefully, he asserted. What? What did you say? Bai Ning's heart raced as she turned to Xia Ming. Her voice raised. I said he is the murderer of Ning Zicheng. But right now he is barely hanging on, Xia Ming clarified. Quick, someone call for help, Bai Ning shouted, and soon 2 young police officers approached. Come with me. Bai Ning swiftly moved toward the middle-aged man, and upon recognizing him, she gasped, Su Fei. You know him? Xia Ming asked. Taken aback that of course he has significant connections to a private casino, Bai Ning replied, her expression growing serious. The casino. I thought they were illegal now. Won't you conduct a thorough investigation? Xia Ming inquired. Conducting a thorough investigation. Bai Ning mused, her gaze distant. Indeed, they wanted to investigate, but they could not find an entry point. Today, when Bai Ning mentioned going to the casino, she was actually seeking a way to gain access. Entering a casino required an invitation. Typically, outsiders could not enter, and patrons were usually familiar faces. Thus, there was little concern unless a stranger appeared. In such cases, at least 3 individuals had to vouch for the newcomer, or entry would be denied. Furthermore, the casino staff would meticulously verify the person's identity and background. This was simply a necessity for the casino's business. Xia Ming understood Bai Ning's serious demeanor. It wasn't that they didn't want to investigate, but sometimes it was utterly impossible. Few who dared to run a casino lacked connections, igniting a fire of indignation within him. These people were utterly reckless. Chapter 168. The dance of discomfort approaches. How do we get into this casino? Xia Ming resolved that this individual could not be allowed to escape, to commit murder in broad daylight, and to target him was unforgivable. He needed to teach this person a harsh lesson. He did not yet know how to find the entrance, but he vowed to investigate thoroughly over the next few days. Wait for my news. All right, Xia Ming nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Bai Ning added, be cautious in the coming days that I suspect this person is specifically after you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured you to such a secluded location that if you can avoid going out. Do so. Understood. Xia Ming nodded, still shaken by the near-death experience. He had never encountered such peril before, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Let me arrange for someone to take you home. Without looking back, Bai Ning summoned a young officer. Xia Ming observed her, bemused yet appreciative of her concern. After the tumultuous events of the day, he felt overwhelmed. He stepped into the vehicle and departed. Upon returning to the villa, Xia Ming found Lin Wanging had returned. Her expression fraught with anxiety. Xia Ming, are you all right? She asked, gripping his arm with concern. That I'm fine. Dear, you should know who I am. There's nothing to worry about, he reassured her. However, he noted the pallor of Lin Wanging's face. Clearly affected by the day's events. Being a girl, witnessing someone die right before her eyes was understandably terrifying, stirring a pang of sympathy in Xia Ming. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanging finally relaxed. After Xia Ming had been taken away by Bai Ning, she had felt increasingly anxious and had even accompanied Lawyer Li to the police station. Learning that Xia Ming was assisting Bai Ning with a case related to a murder only heightened her fears. The potential danger was real, and she was deeply concerned for his safety. Lin Wanging's heart had become entwined with Xia Ming's. It was the first time she had developed feelings for a man, especially one as exceptional as him. There was an enigmatic quality about Xia Ming that drew her in, making her gradually accept this new reality. Yet, with her shyness, she would never openly admit that Xia Ming was her husband. She intended to keep testing the waters. Thank goodness you're all right, Lin Wanging said, sighing in relief. But then she feigned annoyance. What are you joking about at a time like this? I'm not joking. I am perfectly fine. That I just didn't want you to worry, he replied, omitting the fact that he had been shot. Sharing such a harrowing experience would only heighten her anxiety if it weren't for his skills. He might not have made it through the day. Reflecting on the close call stirred a sense of dread within him, yet he felt a growing intrigue toward the system that had enhanced his abilities. He pondered what heights he might reach in the future. Today is over, so you needn't worry. You should get some beauty sleep and apply a face mask tomorrow. Everything will be fine. Xia Ming smiled. Humph. Lin Wanging huffed before saying, since you're unharmed, I'll head upstairs now. With that, she ascended the stairs, leaving Xia Ming bemused yet warmed by her concern. That it was evident she cared for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed to the police station or anxiously awaited his return, fearing for his safety. As night descended, approaching 9 o'clock, Xia Ming, feeling fatigued after the day's events, retreated to his room. Meanwhile, in a nightclub, a man dressed in a suit with polished black shoes sat in a private booth. That a strikingly beautiful woman, heavily made up and clad in revealing attire, approached him. Tao Gu, you haven't been around for several days. Where have you been? I've missed you dearly, she purred, her hands caressing Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao, however, was seething inside. He had never imagined that Xia Ming's culinary skills would surpass even Lu Yishao's. Leaving him humiliated, he had lost a bet and was obligated to kneel and apologize to Xia Ming. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances, who knew what might have transpired? The arrival of Xia Ming had turned Wang Tao's life upside down. Nothing seemed to go his way, and he had faced repeated reprimands from Lin Wanging, one of the 3 most beautiful women in Jiangzhou City. Winning her favor would have been a tremendous honor. Yet since Xia Ming's arrival, he had faced nothing but disdain from her. Wang Tao knew he had little chance of winning Lin Wanging's heart, yet he clung to hope that he might still have a chance. However, since Xia Ming joined the company, everything changed. His work became increasingly troublesome, and he orchestrated a class reunion solely to bolster his own image and distance his classmates from Xia Ming, in the end. He even invited Gu Xiaoya. Yet to his surprise, Xia Ming remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by his attempts to undermine him, and even triumphed in culinary skills, surpassing Lu Yishao. Lu Yishao is a seasoned chef. Yet he has inexplicably lost to Xia Ming, and surprisingly, he accepted his defeat with grace. This revelation cast a shadow over Wang Tao's mood. Chapter 169. The Embarrassing Dance Takes Over, Part 2. Without further ado, Wang Tao sought to vent his frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, he stripped himself bare, his thoughts drifting to Lin Wanging's exquisite visage, and then to the alluring face before him. Without uttering a word, he lunged forward. "Take it slow," the woman gasped, only to find herself stripped in an instant, leading to an inappropriate display. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Li Ergu and Zhang Xiaopao exchanged envious glances. "Ergu, has Tao Gu already begun?" "I suspect so. Just listen to that noise. It's outrageous, and it's got me riled up," Li Ergu replied with a hint of frustration. "The racket is intense. I can't help but be curious about the experience. The woman is quite beautiful. I wonder what it feels like to be in that position. Indeed, we've helped Tao Gu today. He wouldn't neglect such a trivial matter." As they listened to the bed creaking, a fiery sensation ignited in both men. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced through the air, startling both Li Ergu and Zhang Xiaopao. What the hell just happened? Why such a commotion? Is Tao Gu really that formidable? Li Ergu pondered aloud. That doesn't seem likely. Never mind that. If we barge in now, we might end up in trouble, Li Ergu cautioned. "Help! Help! Ah, someone please!" The woman's cries echoed, only to be followed by another scream, prompting Zhang Xiaopao to chuckle. "Tao Ji's taste is quite adventurous. Should we join in the fun?" Li Ergu's expression darkened. "What are you talking about? Tao Gu is in trouble." Upon hearing Li Ergu's words, Zhang Xiaopao's demeanor shifted dramatically. In the next room, Wang Tao stood in a daze, swaying, his eyes glazed over as if lost in a trance. He muttered incoherently. Invoking a chilling atmosphere, he bounced erratically, exposing himself in a manner reminiscent of an awkward dance. In a corner, a woman curled up, trembling. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, revealing Li Ergu and Zhang Xiaopao. Their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the woman in the corner. Her porcelain skin, striking features, and bewitching eyes captivated them. Particularly alarming was her lack of clothing, igniting a fire within them. Had Wang Tao not been present, they might have acted on their impulses. "Tao Gu, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiaopao and Li Ergu turned to Wang Tao, who appeared transformed, his expression menacing as he continued his erratic dance and mutterings that it was night, and who wouldn't he be frightened by such a sight? A chill ran down their spines. "What happened? Why can't we wake him?" Li Ergu exclaimed, his heart racing. "That I have no idea," Zhang Xiaopao replied, equally unnerved. "Could it be that he has been possessed?" "Possessed?" Zhang Xiaopao recoiled, fear evident in his eyes. "Are you serious? Is Tao Gu really possessed?" Li Ergu replied with a serious tone. "It's not uncommon to encounter such phenomena in rural areas, as long as one avoids desolate places at night. Generally, these entities only attach themselves to those who provoke them, causing significant harm. Look at Tao Gu. He seems delirious, resembling someone possessed." The sense of dread washed over them as they contemplated the situation. "What should we do?" Zhang Xiaopao asked, glancing nervously at Wang Tao, wary of the potential consequences of his possession. "What else? We need to call for help. Dial 110 no, 120, Li Ergu stated decisively. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and made the call, urgently explaining their dire situation. Soon, medical personnel arrived, but the woman had vanished, leaving only Wang Tao, stripped and dancing bizarrely. Upon their arrival, the medical staff was taken aback. "What on earth is happening? Why engage in such antics at this hour?" they shouted. But Wang Tao remained unresponsive. In a frenzy, a few staff members attempted to restrain him, but he exhibited prodigious strength, resisting their efforts. Ultimately, they resorted to administering a sedative to calm him down, allowing him to drift off into slumber. The instigator of this chaos remained oblivious, Xia Ming. Chapter 170. The sister-in-law's quest for truth. The following morning, Xia Ming awoke early, an unusual feat for someone of his lazy demeanor. Yet for Lin Wanging, he was compelled to rise with the dawn. He prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Typically, Lin Wanging would wake at 7, so he timed everything perfectly. By the way, where's Yuhan? I haven't seen her, Xia Ming remarked, puzzled by Yuhan's absence. Yuhan started her summer vacation and is likely still asleep. You should call her down for breakfast, Lin Wanging casually replied as she enjoyed her meal. Xia Ming, feeling a bit awkward, glanced toward the staircase, realizing he might encounter his sister-in-law without her attire. What are you standing there for? Hurry and call Yuhan, Lin Wanging urged, raising an eyebrow. Okay, I'll do that. Xia Ming nodded, heading upstairs. Just as he prepared to knock, the door swung open, revealing a young girl clad in denim, a white shirt, and white flats. Brother-in-law, why are you here? You're up so early today, shenyuan exclaimed, her twin braids framing her lovely face. That I'm making breakfast, Xia Ming replied, surprised. Your cooking is too delicious. If I don't get up early, I might miss out on the feast, she declared, rushing past him in her slippers. Upon seeing Lin Wanging already eating, shenyuan quickly joined the table, excited to indulge in Xia Ming's culinary creations. Xia Ming settled down. Lin Wanging put down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. Xia Ming, what's the status on that matter? Any leads? Her concern for Xia Ming was palpable, especially since the situation involved a homicide, intensifying her anxiety. Not yet, Xia Ming replied, his mood slightly deflated. Regarding the matter of his assassination, Xia Ming chose to remain silent, as it was a deeply distressing issue. If he were to voice it, Lin Wanging would undoubtedly be consumed with worry. How long would it take for you to assist in solving this case? Lin Wanging furrowed her brows. After all, Xia Ming was the man she cherished. The thought of him working alongside that woman on the case made her uneasy. Yet Xia Ming was inevitably entangled in this murder investigation and could not distance himself from it. I am uncertain, but I believe this case will soon be resolved. Xia Ming contemplated that we have already uncovered some clues, and by following them, we should be able to identify those behind it. That is reassuring. Lin Wanging nodded. At that moment, Xia Ming chuckled. Darling, are you so worried about me? Are you eager to? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recalled his sister-in-law sitting nearby and quickly clamped his mouth shut. Lin Wanging, intrigued, asked, eager for what? Nothing at all. Xia Ming quickly shook his head. Lin Wanging then stood up, pushed her chair aside, and declared, I have finished eating. You can take a break for the next few days. Focus on resolving the case and return to work afterward. Thank you, my dear, Xia Ming exclaimed. Will my salary be deducted for these days off? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanging smiled gently, and Xia Ming reciprocated her smile. However, her icy voice soon followed. 500 will be deducted each day. You think you can take leave and still get paid? Dream on. With that, Lin Wanging strode away in her high heels after she left. Xia Ming sat there, holding his chopsticks in a daze. Shenyuan remarked, brother-in-law, did you offend Sister Qingqing? Not at all, Xia Ming pondered, convinced he had not wronged Lin Wanging. If you haven't offended her, why is she constantly deducting your salary? Shenyuan blinked at him, her gaze unwavering. Who should I ask if you're asking me? Xia Ming felt quite agitated. With the month not even over yet, he had already lost several thousand in wages. The thought of it left him anxious. He could manage anything as long as his pay remained intact. After all, it was barely enough to cover his meals, and it seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. As he sat there, the situation was indeed peculiar. Suddenly, Shenyuan asked, brother-in-law, I just heard Sister Qingqing mention that you are involved in solving a case. Is that true? Yes, Xia Ming nodded, though he truly wished to avoid participating in the investigation, as it was far too troublesome and exhausting. Had he not been dragged into it, he would have certainly refrained from aiding Bai Ning in solving the case. Yet, misfortune befell him when he acted impulsively. Not only did the police come knocking, but he was also pursued by a group of villains, leaving him in a state of distress. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Is it really true? Shenyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, making her appear particularly joyful. Brother-in-law. Her sweet tones startled Xia Ming, prompting him to ask, Yuhan, what's wrong? Seeing her behave so coyly sent a shiver down Xia Ming's spine. He was genuinely frightened. His sister-in-law had a knack for stirring up trouble. Brother-in-law, could you do me a favor? Shenyuan's bright eyes shone with enthusiasm. What kind of favor? Xia Ming inquired. I want to join you in solving the case. She exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What? Xia Ming gasped, quickly denying her request. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly rejected the idea. Just yesterday, he had nearly lost his life. If it weren't for that particular phone, he might have already perished. The memory alone sent chills down his spine, recalling how perilous the situation had been. Thus, Xia Ming was resolute in not allowing Shenyuan to accompany him on such a dangerous venture. She was merely a high school girl, and the thought of her being involved in an investigation was too perilous. If anything were to happen to her, Lin Wanging would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Brother-in-law, please let me go. Please. Shenyuan clung to his arm, her presence becoming increasingly uncomfortable for Xia Ming. This is a murder case, and it also concerns gambling. It is far too dangerous if you come along. You will be putting yourself in grave danger, he insisted, shaking his head vigorously. However, upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Shenyuan's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. The brother-in-law. It involves gambling. Is it as thrilling as those gambling-themed dramas? It sounds so cool. Shenyuan was bursting with excitement, convinced that joining the investigation would be an exhilarating experience. Brother-in-law, please allow me to come along. I promise I won't be a nuisance, she pleaded eagerly. The prospect of visiting a gambling den thrilled her. It was something she had only witnessed on television. If she could join, it would be something to boast about. Thus, she resorted to her most persuasive tactics. Xia Ming felt a headache coming on, realizing just how tenacious Shenyuan could be. Yuhan, listen to me. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. If anything were to happen to you, your sister would be heartbroken. No. I want to go, she insisted, crossing her arms defiantly to brother-in-law. If you don't take me with you, I'll tell Sister Qingqing everything about how you saw me without my clothes. She will think you're a creep, Shenyuan threatened. Xia Ming felt faint upon hearing this, utterly dumbfounded. When did I ever act inappropriately towards you? You didn't act inappropriately. Shenyuan blinked innocently, feigning confusion. That's good. That's good. As long as you weren't offended, Xia Ming sighed in relief. But if you tell Qingqing, I am certain she will believe you. Suddenly, Xia Ming's face drained of color, realizing the gravity of her words. How had he not foreseen this? If Shenyuan were to approach Lin Wanging and accuse him of misconduct, he had no doubt that Lin Wanging would be inclined to believe her. In such a scenario, he would be doomed. Xia Ming's mouth hung open in disbelief. Yuhan, that's quite cruel. Who told you not to take me along? If you refuse, I will tell Sister Qingqing everything. Shenyuan transformed into a little devil, leaving Xia Ming exasperated. You, Xia Ming pointed at her, at a loss for words. This girl was utterly relentless. She could say anything without a second thought. Honestly, if she were to reveal anything, given her innocent demeanor, people would likely believe her, he pondered, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Yuhan, I must stress that this is incredibly dangerous. Those involved are armed, he explained patiently. Xia Ming was desperate to dissuade her. The risks were far too great. He had come perilously close to death, and the prospect of Shenyuan joining him in such a hazardous situation was unthinkable. Fine, you can go along, but you must stay by my side at all times. No wandering off or speaking out of turn without my permission. He finally relented, realizing he had no choice but to keep her close. Yay! I knew you would agree, Shenyuan exclaimed, gleefully shaking his arm before planting a kiss on his cheek. Leaving Xia Ming utterly stunned. For a moment, he stood there, completely taken aback. Shenyuan had kissed him? This was a first for him. He had never experienced such a thing before in his past relationship with Xia. He had only held her hand, and even then, he hesitated to take things further, fearing her rejection. Consequently, he had never been kissed by a girl, let alone lost his first kiss in such an unexpected manner. Brother-in-law, let us hurry and solve the case, Shenyuan exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around like a lively little sprite, full of whimsy. Xia Ming stood up, tidied the dishes, and walked into the kitchen. After washing up, he was startled to see Shenyuan, who had somehow acquired a Spider-Man costume, complete with toy guns, ropes, knives, and even some chili oil and pepper. She looked as if she was about to embark on a mission to uphold world peace. Of course, I'm going to catch bad guys, Shenyuan said, her big eyes sparkling with mischief. Catching bad guys doesn't require such an outfit, Xia Ming retorted, unable to contain his sarcasm. How else am I supposed to catch them? Shenyuan asked innocently. Xia Ming was at a loss for words, baffled by her peculiar logic. If you go out dressed like that, you'll attract too much attention. If you stand on the street, you'll certainly turn heads. The bad guys will notice you before you even get close. Shenyuan pondered his words and lowered her head, mumbling, That's true. It is a bit too flashy. Maybe I should change my outfit. Xia Ming sighed. Finding her antics exhausting. It seemed her excitement about solving the case was contagious. Moments later, she dashed upstairs to change. When she returned, Xia Ming nearly choked. She had donned a baggy camouflage uniform. And to his utter disbelief, she was wearing a bulletproof vest. Xia Ming had seen such vests on television and recognized their high quality. They could withstand most bullets. However, he was well aware of the strict regulations surrounding firearms in the country. Acquiring a gun was no simple task. Hence, the bulletproof vest was exceptionally rare, usually unattainable for the average person. Where on earth did you get that bulletproof vest? He asked incredulously. It was a gift, she replied nonchalantly. Xia Ming was dumbfounded. A gift? Who gives away bulletproof vests? Are you joking? Do you have a handgun? He inquired, half jokingly. Shenyuan thought for a moment, then replied, I don't have a handgun, but I could probably get a sniper rifle or a mortar. Xia Ming was left speechless, nearly fainting at the thought. You can get a mortar? This is unbelievable. As Shenyuan expressed her grievances about the lack of ammunition, Xia Ming was thoroughly intimidated. He suddenly thought of a fitting term for her, the ever-changing lowly. All right, Shenyuan, please change into something more appropriate. That camouflage outfit is too conspicuous. We should conduct our investigation discreetly today, he advised. Investigation? Are we going undercover? She asked, her eyes lighting up. Something like that, he replied. Yay, I love undercover missions. Brother-in-law, let us do it together. I'll change into something normal. With that, she dashed upstairs again. Xia Ming could only watch in a daze as she bounded up the stairs. He sighed, thinking that playing undercover with her was more dangerous than thrilling. When Shenyuan reappeared, she had toned down her outfit, although her striking features still attracted attention. Xia Ming, wishing for her to be less conspicuous, had no other options but to accept her current appearance. Once they left the villa, Xia Ming hailed a taxi. Gritting his teeth at the exorbitant fare, he could hardly afford such expenses, fearing that without a paycheck soon, he would be out of options. Upon arriving at the police station, Shenyuan excitedly asked, Brother-in-law, are we going to cause a ruckus here? Is there a jailbreak happening? Xia Ming nearly fainted from disbelief. What era do you think this is? A jailbreak? You'd be blown to bits before you could even blink. Here, we handle serious cases. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside, a guard said sternly. This is the municipal police station, so security is tight. They can't afford to leave their posts, Xia Ming explained, noting the pride and honor associated with working in such a significant establishment. Hello, I'm Xia Ming, that I'm here to see Captain Bai. She requested my presence, he stated politely. Captain Bai? The guard in camouflage looked taken aback, scrutinizing Xia Ming with a strange expression. That you're truly here for Captain Bai and not Captain Wang. Yes, if you doubt me. Feel free to verify with Captain Bai. Xia Ming replied. Never mind. The guard quickly waved his hands. If you were sent by Captain Bai, please, come in. Thank you. Xia Ming had not anticipated that this person would be so easy to converse with. It struck him as rather peculiar. Accompanied by Shenyuan, he stepped inside, while the individual outside watched them enter, his expression turning odd as he murmured, How strange. Is there truly someone brave enough to seek out Captain Bai? And it appears that they were summoned by her? At this thought, a shiver ran down his spine, and he silently wished the too good fortune. He recalled having seen others approach Captain Bai before. But alas, they had all ended up incapacitated. Brother, I shall mourn for you both for 3 minutes. Upon entering the precinct, Xia Ming felt quite at home. Having visited twice before, he had not expected this third visit to be connected to a case. Suddenly, he felt a sense of destiny entwined with this place. After all, he had been here several times in a short span. Were it not for the 500 honor points, he would never have engaged in such endeavors. The case remained unsolved, and his life had nearly slipped away. As he wandered deeper into the precinct, he spotted a familiar face. Wang Pengzi, who was currently dozing off, looking rather lackluster. Captain Wang. Good morning, Xia Ming greeted. Captain Wang? Wang Pengzi jolted awake, momentarily furious at the interruption, but then he recognized the voice and suppressed his anger, peering forward. Upon seeing Xia Ming, he nearly leaped from his seat. Who is this fool who dares to arrest this esteemed gentleman? This is madness. Wang Pengzi was flabbergasted. Xia Ming was someone who could be considered a peer of Director Wang, a significant figure in Jiangzhou, who wielded considerable authority. The mere thought of someone who could be on such intimate terms with Director Wang sent chills down Wang Pengzi's spine, especially recalling that Director Wang had once intended to bring Lin Wanging into the precinct for Xia Ming's sake. If Xia Ming had not shown leniency, Lin Wanging would likely have been in serious trouble. Mr. Xia, Wang Pengzi hurriedly approached Xia Ming, inquiring, What brings you here? Has someone offended you? Rest assured, I shall ensure no one dares to lay a hand on you here. Wang Pengzi was nearly beside himself with rage. Wishing he could thrash the idiot responsible for this situation. Why arrest Xia Ming of all people? It was tantamount to courting disaster. Arrested? Xia Ming paused, but upon seeing Wang Pengzi's anxious demeanor, he quickly clarified. Captain Wang, you have misunderstood that I am not here as a detainee, that I came of my own accord, not arrested. You came to play? Wang Pengzi sighed in relief, though he still felt a twinge of anxiety. What could possibly be amusing about the police station? Of course, he kept this thought to himself, realizing how absurd it was to consider visiting a police station for leisure. Indeed, Captain Bai summoned me today. She mentioned needing assistance with a case, so I arrived early. Captain Baiat, the mention of her name. Wang Pengzi's face stiffened. He was well aware of who she was, having once pursued her himself. Nearly to his detriment. The memory of his prior confrontation with her made him uneasy. He recalled how Director Wang had subtly advised him against provoking Captain Bai, indicating that she was someone to be treated with utmost caution. This realization sent a wave of dread through him. Are you genuinely here to find her? Wang Pengzi asked, his expression betraying his trepidation. Of course. If I weren't looking for her, why would I be here? Xia Ming's nonchalance only heightened Wang Pengzi's anxiety. The police station was notorious for its fear of Captain Bai. Known for her unyielding demeanor towards men, anyone bold enough to pursue her often found themselves on the receiving end of her wrath. Thus, the precinct staff remained wary of her, fearing her formidable reputation. Captain Bai is currently in a meeting. If you do not mind waiting, I shall fetch you some water, Wang Pengzi offered, his demeanor shifting to one of servitude. Thank you, Xia Ming replied politely, causing Wang Pengzi to feel flustered. As Wang Pengzi hurried off, he silently cursed the situation. Xia Ming's identity was perplexing, and even he was unsure of his true nature. However, the mere fact that Director Wang referred to him as brother indicated that Xia Ming was not to be trifled with. That brother-in-law. Who is this person? Why does everyone seem so intimidated by him? Shenyuan asked, her curiosity piqued. Intimidated? Surely not, Xia Ming replied, perplexed. Have you ever seen a captain treat someone so amicably? On television, such characters are typically arrogant and overbearing, she retorted. Television again. Yuhan, you ought to reduce your consumption of such nonsense. It's affecting your perspective, Xia Ming admonished lightly. Television has its reasons for existence, she defended. Indeed, if that is your reasoning, he conceded, falling silent. Just then, as he leaned back, Xia Ming felt a peculiar sensation, as though something hard was jabbing him. Frowning, he reached into his pocket and discovered an unexpected object. To his astonishment, it felt remarkably like a phone that he extracted it, revealing a sleek, rectangular device, a high-end smartphone. Confusion washed over him as he wondered how it had ended up in his pocket. What on earth is this? He mused. Puzzled by the sudden appearance of the phone, Xia Ming queried the system. Is this phone a reward from you? A phone? The system seemed momentarily taken aback. Currently, you have not received any rewards. Nor have you acquired anything resembling a phone. Not a reward? Then how did it get here? How would I know? The system replied. Xia Ming was taken aback, feeling somewhat annoyed that I didn't expect you to exhibit such human-like traits. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Never mind. It's no concern that he prepared to exit the system. A thought struck him. I have any new tasks? At present, there are no additional tasks. The primary objective is to assist the authorities in solving the case. With the host being awarded 500 honor points, the host's mission remains ongoing. Thus no other tasks are available at this moment. Upon exiting the system, Xia Ming curiously gazed at the phone before him. He pressed the power button to turn it on, only to discover that the device was devoid of battery life. This left him perplexed. How had he suddenly acquired a new phone? Was it possible that fate had bestowed upon him this device due to the malfunction of his old one? He cast a strange glance at the phone. Comparatively, he had a fondness for his previous model. Though somewhat outdated, it had proven to be quite reliable, particularly had it not been for that phone yesterday. He might have found himself in dire straits. Hence, Xia Ming genuinely wished to procure another like it. Perhaps he would encounter it again someday that he examined the phone before stowing it away in his storage ring. After all, having it in his possession was not particularly convenient. It was far better to keep it in the vast space of the ring, which boasted a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Just as he placed the phone inside, he noticed a girl approaching him with an upright posture, dressed in casual attire, denim jeans, a white blouse, and white sneakers. She sported a tied-back braid, exuding a refreshing simplicity. However, her exquisite features revealed her striking beauty. Her figure was well-proportioned, devoid of any excess, yet a peculiar atmosphere surrounded her. Upon her arrival, the onlookers regarded her with astonished expressions. their eyes betraying a hint of terror. Some even took an involuntary step back, evidently intimidated by her presence. The woman in question was none other than Bai Ning. At that moment, even Xia Ming found himself momentarily taken aback by Bai Ning's appearance. He couldn't help but reflect that although she did not surpass Lin Wanging in beauty, Bai Ning was nonetheless an exceptional beauty in her own right, particularly due to her striking physique. As Chapter 175 unfolds, Shenyuan also noticed Bai Ning. Strangely, upon seeing her, a flicker of wariness crossed Shenyuan's eyes, akin to that of a thief guarding against capture. "Let us go," Bai Ning stated coldly as she approached Xia Ming. He rose to his feet, fully aware of Bai Ning's reputation as someone who acted without regard for consequences. Thus, he was hesitant to provoke her. "Yes, let us go," he replied, nodding, and Shenyuan naturally followed suit. It was then that Bai Ning's attention shifted to Shenyuan. "She isn't someone you brought along, is she?" "She is with me." Xia Ming shrugged helplessly. Shenyuan insisted on accompanying him to assist in the investigation, leaving him with no choice. He feared the chaos that might ensue if he did not bring her along. It was indeed perilous to have her with him, and he felt a sense of guilt if anything were to happen. "Xia Ming, have you lost your mind? We are going to investigate. Why would you bring a high schooler?" Bai Ning frowned, incredulous at the notion of Xia Ming bringing Shenyuan along for such serious business. "Hey, how can you speak like that? Why can't I join the investigation?" Shenyuan shot back, harboring some animosity towards Bai Ning. She noted Bai Ning's beauty, particularly her ample figure, which stirred feelings of insecurity within her. Intensifying her hostility, Bai Ning seemed to sense Shenyuan's animosity, leaving her puzzled. She had done nothing to provoke such a reaction. "Little sister, we are embarking on an investigation that is far too dangerous for you to accompany us. Why not stay here? I can find a few people to keep you company. I won't allow it," Shenyuan retorted, grasping Xia Ming's arm possessively. "I'm going wherever my brother-in-law goes." Shenyuan was resolute in her decision to accompany Xia Ming, feeling a profound sense of unease due to the perceived threat Bai Ning posed. She silently vowed to thwart any opportunity Bai Ning might have to charm Xia Ming. If Xia Ming and Bai Ning were to discover Shenyuan's jealousy, they would likely find it amusing. Her jealousy was palpable. "Xia Ming, what's going on? You say we are investigating, but there's no need to bring a child along. This case is of utmost importance, and if we attract unwanted attention, it could complicate matters. Moreover, given the current dangers, bringing her along is clearly a liability," Bai Ning stated bluntly. Shenyuan's temper flared at that remark. "Who are you calling a liability? When have I ever been a burden?" With fire in her eyes, she glared at Bai Ning, causing Xia Ming a headache. He did not wish to bring Shenyuan along. Yet he feared her potential complaints to Lin Wanging that if she were to malign him in front of her, it could jeopardize his happiness. "That I must bring her. If not, who knows what trouble she might cause." Xia Ming lamented. "You have no idea how dangerous it is to bring her along. That if something goes awry, what will you do?" Bai Ning replied, suppressing her frustration. "That I'll ensure her safety. That if you don't take her, I guarantee she will ruin our chances," Xia Ming insisted. Bai Ning shot him an incredulous look. "Protect her. I fear that when danger truly arises, you won't be able to safeguard her. Then what's the alternative?" Xia Ming asked, exasperated. Bai Ning was incensed. Bringing a child along on an investigation was no laughing matter. Should anything go wrong, she could not bear the responsibility. "Fine. If she encounters danger, you will be solely responsible." With that, Bai Ning stormed out, leaving Xia Ming to sigh. "Yuhan, let us go. Who is that fierce woman?" Shenyuan asked, her earlier hostility dissipating as she glanced at Bai Ning's retreating figure. "Her name is Bai Ning. She is the deputy captain here and the lead investigator for this case, that we will be accompanying her to the casino, so you must be cautious and refrain from causing trouble. Stick by my side." Xia Ming instructed. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll be a good girl, but that woman is really ugly and has such a foul temper. She can't compare to someone gentle," Shenyuan remarked, seizing the opportunity to speak ill of Bai Ning in front of Xia Ming. "Indeed, one should never underestimate a woman, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. Let us hurry and follow her. Otherwise, we'll miss our chance. Yay, finally going to solve a case. This time, I'm determined to crack a major case." Shenyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she anticipated the adventure ahead. "All right, let us go," Xia Ming urged. They exited the police station and entered Bai Ning's vehicle. Upon entering, Bai Ning shot Xia Ming an intense glare, leaving him feeling helpless. "So, we're heading to the casino? Of course, how else would we investigate? That man from yesterday is in the hospital, barely clinging to life. You certainly didn't hold back, did you? You could have been gentler," Bai Ning chastised him, a mix of anger and astonishment at Xia Ming's strength evident in her tone. Chapter 176 unfolds with Xia Ming reflecting on the situation. thinking, I would have preferred to be gentler, but that old scoundrel had a gun. I nearly lost my life. Had I been any softer, I might not be here now. Certainly, Summer Ming would never utter such words. The gun remains in his possession, and should Bai Ning discover that he harbors such a weapon, his guilt would be irrefutable, potentially leading to a lengthy imprisonment. The three individuals moved swiftly, and within an hour, they arrived before a towering edifice. They parked the vehicle by the roadside, and Bai Ning produced a bag of documents, gravely stating, "This contains all the information regarding the casino. You may peruse it." Summer Ming nodded and opened the bag to examine its contents. Upon finishing, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you saying the owner of this casino is Su Mao?" "Indeed," Bai Ning affirmed with a serious tone. Su Mao is no ordinary individual. He developed his business overseas and returned to the country 5 years ago. Initially, no one paid him any heed, but unexpectedly, he opened a casino, which has since flourished into the largest underground casino in Jiangzhou. Over the years, Su Mao has undoubtedly engaged in numerous illicit dealings, yet without evidence. No one has been able to bring him to justice. Moreover, his casino operates with remarkable secrecy and boasts excellent security measures. During police raids, it transforms into a private club, rendering them powerless over the years, and no wonder you haven't managed to take him down, Summer Ming realized, grasping that these individuals possessed considerable means, likely with their own system in place to anticipate any surprise inspections. In less delicate terms, this indicated the presence of an insider. The fact that such a person could be bribed suggested that Su Mao was indeed formidable. Summer Ming silently committed the man's name and appearance to memory. "Brother-in-law, let me see too," Shenyuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon realizing the documents pertained to a notorious villain. After Summer Ming had finished reading, he casually handed the documents to her and asked, "What shall we do now?" "We infiltrate," Bai Ning replied. "Isn't that dangerous?" Summer Ming frowned, contemplating the potential peril of their infiltration, and if discovered, the consequences could be dire, with the entire casino likely not sparing them. "If we get mired in trouble, it could spell disaster. That, of course. No thrilling case comes without risk," Bai Ning said, her enthusiasm evident as if she were inherently drawn to such challenges. Summer Ming couldn't help but marvel at her fervor for the case. A rare sight indeed. "Very well," he conceded, knowing that Bai Ning's eagerness would not allow for a refusal. "However, before we enter the casino, you must remember that I will be posing as your girlfriend. This way, they want to focus all their attention on me, allowing me to investigate safely." Summer Ming was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of joke is this? "Absolutely not," Shenyuan interjected, her face cold and filled with hostility as she glared at Bai Ning. "You cannot be my brother-in-law's girlfriend. He belongs with Qingqing, and no one else may approach him. If anyone dares to come near, I will confront them." Bai Ning was taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at Summer Ming while teasingly asking, "Summer Ming, she wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she?" "She is my sister-in-law," Summer Ming replied, feeling awkward as he shook his head. Shenyuan's reaction was indeed overblown. An outsider might mistakenly believe she was his girlfriend. Bai Ning smirked. "I thought you were quite the beast, not sparing even a little girl." "You are the beast. Your entire family is," Shenyuan shot back angrily, glaring fiercely at Bai Ning. "My brother-in-law would never accept you. You ought to abandon this foolish notion." Shenyuan was furious, her wrath akin to that of a small tiger. How dare this woman presume to claim her brother-in-law? This was utterly unacceptable, especially since he was with her and Qingqing. Bai Ning was left speechless, pondering how absurd this situation was. That it was merely a pretense, yet this girl reacted with such fervor. "Rest assured, little one, Summer Ming and I are merely pretending," Bai Ning attempted to clarify patiently. "Even pretending is unacceptable," Shenyuan retorted without hesitation. She refused to allow Bai Ning to masquerade as Summer Ming's girlfriend. In this day and age, how many pretend relationships turn genuine? She wasn't naive. What if her brother-in-law developed feelings for Bai Ning? Bai Ning, feeling increasingly exasperated, had managed to keep her temper in check while discussing the matter with Shenyuan. If it were a man, she would have likely resorted to force long ago. Yet, here she was, thwarted by a child. "I must inform you, Summer Ming, that you need to devise a plan to conceal my identity. Otherwise, they will fixate on me, and I will be unable to focus on the investigation. If we alert them, future inquiries will be exceedingly challenging." Summer Ming sighed. "How am I supposed to know what identity to adopt? Have you not concocted one for yourself?" "I have, but I don't know how to present myself alongside you," Bai Ning replied, frustration evident in her tone. "Then just act as my subordinate." Summer Ming's eyes widened in shock at her suggestion. Bai Ning's furious gaze startled him. "What do you intend to do?" He asked nervously. Don't get any funny ideas, Summer Ming. You can't expect me to play the role of your subordinate that I will not tolerate such nonsense. She warned, her tone firm. Summer Ming was taken aback, confused as to how a discussion about identity had derailed into threats of imprisonment. What do you propose? After much contemplation, Bai Ning could not devise a suitable plan. While Shenyuan remained resolute in her refusal to allow Bai Ning to impersonate Summer Ming's girlfriend, frustrated, Bai Ning ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce to the only feasible role, that of Summer Ming's subordinate. The trio exited the vehicle, and Shenyuan was brimming with excitement, as if she were embarking on an extraordinary adventure. Summer Ming cautioned her repeatedly to remain silent and avoid causing any trouble. For if they attracted unwanted attention, it could lead to grave consequences. Upon reaching the entrance of the skyscraper, they faced rigorous scrutiny. The verification process was exceptionally challenging, involving identity checks and requiring proof that they were longtime patrons referred by existing clients. This drawn-out examination consumed half an hour, prompting Summer Ming to reflect on the strictness of the establishment. The clientele was undoubtedly not composed of ordinary individuals. They were either business tycoons or significant figures from various sectors. With such influential patrons, it was no wonder the casino thrived. After successfully navigating the extensive checks, the trio gained entry to the casino, prompting a sigh of relief from Bai Ning. She had adopted a new identity specifically for this purpose, and their seamless entrance was commendable. Summer Ming was intrigued by Bai Ning's capabilities. Her proficiency in crafting a convincing identity was impressive, a testament to her training. Once inside the building, Summer Ming was guided toward the staircase, and he was astonished to discover that the stairs led downward, indicating the presence of an underground casino. What shocked him further was the depth of this subterranean establishment, which extended down 10 floors. It became clear why the police had repeatedly failed to uncover anything during their raids. The layout of the casino allowed it to transform entirely during such operations. As Xia Ming descended the staircase, he found himself utterly astonished by the sight that greeted him. Beneath the surface, there lay a vast expanse, spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 individuals, exuding an air of opulence. Within this lavish underground casino, a multitude of women adorned in revealing pink corsets showcased their fair skin, complemented by ultra-short skirts and high heels. Adorned with rabbit ear accessories atop their heads, they resembled enchanting maids, and their beauty was striking enough to make any one of them the belle of the school. Xia Ming was taken aback by the sheer allure of these women. The male attendants, dressed in sleek black suits and polished shoes, presented a refined appearance, their well-groomed hair adding to their sharp demeanor. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, with some patrons shouting animatedly while others remained transfixed at the gaming tables. Was this truly a casino? Xia Ming was stunned, and even Bai Ning shared his astonishment. The lavishness of this underground establishment was beyond their expectations, leaving all three of them exhilarated. Particularly, Shenyuan appeared as if she had been invigorated, her cheeks flushed and undeniably adorable. Brother-in-law, do you have any money? She inquired eagerly. Xia Ming, raising an eyebrow in concern, was apprehensive about discussing finances. His current state of poverty weighed heavily on him. It's nothing serious, just a casual question that I was hoping to borrow a little, she added innocently. Xia Ming nodded, reluctantly revealing, I only have 500 left. You can have it all. However, as soon as he handed over the money, a troubling thought struck him. He was now left with no funds. Just as he contemplated requesting a portion back, Shenyuan darted away, igniting a wave of anxiety within Xia Ming. Yuhan, where are you going? He called out, fear gripping him at the thought of her getting into trouble. Knowing full well that if anything happened, his wife would hold him accountable. Fortunately, Shenyuan soon returned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother-in-law, I just went to get some chips. I've never seen them before, she exclaimed. Xia Ming sighed in relief, but his relief was short-lived as he realized she intended to gamble. Wait, you want to bet money? He questioned, alarmed. Of course. I've always been curious about how the gambling god on TV works. So I want to try it out, she replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Xia Ming felt a surge of frustration. He had unwittingly given her all his money, only for her to squander it on gambling. His childhood teachings against smoking, gambling, and other vices echoed in his mind, but now he found himself penniless, fearing hunger in the days to come. Despite his concerns, Shenyuan paid no heed to his alarmed expression, skipping off to join the fray. Yuhan, let's discuss this calmly, he pleaded, chasing after her. Bai Ning followed closely behind, equally concerned about the unfolding situation. When Xia Ming finally caught up with Shenyuan, she had already thrown her chips onto the table. In a state of panic, he rushed to stop her, but it was too late. You can't change your bet once it's placed, the dealer informed him. leaving Xia Ming feeling utterly defeated. "Yuhan, you're too young to be gambling," he admonished, but her innocent, wide-eyed gaze made it difficult to remain angry. "I just wanted to see what it was like. If I lose this 500, I won't play anymore," she assured him, but Xia Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was left in disbelief as Shenyuan placed her bet on a leopard, a choice with an incredibly low probability of winning. That as the game unfolded, the tension in the air was palpable, with onlookers holding their breath in anticipation. The outcome, however, was a shock to everyone present. It was indeed a leopard. Xia Ming's jaw dropped as he processed the astonishing turn of events. Shenyuan, on the other hand, was elated, her face radiant with joy as she exclaimed, "I won. This is so thrilling." To Xia Ming's astonishment, she had not only won, but had multiplied her winnings significantly, leaving him in a state of disbelief. "Yuhan, quickly, bring the money over," he urged, his heart racing. Xia Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. He finally had the means to enjoy a meal. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by thoughts of hunger, but now he was liberated from that worry. "Hooray, brother-in-law!" Shenyuan exclaimed, extending her delicate, fair hand to retrieve the money. Taii that moment, Xia Ming said, "Yuhan, why don't you give the money to your brother-in-law? I'll keep it safe for you. No, I'm not done playing yet." Shenyuan shook her head vigorously, rejecting him outright. This prompted Xia Ming to quickly respond. "Yuhan, listen to your brother-in-law. Gambling is an unhealthy habit. How about we go and look at something else?" No, I want to keep playing," Yuhan insisted, her determination unwavering. Xia Ming felt a surge of frustration. It had taken considerable effort to win that money, and if she lost it, he would be left in dire straits without even enough for a meal. "Yuhan, please listen. I promise to make you something delicious when we get home," he continued to entice her. Yet, Shenyuan remained resolute, further aggravating Xia Ming. "Yuhan, please, just a little less," he urged as he watched her excitedly place her bets. His heart raced as she wagered the entire 2,000 yuan. "Why so much?" he exclaimed, panic rising within him. "You can't win every time. What if you lose?" He anxiously eyed the dealer, his hands clenched, whispering fervently, "It must be a win. It has to be." When the dealer finally announced the winning number, 556, win, Shenyuan leapt up in sheer joy, waving her little hands in celebration. Xia Ming was left dumbfounded, exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. The money before them had swelled to 4,000 yuan, and he could hardly believe their luck. "I want to bet big again," Shenyuan declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she placed all her winnings on the big bet. Xia Ming wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Big. He joined in the fervor of the crowd, and when the results came through, they had indeed won again, doubling their money once more. Xia Ming was nearly overwhelmed by the thrill of it all. "Brother-in-law, they're all so foolish. They can't win a single time. I want to keep playing," Shenyuan exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Xia Ming was both excited and astounded by her uncanny luck, wondering if the dealer was deliberately allowing them to win. Just then, a notification interrupted his thoughts. "Mission for host. Save by Ning. Earn 200 honor points." Xia Ming's expression shifted to alarm as he turned to search for Bai Ning, only to find her missing. Panic surged within him. She had undoubtedly gone to investigate something dangerous. Frustrated, he grabbed Shenyuan, who had been engrossed in the game, and saw that their winnings had now ballooned to 16,000 yuan. "Yuhan, we can't gamble anymore. We need to find the bad guys." "Yay!" Shenyuan squealed, excitement bubbling within her. Fortunately, the casino was bustling and noisy, so no one noticed them. Xia Ming quickly inquired of the system. "Do you know Bai Ning's current location?" "Sorry, host, as this is a personal mission. The system cannot provide clues. Please explore on your own." The cold response from the system darkened Xia Ming's mood. Given the vastness of the casino and the presence of numerous men in black, he felt a surge of frustration. "Where can I possibly find her?" he muttered, vexed by the crowd. However, the prospect of losing those 200 honor points spurred him into action. "Yuhan, let us go," he said, making his way toward the restroom, with Shenyuan eagerly following. Once inside, he quickly secured the door, relieved to find it empty. "Brother-in-law, why did you bring me to the restroom?" Shenyuan asked, her large eyes sparkling with confusion. A blush crept across her cheeks, making her resemble a ripe apple, radiating beauty. "What are you talking about?" Xia Ming replied, not grasping her meaning. "Bai Ning has been captured. We need to save her. Why are you always thinking about such random things?" Xia Ming explained, "The entire casino is blocked by men in black. This restroom is our only escape route." He pointed to a small vent above, his plan to evade their pursuers. "All right, Yuhan, stop sulking. We need to leave now." As he finished speaking, he climbed onto the toilet and opened the vent. "Yuhan, you go first," Okay, Shenyuan pouted, feeling disappointed that their playful moment had been interrupted. She hesitated, unable to reach the vent. Brother-in-law, can you help me? I can't get up there. Seeing her struggle, Xia Ming sighed and lifted her effortlessly, unaware of the flurry of emotions she was experiencing in his arms. Wow, brother-in-law, it feels so nice being held by you, she thought, her heart racing. Xia Ming, oblivious to her feelings, focused on their escape. Hurry up, Yuhan. Okay, she responded, startled by his urgency. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, and she pondered why she was feeling so odd. Something she had never experienced before. Shenyuan felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, an unusual sensation that left her momentarily puzzled. Taii was as if a warm ember resided in her lower abdomen, providing a peculiar comfort reminiscent of basking in the sun's gentle rays. Swiftly, she climbed into the vent, with Xia Ming following closely behind, anxious about the possibility of an unexpected intrusion. Once inside, they crouched in the oppressive darkness, eliciting a thrill in Shenyuan. Brother-in-law, are we about to enact a scene reminiscent of a movie, launching a surprise attack as the protagonists? Xia Ming found her words exasperating. This was no film set. If they were to emulate cinematic scenarios, it would only lead to disaster. We must vacate this position, avoiding those in black, and seek out Bai Ning. Let us not forget the purpose of our presence here. Had it not been for the entanglement in this murderous affair, Xia Ming would never have sought such adrenaline-fueled excitement. It was overwhelming, enough to quicken one's heartbeat. All right, I will follow your lead, brother-in-law, Shenyuan replied without hesitation. They proceeded cautiously along the corridor, mindful of the faintest sounds, lest they be discovered at any exit. Eventually, they located an opening. Xia Ming cautiously peered out, ensuring the coast was clear before he gracefully descended, his mastery of Tai Chi rendering him remarkably agile. Upon landing silently, he gestured for Shenyuan to follow. Without delay, Shenyuan leaped down, and Xia Ming instinctively caught her, an unexpected thrill coursing through her as she felt the strength of his embrace. Try to remain quiet. We need to find Bai Ning, he whispered. She nodded in agreement, and together they navigated through the corridors filled with numerous rooms, each more bewildering than the last. Xia Ming felt the urgency to search each one meticulously. Missing any could spell disaster. Meanwhile, in another room, a refined young woman with short hair, her eyes fierce yet bound to a nearby pillar, struggled against her restraints. Her mouth was sealed with tape. Two men, smoking idly nearby, gazed at her with a mix of curiosity and desire. What a shame for such beauty to be here. What could she possibly be up to? One mused, pondering her worth. Such a gem. Sneaking around. If it weren't for the boss's foresight, we might have missed her, the other replied, grinning. The boss has plans for her. We should savor this opportunity once the time is right. Their gazes were filled with longing as they admired Bai Ning's striking beauty, especially today, as she appeared transformed. While Xia Ming and Shenyuan engaged in their gambling, Bai Ning had ventured into the casino alone, believing she could handle the situation. Unfortunately, her confidence was misplaced, and she was swiftly captured. Regret washed over her. The thought of surrendering her first experience to such individuals was unbearable. Despite her training, the overwhelming odds and the presence of a skilled adversary proved too much. As despair settled in, the sound of knocking echoed through the room, igniting a flicker of hope. Yet, deep down, she feared it was the casino's proprietor, Sumaodas. The two men approached the door. They opened it without a second thought, only to be met with a sudden onslaught of fists. The impact left them dazed, stars swirling around them as they crumpled to the floor. Seizing the moment, Shenyuan impulsively kissed Xia Ming. Savoring the thrill of the encounter, Xia Ming, bemused, touched the spot where she had kissed him. Incredulity etched on his face. His attention shifted to Bai Ning, bound and helpless. By Captain, what possessed you to wander off? Look at the predicament you're in now, he chastised, frustration evident in his tone. Bai Ning glared at him, her eyes blazing with indignation. What were you two doing? Where were you? She demanded, irritated. Gambling, Xia Ming replied dryly. Exasperated by her recklessness, if it weren't for me, you'd be in serious trouble. Mind your own business, she retorted, glaring fiercely. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered. Xia Ming shook his head, exasperated. We need to leave now. You've revealed yourself, and they will soon realize someone is missing. No, Bai Ning insisted stubbornly that I have to investigate this case. Investigate? You're risking your life, that if you continue this way, they will certainly eliminate you. We need to retreat, Xia Ming warned, his expression grave. Shenyuan interjected, brother-in-law, if she chooses to stay, let her be. Xia Ming regarded Bai Ning with a cold stare, then turned to Shenyuan. Yuhan, we are leaving. In his heart, he thought, if she seeks death, Let her remain here to find it. I shall not be her keeper. Taii the outset. Xia Ming genuinely intended to assist Bai Ning in her investigation. However, at such a perilous moment, it astounded him that she was still preoccupied with the case. It was akin to courting death, which incensed Xia Ming greatly. Her reckless demeanor and lack of a strategic plan, acting without any consideration, left him perplexed. He wondered when the police station had begun hiring such individuals. Yuhuan, we must leave immediately, Xia Ming exclaimed, turning away as he opened the door to the room. To his astonishment, 4 or 5 people rushed towards him, fists raised, in a swift motion. He pulled shenyuan behind him and executed a series of Tai Chi moves, sending the assailants flying. Xia Ming's mastery of Tai Chi had reached an expert level, rendering him a formidable opponent that most could not match. Suddenly, cries of pain erupted, prompting those present to shout in alarm. Run! Xia Ming was taken aback by how quickly they had been discovered. Realizing that the place must have been rigged with numerous cameras. Otherwise, how could the intruders have found them so swiftly? He bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Let's move. If we don't hurry, we'll be in serious trouble." Xia Ming's words provoked Bai Ning's fury as she retorted, "You scoundrel." Ignoring her, Xia Ming was determined to protect Shenyuan, refusing to let her come to harm. "Seize them," a commanding voice rang out, and numerous individuals clad in black suits and shoes charged toward them. Xia Ming, alarmed, turned to Yuhuan just as she fumbled in her pockets and produced a peculiar little bottle resembling a canister of pepper spray. As she sprayed it, Xia Ming was immediately enveloped in a cloud of the substance and began coughing violently. The chaos escalated as the spray hit the others, eliciting a chorus of agonized screams. Tears streamed from their eyes, and they clutched their faces in distress. "What just happened?" Xia Ming queried, glancing at Chun Yuhuan, who triumphantly declared, "Brother-in-law, this is a special anti-wolf spray I concocted, adding a few extra ingredients for good measure." Xia Ming was left speechless, astonished by Yuhuan's quirky habit of modifying such items. No wonder it had such a potent effect. "Let's hurry," he urged, dismissing Bai Ning's antics, realizing the gravity of their situation. Bai Ning also decided to follow him, understanding that their chances of continuing the investigation were slim now that they had been exposed. Xia Ming's fighting prowess was undeniable, as he dispatched opponents with ease, a testament to both his physical conditioning and his Tai Chi training. Suddenly, a figure blocked Yuhuan's path, startling her. Xia Ming recognized the imminent danger and felt a surge of rage. Yuhuan flashed a playful smile at the man in black, exposing her small, white canines. "You should come with me, or you might get hurt," he warned, his eyes betraying a sinister glint. Despite her youth, Yuhuan was developing into a captivating young woman, with an air of innocence that belied her potential to inflict harm. "Are you planning something inappropriate?" Yuhuan teased, her cheeks flushing with faux shyness, an innocent demeanor that made her irresistibly charming. Even the man in black was momentarily captivated by her allure. "How about I give you a little surprise? I guarantee you'll enjoy it," he leered, revealing a set of discolored teeth that made him appear rather repulsive, especially given his advanced age. Yet, Yuhuan responded enthusiastically, "Oh yes, I'm curious about what this surprise entails." As she spoke, she tossed something black towards him. The man instinctively reached for it, only to be met with a piercing scream that echoed in the air, as if he were undergoing extreme torment. To his horror, he discovered he had grasped a cactus, its needles now embedded in his hand, leaving him in a state of despair. Yuhuan raised her arm in a victorious gesture, her small fangs gleaming with delight. Meanwhile, Xia Ming stood nearby, utterly astonished. What just happened? He wondered, bewildered by how Yuhuan had managed to conceal a cactus amidst their earlier scrutiny. "Let's move," Xia Ming shouted, urging Yuhuan forward. They swiftly made their way to the casino, causing a commotion as patrons screamed and panicked. At the entrance of a corridor, a stern figure with a cane observed their escape, barking orders, "Capture them." In an instant, several individuals clad in black surged towards Xia Ming and his companions, their speed overwhelming. Just then, Xia Ming felt a rush of wind, startling him, and he retaliated instinctively with a punch that connected with a black-clad assailant, resulting in a sickening crack. Turning to see another attacker approaching Yuhuan, Xia Ming's fury ignited. "Look out!" Yuhuan, quick on her feet, turned and zapped the assailant with a stun baton, sending him convulsing to the ground. Xia Ming, taken aback by the sight of the baton, exclaimed, "Where did you get that?" "We were searched," with a mischievous grin, Yuhuan replied. "That's my little secret. Someday, I'll reveal all my secrets to you, including this one." Xia Ming shivered at her enigmatic smile, instinctively retreating from her proposition. "Let's just focus on escaping." As the chaos intensified, Xia Ming flicked a coin, which struck an adversary's hand, causing him to drop his weapon with a pained cry. The tumultuous scene unfolded with a blend of unexpected twists and thrilling confrontations, leaving Xia Ming and his allies scrambling to evade capture. Wow! Shenyuan was dumbfounded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I never expected you to possess the skill of finger-flicking. You truly are a master of the martial arts. Have you been possessed by Huang Yaoshi, or have you inherited his legacy?" Her large eyes twinkled with an indescribable thrill. What nonsense about Huang Yaoshi? Even Xia Ming couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Huang Yaoshi is a character created by Jin Yong. After all, how did he end up here? Yet, Xia Ming was astonished to discover that the skill he had acquired, the ability to flick steel balls, was so formidable that Taii had pierced through a person's palm, leaving Xia Ming utterly astounded. When he first obtained this skill, he had nearly been driven mad, thinking it was merely a childhood game. Little did he know, this ability far surpassed the art of finger flicking. With such a powerful martial art at his disposal, he felt invincible. In that moment, Xia Ming was filled with exhilaration as he noticed the approaching crowd. He felt an overwhelming urge to showcase his prowess. "What are you staring at? Hurry and run." Just then, Bai Ning shouted, snapping Xia Ming back to reality. Remembering that Bai Ning was present, he realized he could not reveal his abilities. If she found out, she might cling to him incessantly. Quickly, Xia Ming pulled Shenyuan away from the scene. "Quick, capture them." No matter what, Su Mao's eyes turned cold as he leaned on his cane. Exuding an unspeakable chill, his gaze glimmering with murderous intent. "Go!" Xia Ming shouted, and they dashed outside that moment. Someone lunged at them. Xia Ming sprang into action, his foot striking the assailant's head with a forceful blow, causing the person to spurt blood and collapse to the ground, clearly having taken in more air than they could exhale. Remarkable skill. Bai Ning couldn't help but admire Xia Ming's prowess, astonished by his abilities. "Let's go!" With a loud shout, they quickly exited the area. Once they were outside, Su Mao seethed with frustration. How did they get in here? What kind of operation is this? His anger boiled over at the thought of their stronghold being breached so easily. "Boss, they useless, a bunch of useless fools." Su Mao glared at those present, fuming. "Start investigating now. I want to know exactly who these three are." "Yes, boss." After escaping, the trio ran quite a distance, panting heavily. At last, Bai Ning sighed in relief. "That was too dangerous. We almost met our end. That it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my brother-in-law and I wouldn't have been in such a predicament." Shenyuan's irritation towards Bai Ning grew stronger. "Hey, why is everything my fault? What's wrong with me?" Bai Ning retorted, taken aback by Shenyuan's accusation. "If you hadn't messed things up, we wouldn't be in this situation." Shenyuan huffed, hands on her hips. "When did I mess things up? You're the one who caused chaos." Bai Ning was nearly driven to madness by Shenyuan's words, her anger flaring. "Is messing up a term you can just throw around? It's akin to labeling me a woman of loose morals. Enough, enough. You two, stop arguing." Xia Ming interjected, stepping in as a peacemaker. "Have they caught up to us? If they do, we still have quite a distance to cover." Chapter 184. A phone? Chase them? Nonsense. If they dare pursue us, it will be a serious matter. Bai Ning stormed off, frustrated. Indeed, despite their arrogance, these individuals had not reached the level of causing a public disturbance in Jiangzhou, a city of considerable renown. If this situation escalated, it would draw the attention of the entire city, leading to a thorough cleanup of the underground gambling den. "Brother-in-law, let's head home." Shenyuan pouted, taking Xia Ming's hand and leading him back. Having been infuriated by Bai Ning, she was glad it was still morning, so they easily hailed a cab back home. Once they were inside, Shenyuan pulled Xia Ming onto the sofa, her big eyes fixed on him. "What are you staring at me for?" Xia Ming asked, feeling uneasy under her gaze. "Brother-in-law, tell me, do you have a thing with that woman?" Shenyuan glared at him, her voice laced with anger. That's impossible." "I have no connection with her," Xia Ming replied, at a loss for words. "You still say that?" Shenyuan's expression turned pitiful, akin to a wronged child. Seeing her like this, Xia Ming felt a rush of concern. "Yuhan, please don't cry. Don't cry, okay? Brother-in-law, you're just bullying me. You saw that wicked woman mistreating me, yet you did nothing to help. That I'm going to tell Qingqing." Shenyuan's tears began to flow, overwhelming Xia Ming. "Yuhan, please don't cry. I really have no relationship with that woman." Frustration welled up within him as he thought, "Why does Shenyuan meddle so much? She constantly flirts with me and now meddles in my affairs." However, he was particularly anxious about his wife Lin Wanging finding out. That if she saw this, he would surely face a reprimand. "If you want to stop her from crying, then be her boyfriend," Shenyuan said, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him. Xia Ming felt a wave of discomfort at her words. He glanced at Shenyuan's figure. She was indeed quite attractive, and at merely 16 or 17 years old, It would be inappropriate to consider her as a girlfriend. Yet, the thought of Lin Wanging compelled him to suppress his inner turmoil. He had no desire to meet an early demise. Yuhan, why don't you cry here for a bit? Brother-in-law has something to attend to. I'll be back shortly. Without further ado, Xia Ming made a hasty exit. This girl was far too alluring. Remaining any longer might lead to unforeseen consequences. Once outside the villa, Xia Ming found himself at a loss for where to go. Feeling an immense weight on his shoulders, he shifted his thoughts to the casino incident, recalling the gathering at the seaside resort that had spiraled into chaos. Accompanying Bai Ning, who had proven to be quite a nuisance, into the casino to investigate a murder case had nearly cost him dearly. Yet, it dawned on him that the casino was not as simple as it appeared. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could I have forgotten about this matter? He quickly flagged down a taxi. Take me to the nearest phone repair shop. Certainly, please make yourself comfortable, the driver replied. After a half-hour journey, Xia Ming arrived at a repair shop that to avoid drawing attention. He retrieved the phone from his shenyuan ring. Observing the touchscreen device, he pondered. I found an extra phone in my pocket back then. Its origins must be questionable, especially since that person insisted I hand it over. Could this be that phone? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The black driver had taken him to the outskirts to retrieve the phone. Had he not possessed the skills to defend himself, he might have met a tragic end. The memory still sent chills down his spine. Were it not for the old phone blocking the bullet, he might have been killed. Now, he was left wondering what secrets lay within this phone that someone was willing to risk everything to retrieve. Entering the repair shop, he greeted the attendant. Hello. The shop appeared somewhat disorganized, with phone accessories scattered across the counter. Behind it was a bespectacled man with long hair who glanced up and smiled. Hello. How can I assist you? I would like to know if you can unlock a phone. Although Xia Ming's phone was dead and unresponsive, he suspected it was locked, as it was a smartphone. More importantly, he needed to charge it, and he didn't have the appropriate charger on hand, making a visit to the phone shop necessary. Furthermore, returning to the villa was not an option. He could only imagine what shenyuan might do to him if he did, in his moment of helplessness. Xia Ming conceived a rather ingenious solution. To charge his phone at a mobile phone store that he suddenly realized how astute he was. Unlock? Is it a screen lock or some other type? The shopkeeper inquired. It's a screen lock, Xia Ming replied after a moment's contemplation. Could you please take a look at my phone first? Aware that some screen locks are insurmountable, he handed his phone to the shopkeeper and added, I apologize, my phone just ran out of battery, so it needs to be charged first. This is simple. I have a charger right here that I'll take a look shortly, the shopkeeper responded. After approximately 5 minutes of charging, he managed to unlock Xia Ming's phone, and upon doing so, his eyes widened in surprise. Wow, your phone is impressive. It's cutting-edge technology. You rarely find such devices on the market. Xia Ming's attention was piqued by the shopkeeper's words, sending a jolt through him. There's no such model on the market. This revelation sparked thoughts in Xia Ming's mind. If this phone was indeed unique, it suggested that the shopkeeper's identity was not ordinary. Could there be something extraordinary within the device? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, he urged, could you see if you can break this password lock? You underestimate me. There's no password I cannot unlock. The shopkeeper replied confidently, patting his chest. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. How long will it take to unlock? Xia Ming inquired. 10 minutes, or perhaps half an hour. That's acceptable, Xia Ming nodded. If it took too long, he would be unable to wait. Fortunately, this duration seemed manageable. Upon opening the phone, the shopkeeper momentarily froze before exclaiming, no way. It's a fingerprint verification. He scrutinized the screen, which displayed nothing but a thumbprint symbol, clearly indicating a fingerprint lock. Such a device typically could only be afforded by the affluent, being a sophisticated piece of technology. Moreover, the fingerprint verification was not arbitrary. It allowed only 3 attempts. Should these attempts fail, the phone would lock itself, and all files contained within would be obliterated by the phone's built-in functionality, rendering recovery impossible. Thus, this phone functioned as a form of encryption software, proving to be exceptionally practical. What's the issue? Xia Ming, noticing the shopkeeper's astonishment, couldn't help but inquired. I apologize. The shopkeeper responded with a hint of frustration. Brother, your phone is far too advanced. An ordinary person could never unlock this password, except for the owner. Have you seen the thumbprint on the screen? Xia Ming glanced at the phone screen and indeed observed the thumbprint symbol, furrowing his brow. Is there a problem? The problem is quite significant. This is a newly released model. While I don't know where you acquired it, it is indeed remarkable, especially in terms of its security features. This fingerprint lock means that only the owner can unlock this phone. No one else can access it. Is brute force cracking impossible? I recall this phone should be vulnerable to that. Xia Ming commented. Though he was not entirely adept with the phone's functionalities, he had some understanding of its capabilities. Typically, when someone cracks a phone's password, it's through brute force. Not possible. The shopkeeper shook his head. It's equipped with an automatic destruction system. You see, if you attempt to forcefully unlock it without knowing the password, the system activates and destroys all files. Even the phone's south hard drive and components will be incinerated, rendering the phone utterly useless. So serious? Xia Ming was taken aback, clearly not expecting such intricacies within a phone, which only piqued his curiosity about what could be inside that remained inaccessible. You have any other methods to unlock this phone's password? Xia Ming couldn't refrain from asking. Brother, I'm not exaggerating. Currently, no one can unlock this phone. That if you wish to access the password, you must find the phone's owner. Where did you even get this phone? The shopkeeper asked, clearly intrigued by its unique password setting, which significantly enhanced its security, an advantageous feature for anyone concerned about the confidentiality of their files. Xia Ming shook his head. Realizing the challenge of unlocking the device, he decided to put the phone away, saying, if it cannot be unlocked, so be it, but I appreciate your help and no need for thanks. But I advise you to find the phone's owner to unlock the screen, otherwise, the files will be lost. Losing files is trivial, but the phone might be irreparably damaged, so please be cautious. Understood, Xia Ming nodded, then turned and exited the mobile store, his brow furrowed. Must I truly seek the owner to unlock this phone? He reflected, that person clearly targeted this phone, and since he was apprehended, it is improbable he will be released anytime soon. Moreover, I nearly incapacitated him, and his recovery will likely take considerable time. That it seems futile to expect any information from him. However, this individual is a subordinate of Su Mao, the owner of the gambling den. If I can locate Su Mao, I should be able to resolve the fingerprint issue. Yet, the underground casino was fraught with peril, and Xia Ming was reluctant to enter. Without doing so, unlocking the phone would be impossible, which deepened his furrowed brow. It appeared he needed to devise another plan. With the phone in his possession, he knew he could not find peace. If the phone were indeed significant, those individuals would undoubtedly seek him out again. Currently residing at Lin Wanging's home, he feared it could bring calamity upon her as well. Thus, he began to contemplate. Suddenly, Xia Ming's brow furrowed slightly as his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows, observing him with a furtive demeanor, which raised his alarm. Could it be that they have tracked me down so swiftly? Having just escaped the casino, he was astonished that they had located him so quickly. Yet, he also felt a sense of uncertainty. Were they after this phone? After a moment's pause, he strode forward purposefully. After walking for about 15 minutes, Xia Ming found an alley and was pleasantly surprised to spot a familiar face, Brother Dao. However, at that moment, Brother Dao was leading his men, seemingly engaged in some clandestine activity. With that in mind, Xia Ming approached them. Brother Dao, I didn't expect to see you here. What? Brother Dao exclaimed, turning around abruptly. Upon seeing Xia Ming, his heart raced, but as a seasoned leader, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Ah, Brother Xia, what brings you here? Xia Ming had earned Brother Dao's respect due to his formidable capabilities, which left Brother Dao astounded and intrigued about Xia Ming's true strength. Thus, he always addressed him with deference. What are you all doing here? Xia Ming inquired, scrutinizing Brother Dao with a furrowed brow. We're just waiting for someone. We'll be leaving shortly. Brother Dao replied hastily, wary of revealing that he was here for an assassination. If Xia Ming learned of this, the consequences could be unpredictable. I see. Xia Ming nodded. Then he suddenly mentioned, I need your assistance with something. Brother Xia, whatever you need, just say the word. Your business is my business. Brother Dao readily agreed, viewing this as an opportunity to foster goodwill with Xia Ming. After all, Xia Ming's strength was undeniable. Forging a connection with him could prove advantageous in the future. Xia Ming lowered his voice and briefly explained the situation, which incited Brother Dao's fury. Brother Xia, worry not. I will handle this matter. Anyone who dares to follow you is essentially challenging me. Brother Dao. I'll teach that scoundrel a lesson. Xia Ming nodded in appreciation. Thank you for this. I owe you one. Upon hearing this, Knife's heart swelled with delight. His intention was never to have Xia Ming owe him a favor, but rather to receive one. This was indeed a favor delivered right to his doorstep. Elated by this prospect, Knife muttered softly, signaling his companions to remain silent. Xia Ming, seemingly unfazed, continued on his path. However, as he turned a corner, he vanished from sight, causing the two black-clad figures following him to panic momentarily. They hurriedly entered a narrow alley, scanning their surroundings. Just then, Knife and his entourage encircled them, and he fixed a cold gaze upon the duo, who furrowed their brows in response. What do you want? One of them demanded coldly. What do I want? It seems you two have grown impatient with life. daring to tail brother Xia. You must be tired of living, Knife retorted, a dismissive snort escaping him. Seize them, with a wave of his hand, the scruffy-haired youth led a group towards the two men. Yet, these individuals were not to be underestimated. As they approached, the black-clad duo stood back to back, unperturbed. Capture them, the scruffy-haired youth commanded. And his group lunged at the two figures, but the black-clad men responded with agility and precision, leaving Knife's expression grave. Their movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any superfluous action. The sound of muffled strikes echoed through the alley as the scruffy-haired youths found themselves at a disadvantage. Even crying out in distress, Knife's visage darkened further. Suddenly, he darted towards one of the black-clad men, proclaiming, "You handle that one. Leave this to me." He aimed a kick at the black-clad figure, but in a swift motion. The man seized Knife's ankle, prompting a change in his expression. Knife's other foot shot up to kick, but the black-clad man, startled, released his grip from a distance. Xia Ming observed the unfolding scene. It was evident that these two were no ordinary opponents. Their prowess was impressive, each on par with Knife. Xia Ming's surprise grew. How could they have discovered his residence and identity so swiftly? A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He was staying at Lin Wanging's home. And should anything happen to her, he would never forgive himself. He was determined to ensure her safety. As Xia Ming pondered, Knife clashed with one of the black-clad men, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Conversely, the scruffy-haired youth appeared to be in dire straits, suffering blows from the other black-clad man. Suddenly, Knife was struck in the chest, while the opposing fighter received a kick in return. Both men gasped for breath. Their expressions grave. "Who are you? And why are you obstructing us?" the black-clad man inquired. "How dare you ask me that? I haven't even questioned your identity. Why are you following Brother Xia? Are you seeking death?" Knife shot back, his anger palpable. "You've signed your own death warrant," the black-clad man growled, launching a powerful punch at Knife. The sheer force of it startled Knife, who barely dodged. However, unbeknownst to him, a kick from behind struck him squarely in the back, sending him flying several meters. With a thud, Knife crashed to the ground, dazed and furious. The two black-clad men teamed up, their eyes glinting with cold determination. Knife was taken aback by their strength. How could they have incapacitated all his subordinates so quickly? "Should we eliminate him?" one black-clad man suggested. "Not yet. It's a tumultuous time that we shouldn't create unnecessary trouble, but let's find our target first," the other replied. "What if they call the police? They are thugs. They follow a code, no matter the situation. They won't report to the authorities. Even if they are killed." As they conversed, Xia Ming emerged from around the corner, causing a flicker of relief to cross Knife's face. "Who are you?" Xia Ming demanded, his gaze piercing. The two black-clad figures had been tailing him since he left the phone store, inciting his anger. "It's him," one of the men muttered, clutching a phone. "We need to retrieve it immediately. It's in his possession. If we capture him, we can report back." Exchanging glances, they both turned their attention to Xia Ming. "Hand over our boss's property, and we might let you go. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences," one of them threatened. Xia Ming's brow furrowed. "It seems you two have been following me for quite a while. Care to reveal your identities? The boss you refer to must be Su Mao from the casino. Am I correct?" The two men in suits exchanged sinister smiles, their expressions chilling. "You know too much. Hand over the phone, or your family and friends will suffer," one warned. At those words, a cold fury ignited within Xia Ming. His gaze hardened. Icy as a winter's night, he could bear threats against himself, but not against those he cared for. If they endangered his loved ones, he would not forgive them. "You two are courting death," he declared. "Subdue him." The black-clad figures, dismissing further dialogue, believed capturing Xia Ming, who appeared to be a mere student, would be no challenge. They approached him from both sides, intent on cornering him. Yet, as they drew near, Xia Ming executed a graceful Tai Chi gesture, having mastered it to a remarkable degree, beyond the capability of ordinary opponents. As they lunged at him, Xia Ming effortlessly deflected their advances, using their own momentum to send them tumbling backward. Their surprise was palpable. "Impressive," they acknowledged, realizing Xia Ming was no ordinary adversary. "Let's incapacitate him," one black-clad man said, their patience wearing thin. They could no longer afford to toy with Xia Ming. If they could force him to speak, he would surely divulge the phone's location. But as they pressed forward, Xia Ming remained steadfast, barely shifting from his spot. Their aggressive strikes met with his deft evasions, feeling as though they were striking at cotton. "I'm done playing," Xia Ming said with a smirk, retracting his Tai Chi stance. In a flash, he lunged at one of the black-clad figures, his speed catching them off guard. A powerful punch struck the man's abdomen with a resounding thud, leaving him crumpled on the ground, gasping in agony. The remaining black-clad man, witnessing his companion's defeat, erupted in rage, launching a swift kick at Xia Ming. However, Xia Ming, enhanced by body-strengthening serum, countered with a powerful kick of his own. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated, and the man in black let out a pained scream, clutching his leg as he was sent flying several meters at that moment. Dao Feng stared in astonishment at Xia Ming. His eyes filled with profound fear. Such formidable strength. Dao Feng understood that his prowess was on par with the two men, and while he was not intimidated by either in a one-on-one confrontation, facing both at once was an entirely different matter. However, before Xia Ming, the two men were akin to children confronting an adult. They were swiftly brought to their knees. More terrifyingly, the sound of bones shattering echoed when Xia Ming delivered that kick, indicating that he had severely incapacitated the man in black. This realization filled Dao Feng with trepidation. Who sent you? The two men in black gazed at Xia Ming in terror, utterly unprepared for his overwhelming strength. Yet, they remained tight-lipped, frustrating Xia Ming. Noticing this, Dao Feng's eyes lit up with a sudden inspiration. He sensed an opportunity to ally with Xia Ming. Having witnessed Xia Ming's might, he envisioned himself as Xia Ming's subordinate. With someone of Xia Ming's caliber shielding him, no one in Jiangzhou would dare to challenge him, not even the Tiger Gang. Brother Xia, leave this matter to us. We will ensure they reveal everything. Dao Feng asserted confidently. Are you capable? Xia Ming asked, slightly taken aback by Dao Feng's unexpected offer of assistance. Dao Feng nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Brother Xia, we have dealt with similar situations numerous times. Give me 10 minutes, and I will make these two divulge everything. Xia Ming paused, then looked at Dao Feng. All right, but take care not to kill them. His intention was never to take a life. Being labeled a murderer would bring him a lifetime of consequences, especially in the countryside where such a title would hinder his chances of marrying. You can trust us. They will wish they were dead before we're done with them. Dao Feng grinned, gesturing for his companions to drag the two men against the wall, ensuring Xia Ming's eyes remained untainted. Understood. The group hurriedly complied, swiftly subduing the two men, who struggled in vain against their restraints. Dao Feng's companion struck them across the face, warning, if you dare move again, I won't hesitate to end you. Within 10 minutes, Dao Feng returned, his expression grave. Brother Xia, we've extracted the information. Already? Xia Ming was surprised. Having anticipated a longer ordeal, Dao Feng continued, their boss is Su Mao. Brother Xia, how did you incur Su Mao's wrath? He is not a man to be trifled with. Su Mao, Xia Ming mused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sensing Dao Feng's familiarity with the name, he inquired, do you know him? Indeed, Dao Feng replied. I crossed paths with him once. He possesses considerable cunning and maintains close ties with the Tiger Gang. Moreover, he operates an underground casino that has evaded law enforcement time and again. Though he has attempted to clean his act, he remains a formidable figure, and few dare to provoke him. Xia Ming was taken aback by the extent of Su Mao's influence, realizing he had inadvertently become entangled in a perilous situation. His act of saving someone had spiraled into a significant dilemma. Even if he had not rescued Bai Ning, it was likely he would still face repercussions. Regrettably, he thought, had he chosen not to intervene, perhaps this chaos could have been avoided. Clearly, Su Mao is fixated on you for a reason, likely due to something of value you possess. What have you done to attract his attention? Dao Feng asked. Astonished that this incident was linked to Su Mao, a man of considerable stature, Xia Ming did not respond but instead queried, in a confrontation between you and Su Mao, who would emerge victorious? Without a doubt, Su Mao holds the upper hand. Over the years, he has amassed wealth and built a formidable network, employing many ex-special forces soldiers. If a conflict were to arise, I fear I would be swiftly overwhelmed. Dao Feng admitted candidly. It seemed trouble was brewing. Xia Ming frowned. Within his shenyuan ring lay a high-tech phone requiring fingerprint verification, rendering unauthorized access impossible. The only option was to confront Su Mao directly. But given the recent commotion with Bai Ning, the casino would likely be closed. Attempting to infiltrate it again would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resolved to postpone this matter for the time being, especially with the persistent presence of these shadowy figures, which incensed him. A few disruptions were tolerable, but repeated harassment was becoming tiresome. Let this matter rest for now. As for these two, you can handle them. Just ensure they don't trouble me again. Xia Ming waved dismissively as he prepared to leave. Understood, Brother Xia, Dao Feng replied, contemplating something before calling out. Wait, Brother Xia. Xia Ming turned around, curiosity piqued. What is it, Brother Xia? If you ever find yourself in need, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Allow me to give you my number. Dao Feng's smile was earnest, seeking to forge an alliance. Xia Ming hesitated, reluctant to entangle himself with such individuals who thrived in a perilous world. However, he recognized that he would inevitably encounter difficulties in the near future, and Dao Feng's assistance could prove invaluable. Yet, he remained cautious about any potential entanglements. Sensing Xia Ming's hesitation, Dao Feng grew anxious. Fearing rejection. Apologies, I currently lack a phone. Mine is broken, Xia Ming said awkwardly, having not replaced his device since it was damaged by a bullet. That's easily resolved. Dao Feng's expression brightened as he quickly offered. Take mine. That he produced a sleek, modern smartphone, clearly worth a significant sum, leaving Xia Ming momentarily speechless. You wish to give this to me? Xia Ming pointed at himself in disbelief. Dao Feng insisted. Indeed, brother Xia, I just purchased it. I saw you needed a phone, so please accept it for now. Really? Xia Ming was astonished, silently pondering the extravagance of such a gift. A phone worth 5,000 was not something many would casually part with. However, considering his current financial state, he reluctantly accepted. All right, I will take your phone for the time being and return it to you in a few days, Xia Ming said as he departed. Dao Feng watched him leave. Exhilarated, thinking, with Xia Ming as an ally, others would think twice before provoking him. He had just witnessed the terrifying prowess of Xia Ming. The skills displayed were truly formidable. Were he in the same situation, he would undoubtedly have fallen short against those two individuals. Yet, Xia Ming single-handedly incapacitated them, leaving a profound impact on the blade. With Xia Ming present, his position remained as steadfast as a mountain. In the underworld, strength equates to power. Upon returning home, Xia Ming found it was already noon, but he was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Wanging had returned home. Traditionally, she would have stayed at the office for lunch, so her presence was unexpected. Darling, you're back, Xia Ming exclaimed as he approached her, excitement evident in his voice. Lin Wanging, dressed in her usual professional attire, a fitted blazer paired with black stockings that accentuated her perfect calves and accompanied by sleek black heels, looked every bit the epitome of a strong woman. Her hair was elegantly styled, revealing a smooth forehead, and her appearance was both striking and alluring, embodying a certain uniform allure that stirred Xia Ming's excitement. He longed to embrace her passionately. Yet he understood the impossibility of such an act without risking his chances of ever having a wife. Xia Ming, how is your case progressing? Is it nearing its conclusion? Lin Wanging inquired, unable to suppress her concern. Her worry stemmed from the gravity of the murder case involved, and she could not help but fret over Xia Ming's safety. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had unknowingly developed feelings for him. Xia Ming was not conventionally handsome. One might even describe him as ordinary. Yet he possessed qualities that were beyond imagination. Initially, she believed his only talent was speaking English, but as they spent more time together, she discovered numerous admirable traits within him. His skills in piano, culinary arts, and various forms of artistry left her astounded. Not yet. This matter will require additional time, Xia Ming replied, shaking his head. The situation had grown increasingly complicated, and Su Mao was resolutely convinced that he was the rightful possessor of the phone, which had indeed fallen into his hands. As such, Xia Ming found himself in a precarious position. However, he could not disclose these details to Lin Wanging, fearing it would only heighten her anxiety. Still not resolved? Lin Wanging's brows furrowed with concern. Why don't I speak on your behalf and suggest you withdraw from this matter for the time being? She offered, unable to contain her worried, no need. Xia Ming shook his head. While he wished to step back, it was already too late. Su Mao was aware that the item was in his possession. Thus the matter was no longer within his control. This thought troubled him greatly, as he feared Lin Wanging might become entangled in the situation. Just be careful, Lin Wanging urged, her concern palpable. Hey, how about you officially promote me? Let me be your boyfriend, Xia Ming teased with a grin. Stop flattering yourself, be my boyfriend. You have yet to prove yourself. Once you achieve a certain level of excellence, then perhaps I shall consider it. Lin Wanging responded, a playful blush gracing her cheeks. Excellence. What does that even entail? Xia Ming pondered, momentarily bewildered. He was merely an ordinary man. What need had he for outstanding achievements? Meanwhile, Lin Wanging found herself plagued with thoughts regarding what constituted excellence. Indeed, few individuals could reach such heights at Xia Ming's age, and his diverse skills made him quite remarkable. Yet, what more could excellence bring? A sly smile crossed Lin Wanging's lips as she observed Xia Ming's smug demeanor. She resolved not to make it easy for him. After all, dramas often suggested that men who receive things too easily were less likely to cherish them. As noon approached, Lin Wanging's mood lifted. What would you like to eat? Today, I shall treat you to a feast, she declared, her excitement apparent. Are you serious? You truly want to treat me? Xia Ming's eyes lit up, having been financially strained lately. He longed for a meal, especially since his salary was still 10 days away. Of course, anything you desire, Lin Wanging responded enthusiastically. Anything? Xia Ming eyed her suspiciously. Absolutely. As long as it's available, you may have it. Lin Wanging assured him. Xia Ming took a moment to appreciate Lin Wanging's graceful legs and her alluring figure, causing him to swallow hard. Just then, Lin Wanging caught him in the act, prompting her to clutch her chest in indignation. Xia Ming, what are you looking at? She demanded. I was just thinking about how much I'd like to eat you, Xia Ming blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Xia Ming, you scoundrel, Lin Wanging glared at him, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. At a loss for words, Xia Ming realized that attempting to explain would only complicate matters further. Darling, weren't we going to eat? He attempted to redirect the conversation. Not anymore, she snapped, anger evident in her tone. Yet, just then, Lin Wanging's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, an endearing sight that could tempt anyone to approach her immediately. Let us go, she declared through gritted teeth, departing from the scene, with Xia Ming following closely behind. Once in her Audi, Lin Wanging accelerated, startling Xia Ming. Darling, could you slow down a bit? He urged. Really? You're a man. Yet you're this timid? Lin Wanging scoffed, leaving Xia Ming bemused. Once outside the city, she eased off the gas, returning to a more reasonable speed, which relieved Xia Ming. Arriving at their dining destination, Xia Ming was taken aback to discover they were at a Western restaurant. The establishment was known for its prices, and he wondered how anyone could feel satisfied with a mere 7/10 cooked steak. Dining here might be an impressive affair for a date, but hardly fulfilling enough to stave off hunger. Xia Ming, come on, Lin Wanging called from outside the car, noticing he was still seated. Right, he exclaimed, shaking off his hesitation. This place is quite nice, he remarked as they approached the entrance. Of course, it's currently the most popular Western restaurant in Jiangzhou. Lin Wanging replied. Perhaps we should consider dining elsewhere, Xia Ming suggested, observing the elegantly dressed patrons around them. The boy, clad in a black suit and polished shoes, exuded an air of sophistication and vitality. Summer Ming glanced at himself, noting his white sneakers, slightly worn jeans, and a black shirt that seemed incongruous in comparison. His attire appeared far too casual next to those around him. The cost of his entire outfit barely amounted to 200 yuan. A stark contrast to the others present. In contrast, Lin Wanging, dressed in professional attire, radiated elegance, capturing the attention of all the men present. Her stunning beauty eclipsed that of the other women, leaving them in the shadows. Darling, what are you staring at? Your eyes might fall out, a girl teased, twisting the waist of a man beside her, causing him to gasp in pain. Honey, please be gentle. I wasn't even looking. No matter how beautiful she is. In my eyes, she is merely a fleeting shadow. You are the most beautiful to me, the man quickly retorted. Almost believed you for a moment. You're not getting in my bed tonight, the girl replied. And the couple's playful banter brought smiles to Lin Wanging and Summer Ming. Hurry, let us go inside, Lin Wanging said, nodding as they entered. Upon stepping in, Summer Ming was struck by the pristine cleanliness and spaciousness of the place, which uplifted his spirits. What a delightful place, he mused internally. A smiling waiter approached. Sir, madam, do you have a reservation? No, Lin Wanging replied. Then please follow me. The young waiter led them to a suitable table and presented them with a menu. To Summer Ming's surprise, the menu was in English, typically intended for foreign patrons. The waiter, oblivious, watched as Summer Ming opened it, momentarily taken aback. My apologies, sir. I brought the wrong menu. Let me fetch you a Chinese version. Yet, Summer Ming waved him off. No need. I can read it. The waiter was taken aback but held his tongue, patiently waiting for Summer Ming to place his order. Upon perusing the menu, Summer Ming's heart raced. 2,000 yuan for a steak? Are they serving it with gold? He thought, aghast at the prices. Even the pizza cost hundreds. This is exorbitant. It's equivalent to my entire monthly salary for just one meal. He stood there, bewildered. Should he order or not? He hesitated, turning to Lin Wanging. Darling, shall we find another place? This is far too pricey. Until now, Summer Ming thought the 100 yuan cucumber dish at Gold Lion Hotel was exorbitant. Only to realize there were even pricier options. Order whatever you like, Lin Wanging encouraged, her heart warmed by his frugality, believing such a quality indicated a good nature. Really? This item costs 1,000, Summer Ming's eyes widened. Realizing that even a modest selection would easily add up to 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, equivalent to half of his monthly salary. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered a few dishes, careful to keep the total moderate. Still, the bill came to 3,000 yuan, leaving him feeling a pang of regret. Although it was Lin Wanging's expenditure, he felt a sense of ownership over their finances. When it was Lin Wanging's turn, she displayed elegance, contrasting sharply with Summer Ming's awkward demeanor as she ordered with a smile. After the waiter departed, Summer Ming couldn't help but grumble. The food here is outrageous. I could cook for you myself. Lin Wanging felt a tinge of sympathy. Indeed, the financial strain was evident for Summer Ming, but she refrained from commenting. Dishes arrived promptly, and upon seeing them, Summer Ming was taken aback once more. Wait a minute, he muttered, realizing the 2 pieces of meat on his plate barely weighed 2 ounces. The disheartening truth was that he had spent over 3,000 yuan for such a meager portion. Even if he ordered twice as much, it wouldn't satisfy his hunger. Stop staring and eat, Lin Wanging urged. Eat, eat, he replied, beginning his meal. As he finished, it became evident he hadn't eaten enough to feel full. Estimating he had consumed only a third of his usual appetite, he could easily have a few buns at home to fill up later. Yet, he dared not voice his dissatisfaction. It would be improper to complain after such an extravagant meal. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted their moment. The man swaggered over, his slick hair and designer attire failing to mask his pallid complexion and hollow eyes, indicative of a life of excess. Notably, he was accompanied by a beautiful girl in a fashionable dress. Radiating charm but lacking the allure of Lin Wanging, one of the 3 beauties of Jiangzhou. Summer Ming, is that you? Upon recognizing the man, Summer Ming's countenance shifted. It was He Wei, the man who had stolen his girlfriend during a party. The mention of his name ignited a deep-seated animosity within Summer Ming, as He Wei's presence had catalyzed the end of his relationship with Gu Xiaya. The most painful aspect was that she had maintained a relationship with He Wei for an entire year. Summer Ming felt helpless. The betrayal stung deeply, knowing Gu Xiaya had forsaken him over a year ago. Yet, he had long since extinguished any lingering feelings for her. The memories of their once innocent college romance had been buried. Now merely a bittersweet recollection. Summer Ming. Hello, Gu Xiaya greeted, glancing between him and Lin Wanging, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. Months earlier, she had believed marrying a wealthy man would bring her happiness. However, her reality struck her hard after 3 months with He Wei, where she discovered his infidelity and manipulation. She had contemplated breaking up with him, but every time she did, He Wei resorted to violence, leaving her feeling utterly hopeless. Now, she reminisced about her time with Summer Ming, when love was pure and innocent, only to realize that her fickleness had cost her a precious relationship. Whenever Gu Xiaya reminisces about the moments spent with Xia Ming, she cannot help but shed tears alone at night. Indeed, though they faced hardships, they were ultimately happy together, dining and playing with Xia Ming. She cherished his meticulous care for her. However, she chose a path she ought not to have taken, one that deeply insulted Xia Ming that fateful night, creating an insurmountable rift between them. Reflecting on her actions now, she finds them utterly ludicrous. Since being with He Wei, she endures tremendous suffering daily. Although she appears to lack for nothing, internally, she cannot bear He Wei's flaws. After breaking up with Xia Ming, He Wei's various vices became apparent, which further tormented Gu Xiaya. Several times, she contemplated seeking Xia Ming's assistance. Yet she could not bring herself to ask, as her pride would not allow her to face him. Thus, she has silently endured her plight. On the day of a class reunion, she encountered Xia Ming. She yearned to share her struggles with him, but she understood that even if she spoke, he might not listen. She had caused him profound hurt, and that weighed heavily on her conscience. Upon seeing Xia Ming's attire, she hesitated. Having mingled with people for some time, she discerned that his clothes were of little worth. This made her anxious, fearing that if they reconciled, he might not be able to support her. She had grown accustomed to a certain lifestyle, and losing it would render her life exceedingly difficult. I asked that you. Xia Ming smiled faintly, no longer holding Gu Xiaya in his thoughts. The coldness in his gaze plunged her spirits to a new low. The culinary talent he displayed that day surprised her, as he surpassed Lu Yishao in skill, which she had not anticipated. Taii that moment, she wished to rekindle their relationship, but upon noticing the girl beside Xia Ming, her hopes dimmed. Lin Wanging was stunningly beautiful, far surpassing her own looks. In Lin Wanging, she perceived an air of nobility and elegance, akin to a regal queen or princess, with a breathtaking beauty that overshadowed all others. Standing next to Lin Wanging, Gu Xiaya felt like an ugly duckling. He Ming, I didn't expect you to be doing so well these past few months. You've brought a girl here to dine? He Wei remarked, eyeing Xia Ming and then Lin Wanging, his gaze igniting with desire. Lin Wanging was exceptionally beautiful, far exceeding Gu Xiaya in allure, and He Wei's eyes sparkled with lascivious intent. That moment, all he could think about was how to seduce Lin Wanging, disregarding everything else. Xia Ming, sensing He Wei's ill intentions, shot him a frosty glare, recognizing the man's unscrupulous nature. It seems my dining here has nothing to do with you. Xia Ming retorted coldly. He Wei observed Xia Ming, then cast a glance at Lin Wanging. Look at you, Xia Ming. It's been 3 months, and you still lack a stable job. Would you like me to arrange something for you? Xia Ming replied without hesitation. I already have a job. He Wei was momentarily taken aback, as was Gu Xiaoya, who hesitated before suggesting, He Wei, let's just eat. I'm hungry. He Wei frowned at her words, his voice icy. Wait a moment. I have matters to attend to. Gu Xiaoya felt a pang of helplessness. Knowing He Wei's temperament, she dared not oppose him, fearing his wrath when they returned home. What kind of job did you find? Xia Ming. I doubt it's anything substantial, He Wei scoffed, unable to believe Xia Ming could secure a respectable position in such a short time. Actually, I work at Shenyuan Group, earning 10,000 a month. I fear this may disappoint you. Xia Ming replied with a cold chuckle. He was well aware of He Wei's intentions to belittle him. Shenyuan Group? Gu Xiaoya gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She recognized the prestige of the company, one of the most renowned in Jiangzhou, and realized the caliber of individuals who worked there. The fact that Xia Ming had secured a position there left her astonished. You? Working at Shenyuan Group? That's laughable, He Wei sneered, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. He was familiar with Shenyuan Group's reputation, as his family had dealings with it, but he was also oblivious to its true significance due to his carefree lifestyle. Xia Ming, just be honest. No one will mock you that we all just graduated, He Wei insisted, doubting Xia Ming's claims that if you truly have no job, I can find you one that pays 5,000 a month. Which is far better than being a salesperson. Xia Ming found He Wei's words absurd. If I were to take that job, I would be foolish. My current salary is already 10,000, and I work alongside my beautiful wife. I wouldn't trade that for anything. Listen, He Wei, if you have something to say, just say it directly, Xia Ming interjected, his dislike for He Wei growing palpable. He Wei, sensing Xia Ming's directness, revealed his true nature. This lovely lady, I am He Wei, son of Ling from Bifeng Limited. Our company has dealings with Shenyuan Group. May I have the pleasure of treating you to dinner? He Wei attempted to present himself charmingly. But Lin Wanging, having heard the tension in their exchange, shot down his advances coldly. I'm sorry, but I've already eaten. He Wei's face darkened at her rejection, while Gu Xiaoya beside him felt a surge of despair. Before her, He Wei had the audacity to invite another girl to dinner, and what was worse, he acted in such an outrageous manner. This left Gu Xiaoya utterly disillusioned with He Wei. She even felt a twinge of regret for not cherishing a beautiful love that was hers. Instead, choosing this insincere and superficial affection. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of remorse. Miss, allow me to inform you that the gentleman before you is merely a farmer. His parents toil in the fields. Mere country folk with no real skills. Why not consider being with me instead? At this juncture, He Wei's eyes sparkled with fervent desire. In that moment, his true nature was laid bare. Had it been in the past, He Wei might have approached matters gradually. However, upon encountering the breathtaking Lin Wanging, he could no longer contain himself. She was simply too stunning, and he longed to indulge in her beauty without delay. Thus, He Wei exhibited such urgency. What is wrong with being a farmer? Without farmers, countless people across the nation would face starvation. Without farmers, what would you eat or drink? Lin Wanging's regard for He Wei plummeted to an all-time low, leaving him no semblance of dignity. He was rendered speechless by her retort. And who do you think you are? Lin Wanging was infuriated by He Wei's shamelessness. Time and again, he slandered Xia Ming, only to invite her to be his girlfriend, which incensed her further. In her eyes, Xia Ming was leagues above this wealthy scion. Simultaneously, Lin Wanging cast a glance at Gu Xiaoya beside He Wei and fell silent. She was well aware of the situation, as Xia Ming had previously mentioned it. She never imagined that the girl he chose would be so unremarkable. Yet, Lin Wanging felt a sense of relief. Had she not relinquished Xia Ming, perhaps their fates would not have intertwined. Thus, everything seemed preordained. He Wei, infuriated by Lin Wanging's words, retorted, What are you, to dare insult me? Were it not for your looks, I would have taken you to bed today. Slap. At that moment, a crisp sound resonated throughout the hall, drawing the attention of many towards Xia Ming's side. He Wei was momentarily stunned. He never expected Xia Ming would dare strike him in public. Igniting his fury, You dare hit me? I'll make you pay. He Wei kicked towards Xia Ming, but years of womanizing had left him physically drained, rendering his strikes weak. Bang! Xia Ming retaliated with a kick, sending He Wei sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. Even He Wei felt anger rise within him. How dare he threaten his wife? Such folly. Xia Ming had intended to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Yet in a public setting, he had refrained from acting. Who could have anticipated that He Wei would present his face for a blow? He Wei. Witnessing Xia Ming swiftly overpower, He Wei left Gu Xiaoya in shock. As she saw He Wei lying on the floor, she hurried to assist him. Get away. He Wei, clutching his stomach in agony, slapped Gu Xiaoya across the face. She covered her cheek, staring at him in terror. hesitant to approach him again. That moment, despair consumed Gu Xiaoya. Yes, she regretted it deeply. Even if Xia Ming possessed no notable abilities, at least he would not treat her this way. They might be poor, but such a situation would never arise. Taii was only now that she truly understood the depth of her heartbreak. Just wait, Xia Ming. One day, I will make you pay. Once the pain subsided, Wei scrambled to his feet, shouting in anger as he stormed out. But he was, after all, a privileged young master, and used to such humiliation. Having been beaten by Xia Ming, he felt utterly unwilling to accept his defeat. As Wei departed, Gu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before turning to Lin Wanging, her voice tinged with regret. Hello, may I speak with Xia Ming for a moment? At that instant, Gu Xiaoya's heart ached profoundly. Initially, all of this had been hers.